Chapter 1. The deafening roar of engines reverberated in his ears, and a powerful gust of wind struck his face. The pervasive ache throughout his body prompted Sun Yu, battered and bruised, to instinctively shift. With a Herculean effort, he opened his heavy eyelids, and his muddled thoughts swiftly returned to his corporeal form. Where am I? Sun Yu realized he was sprawled on the ground, with only a dim, overcast sky in his line of sight. A bird appeared to be soaring above, but as he noticed the elongated trail it left behind, he suddenly comprehended that it was not a bird at all, but rather an aircraft, or more accurately, an unidentified flying object. My heavens, what place could this possibly be? Panic-stricken, Sun Yu attempted to prop himself up, but as he swung his arm, he inadvertently brushed against a soft body. Upon closer inspection, he found a charming young girl lying atop him, her body spread in a large T shape. Her attire was peculiar and tattered. Surrounding him were numerous individuals lying haphazardly, reminiscent of a battlefield strewn with blood and corpses, an utterly horrifying sight. No way. I distinctly recall planning to meet a friend at an internet CAF to play Dragon Ball Xenoverse this afternoon. On my way, I encountered an elderly lady who had collapsed. I took an immense risk to help her. Sigh, it's rare to find a compassionate young man like me in this society. I remember a speeding car hurtling towards me at that moment. I thought I was done for. Yet here I am. With this realization, Sun Yu's eyes sparkled. He had not perished, nor was he in a hospital, which left only one possibility. He had crossed over. Suddenly, Sun Yu twisted his body to look behind him, where a fluffy tail swayed in the wind. His heart raced at the sight of it. While others might not grasp the significance of this tale, Sun Yu, an avid otaku and anime enthusiast, had been captivated by various Japanese animation since childhood. Particularly, he was well-versed in classics like Dragon Ball and Naruto, memorizing every character design. The tale was emblematic of a Saiyan. Having read numerous crossover novels, he never imagined he would become part of the universal trend of transcendence. A Saiyan. I've transformed into a Saiyan, Sun Yu exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. However, before he could revel in his newfound identity, the pain coursing through his body doused his exhilaration like a bucket of cold water. Yikes, that hurts! Sun Yu winced as he touched his right rib cage, realizing he had likely fractured 2 ribs. Nevertheless, such injuries were trivial for a robust Saiyan. Regaining his composure, Sun Yu contemplated the situation in the Dragon Ball universe, offering a rueful smile as he mused, "This Saiyan I inhabit is probably a mere cannon fodder. I wonder how much time remains before Frieza annihilates planet Vegeta. I should seize this opportunity to flee planet Vegeta. Yes, to Earth, where I can train and grow stronger." Clearly, he and other young Saiyans have been dispatched to this planet for a mission. Although he had seen several escape, the spacecraft he arrived in must still be located somewhere nearby. Saiyan spacecraft were typically single-pod spherical vessels, and perhaps he could use one to reach Earth. Just as Sun Yu was about to depart in search of a spacecraft, he noticed the girl who had been pinned beneath him. According to his memories, the Saiyan team had faced a fierce battle, and the girl had shielded him from harm with her own body. Sadly, this noble act had not saved her life, or else he wouldn't be here now. Sun Yu gently flipped the girl over and felt for her breath, detecting a faint glimmer of life. Looks like she's still alive. According to the memories of this boat's previous owner, your name is Lana, my cousin, and a remarkably talented intermediate warrior. Sun Yu furrowed his brow. In the lore of Dragon Ball, Saiyans were typically portrayed as cold-hearted beings who showed no sympathy for the weak. Why, then, did this cousin risk her life to save him? Perhaps this world differs from the Dragon Ball universe in some respects. Regardless, she sustained her injuries in an attempt to save me, and I cannot simply stand by and let her perish. I must perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Sun Yu would stake his honor on the fact that his intentions were purely altruistic. He was not motivated by the alluring appearance of his cousin. They were situated in a desolate, remote area devoid of medical equipment, and he had no choice but to proceed with artificial respiration. He trusted science and believed in his own integrity. As he turned Lana over, a device resembling glasses fell from her grasp. Sun Yu's heart leapt. It was the power level scouter featured in the Dragon Ball series. Stowing the scouter away, Sun Yu leaned down, pinching Lana's delicate nose with one hand while using the other to tilt her chin upward, parting her lips. He inhaled deeply and, with a firm kiss, blew into her mouth. Their lips met, and a soft sensation accompanied by the fragrance of the girl enveloped Sun Yu's senses. As a self-proclaimed otaku who had never even held a girl's hand prior to this, he found himself inadvertently bestowing his long-preserved first kiss. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in his belief that he was merely saving a life. After administering several breaths, he reluctantly straightened up, preparing to perform CPR on his cousin. According to the textbooks from his childhood, CPR required placing one hand's palm over the back of the other and pressing down firmly on the patient's chest. However, upon glancing at Lana's chest, he couldn't help but swallow hard. She was only 15. True to their warrior nature, Saiyans developed at an astonishingly rapid pace. Her physique was remarkably mature, perfectly proportioned and toned, a strikingly beautiful visage reminiscent of an Eastern girl, truly a temptation beyond reason. Pushing aside any inappropriate thoughts, Sun Yu placed his right hand over his left, resting it against Lana's heart. Though she wore the specialized soft armor battlesuit from the Dragon Ball series, it did nothing to diminish the incredible elasticity he felt beneath his hands. With a furtive glance around, he applied a bit more pressure to commence CPR. At that moment, the previously unconscious girl suddenly coughed and slowly opened her eyes. Sun Yu froze in shock as her gaze rapidly transitioned from confusion to clarity. Upon noticing his hand resting on her, her face turned pale, and she instinctively slapped him, exclaiming, "Kyle, you pervert." Beep, beep, beep. Power level 874. The scouter suddenly announced Lana's combat strength. Consequently, Sun Yu was propelled 10 meters away by the force of his cousin's retaliatory strike. Oh no, how do I explain to her that I was merely performing CPR? The name Kyle, uttered by his cousin, was indeed Sun Yu's identity as a Saiyan. His full name was Khalees's, which meant bringer of death in the Saiyan language. Cough, cough, Lana, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Sun Yu stammered as Lana swiftly approached him, fearing she intended to deliver another beating. After all, he had often been on the receiving end of her wrath during their childhood. Oof. Kyle, I have no interest in those weaker than myself. If you truly wish to win my affection, you must train diligently. At the very least, you need to reach a power level of 3,000, Lana declared, attempting to elevate her chin in a show of superiority. Yet, the perceptive Sun Yu detected a hint of shyness and anticipation flickering in her eyes. 3,000 power level. Sun Yu's lips twitched. Perhaps it was due to his identity as a transmigrator, but his perspective extended far beyond the traditional Saiyan understanding of power levels. While Saiyans were inherently endowed with formidable physiques, their grasp of martial arts and mastery of ki were rudimentary at best. They adhered blindly to the survival of the fittest, which hindered their potential in comparison to the majority of species in the Universia, striking parallel to the Dragon Ball world. Thus, to better unlock his potential, Sun Yu had a journey to Earth, where he could seek out the Kaioshin as a mentor and learn to control his ki. Noticing Sun Yu's silence, Lana huffed and, with a hint of consolation in her tone, remarked, "Kyle, although you are a lower-class warrior, with diligent training, you might yet achieve a power level of 3,000. You must have confidence in yourself." Upon hearing Lana's words, Sun Yu smiled and shook his head, slowly responding, "Lana, I believe it's misguided to assess a newborn's potential solely based on their initial power level." "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lana frowned. "You're clearly envious of my status as an intermediate warrior, which is why you're saying such things." Sun Yu smiled gently and shook his head. Talent is a quality that is difficult to assess by a singular standard. It is often intricately linked to one's efforts, insight, and even fortuity. Perhaps some individuals are born feeble, yet through relentless learning and an unyielding spirit of combat, they can repeatedly transcend their limitations and become immensely powerful. Take, for instance, Sun Wukong from the Dragon Ball universe, who was born with a mere battle power of 2 to 3, derided as a worthless lower-class warrior. Yet from such a seemingly insignificant beginning, he continuously sought knowledge, relentlessly pursued his own strength, and ceaselessly surpassed himself, ultimately becoming one of the most formidable beings in the cosmos. While Sun Wukong's achievements were undoubtedly bolstered by the Saiyan bloodline that grows stronger in the face of adversity, how many of the Saiyans from planet Vegeta were able to shatter their own shackles and ascend to true greatness? Most, after all, fell as countless souls under Frisia's dominion. Thus, to become a true powerhouse, talent may account for a mere 30%, fortune for 70%, while the remaining 90% must be earned through one's own tenacity. Perhaps due to his Saiyan heritage, Sun Yu harbored an almost obsessive fervor for strength. He refused to be just an ordinary Saiyan, destined to share the grave of King Vegeta on planet Vegeta. He aspired to be a formidable force, a master of his own destiny. Regardless, upon your return to planet Vegeta, make sure to train diligently. Lana remarked with a smile. By the way, Sister Na, I noticed many people were evacuating. Why didn't they clear the battlefield before leaving? I find it hard to comprehend. To be honest, Sun Yu was reluctant to return to planet Vegeta, for with the escalating tensions between King Vegeta and Frisia, the latter's scrutiny of the Saiyans would only intensify, making any future escape far more challenging. Oh, regarding them, it's because they received news from planet Vegeta that King Vegeta has welcomed a son whose battle power is nearly 500 at birth. The king is celebrating with a grand feast, inviting all Saiyans to planet Vegeta for the festivities. As she spoke, Lana's eyes sparkled with a dazzling light, clearly envious of this newborn with such remarkable power. King Vegeta has a son. Sun Yu's heart trembled suddenly as a name floated into his mind. Indeed, it was Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, who possessed a battle power of 500 at birth and surpassed King Vegeta by the age of 8, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Sun Yu quickly recalled the Dragon Ball anime, where Vegeta was only 5 years old when Frisia obliterated planet Vegeta. This meant that the destruction of planet Vegeta was merely 5 years away. As Sun Yu was lost in thought, the battle power scouter in his arms suddenly emitted a series of alarming beeps. Beep, beep, beep. High battle power units detected ahead. 485, 397. There's a situation. Sun Yu and Lana immediately fell into a state of alert. Sun Yu returned the battle power scouter to Lana, swiftly picking up a scouter from the corpse of a fallen Saiyan comrade on the ground. Beep beep, no battle power units detected. Upon acquiring the scouter, Lana promptly placed it against her ear, searching for the enemy's position through the lens. However, this time, the scouter yielded no readings. What's going on? Kale, it seems this old-fashioned scouter is malfunctioning. We'll need to replace it with the latest model when we return, Lana grumbled, tossing the scouter aside. This outdated model had voice alert features, providing warnings about enemies within a certain range of the wearer. However, due to its short detection range and low accuracy, it faced the threat of obsolescence. Not at all. It's not an issue with the detector. Sun Yu spoke in a low voice. In this world, there are numerous races capable of altering or even concealing their combat prowess at will. By learning in the correct manner, we too can master this ability. What? That can't be true. Lana clearly found it difficult to accept this reality. Kyle, you coward. Even if they can hide their combat power. What does it matter? My combat strength is a staggering 874, which will utterly crush these natives. Sun Yu shot Lana an irritated glance. It was evident that Saiyans were all prideful beings, and today he had come to fully understand this. Although this planet was classified as a lower-tier world, the detection results indicated that its highest combat power was below 1,000. Yet, who could guarantee that there were no strong individuals here who knew how to conceal their energy? Until one possessed absolute strength, caution was always prudent. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill crept over him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Without time to contemplate the reason, he hastily pushed Lana aside and shouted, "Sister Na, be careful!" With a thunderous explosion, the ground where Sun Yu and Lana had been standing was obliterated by a powerful wave of energy. Shadows darted out from behind them, short, dark figures with hunched bodies. The very natives of this planet. Damn Saiyan monkeys! How did you discover us? Our energy was clearly well concealed. 6 figures approached rapidly, encircling Sun Yu and Lana. Sun Yu noted the leader among them, despite his efforts to mask his presence. Sun Yu sensed an unfathomable power within him, one that was undoubtedly greater than Lana's. Lana quickly donned a combat power detector, pressing the button to read the current combat power indices of the 6 individuals. 531. 499,358. I thought you were formidable. With such paltry combat power, what you intend to do? Surely you don't mean to kill us. Ha ha. Lana's gaze, once gentle toward Sun Yu, was now filled with a fervent desire for battle and slaughter. Kyle, you stay back, that I can swiftly deal with these trifling pests. With that, Lana lunged forward, targeting the short leader whom Sun Yu had deemed a significant threat. Sister Na, be careful. He is concealing his combat power. You foolish Saiyan monkey, die. As Lana approached the attack range of the leader, he suddenly bellowed, unleashing a vast torrent of energy that formed a cyclone around him. Beep, beep, combat power 978, with a resounding crash. Their energies collided, sending Lana hurtling several meters away, crashing heavily against a massive rock and fracturing it into countless fissures. Cough, cough. Lana spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, enduring the pain as she stood up to say to Sun Yu, Kyle, you must flee. I was too arrogant before. I will hold them off for you, so run. No one is escaping. Invaders. Sun Yu could never allow a girl to sacrifice herself while he fled. He harbored no savior complex. But he had his own principles. He could not abandon friends and family. Besides, the situation was not necessarily a death sentence. Sister Na, I will not leave that I believe these individuals are not our match. Sun Yu approached Lana, casting a cold gaze at the 6 surrounding them, continuing, the natives of this planet, though small in stature, are not suited for close combat. They excel in controlling energy, which is precisely why they first conceal their combat power. Presenting themselves as weak, they wait for us to let our guard down before they explode with power. This is their fear of our strength. Damn it, you cunning Saiyan monkey. The leader of the short figures seemed to have struck a nerve with Sun Yu's words. Cursing furiously, upon hearing Sun Yu's analysis, Lana quickly grasped the situation. Her face regained composure as she said, You mean to say that as long as we avoid exchanging energy blasts and opt for close combat, we still have a chance of victory? Ha ha. I never expected our little Kyle to possess such maturity. TCH, not everyone thinks like you, solely relying on brute force. Sun Yu protested, though he did not voice the fact that even with close combat, their chances of winning were still slim. Firstly, there were too many opponents, and secondly, both he and his cousin Lana had sustained injuries, significantly reducing their combat power. Yet what did it matter? Saiyans were known for their ability to unleash unprecedented potential in extreme adversity, breaking through their limits and growing stronger each time they faced death. Enough talk. Let's take them down and obliterate these Saiyan monkeys, the leader shouted, conjuring a brilliant energy sphere in his hand. The other 5 short figures quickly took their positions, preparing to assault Sun Yu and Lana. Beep, beep, combat power readings 760,820,643. In that moment, the 6 opponents unleashed their full combat power. Lana aimed to charge directly at the strongest of the short figures, intent on engaging in a life-or-death struggle. However, Sun Yu suddenly grasped her arm and said, Sister Na, let me handle the 2 strongest. You deal with the weaker ones first, and then come to my aid. Sun Yu recalled that his own combat power was only 569. Undoubtedly, he was the weakest among them. If Lana became entangled with the strongest, they would find themselves doomed once their strength was exhausted. However, if Lana took down the weaker ones first, they might stand a chance against the 2 strongest together. This strategy was inspired by the ancient tale of Tianji's horse racing. But Lana remained apprehensive about leaving Sun Yu to confront the 2 strongest. Yet, Sun Yu did not allow her to negotiate. He dashed forward, declaring loudly, There is no but, do as I say. As his voice echoed in Lana's ears, his figure had already flown a considerable distance ahead. Lana stared blankly in Sun Yu's direction, feeling as if the timid little Kyle she remembered had grown up, now daring to command her, his older sister. Yet this new Kyle seemed to possess a newfound masculinity. Before Lana could ponder further, several energy spheres hurled toward her from the short figures. With a cold gleam in her eyes, she swiftly moved, launching an attack against the group. Despite having been an unathletic homebody before his transformation, Sun Yu, now a Saiyan, felt the battle spirit etched deep within his genes ignite. His body moved with agility, darting towards the two powerful short figures, his small fists imbued with terrifying strength as they struck at the enemy. Seeing Sun Yu's fierce advance, the two short figures promptly leaped aside to evade his attack. Unfazed, Sun Yu pivoted and charged at one of the short figures. Crazy! Saiyan monkeys are all insane. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Yu immediately engaged in fierce combat with the two short figures. The pain from his previously fractured ribs surged through him with each blow, amplified by the relentless assaults from the two stronger opponents. Yet, this pain only fueled his bloodlust and frenzy, the more injured his Saiyan became. The stronger they grew, however, such power came with peril, especially against two vastly superior foes. Thus, as Sun Yu launched his brief, aggressive onslaught, the two short figures quickly regained their composure, coordinating their attacks while maintaining distance from him. Unleashing more energy blasts upon him, ta-da! After being struck by an energy blast, Sun Yu coughed up blood, his vision blurred, and his legs felt leaden. Kyle, I'm coming to help you. Lana, ever the talented mid-level warrior, had swiftly dispatched two of the weaker short figures. However, her condition was dire as well. Upon seeing Sun Yu, bloodied and battered, she swiftly positioned herself in front of him. Kyle, I apologize for not taking down those few sooner. But leave the rest to me. You must escape. Even now, she was still thinking of his escape. Sun Yu smiled bitterly. If one were to blame, it would be his lack of strength. The Saiyan body was not all-powerful. Enough chatter. We first kill this girl, and then we'll deal with that boy. Kill them. The remaining four rushed simultaneously towards Lana. Although she was a talented intermediate warrior, her youth rendered her powerless against the onslaught of four assailants. Struggling desperately under their relentless attacks, she was forced to exchange injuries in a futile attempt to buy time. Sister Na. Sun Yu's heart ached as he beheld Lana's worsening wounds. You must escape. What will happen to you if I leave? Sun Yu roared inwardly, loathing his impotence and the cruel world that thrived on the survival of the fittest, lacking any enmity with the inhabitants of this planet. He had previously squandered opportunities to eliminate his enemies decisively. Now, his foolish mercy threatened the life of his cousin, intensifying his self-loathing as he witnessed a shockwave pierce through Lana's left shoulder. Sun Yu finally erupted in fury. Beasts, I will fight you to the end. With a heavy strike to the ground, he propelled himself upward, his hair disheveled and eyes burning red, as if possessed. Kyle. Lana's heart ached at the sight of Sun Yu's transformation. Ding! A crisp sound echoed in Sun Yu's mind, and he felt his pupils constrict rapidly, splitting to reveal a tomode in the next moment. The world around him faded to a monochrome gray, and the movements of everyone slowed. He could even perceive the flow of energy within the bodies of those before him. But it was as if he had gained an uncanny insight into all things, as if the world lay within his grasp. Could this possibly be the Sharingan? Sun Yu's despair transformed into elation. He realized that questions regarding the prerequisites of awakening such a bloodline limit were trivial in light of his extraordinary circumstances. Although he sensed that this single Tomo Sharingan differed from what he had seen in the anime, the overwhelming power it conferred offered him hope for survival, as the diminutive foes around him appeared to move in slow motion. He could see through their every attack and the flow of their energy, allowing him to claim invincibility in this battle. Sister Na, hold on. I'm coming to rescue you. Since you seek death, we shall eliminate you first. Die, Saiyan monkey! Boom! Boom! Two massive energy blasts erupted around Sun Yu, and Lana watched helplessly as he was engulfed by the shockwave, collapsing to the ground. Kyle, why are you so foolish? Just then, as the native dwarfs reveled in their apparent victory, one of them suddenly wore a look of terror, trembling as he pointed behind another dwarf, exclaiming, "Watch out behind you!" Crack! The targeted dwarf's eyes widened in disbelief as he was struck from behind by an overwhelming force. The sound of shattering bones resonating through the air. When did you get behind me? The dwarf collapsed, filled with regret and defiance, struggling to rise, but finding Sun Yu's foot pressed heavily upon his back. Let us go, and I will spare his life. Sun Yu surveyed the crowd with cold eyes, causing the dwarfs to tremble at the sight of his crimson Sharingan. Lana regarded Sun Yu with a whirlwind of emotions. She wished for him to flee this perilous place, yet simultaneously hoped to witness him bear the weight of responsibility. Nonsense. You Saiyan monkeys have slaughtered so many of our kin. I yearn to see you torn limb from limb. Want to leave? Not a chance. Indeed, even if we perish, we shall avenge our fallen brethren. Yes, let us eliminate these detestable Saiyan monkeys. Facing the dwarf's wrath, Sun Yu's heart quaked. He recognized that these were the last remnants of resistance on this planet. Yet what could he change? He recalled that King Bei had amassed a fortune to cleanse this world, and even if he departed now, the outcome of stronger warriors invading would remain unchanged. Such was the tragedy of the week. I had no intention of pursuing a vendetta, yet you insist on courting death, compelling me to oblige. Sun Yu gritted his teeth, raising his right hand to reveal a dazzling sphere of light. Impossible! How can you wield our energy blasts? Casting a sidelong glance at the orb in his hand, Sun Yu smirked wickedly. He had replicated the dwarf's technique through the power of the Sharingan, compressing the chi within himself to coalesce in his palm. This bore a striking resemblance to Master Roshi's Kamehameha. Yet it was clear that these dwarfs were somewhat inferior in their mastery of chi, rendering their energy blast less formidable by comparison. Ding ding ding. Battle power 738. Battle power 849. Lana looked at the luminous sphere in Sun Yu's hand, incredulous. Just moments ago, she had observed the battle power readings soaring at an astonishing pace. Battle power 942. Battle power 1011. So Kyle was right. Battle power can indeed be altered at will. She murmured, her gaze brimming with anticipation as she quietly stepped aside, watching the boy shine like a new star. Meanwhile, Sun Yu gazed impassively at the native dwarf, still struggling to gather energy for his blast. In an instant, he hurled his completed energy orb at the strongest of the dwarfs. Seize the opportunity. The orb shot forth like a shooting star, trailing a long shadow towards the hapless native dwarf, who was still reddening his face in concentration. Elder, the other dwarfs, desperate to protect their elder, abandoned their own energy spheres to intercept Sun Yu's projectile. Boom! The energy spheres collided midair, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rattled the nerves of all present. Lana, watching from the sidelines, could not suppress a gasp as she covered her mouth, though she had known from the scanner that Sun Yu's energy sphere was extraordinary. Witnessing the explosion firsthand left her in awe, especially given that Sun Yu's original battle power had only been a mere 569. Damn it. The native dwarfs desperately shielded themselves from the swirling debris, incensed that victory had been within their grasp, only to be thwarted by this young boy. Yet in the next moment, a chilling voice emerged from behind the dwarf elder. I will ask you one last time. Let us leave, and I shall spare your lives. Do not force my hand. Sun Yu's heart was conflicted. The Saiyan blood coursing through him made him combative, yet perhaps due to his recent arrival in this world, he could not bring himself to commit cold-blooded slaughter. Moreover, the natives were also victims in this scenario. He wished not to entangle himself in who was right or wrong, nor did he desire to become someone else's pawn. He merely wished to pursue his own desires, nothing more. Sensing Sun Yu's lethal intent, the dwarfs regarded him with trepidation, fearful that he might snap and end their elder's life. The arena fell into an uneasy silence before the elders sighed deeply. You may go. Elder, we cannot let them escape. They will undoubtedly return with reinforcements. Indeed, Elder, we must avenge our fallen kin. Be quiet. The elder interrupted. Do you wish for him to end my life? No, Elder. The dwarfs clenched their fists, bowing their heads, unwilling to let the invaders roam free, yet even less inclined to see their beloved elder harmed. The elder regarded Sun Yu with a calm demeanor, hesitating before asking, I wish to know. Will there be further invaders attempting to conquer our planet? Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Sun Yu released his grip on the dwarf's neck, his eyes returning to normal as he replied evenly. Indeed, someone has offered a substantial bounty to hire the warriors of King Vegeta to cleanse your planet. Thus, rather than engage in futile conflict here, it would be wise to gather your belongings and flee. What? The eyes of the dwarfs filled with despair as they absorbed Sun Yu's words that in those lowly galaxies, the name of King Vegeta was as terrifying as that of the Grim Reaper. Why do you share this with us? Inquired the dwarf elder once more. Sun Yu turned towards Lana, pondering aloud. Because we are all weaklings. Observing Sun Yu's retreating figure, one of the dwarves signaled to the others with his eyes. Now is the perfect opportunity for an ambush. However, the dwarf elder shook his head, sighing. Let it be. Even if we were to slay them, it would change nothing that we should return and convene with the remaining clansmen to deliberate on our next course of action. It was only after several dwarves departed that Sun Yu exhaled in relief, dissipating the energy sphere that had been ready to coalesce at any moment. He approached Lana and said, Sister Na, let us hasten our departure from this place. Oh my, our dear Kair has become quite formidable. Lana's beautiful eyes sparkled with merriment, forming crescent shapes as she scrutinized Sun Yu from head to toe, causing his cheeks to flush. Kair, I have a question, Lana said, fixing her gaze upon Sun Yu with earnestness. Please go ahead, Sun Yu replied, his demeanor slightly uneasy. He surmised that his cousin would inevitably inquire about the Sharingan. Yet it was not that he wished to conceal anything from Lana. After all, this matter pertained to his identity as a traveler from another world, and he could not afford to be careless. Can you teach me how to control my combat power? Lana asked with a smile. Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that she would ask such a question. He wondered if Lana had noticed the peculiarity of his eyes. If she hadn't, it would indeed be for the best, saving him the trouble of further explanations. So that's what you wish to know? Control your combat power. You must first learn to harness the energy within you. Regrettably, I am unable to teach you that just yet. However, you could accompany me to a certain place where we can learn advanced concepts about energy. Sun Yu spoke no falsehood. He had previously utilized the energy sphere skill merely by relying on the replicative abilities of the Sharingan. To truly master the manipulation of energy, he would need to seek a mentor on Earth. Though the combat prowess of Earthlings was notably inferior, it was precisely due to their limitations that their research on energy was meticulous, allowing every strand of energy within them to be utilized to its utmost potential, far surpassing the Saiyans in this regard. What place is this? Please tell me, Lana exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of learning energy control. She clung to Sun Yu's arm, shaking it enthusiastically. Sun Yu found his arm brushing against certain soft areas of her body, yet he maintained an air of obliviousness, which made it increasingly difficult for him to keep composure. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to maintain his calm demeanor as he said, That place is called Earth, a small planet within the Milky Way. Earth, the Milky Way? Lana echoed, grappling with the unfamiliar terms. The two quickly made their way to the spacecraft they had arrived in. However, to their dismay, aside from the few ships that had been taken by those who departed earlier, only one intact spacecraft remained. There's only one spacecraft left. What shall we do? Lana said, hands on her hips. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at the sole usable ship. Sister Na, how about we squeeze in together? Sun Yu replied with a mischievous grin. Hey, Kair, are you thinking those ridiculous thoughts again? Lana's face turned as red as a ripe apple, seemingly recalling certain indescribable events from before. No, Sister Na, my thoughts are very pure, Sun Yu declared, placing a hand over his heart, as if speaking with utmost sincerity. If I catch you engaging in any improper behavior, you'd better watch out, Lana warned, playfully shaking her fist at Sun Yu. Thus, the two of them squeezed into the spacecraft, which was originally designed for one person. Once inside, Sun Yu promptly searched the ship's database for Earth's location. And soon enough, all information regarding Earth was displayed before them. Earth, with a maximum detected combat power of under 300, its biosphere is exceedingly fragile, temperatures are erratic, and gravity is relatively low. Overall assessment: a low-tier planet. Not worth initiating an invasion. That if there are specific needs, it is recommended to dispatch newborn infants, with an invasion expected to be completed within 3 years. Kerr, are you certain this is the place you mentioned for learning to control energy? After reading the information, Lana cast a skeptical glance at Sun Yu. How absurd! They actually deem my beloved Earth unworthy of invasion, and I can only imagine the reactions of those Earthlings upon receiving such news. Should they weep or laugh? Sun Yu mused, but Sister Na, this is indeed the place that I assure you, you'll enjoy it once you visit, he asserted. After setting the automatic navigation system, they prepared to enter sleep mode. The journey to Earth would take a year, meaning Sun Yu and Lana would share the confines of the small spacecraft for an entire year, which was an exhilarating thought. Kair, what are you smiling about? Nothing, sister. Now let's enter sleep mode quickly. A year is quite a stretch. Once everything was in order, Sun Yu and Lana embarked on their journey to Earth. Earth of the Dragon Ball world. Here I come. Sun Yu silently cheered within. As time swiftly passed, the year 738 of the age of Earth approached, and their spacecraft had entered the Milky Way, with only a few days remaining until they reached their destination at this point. Sun Yu had completely lost interest in sleep. Gazing through the spacecraft's window at the familiar yet alien Milky Way, his mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, observing the still, slumbering Lana beside him. Sun Yu recalled the numerous times he had awoken during the journey. He was no paragon of virtue. Having a beauty at his side without indulging in anything would be a disservice to both the party and the people. However, this young lady was quite alert. Even the slightest hint of his overzealous actions would rouse her, resulting in a flurry of playful reprimands. That it was precisely this dynamic that rendered the long and tedious journey vibrant and colorful. A blend of pain and joy. Aside from his incessant thoughts of taking advantage of Lana, Sun Yu had not neglected his training. During the periods of wakefulness, he utilized the Sharingan to meticulously study the energy pathways within his body. Thanks to the unparalleled ability of Sharingan to perceive energy, Sun Yu began to grasp many characteristics of energy, and through numerous training sessions, his aura became increasingly subdued and potent. If Lana were to check my combat power with a scouter now, she would surely be astonished. Sun Yu mused silently. Before long, as the spacecraft entered the solar system, it began to decelerate. The effects of prior momentum caused the ship to shake violently. Lana, stirred from her slumber, rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched luxuriously, exuding a vibrant, untamed beauty. Wow, that planet must be Earth, Lana exclaimed, peering out the window at the vast, azure globe. A prodigy among mid-tier warriors, she had traversed countless planets. Yet she had never encountered one as breathtaking as this. I told you you'd like it. Just a heads up, Earth cuisine ranks among the finest in the entire universe. Sun Yu feigned mystery that it was no jest. Being a bargaining chip in negotiations with the renowned god of destruction, Beerus, Earth's delicacies could rightfully claim the title of cosmic supremacy without dispute. Now that you mention it, I'm absolutely famished. Kyra, I want food. Planet Vegeta. Report to King Vegeta. We have an abnormal flight record for a spacecraft. Amidst the festivities, a guard approached King Vegeta with the news. An abnormal flight record? King Vegeta, having just extricated himself from the tedious banquet, appeared displeased. What is the situation? Speak. The matter is as follows. A spacecraft previously dispatched to cleanse the dwarf planet has now veered off course, heading to the 8021 XY sector without any orders. Our technicians accessed their preset destination, and it appears to be a lowly planet called Earth, the guard reported respectfully. Acting independently, are they? They better be going to conquer that planet for me. Otherwise, they'll face my wrath. Prepare a file on this matter, and in 2 years, send someone to investigate. You know what to do. King Vegeta's face darkened. Understood, Your Majesty, the guard replied, acknowledging the command. In a remote suburban area of the southern part of a certain nation's Dongdu. A brilliant radiance streaked across the sky like a meteor. Following this luminous display, a deafening roar erupted from the desolate outskirts, the result of the cosmic vessel carrying Sun Yu and his companion making intimate contact with the Earth. We've finally arrived, Sun Yu exclaimed as he pulled Lana out of the spacecraft, stretching leisurely and feeling an overwhelming sense of elation. Kyra, I feel that the gravity on this planet is quite minimal. Is it really possible to learn the methods of cultivating energy in such a place? Lana observed her surroundings, pouting slightly as she spoke. Let me put it this way. The initial combat power of humans on Earth is 0 at birth. However, upon reaching adulthood, some exceptional individuals can attain a combat power exceeding 10. Yet, among this race, there are those who can elevate their combat prowess to over 260 through dedicated study of martial arts. Sun Yu paused for a moment before continuing. Given how poor the foundational attributes of Earthlings are, such a significant enhancement is remarkable. Just imagine if we were to master such cultivation techniques. What heights do you suppose your combat power could reach? If what you say is true, then it's entirely possible for my combat power to exceed 10,000 upon adulthood, Riker, upon hearing the prospect of such a vast increase in her combat ability. Lana's eyes sparkled with excitement. You're thrilled at the thought of surpassing 10,000? Sun Yu mused inwardly, aware that according to the lore of the Dragon Ball anime, Goku was said to possess power that transcended the limits of a Saiyan when he completed 100-fold gravity training. In essence, a Saiyan only truly entered the preliminary stage of power development upon reaching a combat level of 90,000. However, these thoughts were not something Sun Yu could share with Lana. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Naturally, surpassing 10,000 isn't considered significant. Wow, Kaira, you can't be fooling me. A combat power of 10,000 would surely surpass that of King Vegeta. I'll return to become the new queen of planet Vegeta." Lana exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she danced around. Sun Yu, on the other hand, broke into a cold sweat, contemplating whether bringing her to Earth was a wise decision. He silently hoped she wouldn't whimsically decide to conquer Earth, as he preferred to first establish herself as a queen here. "Kaira, take me to train with the strong warriors of Earth," Lana urged eagerly. "All right," Sun Yu replied casually, donning a power level detector on his ear. "Let us see where these powerful beings are hiding." Beep, beep, beep. The readings indicated low combat powers. 3, 5, 7. After a thorough scan, he found that none exceeded 50, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. How could it be that I can't detect anyone? They must be concealing their auras. It made sense, given that according to the Dragon Ball storyline, Goku had not yet arrived on Earth during this period, which was characterized by a prevailing peace. The most formidable being at this time was none other than the almighty Kai, who was not a combat-oriented Namekian. Thus his aura was entirely reclusive. Consequently, locating him with the detector was impossible. As for Master Roshi, he was known to be an elderly man more interested in lewd magazines and thoughts of inappropriate encounters. What a dismal start. Sun Yu lamented helplessly. "Hey, Kaira, I'm hungry. Let us grab something to eat," Lana suggested. Noticing Sun Yu's troubled expression, Sun Yu soared into the air and spotted a city not far off, agreeing to her proposal. "All right, let us eat first. My little foodie. Tish, you're the one who is a foodie. Besides, I'm older than you," Lana retorted, rolling her eyes at him. "Wait, Sun Yu called out to her. There is a saying that goes when in Rome. Do as the Romans do. You promised me you wouldn't act recklessly on Earth. You must pay for food here. Do you have any money?" Lana tilted her head, inquiring. Clearly, Sun Yu had anticipated this question and smiled mysteriously, saying, "Let us go rob a bank." Sun Yu had no intention of emulating certain protagonists from novels who hunted beasts to trade their pelts for money. Such acts were unbecoming of a noble Saiyan. He was now an invincible being on Earth, and found himself whimsically curious about the experience of robbing a bank. Imagining himself smashing an ATM machine with a single punch and retrieving heaps of cash was undeniably enticing. Of course, this was merely a mischievous thought for him. After all, he was about to confront Frieza, who sought to dominate the universe. He would not wait idly for Goku to grow stronger and hope that Goku would ultimately defeat Frieza. If possible, Sun Yu preferred to confront Frieza himself and crush him beneath his feet. Although Lana did not fully comprehend the meaning of robbing a bank, she was intrigued by Sun Yu's animated description. The pair swiftly arrived at the heart of the city, where the architecture bore a striking resemblance to that of the Dragon Ball world, showcasing a civilization far more advanced than the Earth Sun Yu had known before his journey. As they approached an imposing building emblazoned with the words Eastern Bank, Sun Yu decisively declared, "This will be our target. Lana, let us go in, but remember not to harm anyone." Lana nodded in agreement. And they descended rapidly to the ground, only to find chaos unfolding at the bank's entrance, with people scattering in every direction as if something had gone awry. Curious, Sun Yu stopped an elderly man with white hair and asked, "Excuse me, sir, do you know what is happening up ahead?" "Ah, young man, you're unaware? There are armed robbers inside the bank, and they've taken many hostages that I suggest you don't go any closer to avoid getting caught in the crossfire," the elderly man advised gently. "What?" Sun Yu was taken aback, realizing that even robbing a bank required waiting in line these days, which he found intolerable. Just then, the blaring sirens of police cars echoed as they sped past. Officers disembarking and shouting through loudspeakers. "Listen up. You are surrounded. Release the hostages and surrender immediately." "Lana, let us go check it out." Sun Yu was genuinely furious. The audacity of these robbers to intrude at such an inconvenient moment was intolerable. "All right, I'm with you," Lana agreed, and the two boldly made their way toward Eastern Bank. The nearby officers, noticing the duo, approached with stern expressions, barking, "Hey, you two kids, get back. There are robbers inside. Don't interfere with our work." Just as Sun Yu was about to respond, Lana's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her aura erupted like a force of nature, akin to the arrival of death itself, as she channeled her nearly 912 combat power into a colossal hand that gripped the throat of the officer. The unfortunate East City policeman trembled as if he had stepped on a live wire, nearly dancing to an unheard disco beat. "Lana, he's about to pass out. You promised me you wouldn't kill Earthlings recklessly," Sun Yu admonished. Although Lana had spent the past year in slumber, her combat power had grown from 874 to 912, thankfully without unleashing her full pressure. Had she done so, her sheer force could have frightened the poor Earthling to death in an instant. Once she retracted her aura, Lana playfully stuck out her tongue at Sun Yu, her previous menacing demeanor completely transformed. "Ugh, you really are something else," Sun Yu sighed in relief, choosing to ignore the officer who lay on the ground. Incapacitated and having lost control of his bladder, the two of them marched confidently into the bank. As they passed, no one dared to obstruct their path, not even the once arrogant East City officers. Entering the bank's grand hall, Sun Yu found himself disinterested in admiring the opulence of Eastern Bank's design. Inside, there were 7 to 8 robbers, none of whom posed a threat, their combat power not exceeding 5 in Sun Yu and Lana's eyes. The robbers were divided into 2 groups. 3 were vigilantly watching over the hostages in the hall, while the remaining 5 had already retrieved several large bags of cash from the vault. Showcasing quite the spectacle, if they had successfully carried out the robbery, the money would have been sufficient for them to squander for several lifetimes. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Sun Yu. The appearance of Sun Yu and Lana immediately drew the attention of one of the robbers, who exchanged a knowing glance with his companion before striding towards them, brandishing a semi-automatic submachine gun, and barked, "Hey kid, you better behave and squat over there, or I'll blow your head off." However, Sun Yu and Lana naturally paid no heed to the robbers' threats, continuing to walk straight towards the group of robbers clutching the cash. "Hey," I said. The ignored robber raised his submachine gun, aiming directly at Sun Yu. Yet, the moment he lifted his weapon, Lana swiftly waved her right hand, sending him flying several meters away, crashing to the ground, unconscious that, "Oh dear, I just saw you being threatened, and in a fit of urgency, I lost my sense of restraint. Kyle, you won't hold it against me, will you?" Lana wore a pitiful expression reminiscent of a child who had misbehaved, nearly convincing Sun Yu to sympathize with her. Ridiculous. How could a proud Saiyan be intimidated by a mere submachine gun? Could you not come up with a better excuse? It is evident that your hand was itching for action. Deep down, you're just a mad, violent person, yet you perpetually don an innocent facade. What on earth are you trying to achieve? Sun Yu felt utterly exasperated, realizing he had no means to discipline his cousin. The mission of guiding her was indeed a daunting task. Damn it. What have you done to Paul? The commotion caused by Lana had completely captured the attention of everyone in the bank lobby, with all the robbers loading their weapons, approaching Sun Yu and Lana with malicious intent. "Put down the money, and I will let you go," Sun Yu declared with a grim expression. "Huh." The robbers present erupted into laughter as if they had just heard the funniest joke. "I say, little brat, you still don't grasp the situation, do you? There's 7 of us, all armed to the teeth. Even if you manage to ambush and take down Paul, so what?" One burly bald robber stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "Boss, stop wasting time with them. Let me teach these 2 kids a lesson." The other robbers sneered as they parted to make way for the bald giant, who approached Sun Yu, towering above him, and said, "Kid, if you can withstand a punch from me, all this money will be yours. Ha." The other robbers erupted in raucous laughter, while the hostages cowered, displaying expressions of sympathy. Sun Yu merely nodded calmly, and the bald giant, with dreams of grandeur, swung a punch at him. With a dull thud, the anticipated scene of the boy being sent flying never materialized. Instead, the bald giant's fist struck Sun Yu as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall, leaving him with a numb wrist. This is impossible. Good heavens, he didn't even flinch. Could this boy be made of iron? Sun Yu paid no mind to the onlookers' murmurs. He had no intention of clashing with these robbers. Was it entertaining to bully those with a combat power below 5? If these robbers could cooperate a little, he would gladly take the money and leave. However, since they insisted on causing trouble, a minor punishment was in order. Yes, that was decided. Under the gaze of the crowd, Sun Yu gently raised his right hand, extending his index finger, slowly pointing towards the bald giant. The motion was exceedingly slow. Yet all eyes were fixated on his outstretched finger, which finally made contact with the bald giant. In the next moment, the giant was sent flying several meters, crashing against the wall, blood spewing forth. Though perhaps due to Sun Yu's careful control, he remained alive, certainly an improvement compared to Paul. Yet, the mere touch of Sun Yu's finger had left the remaining robbers questioning their very existence. This defied the laws of physics. Bah! At a time like this, who cared about physics? They needed to regain control. Thus, the remaining robbers drew their most formidable weapons, the semi-automatic submachine guns they wielded, reputed to be capable of killing anyone in their path. Earlier, it was mentioned that Lana tended to lose her sense of restraint when someone named Sun was threatened. She paid little mind to how flimsy this reasoning was, and once more, she sprang into action. Crack, crack, crack! The sounds of shattering bones echoed throughout the bank lobby. No one witnessed Lana's movements, as her speed was simply too swift. The crowd only perceived a blur, followed by the unmistakable sounds of bones fracturing. And soon 5 robbers, who had been brandishing their weapons just moments ago, lay sprawled on the ground. Sun Yu cast a furtive glance at the East Capitol police officers cowering by the door, who were clearly terrified. He let out a resigned sigh before turning to the seemingly innocent and pitiful Lana, saying, "You a Saiyan, engaging in acts of bullying ordinary people. Don't you feel ashamed?" Lana chuckled sheepishly when suddenly a loud shout pierced the air. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill this hostage." It seemed Lana had overlooked one robber, who, instead of lying still and playing dead, had chosen this moment to make a scene. Sun Yu twitched his lips, turning to face the dramatic robber, who was indeed holding a hostage at gunpoint, glaring ominously at Sun Yu and Lana. Perhaps the robber mistakenly believed Sun Yu to be a paragon of justice assisting the police. However, as Sun Yu gazed at the hostage, he found the figure strikingly familiar. The hostage was young, somewhat frail, with disheveled silver hair and thick glasses that framed a pair of slightly bewildered eyes, adorned with a prominent mustache. This face was indeed recognizable. Sun Yu mused, though he couldn't quite place it. Perhaps he resembled a character from the Dragon Ball anime. If this hostage were indeed a character from that series, he could not afford to ignore the situation. Thus, Sun Yu forced a friendly smile, addressing the panicking robber. "Hey, buddy. Don't come any closer." The robber was instantly seized by terror, and in his panic, the sound of a gunshot rang out, the bullet narrowly missing the hostage's head. Even Lana's super speed could not intercept the bullet in time, not to mention that she might not care about the hostage's fate. Alas, it seems the world needed saving once more. Sun Yu lamented inwardly. While he might not match Lana's speed, he possessed the Sharingan. During a year aboard the spaceship, Sun Yu had discovered a new ability of the Sharingan, known for its unparalleled copying prowess. The Sharingan also endowed him with extraordinary insight, enabling him to perceive any technique and discern rapidly moving objects. After a year of experimentation, he had stumbled upon the revelation that activating the Sharingan could indeed influence the passage of time. Through numerous trials, he concluded that when he exerted his full physical capabilities, he could successfully halt the flow of time within a 2-meter radius for 2 seconds. This was essentially an upgraded version of the Sharingan. For an ordinary individual, 2 seconds might seem fleeting, barely altering circumstances. But for Sun Yu, it was a world of difference. As the robber fired his weapon, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, creating a time stasis field within a radius of several dozen meters. Everyone present was rendered immobile, as if caught in a suspension spell, and the 2 seconds of stillness commenced. First, Sun Yu took a mere 0.01 seconds to appear before the robber, who remained frozen in a state of sheer horror, an utterly comical sight. Sun Yu had no interest in lingering over this disheveled criminal. He deftly plucked the suspended bullet from the air and reoriented it towards the robber's knee. Now that was a true case of a bullet to the knee. While the joke of getting shot in the knee was a well-worn trope, Sun Yu couldn't help but envision the robber reminiscing about this tragic moment in his life, saying, "I used to be an excellent robber. I even robbed the largest bank in the world, until I caught a bullet in the knee." Imagining the robber's expression as he recounted the tale, Sun Yu stifled a laugh, even breaking into a brief bout of beatboxing. With the hostage now rescued, he pondered what to do with the remaining 1.5 seconds. Sun Yu languidly cast a glance at Lana. It was a glance that proved hazardous, nearly causing a nosebleed. One must admit, the perceptive prowess of Sun Yu's Sharingan was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, it seemed as though the layer of soft armor encasing Lana was rendered transparent in Sun Yu's eyes, allowing him to unabashedly survey her exquisite figure. Although what he beheld was a unique perspective granted solely by Sharingan, he reminded himself that one should not be excessively greedy. Alas, Lana's figure had grown increasingly alluring. It would be wise to avert his gaze in the future to avoid overwhelming his senses. Sun Yu jested inwardly, his eyes still fervently fixed upon Lana. "Hey, Kyle, your gaze is rather lewd. Were you thinking?" Lana's sudden admonition startled Sun Yu. Causing his Sharingan to vanish in an instant, he stared at her in astonishment, his heart racing. Was there not a second of stasis left? How had Lana regained her freedom so swiftly? A soul-piercing scream echoed through the hall, the voice of the robber. But Sun Yu found himself devoid of interest in the robber's fate. He lamented the unfortunate realization that the stasis effect of the Sharingan diminished significantly against a being more powerful than himself. "Kyle, why are your eyes so red? It's quite frightening." Lana approached Sun Yu, inquiring. "Huh. Haha. Sometimes it just does that. I can't quite figure out either." Sun Yu laughed awkwardly. Before Lana could press further, he seized a bag of cash from the floor, ready to make his escape. Just then, a group of police officers from Dongdu nervously entered, trembling as they addressed Sun Yu. "Sir? Oh no. Young hero, great one. Please leave the cash behind." "Wait. Scram." Sun Yu's expression hardened as he barked. "Get it straight. I'm here to rob the bank, all right? We are the police of Dongdu." A few officers swallowed hard, gathering their resolve to say, "If you insist on taking that bag of cash, then we have no choice but to." Their intentions seemed to imply drawing their weapons, yet their trembling hands betrayed their inability to even grip their guns steadily. "Humph," Sun Yu scoffed, striding towards the officers, who immediately crumpled in fear, unable to utter a coherent sentence. "Is it really necessary to be so terrified of me?" Sun Yu thought, 3 black lines appearing on his forehead, reflecting on how, had he not stepped in front of Lana just now, they would all be in a morgue by now. A timid voice emerged from behind Sun Yu. He turned to see the recently rescued hostage. "Yes, what is it?" The hostage evidently summoned great courage. Addressing Sun Yu and Lana, "If you both are in need of funds, I have some savings that I could share with you. With someone offered financial assistance. Sun Yu could hardly refuse. So, sir, are you quite wealthy?" Upon hearing Sun Yu's question, the hostage chuckled bashfully. "I run a company and have made a modest profit over the past 2 years. If you don't mind, might I ask for a favor in return?" It seems the bank heist is not meant to be today. I want to get to experience the thrill of smashing an ATM. Sun Yu mused, feeling somewhat shortchanged. "All right then, we're hungry. Please take us somewhere to eat. And afterward procure us some fresh attire. Is that acceptable?" Sun Yu tossed the cash he had taken from the robber to the police officers of Dongdu and stated thus. "Absolutely, absolutely." The hostage eagerly patted his satchel, indicating it was filled with money. "I am Brivus. May I ask how to address you both?" "Kylisas, but you may call me Sun Yu if it's simpler. This is my cousin, Lana. You may refer to her as Sunshine." Sun Yu casually provided his real name, wishing to avoid being called Kylisas in this world, and he assigned Lana an Earth name as well. Upon hearing the name Sun Yu had given her, Lana's face flushed, and she pouted, saying, "Hey, Kyle, please refrain from arbitrarily naming people. My name is Lana." Feigning ignorance to Lana's protest, Sun Yu exited the bank amidst the profuse gratitude of the Dongdu police, with Lana and Brivus, the newly appointed financier, trailing behind. Let us first venture to that exquisite food street ahead. The Saiyan's appetite could accommodate 36 times their body weight in food, and for those in their developmental years, they could surpass that limit even further. The unsuspecting Brivus Veli led Sun Yu and Lana to Dongdu's most luxurious hotel, ordering an extravagant banquet to showcase his hospitality. After he had declared, "Please indulge yourselves," Sun Yu and Lana descended upon the feast with the fervor of famished souls. What does it mean to sweep away the remnants of a storm? In Brivus's mind, a table laden with enough food to satisfy a dozen adults was devoured by these two youths in merely 3 minutes. Each plate was left spotless, as if they had never been touched. "Waitstaff, bring us 20 more of each dish," Sun Yu commanded loudly to the petrified server. "Kyle, don't forget about me. I want my share too." Lana elegantly wiped the grease from her lips, bashfully addressing Sun Yu. "Oh, then, waitstaff, bring us 40 of each." As soon as the words left his lips, Brivus, clutching his chest, fainted on the spot. "Oh no, this gentleman has fainted from hunger. Hey, waitstaff, hurry and serve the food. We have someone unconscious here." Thus, the chefs at the Dongdu Grand Hotel faced their darkest day since employment, nearly exhausting their entire stock, after 3 hours of relentless work. The beleaguered chefs could no longer bear the burden and called the police. Calling the police? How absurd. However, the same Dongdu officers arrived, slapping the chef who had made the call and leaving him with a warning. "If you cannot serve these two properly, expect to find yourselves incarcerated." 10 hours later, Sun Yu and Lana both emitted contented burps, signaling the conclusion of their feast. "Hey, Uncle Brivus, didn't we agree to go shopping afterward? Why are you taking us to your home first?" Sun Yu queried, perplexed by Brivus's invitation to visit his residence. Brivus discreetly patted his empty wallet, having withdrawn 1.2 million in cash from the bank, now entirely spent. Yet he forced a smile, saying, "Well, my wife has prepared dessert at home. I wonder if you both would like to try it." "Really? That sounds wonderful. Kyle, let us hurry." Lana, utterly enchanted by Earth's culinary delights, exclaimed, "Thus the adage holds true. To conquer a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach." Ultimately, Brivus successfully navigated his immediate financial crisis. Reclining comfortably in Brivus's spacious luxury vehicle, Lana rested her head on Sun Yu's shoulder, quietly admiring the scenic views. This was indeed the essence of life. Before long, they arrived at Brivus's home, where servants attended to Sun Yu and Lana's bathing needs. The servant attending to Sun Yu did not display undue curiosity upon noticing his tail, perhaps owing to the existence of diverse races in the Dragon Ball universe. They accepted beings such as pig-headed and tiger-headed people. Thus, Saiyans with tails were not regarded as anomalies. After a refreshing wash, the servant selected the latest fashionable attire for Sun Yu and Lana. Once everything was in order, they were invited to the living room to savor some desserts. Upon entering the living room, when Sun Yu beheld Brivus's young and beautiful wife with her golden curls, cradling a doll-like, blue-haired little girl, he felt as though a thunderbolt had struck his mind. That moment, Sun Yu finally noticed the logo on Brivus's uniform. "Capsule Corporation, I remember now. You are the father of Bulma." Sun Yu realized, casting a knowing glance at Uncle Brivus, the genius scientist, founder of Capsule Corp, and future world tycoon. How does Mr. Sun know my daughter?" Brivus exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Dr. Brivus, you are too kind." Upon recognizing Brivus' identity, Sun Yu felt compelled to act with utmost respect. "Doctor, may I request a favor of you?" Sun Yu's sudden shift in demeanor left everyone in the room taken aback. Especially with Lana. She found herself increasingly unable to comprehend her cousin. "Mr. Sun, you are too kind. Please feel free to ask if you need anything." Brivus was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess possessed by Sun Yu and Lana. Moreover, he was genuinely grateful for Sun Yu's life-saving assistance. Thus, he dared not be presumptuous. Upon hearing Brivus's response, Sun Yu chuckled softly and leaned in closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "You see, Dr. Brivus, I require a training room where gravity can be adjusted at will, with a temporary upper limit set at 100 times. I trust you can manage that." 100 times? Brivus exclaimed in astonishment. "Mr. Sun, creating the gravity training room you desire is certainly not difficult. But do you understand what setting gravity to 100 times entails?" "Of course," Sun Yu replied nonchalantly. Shrugging his shoulders, he then referenced the original text. "A person weighing 60 kilograms would weigh 6 tons under 100 times gravity." "Am I mistaken?" Brivus nodded mechanically, observing Sun Yu's calm demeanor. Reflecting on the power Sun Yu had previously displayed, Beerus ultimately gritted his teeth and conceded, "Very well, since this is Mr. Sun's request, I shall give it a try. Please, Mr. Sun, make yourself at home while I head to the lab to study this gravity training room. Thank you, Doctor. Please do what you must." Sun Yu replied. Beerus retreated to the laboratory. Mrs. Beerus departed to prepare more desserts for Lana. In the living room, only Lana, licking the remnants of cake from her hands, and Bulma, who was exchanging glances with Sun Yu, remained. I never expected Bulma to be so adorable as a child. The series of events left Sun Yu feeling somewhat overwhelmed, as he found himself staring blankly at Bulma. Then, almost instinctively, he reached out a hand and gently pinched her rosy cheek. So soft was Sun Yu's immediate impression of Bulma's face. Heavens, could it be that I am a potential Lilicon? No, absolutely not. It was merely a slip of the hand. Hey, some people can't even resist such a small girl. Lana glared at Sun Yu with disdain, causing his face to flush. It was just a momentary lapse. Haha, Sun Yu defended himself. Come here, little sister. Be careful of certain bad people doing strange things to you. Lana instantly transformed into a warm older sister, opening her arms toward the little lowly Bulma. Okay, Bulma replied softly, then sat beside Lana, reaching out to pinch the tail wrapped around Lana's waist. Hey, Sister Lana, clarify what you mean by me doing strange things to her, Sun Yu said, staring at Lana. Let's not discuss that. What exactly was that gravity training room you asked the doctor to create? Lana inquired curiously. Just as I mentioned earlier, in a training room with 100 times gravity, a 60-kilogram body would directly become 6 tons. That if we can adapt to the gravity in that environment, our combat power could conservatively be estimated to reach 90,000. Sun Yu replied nonchalantly. 90,000? How is that even possible? It wasn't that Lana was unwilling to believe Sun Yu, but that figure seemed astronomical to her at that moment. 90,000 combat power. Was this still the Saiyans? Sun Yu smiled slightly, standing up and walking to the window. Sister Lana, you must never underestimate the potential of us Saiyans. 90,000 combat power is merely the preliminary stage of combat power development. Only when one's combat power reaches 3 million will they truly enter a limit. At that point, conventional training methods will become insufficient for further enhancement. To grow stronger, one must transform into the legendary Golden Warrior. Also known as Super Saiyan, transforming into a Super Saiyan allows for a direct increase of 50 times the original combat power. This means that the original 3 million combat power would surge to 150 million, a truly terrifying number. The path ahead is long and arduous. Out of the corner of his eye, Sun Yu caught sight of a small black creature in the yard and instantly smiled, recognizing it as the beloved pet of the Beerus couple that spanned the entirety of the Dragon Ball series. It was currently rolling around with a Dragon Ball. Wait a minute, a Dragon Ball? Sun Yu could no longer maintain his composure, but he mentally cursed the Beerus ancestors for generations, realizing they had allowed a Dragon Ball to be used as a toy by a pet. The world of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. He leapt from the window, quickly approaching the small black creature, seizing it by the neck with one hand while picking up the Dragon Ball with the other. Ah, little son, how did you end up in the yard? Mrs. Beerus returned to the living room, holding a large platter of pastries, just in time to see Sun Yu in the yard. Lana also emerged from the house, casually taking a pastry from Mrs. Beerus's platter while asking, "Same question, Kale. You didn't come out just to pick up this glass ball, did you?" "Yes, indeed, Mrs. Beerus. Do you know the origins of this object?" Sun Yu countered. Mrs. Beerus pointed to Bulma, who was hiding behind Lana. "Oh, that glass ball was found by Bulma on the roadside. Scratch is particularly fond of it, so we kept it for him as a toy." Scratch was the name of the small black creature. This object is called a Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total. When all 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon to grant any wish. Sun Yu explained succinctly. Mrs. Beerus, this object emits a stable wavelength. Could you possibly create a radar to detect its location? Such a marvelous item exists. I'll ask my husband about it. Please enjoy the pastries for now. Mrs. Beerus said as she accepted the Dragon Ball from Sun Yu. The gravity training room can wait. If possible, please prioritize the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu suggested. Understood. With that, Mrs. Beerus hurried off to her husband's laboratory. Kales, what you said about the Dragon Ball is really true. Lana clearly displayed a keen interest in the Dragon Balls at Oh, well, you know about Namek? Namek, you mean? Lana had indeed heard of the legend surrounding Namek. But like most aliens, she assumed they were merely exaggerated tales. Sun Yu nodded. Yes, the legends of Namek are true, and so are the Dragon Balls of Earth. However, the Dragon Balls of Earth are somewhat inferior compared to those of Namek. You could consider them a counterfeit version of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Wow, Kale, you know so much. Lana exclaimed. Have you thought about what wish you would make? Though she outwardly asked about Sun Yu's wish. Inwardly, she harbored a desire of her own that she wished could be fulfilled. Not yet. I'll decide when the time comes. In truth, Sun Yu wished to use the Dragon Ball radar to locate Karen Tower and train with the Guardian. TCH, you're such a blockhead. Lana muttered in discontent. In the following days, Sun Yu procured weighted armor for both himself and Lana, akin to what Goku wore in the original Dragon Ball, with each set weighing 900 kilograms. Even Lana, whose combat power exceeded 900, found it somewhat challenging to wear for the first time. The day after, Dr. Beerus successfully created the Dragon Ball radar. Indeed, having someone with exceptional technological prowess by one side was incredibly convenient. After acquiring the radar, Sun Yu intended to bid farewell to the Beerus couple, who implored him to stay. However, Sun Yu was resolute in his decision to leave, upon hearing that her older brother Sun was departing. Little lowly Bulma's eyes turned red with tears, her appearance tugging at the heartstrings. If you were a bit older, I could take you on adventures with me. Sun Yu lamented. Kale, you really do have your sights set on Bulma. Lana fanned the flames from the side. Ultimately, Sun Yu had no choice but to produce the most effective weapon against the little lowly. A lollipop. There's an old saying in China. There is no lowly you cannot conquer. Only lollipops you cannot afford. After successfully appeasing Bulma, Sun Yu finally embarked on the quest for the Dragon Balls with Lana. The process of searching for the Dragon Balls began with a modicum of excitement. Sun Yu, however, soon realized that for individuals of their caliber, there was no one on Earth who could obstruct their progress, leading to an unexpectedly smooth search for the Dragon Balls. Thus, the only joy during their journey came from Sun Yu and Lana indulging in gluttony, and the delight of dining without paying, provoking the restaurant owners to chase them down the streets. Ultimately, it has evolved into a situation where they have transformed the beloved Dragon Balls into mere delicacies on the tip of the tongue. The whereabouts of the Dragon Balls have become inconsequential. What truly matters is the presence of delectable cuisine. On a certain plateau, at the Bowsy Mountain, Grandpa Gohan, the roasted earth dragon you prepared is simply exquisite. Lana savored the roasted earth dragon in her hands, sincerely praising Grandpa Gohan's culinary skills. Indeed, Sun Wukong and Lana had arrived at Bowsy Mountain, as Grandpa Gohan possessed a 4-star Dragon Ball. Upon learning of their intentions, Grandpa Gohan not only readily presented the Dragon Ball, but also warmly treated them to a feast. Haha, as long as you enjoy it, there's plenty more to come, he chuckled, after a satisfying meal. Sun Wukong, feeling content, stretched lazily and suddenly recalled something. He turned to Grandpa Gohan and said, If I'm not mistaken, you are a disciple of Master Roshi, aren't you? Sun Wukong's words took Grandpa Gohan by surprise. But he readily confirmed, How does Sun Xiaoyu know my master? That lecherous old man is known to anyone who has ever watched Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong exclaimed, I have long wished to pay my respects, but the opportunity has eluded me. He pondered whether Grandpa Gohan could demonstrate the legendary Kamehameha technique from the Turtle School. You wish to learn the Kamehameha? Grandpa Gohan discerned Sun Wukong's thoughts. Yes, Sun Wukong affirmed decisively, expressing a desire for guidance in his training. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Gohan's expression shifted slightly before he replied, However, Sun Xiaoyu, if I perceive correctly, your strength far surpasses mine. Perhaps only my master could offer you proper guidance. Yet, I can certainly demonstrate the Kamehameha once. All right, I appreciate it. Sun Wukong looked at Grandpa Gohan with eager anticipation. Subsequently, Grandpa Gohan stepped into the open area before the door, with Sun Wukong and Lana closely following. Observing intently, Grandpa Gohan joined his hands before his chest, his aura suddenly surging, then slowly lowered his hands to his waist, shouting, Kamehameha! With a thunderous sound, a massive boulder ahead was obliterated by the energy wave. Grandpa Gohan, exhaling deeply, turned to Sun Wukong with a joyful expression, asking so. Did you see it clearly? Would you like to give it a try? Just as Sun Wukong retracted his Sharingan, he smiled slightly at Grandpa Gohan and said, All right, I shall attempt it. No worries, young friend. Go ahead and try to. If anything seems amiss, I will humbly point out. Grandpa Gohan stepped aside, watching as Sun Wukong approached the yard. I could see this moment. Sun Wukong was filled with exhilaration. He recalled countless childhood attempts to mimic the Kamehameha. Now, he would finally unleash this technique and fulfill a long-held dream. Casually joining his hands before his chest, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful aura. The intensity of Sun Wukong's energy sent a jolt through Grandpa Gohan's heart, his complexion paling instantly. Despite his efforts to estimate Sun Wukong's power, he realized he had underestimated him. Damn that Kale. When did he become so formidable? Lana gritted her teeth beside him, unable to accurately gauge Sun Wukong's battle power without a scouter. Yet she sensed that Sun Wukong's strength was likely very close to her own, igniting a sense of crisis within her. Sun Wukong swiftly pulled his hands back to his waist, a terrifying light emanating from his palms as his aura reached new heights, shaking the very ground around him. Suddenly thrusting his palms forward, a robust wave of energy surged forth, hurtling towards the distant hills. The earth trembled violently as the hills erupted into countless fragments. Gulp. Witnessing the spectacle, Grandpa Gohan was left utterly astonished. His eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, momentarily rendered speechless after boasting about guiding Sun Wukong. My apologies, I inadvertently exerted too much force. Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly as he addressed Grandpa Gohan. Ah, truly, heroes emerge from youth. Sun Xiaoyou's talent is simply astonishing. It seems I'm growing old. Grandpa Gohan laughed at himself. While the Kamehameha is a low-tier martial technique, its unique ability to store energy and unleash it in a second wave provides it with unparalleled potential for enhancement. This is precisely why Sun Wukong has such an affinity for this technique. After exchanging a few more words, Sun Wukong bid farewell to Grandpa Gohan and continued on his quest for the Dragon Balls. With the recently acquired 4-star ball, Sun Wukong now possessed a total of 4 Dragon Balls, leaving 3 remaining. Following the indications of the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Wukong and Lana swiftly flew toward the tropical regions in the south. As they neared the location of the Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong spotted a towering white spire rising like a cloud ahead. He grinned widely, for he had finally found the legendary sacred place. Korin Tower, home of the divine Korin. Korin Tower is situated atop the tropical plains of the southern world, safeguarded by generations of indigenous villagers that it is revered as the birthplace of martial arts. Attracting countless martial artists over the centuries, all attempting to ascend Korin Tower. Yet thus far, it seems only Master Matedo has succeeded. Kale, look, it appears there are soldiers down below. Lana pointed out a large group of individuals to Sun Wukong. Following her gaze, he indeed saw numerous armed soldiers stationed near a village by Korin Tower. However, each soldier wore a fierce expression, mercilessly assaulting innocent villagers. Could it be that they too were after the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong surmised this possibility, recalling that in the original Dragon Ball, the guardians of Korin Tower, the Bora father and son, indeed possessed a Dragon Ball, specifically a 3-star ball. Kale, let us go take a look. Like many female beings across the universe, Lana possessed an innate curiosity for commotion, though she often vehemently denied it. It seemed they would have to wait a moment before paying their respects to Korin. Sun Wukong shook his head in resignation. After all, Korin Tower was right there, and a slight delay would not be of great consequence, Sun Wukong replied, and the two descended from the sky, leisurely strolling towards the soldiers. The soldiers bore the emblem of a red bow tie, with a large letter R on either side, undoubtedly the Red Ribbon Army. However, Sun Wukong recalled that the Red Ribbon Army only began their quest for the Dragon Balls after Goku participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Why had they already arrived at Korin Tower? Could it be a butterfly effect caused by his presence? You two brats, halt! An officer resembling a foreigner blocked Sun Wukong and Lana, his hands on his hips as he bellowed. You better get lost, or disobedient children will face the consequences. Ha ha! Wait a moment. Before Sun Wukong could decide how to deal with this insufferable officer, another figure emerged. This individual wore a neatly fitted military uniform, and his sapphire blue eyes accentuated his handsome features as he strode confidently towards Sun Wukong, sneering, "Well, I never expected you two to be here for the Dragon Balls. General Blue, are you mistaken?" "They know about the Dragon Balls," the previously startled foreign officer exclaimed. Sun Wukong immediately recognized this man as General Blue, the commander of the Red Ribbon Army's elite Blue Squad, rumored to possess supernatural abilities and a penchant for homosexuality. "Oh dear, you've uncovered my secret." Sun Wukong smirked mischievously, asking, "Care to enlighten me on how you came by this information?" "Humph, it's no trouble to share." General Blue's expression turned icy as he looked disdainfully at Sun Wukong. "We possess a Dragon Ball radar, and your possession of 4 Dragon Balls has been completely exposed. Well done on gathering so many for our army." "Huh, they actually have a Dragon Ball radar." This revelation genuinely shocked Sun Wukong. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. The Red Ribbon Army had the brilliant Dr. Gero, who could easily create a Dragon Ball radar. "How did you learn about the Dragon Balls?" Sun Wukong found this perplexing. Logically, not many people should have known about the Dragon Balls at this time, yet it was evident that the enemy even had a Dragon Ball radar. "Kid, you asked too many questions," General Blue retorted. "But given your contribution of 4 Dragon Balls to my esteemed self, I suppose I can share some information with you." General Blue maintained a perfectly erect posture as he declared, "Our army's leader, General He, recently encountered the renowned Dr. Briefs at a charity gala, where he inadvertently mentioned the matter of the Dragon Balls and even spoke of 2 remarkable young individuals. Surely, that must be the 2 of you." The realization that his own actions had inadvertently drawn attention left Sun Yu both amused and exasperated, pondering the nature of Dr. Briefs as a man prone to indiscretions when inebriated. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Annihilating the Red Ribbon Army would prove far easier than crushing an ant. "Well then, little brat, your inquiries have concluded. Hand over the Dragon Balls." Before General Blue could finish his sentence, he unleashed his telekinetic abilities to restrain Sun Yu and Lana, seemingly to prevent their escape. "I suppose you cannot move now. Can you, 2 little brats?" Sun Yu and Lana exchanged glances and asked, "Shall you go? Or shall I?" "Kyle, did you not say that dealing with ordinary folk is a matter of disgrace?" Lana remarked. "Having been bullied, it is only natural to retaliate. Besides, the Red Ribbon Army is hardly virtuous." Sun Yu held no love for indiscriminate killing, yet he would not spare evildoers. General Blue, feeling disregarded, was incensed to the point of fury. Neglecting to ponder why his powers seemed ineffective against them, he charged at Sun Yu, delivering a thunderous punch while bellowing, "Wretched brat, how dare you ignore me? You seek death. Huh. These 2 little brats are doomed to perish for provoking our General Blue." One soldier jeered. Indeed, the might of General Blue is not something ordinary beings can contend with. The surrounding soldiers erupted into raucous laughter, while the subdued local Indian villagers huddled together, sorrowfully watching Sun Yu and Lana. The saying, "the rabbit dies, the fox grieves," echoed in their minds. They too would soon share the same fate as the 2 as General Blue charged toward him. Sun Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. He seized the moment and struck with a precise knife hand to Blue's neck. Crack! The sound of Sun Yu's palm connecting with Blue's neck echoed, abruptly silencing the soldiers, who now fixated on their general, whose head had twisted at an unnatural angle. "General." The soldiers struggled to accept the reality that their esteemed leader had been dispatched with a mere strike. Yet, they soon witnessed Blue stagger back, attempting to maintain composure, before ultimately collapsing lifeless to the ground. Damn it! Perhaps spurred by the dread of Sun Yu's lethal prowess against Blue, the soldiers raised their rifles toward him, prepared to fire. Although the bullets posed no genuine threat to Sun Yu's life, they would certainly inflict pain, for Saiyans are flesh and blood. Thus, the soldiers' fates were sealed the moment they aimed their weapons. Sun Yu transformed into a streak of lightning, his movements swift and lethal, dispatching the soldiers before they could even register their impending doom. "Don't come any closer. Stay back." A foreign officer, cowering in the rear, was paralyzed with fear at the unfolding scene. He scrambled into his vehicle, flooring the accelerator to escape. He ran surprisingly fast. Sun Yu scoffed but chose to disregard him. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, after all, and such scum was hardly worth pursuing. The remaining soldiers, sensing Sun Yu's lack of intent to annihilate them entirely, scattered in disarray. The local Indian villagers, witnessing the demise of their oppressors and the fleeing remnants, breathed a sigh of relief but regarded Sun Yu with trepidation. Aware of his formidable strength, they were filled with apprehension. As Sun Yu and Lana approached the Indian villagers, they immediately knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for saving our lives. No need for such gestures." "Please rise," Sun Yu urged, mustering a warm smile. Addressing a venerable elder, he inquired, "Grandfather, we have come in search of a transparent orb known as the Dragon Ball, which contains several stars. You must have seen it, correct?" Upon hearing Sun Yu's quest for the Dragon Balls, the elder's countenance darkened, as though fearing that Sun Yu and his companions sought to exploit the orbs for nefarious purposes. "What do you intend to do with such Dragon Balls? You cannot possibly be like those villains." "Rest assured, Grandfather, we are not evildoers, nor will we use the Dragon Balls for wicked deeds." Sun Yu replied with a reassuring smile that, "I too believe you are not malevolent." "Brah, go fetch the Dragon Ball," the elder instructed a robust young man. The young man, named Brah, stood tall, bare-chested, adorned with a necklace of bones. Sun Yu's eyes brightened upon recognizing him as Brah, the father of UPA, the young boy Goku encounters in the original Dragon Ball saga. However, it was evident that Brah had yet to marry, and thus UPA did not exist. Brah promptly returned with the Dragon Ball, a 3-starred orb, which he reluctantly placed in Sun Yu's hands. Having acquired the 5th Dragon Ball, Sun Yu bid farewell to the villagers and, alongside Lana, turned to depart. "Will you not stay for a cup of tea?" the elder implored, wishing to express gratitude for Sun Yu's heroic intervention. "No, Grandfather, we must continue our journey to Korin Tower." Sun Yu waved without looking back. "They are headed to climb Korin Tower," the villagers murmured. In their eyes, only true warriors could ascend the tower, and Sun Yu exemplified that notion splendidly. Once they left the village, Sun Yu turned to Lana with a smile, saying, "Sister Lana, atop Korin Tower resides the Earth-S deity. While his combat prowess may be limited, he possesses extraordinarily unique insights into martial arts. When you meet him, be sure to show him respect. I know, you can be quite the nag." Lana protested, displeased. Upon reaching the base of Korin Tower, Sun Yu and Lana soared skyward, ascending vertically into the lofty clouds. The deity's palace, reputed to be safeguarded by mysterious forces, forbade any flying object from approaching. Yet, against the unparalleled strength of Sun Yu and Lana, all such mystical barriers were rendered moot as they broke through the palace's defenses, arriving before the deity. In truth, the deity had been aware of their presence from the moment they arrived on Earth. Fortunately, Sun Yu and Lana had not committed any heinous acts since their arrival, which had relieved the deity's concerns. However, upon discovering that these two mysteriously powerful individuals had appeared near the sacred Korin, the deity's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more. Thus, when Sun Yu and Lana descended upon the deity's palace, they found him waiting at the entrance, flanked by his servant, the dark-skinned Bobo, and the legendary Korin, said to have lived for 8 centuries, who had also come to await their arrival. "Greetings, deity. And to you too, Mr. Bobo. Oh, Korin, I see you are here as well." Sun Yu greeted them with palpable excitement, extending warm salutations to each. In stark contrast to Sun Yu's casual demeanor, the deity and his companions were on the verge of tears from anxiety. They were utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of these two youths. Having no knowledge of their intentions, yet sensing their overwhelming power, while the youths seemed entirely familiar with their circumstances, that it was all very peculiar. Clearing his throat, the elder deity approached Sun Yu with heavy steps and solemnly inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to my humble abode?" "No need for formality, esteemed deity," Sun Yu replied, taking a step forward and bowing respectfully. "Yes, we seek knowledge. It is only proper to maintain decorum. I am Sun Yu, and this is my cousin, Lana. We have heard that Korin Tower is the origin of martial arts in the world, and we wish to learn the ways of cultivation." Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the elder deity scrutinized the two for a moment before shaking his head and responding, "I fear your strength far surpasses my own, and you both carry deep-seated burdens. Thus, I cannot instruct you. Indeed, Scions are notorious for their penchant for slaughter, often exterminating entire planets' worth of life. Just as Sun Yu crossed over, they obliterated the planet of the dwarves, leaving them with profound sins. Hey, old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Lana interjected, displeased, though she was indifferent to others' perceptions of her. However, it is absolutely intolerable for anyone to speak ill of Sun Yu, not even in the slightest. Who are you to claim that he is a burden? Do you dare to challenge me? Nana, please do not be angry just yet. Sun Yu quickly reassured Lana, then politely apologized to the deity, saying, I beg your pardon, esteemed deity, please do not take it to heart. My sister Nana is merely protective, but truly, she possesses a kind heart. What a disastrous start. Ha! I fail to see what is commendable about her. The one uttering these words was the sage Carlin, who had harbored animosity towards Sun Yu from the very beginning, perhaps instinctively sensing the Scion's bloodthirsty nature. This time, Lana did not lose her temper. Instead, she shot a fierce glare at Carlin, causing him to retreat behind the deity in fright. Enough of this commotion. Mr. Sun Yu, you are not welcome here, and I kindly ask you to leave. The ancient deity struck his staff upon the ground, issuing an eviction order before turning to return to his temple. Wait, esteemed deity. Sun Yu was taken aback by the deity's overt rejection of Scions. After all, he had done nothing wrong. He had no intention of bearing the blame for this burden. In a moment of quick thinking, Sun Yu furrowed his brow, a cunning smile spreading across his face as he said, Esteemed deity, do you not wish to return to your home planet? This statement hit the deity like a torpedo detonating in water, leaving him and his companions momentarily stunned. What did you say? What do you mean by returning to your home planet? Please clarify. The deity, upon hearing this, could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and demanded an explanation. To dissolve the deity's hostility, Sun Yu invoked the name of the universe's current arch-villain, Frisia, as their common foe. Although Frisia was currently oblivious to the existence of the Namekians, it mattered little. As a villain, he must bear the weight of his villainy, much like how the protagonist must shoulder the blame. Surely, esteemed deity, you must have noticed that you bear little resemblance to the humans of this planet. Like us, you hail from the cosmos. Within the cosmic coordinates of 9035YX lies a planet known as Namek, which has suffered a dramatic decline in its population due to environmental degradation. The Grand Elder at that time dispatched an exceptional Dragon Clan member to seek other planets throughout the universe. However, upon learning of the miraculous Dragon Balls of Namek, the cosmic tyrant Frisia yearned for eternal life to conquer the boundless universe. Thus, he sought to harness the power of Namek's dragon to fulfill this ambition. What do you suppose was the first thing he intended to do once he achieved this desire? Sun Yu's voice lowered as he posed the question, the expressions of those present growing increasingly grave. The deity swallowed hard, attempting to moisten his parched throat, murmuring he would completely obliterate Namek to eliminate future threats. With Frisia as their scapegoat and shared adversary, the deity's demeanor shifted just as Sun Yu had anticipated. Esteemed deity, Mr. Popo nervously glanced at the deity. The aged deity appeared even frilier, as one would expect to feel joy upon learning one's heritage. Yet, the revelation of such a terrifying truth left him breathless. After taking a few deep breaths, he turned to Sun Yu and asked, Is my home planet now in grave danger? For the time being, esteemed deity, you need not worry, for Frisia fears the legend of our super scions. Therefore, he will not strike against your home planet until he has thoroughly eradicated the scions. Sun Yu consoled the deity. Lana, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Sun Yu's words. She seized Sun Yu's arm, exclaiming anxiously, Kai, what nonsense are you spouting? Lord Frisia has always treated us scions well. How could he possibly turn against us? Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this little lady? She is a pure scion, and perhaps many of her family and friends remain on planet Vegeta. Naturally, she cannot stand idly by while I claim that Frisia is plotting to annihilate the scions. Deity, do you hear this? They are in cahoots with that Frisia character. Even the sage Carlin jumped in to stir the pot, as he had always held animosity towards Sun Yu. That it's Frisia, you senile fool. Sun Yu shot a disdainful glance at the meddlesome sage. then turned his serious gaze towards the deity, stating, "To be forthright with you all, I have come to know certain future events due to specific reasons. I am aware of Frisia's ambitions, and I know that the power to oppose him can be found here. Esteemed deity, you possess the ability of telepathy. You can sense whether I speak the truth." Esteemed deity. Upon finishing, everyone turned their eyes towards the deity, hoping for an answer. The ancient deity pondered for a moment before slowly nodding his head, addressing the crowd. "He speaks no falsehoods. Therefore, I wish to know if you possess the ability to confront this Frisia you speak of. Not at present, but once we fully awaken the potential within us, we will indeed have sufficient strength to defeat him. Could one say we are incapable of defeating him? Otherwise, the deity would surely not waste his time instructing us in our training." The ancient deity nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, there lies immense potential within you. However, your auras are currently unstable, failing to exhibit the power you should possess. First, allow Sage Carlin to train you in the art of suppressing your aura. Once you achieve a modicum of mastery, I shall personally guide you." "Thank you, esteemed deity. Teacher, I bow before you." Sun Yu stepped forward, respectfully offering a deep bow to the deity. No, this is too much." The ancient deity was nearly sweating profusely. Unable to fathom Sun Yu's true capabilities. "Your strength far surpasses my own. I am unworthy of such a title." Indeed. Sun Yu grinned unabashedly. As the saying goes, the master is defined by the seeker. "Since I seek your guidance, you are my teacher." With Sun Yu stating it so plainly, the ancient deity could no longer decline, lest he appear insincere. "Carlin, please take Sun Yu and the others down for training." "I appreciate your assistance, of course, esteemed deity." Although Sage Carlin still bore the weight of suspicion, he had no choice but to comply with the deity's directive and lead Sun Yu down for training. After returning to the dwelling located beneath the deity's palace, Carlin, with a face full of skepticism, addressed Sun Yu and Lana. "I am quite reluctant, since it is the command of the esteemed deity. I must comply. Tell me, you do not plan to conquer the world right after completing your training here, do you?" "Do we even need to train to conquer the world?" Sun Yu jested candidly. "Exactly, you, with a battle power of less than 200, are merely a pathetic weakling." Lana chimed in, seemingly seeking revenge for earlier comments. "Damn it." The infuriated Sage Carlin jabbed his staff into the ground forcefully, producing a series of sharp sounds. Then, with a sudden cold smile, he declared, "Let me see you try to snatch the bell from my hand without using your aura." Sun Yu, with a cheeky grin, interrupted the sage's impending demonstration. "Wait, how did you know?" Carlin exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief, but his efforts were in vain. After all, the sage's eyes were as comically exaggerated as his height, rendering him a sight for ridicule. "I merely guessed, haha. If it were simply a matter of snatching the bell from your hand, it would be easier than devouring 10 gigantic hamburgers in a second. Thus, I surmise that your true intention is to have us wear bells ourselves, challenging us to take yours without making a sound." Sun Yu fixed his gaze upon the perspiring Sage Carlin. The sage, whose true intentions had been unveiled by Sun Yu, began to question his life choices. "Oh no, rather his existence as a cat, since you have already guessed my true thoughts. Let us commence with no alternative." Having been seen through, Sage Carlin reluctantly acquiesced, hoping to reclaim his dignity during the ensuing training. "Who will go first?" "I shall." Lana was the first to step forward, while Sun Yu nonchalantly retreated to the side, quietly observing as Lana took the bell and tied it around her waist. Master Karen also secured a bell to his staff, taking a deep breath before proclaiming, "Begin!" Due to the burden of the 900-kilogram armor, Lana's speed and precision were significantly hampered, and each time she was on the verge of snatching the bell from Master Karen's staff, she inadvertently caused her own bell to ring. "Huh, what are you doing? Haven't you eaten enough? Pick up the pace." Seizing the rare opportunity to retaliate against Karen, he spared no effort in unleashing a torrent of mockery upon Lana. How outrageous! Unable to endure Karen's taunts any longer, Lana promptly discarded her heavy wrist guards, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud that shook the earth. "Oh!" Karen exclaimed in astonishment, having just been mercilessly ridiculing Lana a moment before. now frozen in disbelief at the scene before him. After removing her 2 pairs of heavy boots, Lana finally relented. Although she still wore a 400-kilogram alloy lead vest, she refrained from taking it off due to her gender. Nevertheless, considering that Earth's gravity is 1/10 that of Vegeta, this weight clearly posed little challenge for Lana. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Xiaomi." After stretching her wrists and ankles, Lana's figure vanished in an instant. Master Karen instinctively adjusted the position of his staff, but was still a step too late. As Lana seized the bell from Master Karen's staff, the bell tied around her waist rang out, indicating that her movement had surpassed the speed of sound. "You cheat! You cheat! You're all monsters! You're bullying me!" Master Karen was instantly enraged, jumping up and down in frustration, as if wishing to leap and strike Lana's knees. Upon hearing Karen's words, Sun Yu curled his lips in disdain. "What does that have to do with me? How am I bullying you?" "Sister Na, just stop teasing him and put on the heavy armor again. Otherwise, this training is meaningless." Generally speaking, Lana was somewhat receptive to advice, and she quickly donned her heavy armor once more. This time, Master Karen became entirely subdued and ceased his mocking remarks. Thus, Lana devoted herself to mastering the balance of her body, striving to harmonize her breath and rhythm perfectly. Within a day, Lana had managed to seize the bell from Master Karen while wearing the heavy armor and without causing her own bell to ring. The first powerful warrior from Earth to ascend Karen Tower, Wu Tai Do, had taken 3 years to claim Master Karen's bell, while the young Sun Wukong had taken 3 days, excluding the factor of combat strength. Lana's innate talent for martial arts was arguably on par with both of them. "Impressive, Sister Na. Your aura is now more subdued and profound, giving an increasingly harmonious impression," Sun Yu exclaimed sincerely. "Hee, your sister is a talented intermediate warrior." Lana proudly patted Sun Yu's shoulder, reveling in her achievement. Master Karen produced a clay pot and extracted a magical bean, tossing it to Lana, saying, "This is called a magical bean. Consuming it can rapidly replenish stamina. 1 bean is equivalent to 10 days' worth of food." Sun Yu's eyes brightened, inwardly marveling. "So this is the legendary magical bean in the Dragon Ball anime. As long as you have a breath left, no matter how severe the injury, it can be healed, making this item second only to the wish-granting dragon in terms of its game-breaking nature. Unfortunately, due to the low yield of magical beans and the fact that most were squandered by that fool Yachirobe, the remaining supply was minuscule as a result. In future battles, Sun Wukong and other Dragon Ball warriors faced numerous predicaments due to the scarcity of magical beans, a thought that could bring tears to the eyes of the beholder. Crunch, crunch. Lana quickly chewed and swallowed the magical bean, and in less than a breath, her stamina rapidly recovered. However, at the same time, Lana's face flushed crimson, and after swaying a few times, her legs gave way, causing her to collapse. "Sister Na, what's wrong?" Sun Yu rushed over and caught her in his arms, anxiously calling out her name, Kalyang-chan. Lana suddenly wrapped her arms around Sun Yu's neck, her lips brushing against his ear, exhaling a fragrant breath. "Damn it, what the hell did you give my cousin to eat? This magical bean must be fake." "Fool, this magical bean is absolutely authentic," Karen protested vehemently. "Then why is my sister in this state?" Before Sun Yu could finish, Lana's scarlet lips pressed against his mouth, her hands cradling his face as she kissed him passionately. "What the hell is happening? This is going too far." Lana's delicate form writhed in Sun Yu's embrace, every trace of her youthful fragrance stimulating his senses, her ample and elastic bosom pressing firmly against his chest, causing Sun Yu to feel warmth spreading through his abdomen, nearly losing his composure. Sharingan activate. Sun Yu forcefully activated his Sharingan, regaining a modicum of clarity. Though he relished the moment, it was evident that this was not Lana's true intention. Therefore, he could not afford to be too open before that foolishness. With a swift chop to the back of Lana's neck, she fell unconscious. Seeing her peacefully asleep, Sun Yu finally exhaled in relief, casting a fierce glare at Master Karen, saying, "Why are you still here?" "I'm asking, what on earth is wrong with Sister Na? She looks more like she's been tipsy from fake liquor." Master Karen, who had been watching Sun Yu and Lana with great interest, explained, "These magical beans have been fermenting for thousands of years. Have you heard of the principle that plants produce alcohol through anaerobic respiration?" Sun Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you kidding me? Plants produce alcohol through anaerobic respiration. So, according to you, couldn't you just add some water and let it naturally ferment to make a barrel of magical bean wine? Sun Yu mercilessly retorted. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Why didn't I think of that? Master Karen slapped his forehead, feigning an epiphany. Hearing Karen's words, Sun Yu felt like he wanted to die. He had been warned against speaking foolishly. Hey, you there, Sun Yu, don't be so boring. Come give a try. I won't laugh at you. Karen seemed convinced that Sun Yu was too afraid to compete, urging him on, but Sun Yu had made up his mind to ignore him. How about I give you 2 barrels of magical beans? I want 3 barrels. No way, it took me hundreds of years to save up 5 barrels of magical beans. If I give you 3 barrels now, what will I use to brew the wine? Karen flatly refused that. If you don't want to, then forget it. Sun Yu turned and carried Lana away. Wait, fine. As long as you can successfully snatch my bell within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I will give you 3 barrels. Karen gritted his teeth and made a decisive agreement, believing that Lana's talent was already quite impressive, considering it took her nearly a day to seize his bell. Thus, even if the young lad before us possessed a talent surpassing that of Lana, it would be utterly impossible for him to seize the bell within the span of a single incense stick. Oh, since you've said so, I shall give a try. I hope you keep your word. Sun Yu responded, feeling somewhat helpless. In this day and age, it was rare to receive celestial beings so freely. I am a celestial being. How could I possibly go back on my word? However, you must not remove your heavy protective gear. Master Carlin emphasized with particular insistence. Rest assured, that won't be necessary, Sun Yu declared, gently setting the slumbering Lana aside before approaching Master Carlin with a question. Shall we begin? Let us commence. With Master Carlin's permission, Sun Yu took a moment to regulate his breathing. With his current understanding of qi, he believed it began in stillness, manifested through intent, and culminated in movement. Every inhalation and exhalation produced qi, and true masters could conceal their actions within their breaths, generating energy with each inhalation and dissipating it with each exhalation, thus achieving the art of stillness, overcoming motion, in harmony with his breath. Sun Yu extended his hand naturally, not a trace of energy escaping him, as if he had melded into his surroundings. Master Carlin seemed to sense the aura of tranquility emanating from Sun Yu. Feeling no trace of Sun Yu's energy, Master Carlin's nerves relaxed for a fleeting moment. Yet, it was precisely this moment of relaxation that allowed Sun Yu's hand to reach before Master Carlin. At this juncture, evasion was no longer an option. What appeared as an exceedingly slow motion now struck like a bolt of lightning. Oh, I've got it. That wasn't too difficult. Master Carlin, I've taken these 3 jars of celestial beans. Thank you. Sun Yu calmly tossed the bell back to Master Carlin and then retrieved a universal capsule, opening it to reveal a suitcase, into which he placed the 3 jars of relatively fresh celestial beans. He certainly did not wish to risk consuming a potent celestial bean in the heat of battle. Master Carlin remained momentarily dazed, still reeling from the instantaneous display of Sun Yu's prowess, as clear as the sky and as swift as lightning. Who would have imagined that this young prodigy could grasp such profound concepts at such a tender age? Hey, you fool. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Can't you see Sister Lana is sleeping? Hurry up and find me a quiet room, Sun Yu exclaimed, cradling Lana once more in his arms as he shouted at the still-stunned Master Carlin. Before Master Carlin could respond, a sudden, deep voice resonated nearby. Miss Lana may rest in the temple first. Mr. Sun Yu, the deity summons you. Damn, Bobo, could you not appear so silently every time? Scaring someone could lead to dire consequences. And what mischief does the deity intend to disrupt my affairs now? After ensuring Lana's comfort, Sun Yu followed Mr. Bobo to meet the celestial deity. At that moment, the deity stood at the edge of the temple, gazing down upon the bustling world below. Sun Yu approached and bowed respectfully, saying, Great deity, do you require my assistance? Ah, Sun Yu, you have arrived, the deity turned, forcing a stiff smile as he spoke. I have observed your training with Master Carlin. Oh, it seems he intends to offer guidance on my cultivation, Sun Yu thought, invigorated, and replied with a smile, I apologize for any lack of decorum, but might the great deity offer some insights to a humble disciple? Haha, Insights might be too grand a term. I perceive you have made some progress in your control of Qi. However, are you aware of the ancient classifications of Qi? The deity introduced a concept not present in the original Dragon Ball lore. Instantly piquing Sun Yu's interest at, I am unaware. I humbly request your guidance. Sun Yu bowed deeply, his sincere demeanor greatly pleasing the celestial deity. The realms of Qi consist of subtlety, awareness, and emptiness. You have already begun to merge your Qi with your breath, allowing it to arise and dissipate at will. This is the realm of subtlety. The deity explained eloquently. And what does the realm of awareness signify? Might you illuminate this for me? Sun Yu, eager for knowledge, felt as if the deity had unlocked a door to the mysteries of martial arts. Awareness is the elevation of subtlety. The so-called realm is the state of mind. Let Bobo demonstrate for you. This will facilitate your understanding. The deity gestured towards Bobo. Sun Yu turned to Bobo. He noticed that Mr. Bobo was now wielding a wooden stick, and upon receiving the deity's signal, he began to twirl it slowly before Sun Yu from a distance. The movements of the stick were languid, and after careful consideration, Sun Yu could not discern anything particularly special. Just as he was about to inquire about the purpose of this display, the seemingly short stick suddenly elongated and struck toward him. I must evade. Sun Yu reacted swiftly, sidestepping, only to find that Bobo's stick had not actually lengthened. Was that merely an illusion? Sun Yu, did you comprehend? The deity inquired, observing Sun Yu's reaction. I am utterly baffled. Why must you elders always speak in riddles? Would it kill you to be direct? Sun Yu lamented, recalling how young Goku had once been similarly startled by Bobo during his training in the heavenly realm. However, the details had faded with time. I am but a foolish disciple. I humbly request the deity to clarify. Understanding comes in stages. The more you know, the greater your wisdom. You are the master, and I shall play the subordinate. The deity chuckled. This is awareness. All things possess attributes such as length, speed, and temperature. Human perception of these attributes is intent. When I guide you to sense these attributes, that is realm. Intent and realm can transform into one another. Just as when Bobo danced with the stick, his intent was to strike you, thus manifesting his realm. Sun Yu nodded, beginning to grasp the concept. I see. The notion that the realm arises from the heart is indeed this principle. Correct. It appears you truly understand. The deity's expression reflected approval. And what the realm of emptiness? Might you demonstrate that as well? Sun Yu asked eagerly. You are impatient, longing to run before mastering walking. Very well, Bobo, please demonstrate for Sun Yu. The deity chuckled, playfully scolding before issuing another command to Bobo. Yes, great deity. Before he could finish, Mr. Bobo stood with a blank expression, seemingly lost in reflection, as if reminiscing about a sunset run from his lost youth. Excuse me, great deity, but Bobo appears to be daydreaming. While I concede that Mr. Bobo has a certain endearing charm, this is clearly a case of him being lost in thought. Sun Yu protested, not intending to mock Bobo, but genuinely because he felt nothing from him. Anyone witnessing the scene would agree that Bobo seemed to be in a stupor. Do not speak. Close your eyes and feel with your heart. The deity reminded from the sidelines. All right, I was already inclined to close my eyes, as doing so would allow me to activate my Sharingan without the deity noticing. As Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, his eyelids could no longer obscure his vision. Although the deity noticed a slight anomaly in Sun Yu's aura, he did not dwell on it. Through the inside of his Sharingan, Sun Yu discovered that he could not perceive any energy emanating from Bobo. How could this be possible? While Bobo's combat power was indeed feeble, it was inconceivable for there to be no trace of energy whatsoever. To Sun Yu, it felt as though Bobo possessed no energy within him at all. If one were to say he was as inert as a rock, Sun Yu would readily believe it, as even plants and living beings exude some form of energy. Have you perceived anything? The deity inquired. I felt nothing. If I did not keep track of Mr. Bobo's position, I would scarcely recognize his existence. Sun Yu replied candidly. The deity chuckled and explained, this is the realm of emptiness. All things are but illusions, originally devoid of substance. Hence the concept of perception itself becomes irrelevant. Ah, I see. Sun Yu seemed to grasp a thread of understanding. It became apparent that the cultivation of qi in this world bore striking similarities to the principles of Buddhist internal cultivation he had encountered on Earth. Both sought to enhance control over qi through a direct connection to one's true self. In Sun Yu's memories, when Goku had completed his training under 100-fold gravity and arrived on Namek, the members of the Jinyu Force had struggled to gauge his combat power with their scouters. Regardless of how they assessed him, he consistently appeared to possess a power level of merely 5,000, when in reality, he had reached an astonishing 90,000. Reflecting upon it now, it seemed that Goku had already attained the realm of emptiness at that time. He no longer felt the need to deliberately conceal his strength. The realm of emptiness allowed his heart to be unburdened, and all his energy melded seamlessly with the vastness of the world. Perhaps some might question, does he not still possess a combat power of 5,000 that cannot be hidden? In truth, it is not that he cannot conceal it, but rather that he has chosen not to. Bobo's combat power barely exceeds 100. Thus, within the realm of emptiness, there is no manifestation of his combat prowess. However, Sun Wukong is different. His innate strength is beyond the capacity of any realm to obscure. Unless he deliberately suppresses it, a trace of his aura will inevitably leak out. It is good that you understand this. The path of cultivation is one that emphasizes gradual progress, and haste is to be avoided at all costs. As for you, I have some confidence, but that Miss Lana, her competitiveness is too pronounced. If she does not correct this, she may easily stray from the path of martial arts. The deity sighed. Rest assured, my lord, I will keep a close watch over Lana, came the reply. That is well. I have taught you all that I can. The rest depends on your own diligence. Bobo has prepared 2 rooms for you in the palace. You may stay for as long as you wish. Then we shall intrude. In the following 3 months, Sun Yu and Lana remained in the heavenly god's palace, training diligently. Under Sun Yu's guidance, Lana's mastery of the art of energy manipulation smoothly transitioned into a profound state, and her combat power surged dramatically, nearing the threshold of 10,000. Meanwhile, Sun Yu, engrossed in comprehending the essence of realms, found his own combat power temporarily diminished, hovering around 7,000 to 8,000. Yet, how can power be measured solely by combat strength? Among all those in the heavenly god's palace, only Lana remained oblivious to the fact that Sun Yu's true strength had already surpassed hers, not even accounting for the assistance of a Sharingan. In the world of Dragon Ball, combat power values can directly overshadow martial arts realms. However, when 2 individuals possess comparable combat power, the martial arts realm becomes the decisive factor in battle. Later, believing herself to be in the lead, Lana aimed to swiftly surpass the 10,000 combat power mark, striving to outpace Sun Yu by leaps and bounds. To this end, she did not hesitate to expend an opportunity to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Is it truly necessary to squander such an opportunity at this early stage? You are not yet of age, and your combat power is not fully developed. Even if granted a year, your progress would be minimal. One must adhere to the principle of gradual advancement. Sun Yu advised Lana, but alas, the young girl was obstinate, and her explosive growth in combat power over these 3 months had inflated her ego, especially regarding her chest. Cough, cough. In any case, Lana was now consumed with thoughts of becoming the new queen on Vegeta once her combat power exceeded 10,000. She even mentioned that upon becoming queen, she might consider bestowing Sun Yu the title of a minor prince, which left him quite embarrassed. Just as Lana entered the hyperbolic time chamber, the deity revealed to Sun Yu a rather peculiar matter. Sun Yu, in recent days, numerous patrol aircraft have appeared in the vicinity of the Divine Palace. They seem to be searching for something. However, due to the gravitational shield surrounding the palace, they are unable to locate us. Upon hearing of a search, Sun Yu immediately thought of the Dragon Balls on his person. Could it be the Red Ribbon Army? It seemed plausible, having previously vanquished General Blue from the Red Ribbon Army. He had undoubtedly made enemies, and with the existence of the Dragon Balls on him, it would be entirely reasonable for the Red Ribbon Army to mobilize troops. Not quite. The deity directly refuted Sun Yu's speculation, stating those aircraft bear no insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Their emblem is Capsule Corp, the Universal Capsule Company. Oh, hearing Capsule Corp, Sun Yu was taken aback. How could Dr. Briefs possibly send aircraft to find him? Even if he wished to inform Sun Yu that the gravity training chamber was ready, there was no need for such a commotion. Clearly, something unusual was afoot. It must be the Universal Capsule Company. My lord, I believe they are looking for me, that I shall investigate. Yes, please exercise caution. Bidding farewell to the deity, Sun Yu swiftly flew beyond the gravitational field of the palace towards the nearest aircraft. At that moment, the pilots of the patrol aircraft hovering near the sacred land of Karen suddenly noticed that the radar coordinates shared by their boss were moving at an alarming speed, prompting them to frantically report back. Reporting to the boss, the target's location has changed. Repeat, the target's location has changed. Current coordinates: east longitude 2 degrees, 17 minutes, 47 seconds. North latitude 48 degrees, 51 minutes, 30 seconds. Reporting to the boss, the target's location has changed again. Repeat, the target's location has changed again. Current coordinates are. Reporting to the boss. Upon receiving this series of reports, Dr. Briefs, president of Capsule Corp, slammed down on all communication devices and silently observed the figure approaching from a distance. As Sun Yu neared the aircraft, he caught a glimpse of Dr. Briefs through the cockpit window and greeted him. "Hi, Doctor, it truly is you. What brings you to the Karen sacred land so suddenly?" The side door of the aircraft opened, and Dr. Briefs waved at Sun Yu, saying, "Mr. Sun, please come in to speak." "Very well." Sun Yu entered Dr. Briefs' aircraft and quickly noticed that the doctor appeared much more haggard than before. His already slender frame seemed even frilier. "Mr. Sun, I find myself in a dire predicament. It is all my fault." Seeing Dr. Briefs on the verge of collapse, Sun Yu's heart tightened, and he stepped forward to grasp the doctor's shoulders, reassuring him, "Doctor, please share your troubles. If there is any way I can assist, do not hesitate to ask." Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Dr. Briefs recounted the circumstances that turned out that after learning of the Dragon Ball's existence, the Black Commander of the Red Ribbon Army had exerted every effort to locate them. Thanks to Dr. Jiro's invention of the Dragon Ball radar, they had indeed managed to find 2 Dragon Balls during this time. Subsequently, the Black Commander faced the disheartening realization that the remaining 5 Dragon Balls had gathered in one location. He quickly recalled the 2 young men mentioned by Dr. Briefs during a drunken ramble. Based on reports from the remnants of the Blue Team that Sun Yu had obliterated, it was noted that Sun Yu possessed formidable combat power. Thus, the Black Commander devised a nefarious plan. Having heard that Sun Yu had close ties with Capsule Corp, he directly kidnapped Bulma, intending to coerce Sun Yu into surrendering the remaining 5 Dragon Balls. "Mr. Sun, it was all my fault for speaking recklessly while intoxicated." Dr. Brief's voice quivered. "They said that if the Dragon Balls are not handed over within 3 days, they will execute Bulma." Poor Bulma. Though Dr. Briefs was the wealthiest man in the future world, he was still in a period of career ascent, far from capable of confronting the Red Ribbon Army, which had amassed a formidable military force. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to seek help from the extraordinarily powerful young man, Sun Yu. Beasts, those wretched beasts. How dare they lay hands on Bulma? Sun Yu seethed, a dragon's reverse scale. Touch it and perish. Though it may be premature to declare Bulma as my weakness, there is no denying that I care deeply for her safety. It is believed that many share Sun Yu's sentiment. In the Dragon Ball series, Bulma is undoubtedly the most beloved female character, a spirited and beautiful girl who has captured the hearts of countless fans. Upon crossing over, Sun Yu was overjoyed at the sight of Bulma and eagerly anticipated her growth. However, the audacity of the Red Ribbon Army to kidnap Bulma prompted Sun Yu to sentence them all to death in his heart. After clarifying the Red Ribbon Army's location, he left with a promise: "Do not worry, I will bring Bulma back safely," before crashing through the wall with a thunderous roar. Soaring through the sky, Sun Yu chuckled coldly, silently vowing that if the Red Ribbon Army dared to harm a single hair on Bulma, he would ensure their utter annihilation, leaving not a trace behind to assuage his rage, perhaps even if Bulma were to perish. The Dragon Balls could resurrect her. Yet, Sun Yu did not wish for her to face the specter of death so soon that if possible, he hoped that Bulma's life would always be under his protection. Just as Bulma would often wish for Goku's presence during moments of dire crisis, Sun Yu hoped that regardless of whether the Earth faced destruction or the emergence of Majin Buu's murderous rampage, Bulma would always smile inwardly, thinking, with Sun Yu around, everything will surely be all right. Sun Yu's combat power reached its zenith, and he swiftly traversed the vast distance of over 1,000 miles indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, ultimately locating the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army on a solitary island along the western coastline. Following the guidance of the radar, Sun Yu arrived above an opulent palace adorned with fluttering banners. Utilizing the insight granted by a Sharingan, he quickly pinpointed the secret chamber where Bulma was imprisoned. To his relief, Bulma appeared unharmed, crouching in a corner of the chamber, her head bowed in a pitiful manner. "It is good that you are unscathed. I shall avenge the grievances you have suffered 100-fold." Sun Yu silently vowed, then, with precision, leaped from several thousand meters high, descending like a celestial being in an instant. The reinforced concrete floor of the magnificent palace crumbled beneath his feet as he landed, his figure materializing at the entrance of Bulma's cell. Boom! The drowsy guards were jolted awake by the thunderous noise, and upon seeing a figure before the hostage cell, they immediately raised their guns in a threatening manner, exclaiming, "Who goes there? Don't move, or I will shoot." Sun Yu cast a cold glance at the guards, causing them to tremble. One of them inadvertently caught sight of the gaping hole in the ceiling, their faces drained of color in sheer terror. "Get lost." "Why, yes, at once." With just a single command, Sun Yu's word "get lost" granted the guards a reprieve, and they hastily bowed in gratitude for their lives, scurrying away in a panic. Hearing the commotion, Bulma raised her small head, her eyes red and brimming with tears, evoking an overwhelming desire to cradle her tenderly. In truth, Sun Yu did precisely that. With a swift motion, he tore apart the thick iron bars at the entrance of the cell, causing Bulma's eyes to widen in astonishment as she gasped, "Brother Sun Yu, have you come to rescue Bulma?" As he entered the room, Sun Yu scooped up the little girl in his arms and gently reassured her, "Indeed, not only will I rescue you, but I shall also help you punish the wicked." Before he could finish, Bulma's eyes filled with tears, and she stammered, "Thank you, Brother Sun Yu. Bulma has been very good. The bad guys wanted Bulma to tell them where you were, but Bulma said nothing. They tried to frighten me, but I did not cry. I was very brave. Woo, Bulma was very brave." Finally, unable to maintain her facade of strength, Bulma burst into tears, her sobs echoing in Sun Yu's ears like needles piercing his heart. He coldly declared, "How dare they intimidate my Bulma? Humph. It seems the Red Ribbon Army will not have the luxury of waiting for Sun Wukong to annihilate them. For today, the Red Ribbon Army shall be utterly eradicated from this world." Tearing a piece from his clothing, he gently wiped the tears from Bulma's cheeks. Perhaps it was the first time she had been held like this by someone other than her parents, for her cheeks flushed a radiant red. If the situation were different, Sun Yu would have been tempted to steal a kiss. Caught red-handed, still denying your affection for Lolis, he exclaimed, "Come, I shall take you home." With that, he effortlessly lifted the Princess Bulma into his arms and soared into the sky. Clutching tightly to Sun Yu's collar, Bulma appeared somewhat fearful of the height. However, as they burst forth from the palace, Sun Yu noticed that the area was swarming with Red Ribbon Army troops. Numerous fighter jets hovered above, and a plethora of tanks and artillery had been mobilized on the ground, perhaps in a misguided belief that such a display would intimidate Sun Yu. How blissfully ignorant they were, worried that the high-speed ascent might frighten Bulma. Sun Yu descended to the ground. The Black Marshal, who had been observing from a distance, mistakenly believed that his forces had cowed Sun Yu into submission. He gleefully commanded his armored vehicles toward Sun Yu, opening the sunroof and shouting through a loudspeaker, "Ha! You are surrounded! Surrender the Dragon Balls, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Simultaneously, the Black Marshal leaned toward his aide, Sub-Commander Black, and whispered, "See, I told you this fool would come alone to rescue the girl." "Ha." Beside him, Sub-Commander Black struggled to contain his laughter, begrudgingly complimenting, "Marshal, your foresight is indeed commendable. I am in awe, Brother Sun Yu." Bulma tugged at his clothing anxiously. Sun Yu smiled gently, ruffled her hair, and reassured her, "Do not worry. With your brother here, I shall ensure that no harm befalls you. Just wait and see the spectacle that is about to unfold." He then casually produced a lollipop and handed it to Bulma. Bulma nodded, accepting the treat and obediently retreating behind Sun Yu to savor it. Once he had calmed Bulma, Sun Yu called out to the Black Marshal atop the armored vehicle, I advise you to cease this foolishness at once, or I assure you, a single word from me will seal your fate. As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the distant roar of machinery. After a minute, an eruption of laughter broke out, some clutching their bellies, tears streaming down their faces in mirth. "What did you say?" The Black Marshal laughed so hard he almost lost his breath. Incredulously questioning Sun Yu, "You actually believe that a single word from you could bring about my demise? Ha! Is it my hearing failing me? Or is your brain malfunctioning?" Sub-Commander Black beside him stifled his laughter, shaking his head at Sun Yu. "Kid, we are well aware of your formidable skills, but claiming that a mere word could kill the Marshal. If you intended to amuse us, I must admit, you have succeeded splendidly." "I did not intend to make you laugh." Sun Yu felt a pang of grievance, for the method to eliminate the Black Marshal truly was as simple as uttering a single phrase. In the original narrative, the Black Marshal met a rather unjust end. Having rallied a horde of ambitious warmongers under the pretense of conquering the world, he pushed his subordinates to their limits in the quest for the Dragon Balls, enforcing draconian military regulations that mandated death for failure. Among those executed were remnants of the Blue Team, who upon fleeing back to the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, were swiftly put to death by the Black Marshal. Such ruthless regulations bred discontent among the ranks. Ultimately, the true motivation behind the Black Marshal's quest for the Dragon Balls was unveiled to his aide, Sub-Commander Black. It was not world domination he sought, but simply a desire to grow taller due to his insecurities about his height. Upon realizing that so many soldiers had sacrificed their lives for such a trivial wish, Sub-Commander Black deemed the Black Marshal unworthy of his position and killed him. Thus, had Sun Yu merely revealed the Black Marshal's little secret to Sub-Commander Black in advance, there would have been no need for him to act. After all, Sun Yu had previously stated that dealing with ordinary individuals was quite beneath him. "Cough, Sub-Commander Black. Let him speak. I am curious to see how he believes he can kill me with just a word." The Black Marshal sneered at Sun Yu, his expression one of utter disdain. "If I must say it." Sun Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, as it seemed rather unkind to expose someone else's weaknesses. He feared the Black Marshal might lash out in anger. "Indeed, Marshal, I implore you to speak. If you refuse to, you shall be deemed a coward." Upon hearing the Black Marshal's taunt, Sun Yu realized he had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, he would indeed be acknowledging himself as a coward. He had never encountered someone so intent on self-destruction. If there were ever a competition for reckless behavior, the Black Marshal would undoubtedly emerge as the champion. In truth, aside from being the villainous leader of the Red Ribbon Army, the Black Marshal could be considered a decent person. Firstly, despite his formidable military prowess, he never sought to annihilate the government forces and unify the world under his rule. Secondly, while it was true that his subordinates were a band of rogues, the majority were executed under his direct orders, which could be seen as a form of purging evil. Thus, from another perspective, the Black Marshal could be viewed as a hero in his own right. His seemingly trivial dream of growing to a height of 6 feet was indeed noble in its own way. He toiled day and night for this aspiration, all the while eliminating numerous dangerous elements threatening the populace. The bittersweet irony of his plight was truly too much to bear. If this premise were to be developed into an inspirational novel, it would surely achieve remarkable success. With that thought in mind, Sun Yu found himself reluctant to take the Black Marshal's life. Instead, he decided to reveal to the gathered soldiers that their leader's quest for the Dragon Balls was merely to attain a few extra inches in height. As for world domination, that could wait for another day. Silence enveloped the scene once more, broken only by the soft sound of Bulma smacking her lollipop. All eyes turned towards the Black Marshal, creating an atmosphere steeped in strangeness. "Marshal, please tell me this is not true." The veins on Vice Marshal Brack's forehead bulged as he fixed a penetrating gaze on the Black Marshal, seeking a truthful answer. "Of course not. I have never cared about my height." The Black Marshal's earlier bravado had evaporated. He now shrank back, stammering in a feeble attempt to mask his embarrassment. To tease some point, Sun Yu had also procured a lollipop, licking it while adding fuel to the fire with a sardonic comment. "Hey, that little dark shorty, your explanation is quite clearly a case of wanting to cover up the obvious." Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the Black Marshal immediately raised his voice in outrage. You are the short one. Your entire family are short ones. Although displeased by the Black Marshal's insult, Sun Yu chose not to stoop to the level of someone on the brink of death. As the situation escalated, Vice Marshal Brack wore a grim expression as he drew his sidearm and pointed it at the Black Marshal's head, proclaiming loudly to all present, "According to the regulations of the Red Silk Army, every soldier must commit to conquering the world. Those who defy this rule shall be executed without mercy. Executed without mercy. Executed without mercy." The assembled soldiers, who had long been simmering with anger, erupted in a deafening roar spurred on by Vice Marshal Brack. "Please, I beg you, do not kill me." The Black Marshal, stripped of any semblance of authority, looked at Vice Marshal Brack with abject terror, pleading for his life. However, Vice Marshal Brack remained unmoved. In an instant, he pulled the trigger, and with a sharp crack, the Black Marshal slumped lifelessly from the armored vehicle. Vice Marshal Brack coldly surveyed the corpse of the Black Marshal, a hidden smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He quickly composed himself and addressed the enthusiastic troops. "An army cannot be without a leader for a single day. Though I may lack talent, I hereby nominate myself as the Frere." How does that sound to you all? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire army erupted in chants of Brack's name. Brack, Brack, Brack. Now firmly established in his new position, Frere Brack smiled down at Sun Yu and said, "Mr. Sun, it seems true heroes blossom in youth. I wonder, would you be interested in joining our Red Silk Army? If you agree, I could make you a vice marshal, and together we could divide the world. You have long desired to eliminate the Black Marshal to take his place. Haven to you." Sun Yu replied nonchalantly, licking his lollipop. Brack's eyes glinted with a coldness as Sun Yu exposed his ulterior motives. Yet he quickly donned a facade of joviality, saying, "Haha, Mr. Sun, you jest. As long as you hand over the Dragon Balls, I shall grant you half the world." Sun Yu looked up at Brack and replied calmly, "I appreciate your offer, but I seek not half the world. I desire your extermination. The Red Silk Army must pay a bloody price for the audacity of kidnapping Bulma, such as Sun Yu's unwavering loyalty. Refusing my hospitality, then, Tao bye-bye, eliminate him." Brack shouted in a fit of rage. That moment, a figure emerged from an elongated Lincoln limousine, his gaze cold as ice, sporting a distinctive mustache and clad in a rose-hued cheapao emblazoned with the character Kill. None other than the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bye-Bye. With Tao Bye-Bye's arrival, Brack regained his composure, perhaps believing that with the assassin's prowess, capturing Sun Yu would be a mere formality. He regarded Sun Yu with a look of pity. "Young man, your aura is calm and reserved. You indeed possess remarkable qualities. Alas, you have crossed paths with me." Tao Bye-Bye seemed to compliment Sun Yu, yet his intent was to overshadow him, sensing Sun Yu's exceptional nature. The wicked-hearted assassin was determined to eliminate Sun Yu before he could become a rival. Or so he thought. 3 moves. Tao Bye-Bye extended 4 fingers, prompting a trembling attendant to press down the extra finger. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he declared, "In just 3 moves, I shall surely vanquish you." Sun Yu smiled bashfully and replied, "I feel like it will only take 1 move. At least you possess some self-awareness." "I'll strike," Tao Bye-Bye sneered as he launched a flying kick towards Sun Yu. Just as Tao Bye-Bye was about to connect, Sun Yu leisurely expelled the half-eaten lollipop from his mouth and casually jabbed it towards Tao Bye-Bye's forehead. What appeared to be a slow-motion sequence unfolded in reality in an instant. Tao Bye-Bye had no time to react as the seemingly innocuous lollipop punctured his forehead. The world's greatest assassin fell, defeated by a half-eaten lollipop. The smiles of Brack and the others froze in disbelief. How could they accept such an absurdity? A plastic lollipop had slain the world's foremost killer. Who would believe it? Yet, the truth was undeniable, having transpired right before their eyes. Sun Yu gazed at the lifeless form of Tao Bye-Bye and sighed. What a pity, there's still half left. Bulma lifted her head, looking adorably at Sun Yu. Raising her own lollipop, Bulma wants to share this with you. Hearing this, Brack and his companions nearly wept, thinking how trivial a lollipop was compared to the fortune they had spent to hire Tao Bye-Bye. Now rendered a terrible loss. "Hey Brack, do you have any secret weapons left? Use them." Sun Yu yawned lazily, inquiring that in truth, Sun Yu was not merely idling away his time. He wished to witness the artificial beings developed by Dr. Jero, having encountered vague references in the original narrative without detailed accounts. Given Sun Yu's Saiyan nature, his anticipation for the current state of artificial beings was natural, yet it seemed to be in vain. And no, Lord Sun, Brack, now terrified, fell to his knees, recognizing that if someone like Tao Bai Bai could be dispatched so swiftly, he was acutely aware of the peril he faced standing so close to Sun Yu. "I'm willing to follow you, Lord Sun. I will serve you loyally. In whatever world you desire, I shall present it to you." Though his words professed loyalty, his hand stealthily inched toward his holstered pistol, hoping for a moment of Sun Yu's inattention strike. However, Sun Yu barely acknowledged him, instead crouching down to tenderly pinch Bulma's cheeks, asking Bulma, "Would you like to see some fireworks?" "Yes, yes, Brother Sun Yu, Bulma wants to see fireworks." The little girl Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of fireworks. Sun Yu hoisted Bulma onto his back, softly advising, "Hold on tight, for your brother shall soon soar into the sky." Okay. With that, Sun Yu tilted and ascended above the Red Silk Army. Seeing that Sun Yu was ignoring him, Brack smirked coldly, seizing the Black Marshal's communicator to issue commands to all aircraft and tanks. "All units, heed my orders. Once they are out of safe range, shoot them down and reduce them to ashes." "Yes, understood." Upon receiving the command, all fighter jets and tanks converged towards the base, aligning their sights on Sun Yu soaring in the air. Bulma clung nervously to Sun Yu's neck, yet due to her trust in him, she felt no fear. Sun Yu stood still in the air, surveying the Red Silk Army below, silently mourning their fate for 3 seconds. "Time us up. It was time to send them on their way. Ha 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 ha." Sun Yu's aura exploded forth, his battle power fully unleashed. Soaring to unprecedented heights, he brought his hands together before his chest, intoning, "Ka-me." As he chanted "Ka-me," he withdrew his hands from his waist, unleashing a dazzling blue light that radiated outward, causing the very waters of the Western Ocean to tremble in response to his terrifying aura. "Ha!" A powerful Kamehameha wave erupted, resembling a brilliant blue meteor streaking across the sky, leaving the Red Silk Army dumbfounded. Only when the Kamehameha's blue sphere, brimming with destructive force, was about to strike the ground did they realize they ought to flee. In an instant, chaos ensued as the soldiers scattered in all directions, the scene descending into pandemonium. "Help! Run for your lives! Heavenly deity, please come to our rescue." However, the celestial beings will disregard the pleas of those who have committed numerous misdeeds. And even if they wish to intervene, they lack the power to do so. Given Sun Yu's current combat prowess of 8,000, at full throttle, the Kamehameha he has harnessed possesses at least 16,000 additional combat strength. Do not underestimate the fully charged Kamehameha. The increase in combat power by a factor of 2 is far from the limit of this technique. As Sun Yu grows stronger, he may even unleash Kamehameha blasts at 5 times, 10 times, or even 100 times the original power. This is the terrifying aspect of this move. The greater the strength of the user, the more formidable the attack becomes, with no upper bounds. At that moment, Sun Yu's Kamehameha finally struck the ground, and the ethereal blue energy orb swiftly penetrated deep into the earth before exploding within, causing the surface of the Red Ribbon Army's base to fracture. Streams of ghostly blue light illuminated the faces of all present, akin to the gaze of the Grim Reaper, and in the next instant, the very earth trembled. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended slowly, and a violent shock wave shattered nearby aircraft attempting to flee. The ground within a radius of several dozen miles was instantaneously vaporized, creating a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation, leaving behind a massive crater with a diameter of several dozen miles, into which the waters of the Western Ocean soon began to pour. This display of fireworks is rather terrifying. The mushroom cloud lingered in the sky, and Bulma, clinging to Sun Yu's back, was so taken aback by the spectacle that her eyes widened in disbelief, rendering her speechless. Sun Yu, feeling a twinge of regret for potentially frightening the little girl, gently stroked Bulma's head and softly reassured her. "Bulma, they're all just cooperating with your brother to put on a fireworks show. They know it's wrong to bully you, so—" Sun Yu found himself a loss for words, leaving the sentence hanging like a tea that moment. Bulma turned to him with a sweet smile and said, "Actually, Brother Sun Yu, You don't need to comfort me. I'm no longer a child. They're all bad people. And you, brother Sun Yu, are a good person that it is only natural for good people to fight against bad ones. As Sun Yu looked at Bulma, who was defending him, his heart warmed, and he couldn't help but silently praise her. Bulma was indeed remarkable, whether in this world or in the Dragon Ball anime. She was always so intelligent, strong, and gentle. Lost in thought, Bulma suddenly raised her head and planted a kiss on Sun Yu's cheek, her cool, pink lips leaving a soft imprint, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that lingered in the air. The kiss was fleeting, and when Sun Yu looked at her in confusion, Bulma beamed back at him with pride. Amused, Sun Yu gently tapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Such a little rascal." After saying this, he flew off towards Karen Tower with Bulma on his back. Once Sun Yu stopped staring at her, Bulma let out a sigh of relief, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. Her heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat as she buried her head into Sun Yu's back. After Sun Yu and Bulma had departed for quite some time, the previously calm sea suddenly erupted with a figure, who hovered in midair, searching intently for something. Who could it be? Who just released such formidable energy? After absorbing this energy, I feel completely rejuvenated. How foolish of Dr. Gero to think that severing the energy supply to my reactor would leave me unscathed. Truly a naive notion. I need more energy. I must absorb even more. This individual, towering at approximately 2 meters, was bare-chested, showcasing bulging muscles, and wore only black athletic shorts. His disheveled hair and greedy eyes searched the area until they finally locked onto the direction Sun Yu had taken. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, I found it. I found it. There lies the energy I crave, my sustenance." He then turned and sped off in pursuit of Sun Yu, revealing 2 large characters on his back. 9. That was a Roman numeral for 9, Android 9. At this moment, Sun Yu was flying at full speed towards Karen Tower and soon encountered a plane from the Capsule Corporation, racing towards him. "Hey, Dr. Briefs," Sun Yu called out from a distance, while Bulma, perched on his back, excitedly gazed at the approaching aircraft. Mr. Sun, Bulma, Dr. Briefs opened the cabin door, his eyes welling with tears of joy at the sight of Sun Yu and Bulma. "Daddy," Bulma leaped into Dr. Briefs' arms, acting adorably. Witnessing their reunion warmed Sun Yu's heart as well. "Mr. Sun, thank you for bringing my daughter back. I cannot express my gratitude enough. If there is ever a need for my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will comply without question." Dr. Briefs patted his chest, but then grew concerned and asked, "Mr. Sun, what about the Red Ribbon Army? They did not give you any trouble, did they?" "The Red Ribbon Army?" Sun Yu waved his hand with a smile, casually replying, "There is no longer a Red Ribbon Army in this world." "No Red Ribbon Army?" Dr. Briefs appeared puzzled, repeating Sun Yu's statement with a bewildered gaze. "Literally," Sun Yu clarified, extending his hand in a gesture across his throat. Upon realizing this, Dr. Briefs gasped in astonishment, and a hint of admiration crept into his eyes as he looked at Sun Yu. Seizing the opportunity to inquire about the gravity training chamber, Sun Yu asked, "Dr. Briefs, have you completed the gravity training room I requested?" Dr. Briefs shook his head solemnly. "No, there's still one crucial technical issue that remains unresolved." Taken aback by Dr. Briefs' words, Sun Yu paused, then weakly inquired, "Doctor, please don't tell me the technical issue is regarding the sound system's positioning." "My goodness, Mr. Sun, you truly are a sage." Dr. Briefs gazed at Sun Yu with fervent admiration, reverently stating, "It is no wonder you are Mr. Sun. You possess an unparalleled yearning for life and music." "Yearning for what?" Sun Yu's expression darkened. It was not foresight. In the Dragon Ball anime, Dr. Briefs had spent a significant portion of time deliberating over the sound system while constructing the gravity training room. Was that truly important? Who would train under 100 times gravity while listening to Little Appleby Chopstick Brothers? It was clearly a frivolous concern, yet upon reflection, it did sound rather delightful. Imagine Sun Yu in the gravity training room, drenched in sweat as he performed push-ups and sit-ups, while the surround sound system played catchy songs like Little Apple. "You are my little apple. No matter how I love you, it is never too much." The terrifying part was that the rhythm was perfectly synchronized. Wow, this scene is too beautiful. I cannot bear to look. Just as Sun Yu's imagination ran wild, The pilot suddenly reported, "Boss, we have detected an unidentified object rapidly approaching from the rear." "Please advise." An unidentified object approaching swiftly. Sun Yu silently sensed the situation, feeling no trace of energy. It could not possibly be Lana. Her energy was too distinct. Thus he inquired of the pilot, "Is it an aircraft?" "It is not an aircraft, Mr. Sun. That object is quite small and does not resemble a plane." The pilot respectfully replied, "Dr. Briefs, Bulma, I will go check it out." "You should keep your distance," Sun Yu declared. "Okay, Mr. Sun, brother Sun Yu. Please be careful." Opening the cabin door, Sun Yu flew out, standing still as he gazed at the rapidly moving shadow in the distance. Here it comes. Even though he sensed no combat power emanating from the approaching figure, Sun Yu felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. A martial artist's training emphasizes awareness of one's surroundings, granting them a keen intuition for danger. It was evident that this newcomer harbored ill intentions. In an instant, the figure appeared before Sun Yu, their greedy gaze fixated upon him for some time. The newcomer exclaimed excitedly, "It is you. Yes, it is you. Huh. You are the one who set me free. To repay your kindness in granting me freedom, please allow me the honor of killing you." "Excuse me, who are you?" Sun Yu asked, momentarily perplexed. "Remember, the one who shall kill you is named Nate." Before Sun Yu could react, Nate vanished with a swish, prompting Sun Yu to heighten his vigilance as his Sharingan activated, sensing every movement around him. Then, Sun Yu's eyes locked onto Nate's position, and with a cold smirk, he threw a punch. Bang! Sun Yu's fist collided with Nate, yet Nate appeared unaffected, leaving Sun Yu's fist tingling as if striking a superalloy steel plate. "Ha! Who would have thought you are not human?" Sun Yu, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists and, setting aside his overconfidence, remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be an android." No wonder I cannot sense your energy. It all makes sense now. Android Nate. Android number 9. Congratulations on your correct guess. But alas, there is no reward. A glint of coldness flickered in Android number 9's eyes as he swiftly launched into another round of assault against Sun Yu. How interesting. Sun Yu, no longer concealing his prowess, bellowed as the energy within him surged violently, his battle power skyrocketing to 8,000, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a howling sound. Bang! Bang! The two combatants became a whirlwind of fists in the sky, exchanging blows in a fierce struggle. Given that android number 9 was encased in an ultra-alloy steel body, Sun Yu found himself largely on the defensive. Before long, his body was adorned with numerous wounds, each one igniting his nerves and heightening his exhilaration. From the onset of the battle, Sun Yu poured all his strength into the fight, unleashing his full battle power of 8,000. Nevertheless, he felt that he was still no match for this android. Based on his estimation, android number 9's combat strength was likely around 16,000. Haha, I never anticipated this android would be so formidable. The gap between us is indeed significant. How fascinating, as a warrior of the Saiyan race. Sun Yu exhibited no signs of trepidation when faced with a more powerful foe. Instead, he was consumed by an intense desire to fight. Saiyans yearn for battle, craving the challenge presented by strong opponents. Sharingan, time stasis. As Sun Yu's injuries worsened, it would be exceedingly unwise to continue clashing with an android forged from ultra-alloy using mere flesh and blood, especially considering his opponent's combat power exceeded his own by more than double. Thus, he seized an opportune moment to activate the time stasis of his Sharingan, freezing time in an instant. Given the disparity in their powers, Sun Yu's time stasis could not last long. He needed to deliver a devastating blow to the android quickly, or his situation would become dire. "While you are down, I shall take your life," Sun Yu shouted, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch aimed at android number 9's temple. With a resounding boom, a dent appeared in half of the android's head, and his body was propelled skyward by the force of Sun Yu's strike. Without a moment's hesitation, in the final moments of the time stasis, Sun Yu unleashed an astonishing aura and extended his hands, intoning rapidly charged Kamehameha, infused with approximately 16,000 battle power, surged forth, the cerulean energy sphere trailing a long tail as it hurtled towards the unprepared android. No. 9. Haha, success. Sun Yu grinned, confident that at such close range, Even the android would be obliterated. However, his smile was short-lived. Just as his Kamehameha struck android number 9, the android suddenly spread his arms towards the attack. The Kamehameha, which should have reduced the android to mere particles, inexplicably began to retract rapidly, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. What? Sun Yu's lips twitched as he recalled the original Dragon Ball series, where Dr. Gero had developed androids capable of absorbing energy. It seemed android number 9 belonged to that category as well. Huh, such pure energy. I am immensely grateful to you for providing me with so much energy. I almost feel reluctant to destroy you. Android number 9 fixed a piercing gaze on Sun Yu. Sending a shiver down his spine, it appeared that he had not only failed to harm the android, but had inadvertently made it stronger. The pressure now emanating from the android suggested that its battle power had risen to at least 20,000, leaving little hope for Sun Yu, whose power stood at 8,000. Suddenly, Sun Yu instinctively recoiled, and in the next moment, a surge of energy swept past him. The azure energy sphere collided violently with the surface of the Western Ocean, erupting into a colossal wave that soared hundreds of meters into the air, causing the ocean to churn violently. That was close, too close. Sun Yu patted his chest, his heart racing. The energy blast was overwhelmingly powerful, and infuriatingly, it was his own energy, now absorbed by android number 9, and turned against him. Are you prepared to die? Android number 9 materialized before Sun Yu in an instant. Grinning menacingly, his fists raised high as he brought them crashing down toward Sun Yu's head, with a thunderous impact. Sun Yu felt the world spin around him, blood gushing from his mouth as his body fell helplessly from the sky. Yet he did not descend far, for android number 9 swiftly reappeared beneath him, bending low to deliver a powerful kick to Sun Yu's abdomen, sending him soaring once more. It was as if android number 9 was deliberately retaliating for Sun Yu's earlier tactics, returning the favor with equal ferocity. Watching from a distance, Bulma and her father, Briefs, were struck with dread. They were well aware of Sun Yu's might, yet the boy they revered as a demigod was now being utterly bested by an inexplicable foe. Brother Sun Yu, Bulma gazed at the plummeting figure of Sun Yu, tears welling in her bright eyes. Bulma, do not worry. Your brother Sun Yu will not be so easily defeated. You must believe in him. Briefs crouched down to pat Bulma's head reassuringly. That moment. Sun Yu was drenched in blood, his bones likely fractured in numerous places. Android number 9 seized him by the neck with an eerie grin, declaring, "Kid, you're still alive, but you won't last much longer. You must have some residual energy left within you, right? Now, it's all mine." As he spoke, a faint glow emanated from his hand, gripping Sun Yu's with a force that made the latter feel his remaining energy stir restlessly, surging towards the android's palm. This is bad. Sun Yu struggled against android number 9's grip, but he was utterly spent, unable to break free. Should he allow the android to drain his remaining energy, his fate would be sealed. He needed to devise a way to thwart the energy absorption, but how? As the energy within him dwindled, Sun Yu's vision grew increasingly blurred, his head lolling to one side as he caught a glimpse of the setting sun in the distance. Am I to die? Sun Yu mused, ironically realizing that he had yet to remove his weighted training gear. Because the android's combat power could not be detected, he had never imagined the battle would conclude so swiftly. Had he removed the gear beforehand, perhaps he might have had a slim chance. Though life and death are the natural order of things, who would wish for an untimely demise? A bitter smile crept across Sun Yu's lips as he recalled his previous encounter with death upon his arrival in this world. To be candid, the sensation of dying was profoundly unpleasant. Especially in that fleeting moment, it felt as if he had been cast into an endless abyss, surrounded by silence and darkness, devoid of light. He could hear nothing, feel nothing, only the despairing void of darkness. Gradually, an oppressive aura of death enveloped Sun Yu. His energy vanished, and his heartbeat ceased. As he perished so soon, android number 9 scoffed, his lips curling in dissatisfaction as he meticulously scanned Sun Yu's lifeless form. Confirming his demise with absolute certainty, he then carelessly discarded Sun Yu's body into the vastness of the Western Ocean. "Brother Sun Yu," Bulma screamed, her tears flowing freely as she crumbled into grief. Professor Briefs embraced his daughter tightly, then solemnly commanded the pilot, "Fire upon that individual." Do we have any missiles on this aircraft? Reduce them to ashes. Report, sir, our aircraft is unarmed. Only Team 2 has weapons available. This is a civilian aircraft, the pilot replied cautiously. Then summon all the fighter jets from Team 2. That individual has slain Mr. Sun. We must avenge him, Brief shouted hoarsely at the pilot. In no time. The pilot utilized communication devices to mobilize all the fighter jets previously dispatched to locate Sun Yu. Before long, the skies above the ocean were filled with various armed aircraft. Report, sir, all Team 2 fighter jets are in position. Requesting orders, fire. Fire with all your might. Following Professor Brief's command, every weaponized aircraft unleashed a relentless barrage upon Android number 9. However, how could the weapons of ordinary humans possibly affect the combat-capable Android number 9, whose might surpassed 20,000? In the face of a hail of missiles and the ominous whir of a Gatling gun, Android number 9 let out a derisive chuckle before swiftly darting in front of a combat helicopter, delivering a formidable punch to its windshield. With a resounding bang, the helicopter erupted in thick black smoke from within, wobbling precariously before plummeting toward the sea. After downing one aircraft, Android number 9 appeared increasingly exhilarated, rapidly approaching the next fighter jet, and with a powerful kick, severed its tail, resulting in a mid-air explosion. Witnessing the effortless annihilation of the fighter jets by Android number 9, the pilot of the Beerus nearly fainted from fear, exclaiming, "Boss, we must flee at once. Otherwise, we shall be killed." At that moment, Beerus stood frozen, perhaps adept in research, but utterly lost in the face of such life-threatening peril. Just as Android number 9 was about to wreak havoc upon Dr. Beerus's aircraft, an unusual series of bubbles surfaced from the ocean below. It was Sun Yu, who, in a previous life and death moment, had touched upon the barrier of the essence of life and death. Having experienced death, he found it much easier to grasp the concept of mortality upon encountering it again. Thus, with a thought of life and death, his state of mind manifested. At this critical juncture, Sun Yu broke through to the realm of knowing the state, entering a state of apparent death, successfully deceiving Android number 9's probing senses. In that moment, the essence of life within Sun Yu began to awaken, and his mind was flooded with fleeting images of various figures, including Lana, Bulma, and the scene of Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta. An unprecedented desire for survival surged within him. He yearned to live, to grow stronger, to seize control of his destiny, and to protect those who mattered most to him. Suddenly, Sun Yu's pupils dilated, and two black tomo began to manifest at the edges of his eyes. The blood-red rings in his eyes each bore a black tomo, symmetrically aligned on either side of his pupils, representing the dual tomo Sharingan from Naruto. With the emergence of the dual tomo Sharingan, Sun Yu regained complete clarity of mind. He reached into his robe to retrieve a previously prepared senzu bean. Placing it into his mouth and crushing it between his teeth, a surge of immense vitality coursed through his limbs, and he felt as though he had been reborn, having revived from a near-death state. The energy within him surged several-fold. This was the Saiyans' extraordinary physiology. The more grievously injured they became, the stronger they grew. Near death, their combat power would exponentially increase upon revival. With a mighty roar, Sun Yu unleashed his full power from beneath the ocean, causing the entire sea to heave with turbulence. The waves surged violently, crashing against the rocks along the shoreline. Boom! Sun Yu erupted from the depths, creating towering columns of water all around him, positioning himself perfectly to shield Dr. Beerus's aircraft from Android number 9. Brother Sun Yu. Upon seeing Sun Yu re-emerge, Bulma's tears transformed into joyous laughter as she rushed to the window, calling out loudly. Sensing her presence, Sun Yu turned just in time to see the little girl leaning against the window, flashing what he believed to be an impressively charming smile while giving a thumbs up with his left hand. When Beerus saw Sun Yu's return, his anxious demeanor began to ease. Although Sun Yu remained the same individual, the aura surrounding him had transformed entirely. Even an ordinary person like Beerus could feel the overwhelming presence emanating from Sun Yu. The battle had escalated beyond the realm of ordinary individuals, prompting Dr. Beerus to make a decisive command for all combat units to retreat immediately, seeking refuge at a safe distance to silently observe the unfolding conflict. Android number 9 regarded Sun Yu with keen interest. In his eyes, Sun Yu's life or death was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the overwhelming energy within Sun Yu that Android number 9 craved. So much energy. Come to me for absorption. Android number 9 greedily eyed Sun Yu, even extending his tongue to lick his parched lips. Sun Yu smiled but did not respond. In a moment of clarity, he took the initiative to strike first. And Android number 9's eyes narrowed. He had barely registered Sun Yu's movement before a fierce gust of wind hit him. When he finally located Sun Yu again, Sun Yu's fist had already collided with his abdomen. Thud! The dull sound resonated as Android number 9's back arched in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his super-alloy body could not withstand the force of Sun Yu's flesh and blood. But it did not end there. Sun Yu seized Android number 9's tousled hair and yanked it down forcefully while simultaneously driving his right knee upward. With a sharp crack, Android number 9's cheekbone caved in and combined with the earlier damage. He had completely lost his humanoid form. Although Android number 9 could not feel pain, he was consumed by rage at being so thoroughly dismantled by Sun Yu and opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of azure energy blasts. His body swelling ominously as wisps of smoke emitted from him. Boom! 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 Android number 9 frantically spewed forth energy blasts, and as Sun Yu activated his dual Tomo Sharingan, everything around him was absorbed into his vision. The transition from single Tomo to dual Tomo allowed Sun Yu's ocular techniques to become increasingly adept. The frantic energy bombardment from Android number 9 appeared to Sun Yu as though it were crawling at a snail's pace, making evasion effortless in an instant. Sun Yu danced around each of the energy blasts, standing with his hands on his hips, gazing impassively at Android number 9, who was searching for him below. A few observers of the battle erupted into excited cheers. Fully aware that Sun Yu had decisively gained the upper hand, defeating the loathsome android was merely a matter of time. Hey, what are you looking for? Sun Yu called out, prompting Android number 9 to finally notice his whereabouts. Cursing under his breath, Android number 9 charged at Sun Yu with full speed, extending his palm in an attempt to absorb Sun Yu's energy. However, how could Sun Yu acquiesce to his desires? Under the scrutiny of a Sharingan. Android number 9's assault was riddled with flaws, and Sun Yu effortlessly evaded each attack. Though you may absorb my energy and reach a combat power of 20,000, it will never be your own. Thus, you cannot unleash its full potential. All you can do is flail aimlessly, which is quite disappointing. Sun Yu regarded Android number 9 with an air of resignation, having lost all desire to engage in combat. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Android number 9 smirked ominously and replied coldly, "What? Are you feeling proud? I am merely a failed product, but one day you will truly experience the terror of androids." The terror of androids? A slight smile curved Sun Yu's lips as he retorted, "I know not whether androids are terrifying, but you shall soon experience the fearsome might of the Saiyans." With that, Sun Yu extended both hands, seizing Android number 9's wrist, then leaped into the air, driving his feet into Android number 9's chest with tremendous force, intending to rip his arms clean off. "You fiend, what are you doing? Stop, stop." Although he could not feel pain, Android number 9 was capable of simulating human emotions. As he watched Sun Yu prepare to tear off his arms, a deep-seated fear blossomed within him. Crack, crack, with two sharp sounds, Sun Yu forcefully tore off Android No. 9's arms, oil gushing from the severed joints as Android number 9 stumbled backward, his eyes filled with despair. "Without your energy absorption device, let us see how you intend to absorb my Kamehameha." Sun Yu silently summoned his energy, hands moving to his chest. As he charged the Kamehameha, the energy sphere in his hands erupted with terrifying radiance. With Sun Yu's combat power soaring, the potency of the Kamehameha surged exponentially. At this moment, Sun Yu's combat power was around 24,000, allowing him to unleash a fully charged Kamehameha with an astounding increase in power, reaching a staggering 48,000. The azure energy sphere trailed a long tail as it pursued Android No. 9, who, now armless, staggered helplessly in the AI. It was only a matter of moments before it caught up with him. Boom! Sun Yu's Kamehameha erupted in the sky, and the android number 9, having lost the energy absorption devices in both hands. Let out a horrific scream before disintegrating into ashes amidst the terrifying explosion of energy. The blinding light seared the eyes of all present, fading only after a long while a tea that moment. Sun Yu's figure, silhouetted against the setting sun, appeared remarkably majestic and towering. After defeating android number 9, Sun Yu returned to the aircraft to briefs. Upon seeing him, Bulma disregarded the bloodstains covering him and leaped into his arms. Refusing to let go, Mr. Sun, I'm so relieved that you're safe. Briefs, retrieving a clean uniform from inside the plane, approached Sun Yu and offered it, saying, please change into this that I will arrange the banquet shortly. I hope Mr. Sun can honor us with your presence. Briefs was well aware that both Sun Yu and Lana had a weakness for delicious food, so this suggestion was one Sun Yu could not refuse. Sure, Dr. Briefs. However, my sister Lana is still training in the temple. I would like to wait for her to finish before we go together. You all can head back first. I will join you in East City once she is out. Sun Yu dared not indulge in a feast alone. If Lana emerged and found him missing, she would undoubtedly be furious. Dr. Briefs complied with Sun Yu's arrangement, but little Bulma stubbornly clung to Sun Yu's clothing. Refusing to leave, regardless of the attempts to persuade her. How about I take her to the temple? We can return to East City together once Lana is done, Sun Yu suggested. All right then, Briefs replied with a resigned shrug. Staying with Sun Yu, he felt assured about Bulma's safety, so he readily agreed. Dr. Briefs, please remember to prepare the gravity training chamber, Sun Yu reminded Briefs, then took to the sky with Bulma on his back, heading towards the temple. Due to carrying Bulma, Sun Yu did not fly at great speed, but fortunately, the temple was not far from the Corinne Tower, and he soon arrived. Upon returning to the temple, Sun Yu noticed the old Kai's solemn expression, which struck him as strange. He inquired, Lord Kai, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied. I guess it because I killed those Red Ribbon Army members. The old Kai shook his head at Sun Yu's words, stating, the Red Ribbon Army has committed numerous atrocities. Your actions were in service to the people. A virtuous deed. Pausing briefly, the old Kai moved to the edge of the temple, gazing solemnly below, continuing, I witnessed your battle with Android No. 9 that I truly never expected such malevolence to exist in this world. The old Kai was aware of what Android number 9 had said earlier, particularly the chilling remark about the horrors of their kind, implying that they were not alone, that if one failed experiment could be so formidable, how powerful would the others be? This uncertainty weighed heavily on the old Kai's mind. Fear not. I will defeat whatever comes our way, whether it be androids or other beings. You can rest assured, Sun Yu declared, carefree as he patted the old Kai's shoulder. Indeed, indeed. Brother Sun Yu is the strongest, Bulma chimed in, peering at the old Kai with her cherubic face. The old Kai looked at Bulma's adorableness and then at the self-assured Sun Yu, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh, saying, let us hope, so it seems the safety of Earth will rest upon your shoulders. Protecting Earth was once the old Kai's responsibility. Now he expressed such sentiments, revealing his inner turmoil. There was no other choice, as echoed in the original Dragon Ball narrative. The world no longer required a deity. What it needed were powerful warriors. At that moment, the heavenly realm overlooked the setting sun. Sun Yu sat with Bulma at the temple's edge, silently watching the distant sunset, which symbolized twilight and hinted at demise. Having already transcended the understanding realm in his martial arts, Sun Yu seized this opportunity to quietly contemplate the essence of the waning sun as time flowed steadily by. Uncertain how much time passed, dawn broke in the east, and Bulma remained asleep in Sun Yu's embrace. Suddenly, he awoke with a start, sensing an abrupt intensification of the world's might that a surge of overwhelming energy rippled through the air. And both the old Kai and Bobo appeared beside Sun Yu, gazing in astonishment towards the direction of the spirit and time room within the temple. Soon, a striking figure emerged from the temple, the very Lana who had trained there for a year. However, in the real world, only a day had passed. Now, Lana had blossomed into a 16-year-old maiden, her lithe frame more graceful than ever. Her tattered garments, a result of her training, barely concealed her fair skin, and her long, beautiful legs were exposed to the air, leaving Sun Yu momentarily spellbound. Lana's aura swept through the temple like a tempest, unrestrained and fierce. Sun Yu, having gained strength from his recent battle with the android. Fared better, but the old Kai and Bobo were less fortunate, trembling under Lana's overwhelming presence, nearly unable to withstand it. Through a year of training, Lana had nearly perfected the subtle realm, but unlike Sun Yu's subdued demeanor, her martial prowess was entirely flamboyant. In the subtle realm, one acts spontaneously and effortlessly. Lana's fiery personality mirrored her martial style. "Hey Kyle, long time no see. Oh, I see that the little girl named Bulma. What is she doing here?" Lana immediately spotted Bulma in Sun Yu's arms and quickly tempered her aura, fearing she might startle the girl. The commotion had already roused Bulma, who, upon seeing Lana, brightened with joy. Well, that's a long story. Sun Yu appraised Lana, estimating her battle power to be well above 40,000. If she unleashed her full potential, she might even reach 50,000. He marveled at the wonders of the spirit and time room and recounted everything that had transpired since Lana entered, including Dr. Brief's visit, the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, Bulma's rescue, and the encounter with the androids. After listening to Sun Yu's account, Lana regarded him with an odd expression before uttering a statement that left him astounded. "So, where are the 2 Dragon Balls that were originally in the possession of the Red Ribbon Army?" "Oh right, where are the Dragon Balls? Kyle, aren't you going to rush back to the spirit and time room to train?" Lana questioned, perplexed. In her view, upon learning of her formidable strength, Sun Yu would undoubtedly be eager to train. However, Sun Yu had not elaborated on the battle powers during their encounter with the androids, leaving Lana unaware of the true circumstances. Moreover, with Sun Yu's rising martial prowess, he had matured in suppressing his energy, making it difficult for others to gauge his full strength without him revealing it. Thus, Lana naturally assumed that Sun Yu's battle power remained around 8,000. If he wished to avoid being left behind, he should be itching to train. Furthermore, Lana had previously informed Sun Yu of her disdain for those weaker than herself. If he truly held affections for her, he would surely strive to surpass her. Why then was he so indifferent? Did it mean he didn't care for her at all? If that were the case, why had he acted the way he did before? As these thoughts swirled, Lana felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, glaring at Sun Yu with a desire to confront him. "That one be necessary," Sun Yu remarked, blissfully unaware of Lana's turmoil. "The air in the spirit and time room is thin and the temperature high. Merely standing still can be exhausting. Training in such conditions can be quite irritating." Sun Yu's current focus was on cultivating his mental state, emphasizing the need to maintain inner peace. In reality, if he solely pursued battle power, he could have progressed rapidly. But what would be the point? Cultivating one's mental state was akin to laying a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the greater the potential for future growth. This principle was exemplified in the journeys of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball series, aside from their initial encounter, Sun Wukong's battle power consistently surpassed Vegeta's due to his higher martial realm, having entered the clear stage long before reaching planet Namek. Even during the fierce battle against Cell, both Sun Wukong and his son Sun Wufan encountered traces of the Tao. The essence of Tao lies in the harmony with nature. They seamlessly integrated their Super Saiyan transformations into the fabric of their daily lives, turning mundane activities such as eating, sleeping, and fishing into a form of cultivation. In comparison to their elevated state, Vegeta, who solely focused on strenuous training, appeared somewhat inferior. However, this does not imply that Vegeta's training methods are flawed. After all, each individual's martial path is distinct, and what suits one best is inherently the most effective. Furthermore, to enhance combat prowess, engaging in battle remains the most potent approach. The confrontation between Sun Wukong and Android 9 serves as a prime example. Under the pressure of a formidable adversary, he was pushed to the brink of death, which catalyzed an unprecedented surge in his fighting capability, even unlocking the second stage of the Sharingan, the double Tomo. The Saiyans, being a warrior race, find that only through life and death struggles and the oppression of formidable foes can their strength be amplified at an astonishing pace. I see you are simply being lazy, unwilling to improve your strength. Lana, feeling frustrated, turned her head away, her heart heavy with disappointment, unable to articulate whether it stemmed from Sun Wukong's lack of ambition or her fear that he did not care enough about her. Sun Wukong seemed perplexed by Lana's sudden anger. He shrugged helplessly and replied, "Not at all. My combat power is already at 24,000. I believe it won't be long before." "What?" Lana exclaimed, interrupting Sun Wukong. "You claim your combat power has reached 24,000? It has only been a day since then." "Well, I mentioned earlier that when I fought Android 9, I nearly perished after consuming a senza bean. I recovered from the brink of death, and my power surged threefold." Sun Wukong explained it. Now it makes sense. She knew that Saiyans could significantly increase their combat power upon nearing death. It was also thanks to the miraculous senza beans. Without them, he surely would not have survived such injuries, let alone experience a dramatic increase in power. The inability to recover from injuries promptly is one of the reasons why Saiyans frequently engage in perilous battles, yet seldom produce exceptionally powerful warriors. There is a saying in an advertisement: Saiyans on the brink of death and senza beans are a perfect match. Nevertheless, Lana was still quite upset. She reflected on her arduous year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Initially intending to mock Sun Wukong upon her return, only to find that he had achieved in one day what had taken her half a year, she felt as though her entire year's effort had been squandered. "Alas, now you've left me in a foul mood." Lana plopped down on the ground, pouting in a fit of pique. Sun Wukong quickly offered a smile. "At least you are still stronger than me. Moreover, Dr. Briefs has already invented the gravity training room, which would expedite your training significantly." "Really?" Lana's interest peaked at the mention of the gravity training room. "That I don't care. I want to use that first." "Huh." Sun Wukong's expression froze. "Come on. You are already so much stronger than me. Is there really a need to compete for it?" "Humph. I don't care. If you don't let me use it first, I won't talk to you ever again." Lana insisted stubbornly, her feelings conflicted. While she was thrilled by Sun Wukong's progress, she was also anxious that he might soon surpass her. If that were to happen, it would mean she was unprepared for the implications of being surpassed by him. Just thinking about it made Lana's cheeks flush. All right. I truly cannot deal with you." Sun Wukong, oblivious to her turmoil, turned to the obedient Bulma, standing behind him, and gently said, "Let us head to Bulma's house first. I can hardly wait to indulge in a feast." "Sure. Bulma is hungry too," Bulma chimed, playfully leaping into Sun Wukong's embrace. Lana, watching this scene, felt a pang of jealousy and pouted sourly. "You don't even spare a little girl. What a creepy uncle, a Lilicon." Thus, Sun Wukong, with Bulma in his arms, bid farewell to the Supreme Kai and Bu, soaring towards the Briefs household in East City. To Sun Wukong's surprise, upon seeing Bulma, Mrs. Briefs did not exhibit any signs of a long-awaited reunion. Instead, she greeted Sun Wukong and Lana with a warm smile, as if Bulma had merely returned from a distant journey rather than having been kidnapped. Had he not known Mrs. Briefs' personality, Sun Wukong might have suspected Bulma was adopted. In the spacious courtyard of the Briefs' residence, a grand feast was laid out, although the attendees included only Sun Wukong, Lana, and the Briefs family. They had summoned over 20 top-tier chefs, transporting copious amounts of ingredients in massive trucks. As if that were not enough, Mr. Briefs had also purchased several luxurious restaurants in East City for Sun Wukong and Lana, ensuring that whenever they desired, the most exquisite dishes would be prepared for them instantly. "Kyle, after we finish eating, go fetch the last 2 Dragon Balls for me." While Sun Wukong was fervently devouring a roast whole cow, Lana suddenly commanded, "Huh, is it really so urgent? I still want to have a good nap." Sun Wukong replied with reluctance, "Humph, it would be generous of you to even let me eat before you find them. And oh, more chatter. Finish your meal and go," Lana ordered sternly. Consequently, before Sun Wukong could satiate his hunger, he was hastily dispatched by Lana. He soared through the sky, reminiscing about the delectable roast steaks, roasted earth dragons, shark burgers, and whale fins left uneaten on the table, feeling as though his life had turned bleak. To swiftly retrieve the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong flew with remarkable speed, a streak of silver slicing through the sky, vanishing in an instant. Even if someone happened to glance upward, they would be unable to discern the true form of that silver flash. Drawing from prior experience, Sun Wukong quickly located the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army stronghold. Now, this area had transformed into a vast expanse of sea, the land obliterated to mere rubble, leaving him uncertain of where the Dragon Balls might have fallen. He produced the Dragon Radar, meticulously searching for the Dragon Ball's locations that, as the radar indicated, the two Dragon Balls lay scattered on the ocean floor. Sun Wukong pinpointed one that was relatively close, and, summoning his courage, plunged into the water, diving deep to search. Beneath the waves, he could faintly make out the ruins of the former Red Ribbon Army headquarters, reaching the location indicated by the Dragon Radar. He began to dig through the debris with determination. With each period of digging, Sun Wukong had a surface for air. Though he felt disgruntled, he could hardly blame anyone else. Had he been more vigilant and seized the Dragon Balls before annihilating the Red Ribbon Army, he wouldn't have to endure such hardship now. Finally, after relentless effort, he uncovered one of the Dragon Balls, carefully stowing it away to avoid losing it again. Now, only the last 6-star ball remained, and he would be able to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. However, Sun Wukong held little interest in the Dragon of Earth. After all, he was aware that there existed the Dragon of Namek, and even the Super Dragon that spanned across entire galaxies. Before his journey, he had often fantasized about collecting all 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and fulfill his wish for immortality. It would be even more perfect if he could acquire an indestructible body like that of Majin Buu. Yet, as Sun Wukong's perspective broadened, he realized that in the face of absolute power, nothing is truly immortal. Whether it be Cell, Majin Buu, or even Zamasu, who possesses an immortal body in the Dragon Ball Super Universe. All can be defeated, and those who do so are invariably Saiyans. Perhaps Saiyans are not born inherently powerful, but they consistently surpass their limits and unleash unprecedented potential when confronted with immense pressure and life-and-death trials. A trait even the esteemed Zamasu covets. Thus, Sun Wukong currently refrains from relying on the power of the Dragon Balls, at least until he attains a divine level. Should he one day reach the heights comparable to the god of destruction, Beerus, it would seem rather absurd to rely solely on his own strength. After all, mortals are, by nature, mere mortals. If he wishes to venture further along the path of martial arts, he undoubtedly requires the aid of the Super Dragon's power. Moreover, Lana previously mentioned she had a wish she wanted to fulfill. Therefore, this opportunity to summon Shenron shall be reserved for her. Following the Dragon Radar's guidance, Sun Wukong arrived at a massive underwater rock formation. It appeared that the last 6-star ball was buried beneath this boulder, presenting a dilemma. Should he use the Kamehameha to obliterate the rock? Or, well, he decided to employ the Kamehameha to shatter the boulder. Sun Wukong stepped back several meters before channeling his energy. It was merely a matter of shattering a rock. He felt no need to exert an overwhelming combat power. A casual display of around 10 to 20,000 would suffice. Or perhaps even 7 or 8,000 would be adequate. However, he decided to temper his strength to a mere 1,000, lest he inadvertently reduce the area to a plane and subsequently find himself at a loss for locating the Dragon Balls. Once he had calibrated his power, Sun Yu unleashed the Kamehameha wave, the ethereal blue glow illuminating the entire ocean floor. Upon striking the rock, the Kamehameha pierced through and detonated at its core, creating a formidable shockwave in that moment. A vacuum formed where the massive rock once stood, and torrents of seawater exploded outward to the base of the rock. Sun Yu beheld a yellow glass sphere, the 6-star ball he had been searching for. After locating the 6-star ball, Sun Yu swiftly flew to its position, eager to retrieve it before the encroaching seawater could inundate the area. Clearing away the surrounding soil, he grasped the 6-star ball in his hand, finally gathering all 7 Dragon Balls. Although these were merely Earth-esque Dragon Balls, Sun Yu found himself intrigued by the wishes Lana might conjure, hoping it wouldn't involve her desire to become the queen of planet Vegeta. As the seawater began to recede, Sun Yu intended to depart, but caught sight of an iron door that had mysteriously appeared beneath the massive rock. Infuriatingly, the heavy door bore a sign forbidding entry to unauthorized personnel. Ironically, Sun Yu was precisely the type to feel an overwhelming curiosity at such warnings, eager to explore the secrets of this site, a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army. Surely it concealed a clandestine laboratory, or something of the sort. The thought of uncovering a facility dedicated to inhumane experiments, particularly after the appearance of Android 9, only fueled his resolve to investigate further. Could it be that Android 18, a striking beauty, was still in development? With such musings, Sun Yu unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the heavy iron door and striding boldly inside. Once within, he closed the door behind him, the surface of the ocean returning to its original state. Sun Yu ventured deeper into the dimly lit corridor, which emanated a chilling light, the rusted walls making it an ideal setting for a horror film. Certainly a place that required no artificial enhancement for cinematography. Yet, Sun Yu felt no trepidation. At his level of power, the specters of the supernatural were mere trifles. Should any foolish spirit dare to confront him, he would not hesitate to send it fleeing in terror. As he traversed the laboratory, he passed numerous transparent walled rooms filled with various instruments and chemical concoctions he did not comprehend. Thus he chose to dismiss them. Eventually, he arrived at a chamber resembling a library. But instead of books, the shelves were lined with an array of miniature spy robots. Sun Yu recognized them from the Dragon Ball series, designed to gather combat intelligence on warriors like Goku and Vegeta, as well as collect cellular samples from the field. Entering the room, he noticed a massive supercomputer at its center, its screen displaying a dense array of text in black and white. Drawn in, he read the opening lines of an article titled, "The Final X Project." The sheer number of miniature spy robots was astonishing, and he could not help but curse aloud, while the existence of such robots did not surprise him. The mention of the X Project seemed entirely unfounded. Sun Yu's mind raced with countless thoughts as he approached the computer, scrutinizing the text further. The article was lengthy, but as he skimmed through it, he discovered it contained information about androids and biological enhancement technologies that it turned out that Dr. Gero had begun his research on human-based androids long before this time, akin to the existence of Android 18. If that were all, Sun Yu wouldn't be particularly concerned. After all, the combat data for the androids in the original Dragon Ball was derived from warriors like Goku, and presently, Earth's strongest fighters were far from formidable. The creation of Android 9, capable of energy absorption, was already the pinnacle of their achievements, so there was no cause for alarm. Yet, in the next moment, Sun Yu felt a burning sting on his face. He had stumbled upon a wealth of combat information about himself within the computer's database. Clearly, the Red Ribbon Army had taken note of him and Lana the moment they set foot on Earth. Although their time on the planet was brief, the Army spy robots had diligently gathered a wealth of intelligence, including Sun Yu's cellular samples. In the absence of Goku, Sun Yu had become Dr. Gero's prime target point. One should never underestimate the mad scientists. Who knows what sort of nefarious schemes they concoct daily. Then came the X Project. The spy robots had recorded the battle between Sun Yu and Android 8. And upon uploading the footage, Dr. Gero immediately began analyzing Sun Yu's cellular samples that he intended to transplant a special chromosome from Sun Yu cells into the body of an enhanced android, aiming to create the ultimate weapon to avenge the Red Ribbon Army and, incidentally, conquer the world. Could it be that his mere presence had utterly disrupted the narrative? Was Cell to be born prematurely? Sun Yu felt the cold sweat trickling down his back, even in its initial state. Cell possessed the strength to contend with a super Saiyan. If Cell were to emerge early, his combat power, barely surpassing 20,000, would be swiftly obliterated. Earth was indeed a terrifying place. Perhaps he should return to planet Vegeta and assume the role of a prince. However, he jested. The X Project surely could not be linked to Cell. Sun Yu speculated that, at this stage, Dr. Gero lacked the capability to produce formidable androids, that if he truly possessed such power, he would not have allowed the Red Ribbon Army to be decimated. What Sun Yu mulled over now was whether to trace the source of Dr. Gero's research and eliminate him before he could create any powerful androids. This laboratory appeared to be a center for data collection and research, with all information being uploaded to Dr. Gero's private headquarters, that if he could utilize the computer's transmission signals, pinpointing Dr. Gero's location would not be overly complicated. Yet, Sun Yu was a pure Saiyan, and his intrinsic yearning for formidable adversaries could not be extinguished. If Dr. Gero were to be destroyed, it would mean the loss of many powerful foes. With no villains to challenge him, what would remain to write about? Suddenly, he felt an immense pressure. Every decision he made could have far-reaching consequences. With great power comes great responsibility, he mused before smashing the computer with a single strike and turning to leave. He exited the room. Sun Yu hurled an energy sphere, obliterating all the miniature robots within. Though he harbored no fear of androids, There was an old adage: while one may not fear a thief, one should be wary of their watchful gaze. Being surveilled incessantly by a swarm of tiny spy robots was far from pleasant. With that matter resolved, Sun Yu soared back home, where Dr. Briefs was watering flowers in the garden. Upon noticing Sun Yu's return, he set down his watering can and approached. Lana was training in the gravity chamber, and Sun Yu instructed a servant to summon her before joining Dr. Briefs in the living room. Gathered in the living room, Sun Yu recounted the discovery of the mysterious research facility beneath the Red Ribbon Army's ruins and divulged Dr. Jero's ex-project. Dr. Briefs displayed a concerned expression, while Lana waved dismissively. A pure Saiyan. Lana wholeheartedly supported Sun Yu's actions and declared her intention to commandeer the gravity chamber until she acclimated to 100-fold gravity. Dr. Briefs, I believe you should construct a separate gravity chamber for me, one without sound equipment, Sun Yu remarked with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Dr. Briefs appeared troubled but did not dare to defy Sun Yu's request. If that is your wish, please grant me 5 days, Kale. How do you plan to handle the Dragon Balls? Lana inquired, her curiosity piqued more by the Dragon Balls than by Dr. Jero's schemes. Sun Yu produced a universal capsule, opening it to reveal a small plastic box containing all 7 Dragon Balls, neatly arranged. Wow, let me see, Lana exclaimed, snatching the plastic box from Sun Yu's grasp. How do I make my wish? Do I just think it in my heart? Like a birthday wish? Certainly not. To fulfill your wishes, you must first loudly recite an incantation to summon the dragon. Then, you can make your wish to the dragon, and your desires will be granted. As Sun Yu spoke, he animatedly gestured with his hands and feet. Why must it be so complicated? Lana seemed dissatisfied with this method and inquired, isn't it a bit ostentatious? Can't we do it more discreetly? Discreetly? Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was clearly inconsistent with Lana's character. It was impossible to remain low-key, as the appearance of the dragon would bring forth celestial phenomena. The sky would darken, followed by thunder and lightning. To be honest, I too am quite eager to witness such a spectacle. Dr. Briefs, who had been observing, adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat, keen to assert his presence, indicating his interest in the matter as well. By the way, Lana, what exactly do you wish to request? There's no time like the present. Let us summon the dragon together, Sun Yu suggested. Why should you all go? The mere thought of expressing her wish in front of everyone made Lana's face flush crimson. Both Sun Yu and Dr. Briefs nodded enthusiastically. You guys are truly excessive. I shall forego my wish. And here, take back the Dragon Balls, Lana huffed angrily, tossing the plastic container at Sun Yu before storming out. Sun Yu stared in bewilderment at the scattered Dragon Balls and turned to Dr. Briefs, asking, what on earth made her so upset? Women are incomprehensible. Dr. Briefs shrugged, gazing at Sun Yu with a bemused expression. The matter of the Red Ribbon Army had reached a temporary resolution, although Sun Yu remained vigilant against Dr. Jero's ex-plan. Meanwhile, Lana seemed utterly enchanted, spending her days locked in the gravity training chamber, showing no intention of relinquishing it for Sun Yu's use. Fortunately, Dr. Briefs had assured him the new gravity training room will be completed within 5 days, so Sun Yu was not particularly anxious. In the following 2 days, Sun Yu seized the opportunity to visit the ocean and located Kame House. After all, with a super-rich benefactor on his side, searching for the island via satellite was hardly a strenuous task, and he found Master Roshi's residence without much effort. Master Roshi was not surprised by Sun Yu's arrival. He had sensed Sun Yu's formidable aura during his battles, an unforgettable sensation that sent chills down one's spine even from a great distance. Sun Yu had come to discuss martial arts with Master Roshi, but the old master feigned ignorance, unwilling to divulge much. Fortunately, Sun Yu was prepared. He produced a universal capsule, which revealed 2 towering stacks of the latest swimsuit fashion magazines. Just the sight of those alluring covers sent Master Roshi into a frenzy, causing him to rush over and eagerly examine one with the allure of these fashion magazines bridging the gap. The bond between Sun Yu and Master Roshi quickly deepened. Master Roshi immersed himself in the magazines. Sun Yu took the opportunity to inquire about various training techniques. Master Roshi, ever the sage with over 3 centuries of experience, offered invaluable insights that left Sun Yu feeling greatly enriched. After spending several days at Kame House, Sun Yu received word from Dr. Briefs that the gravity training room, designed specifically for him, had been completed. Bidding farewell to Master Rashi, Sun Yu swiftly flew back to East City to visit Dr. Briefs. Bulma had been eagerly awaiting his return, and upon seeing him, she rushed into his arms. "Brother Sun Yu, where have you been these past few days? You didn't take Bulma out to play." Bulma pouted, her lips forming a perfect frown, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Sun Yu gently lifted the adorable Bulma and replied tenderly, "I want to see a friend. How about I take you along next time?" He wondered what the scene would be like when Bulma met Master Rashi. Sounds good, Bulma exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Sun Yu's neck in delight. As long as it was Sun Yu taking her out, she was thrilled, regardless of who they were meeting. "Where's your father? I heard the new gravity training room has been completed," Sun Yu inquired as he carried Bulma inside. Bulma pointed towards the basement and said, "Over here. I helped out with the construction of the new gravity training room." "Really? Bulma, you're amazing." Sun Yu joyfully pinched Bulma's cheek, although he was unsure what she meant by helping out. It was evident that Bulma's extraordinary scientific talent was beginning to shine through. Under Bulma's guidance, Sun Yu arrived at the entrance of the gravity training room. Due to the need to test the room, he instructed Bulma to remain outside while he entered alone. The gravity training room was spacious, covering over 200 square meters, with thick titanium alloy welded to the walls. At the center stood the gravity control console, where one could adjust the gravitational force multiplier. After closing the door, Sun Yu approached the console and activated the gravity amplification device, according to the displayed icons. Considering the material's endurance, the room could not yet withstand more than 100 times gravity. Thus, the current maximum multiplier was set to 100. Sun Yu first selected a multiplier of 20. The device emitted a low humming sound, and soon a tremendous downward force pressed upon Sun Yu, making him feel as if he were encased in lead. With the additional weight of the super heavy armor he wore, the gravity acting on him was equivalent to 45 times that of Earth. Even with a battle power of 24,000, Sun Yu found it quite challenging to cope. However, knowing that Lana was tirelessly training, how could Sun Yu allow himself to slack off? Training was not an overnight endeavor. It required a gradual approach and the establishment of small goals, such as first enduring 100 times the gravity, despite feeling as if he were weighed down by lead. Making even a single step was an immense effort. But Sun Yu was not the type to easily give up. He began with simple walking, then transitioned to jogging. Once his leg muscles adapted to the gravity, he started to work on his arm muscles with push-ups and stances, increasing the intensity as he became more accustomed to the 20 times gravity. Uncertain of when Dr. Gero's schemes might resurface, Sun Yu and Lana devoted themselves to rigorous training, spending most of their time in their respective gravity training rooms, occasionally even eating and sleeping there. However, unlike Lana, Sun Yu would set aside time each day for meditation to refine his mindset. Time passed quietly, and 4 months flew by. Dr. Gero seemed to have vanished without a trace. With no news emerging, Bulma grew increasingly dissatisfied with Sun Yu's constant seclusion in the gravity training room, and each day she would peer through the window, her expression filled with longing. "Brother Sun Yu, you promised to take me shopping." One day, when Bulma saw Sun Yu emerge from the training room, she leaped into his arms without regard for his sweaty appearance. "Didn't we agree to wait 2 weeks?" Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly, lifting the little girl and playfully pinching her cheek. Bulma pouted, her displeasure evident. "It's been a whole month, and you still haven't taken me out to play." Sun Yu was taken aback by how much time had passed since he last took her out. Ever since entering the gravity training room, his battle power had skyrocketed. He had adapted to withstanding 80 times gravity, and without the super heavy armor, his maximum battle power could reach 95,000. Meanwhile, Lana, having entered the room of spirit and time, had adjusted to 100 times gravity. In fact, without her armor, her maximum battle power had soared to 120,000, a height she had once only dared to dream of. With the intense training behind them, it was time to unwind. Thus, Sun Yu agreed to Bulma's request. "All right then, how about we go out today?" Sun Yu smiled. "Today? That sounds great. You're the best, Brother Sun Yu." As she spoke, Bulma tilted her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. Just then, Lana happened to walk by and noticed the jubilant Bulma. "What has got you so cheerful, Bulma?" she asked. Bulma, with an air of innocence, replied, "Brother Sun, you promised to take me shopping. You should come along." "Sister Lana." "Shopping," Lan Na murmured softly, casting a discontented glance at Sun Yu. "I say, Kyle, you have yet to acclimate to 100 times the gravity, and already you're contemplating slacking off?" Lan Na eagerly anticipated the day when Sun Yu would adapt to the intense gravitational force, allowing them to return to Vegeta as formidable warriors. She had long been fixated on the throne of Vegeta. However, Sun Yu was not concerned that Lan Na would genuinely become angry, for there exist two things in this world that Lan Na could never resist. The first being delectable cuisine, and the second, shopping. This is quite understandable, as shopping can be considered a universal talent among women across the cosmos. No female creature is indifferent to the allure of retail therapy. Initially, as a warrior from the Saiyan race, Lan Na had been quite averse to the seemingly mundane act of shopping. Yet upon her visit to the East City department store with Mrs. Briefs, Lan Na was utterly awestruck by the dazzling array of products. Particularly, when she witnessed Mrs. Brief's extraordinary bargaining prowess, she was left astounded. Who knew that shopping could be so imbued with the exhilarating thrill of triumph? Thus, one could witness a wealthy matron and a Saiyan warrior, whose strength could easily facilitate the heist of the universe's largest bank, engaged in a fervent and heated negotiation over a mere 200 yuan jacket, an utterly surreal spectacle. "Sister Na, I heard there's an anniversary sale at the East City department store. Everything is half off." Sun Yu winked at Lan Na, dropping a bombshell. "Half price." Lan Na stared at Sun Yu, momentarily stunned, before vanishing in an instant. When she reappeared, she had traded her training garb for a stylish and chic outfit. "Wow, that was fast." Sun Yu scratched his head in amazement, realizing that for women, discounted items hold an irresistible allure far surpassing that of free goods. "Haha, Brother Sun Yu, you should hurry and change too. Sister Lan Na and I will wait for you in the lobby," Bulma chimed, playfully nudging Sun Yu towards the changing room. "All right." Sun Yu quickly freshened up, donning a clean T-dash shirt, T.O. fully integrate into Earth life. He and Lan Na often traveled via the Briefs aircraft, and upon arriving at the mall, Bulma held Sun Yu's hand in one grasp and Lan Na's in the other, creating the image of a blissful family of three. The mall was teeming with people. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by the bustling atmosphere at a broad thoroughfare, wide enough to accommodate 10 burly men standing side by side, connected countless shops within a few hundred meters. Looking up, the 7-story building was a hive of activity, bustling with a continuous flow of patrons. The first floor hosted numerous clothing stores alongside eclectic snack vendors, with pedestrians flowing ceaselessly, their chatter, shouts, and bargaining ringing in the air. To pass the time, Sun Yu purchased a mountain of snacks, munching as he strolled. Were it not for the unique, beast-like humanoids native to Dragon Ball Earth, he might have momentarily forgotten he was not on his original Earth. Ouch! Bulma called out lightly as she dashed ahead. Sun Yu, still enjoying his treats and leisurely surveying the shops, glanced up at Bulma's exclamation to find her sprawled on the ground, her shopping bags scattered about, her expression one of dismay. Just ahead, a burly wolf-like humanoid munched on a beef leg, swaggering through the crowd without a care. After helping Bulma to her feet, Sun Yu guided her back to Lan Na before swiftly appearing behind the wolf-like creature, placing his hand firmly on its shoulder. The wolf-man halted in surprise and turned in anger, only to find no one behind him. Ahem! Sun Yu's face flushed as he cleared his throat, prompting the wolf-man to finally notice the diminutive figure of Sun Yu, who looked rather small in comparison. The wolf-man, towering at least 2.5 meters, was indeed an imposing sight, and Sun Yu's hand barely reached his shoulder. The wolf-man glanced down at Sun Yu, tearing a chunk of meat from his beef leg and chewing as he inquired, "Little thing, looking for trouble?" Sun Yu pointed at the tearful Bulma, coldly stating, "You bumped into my sister and walked away without a word. Surely, you don't expect me to apologize?" The wolf-man regarded Sun Yu with a peculiar expression, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Bulma, anxious, urged Sun Yu to let it go, as she had not sustained any real injury, just a minor fall. Yet, Lan Na intervened, asserting that despite the wolf-man's imposing stature, size alone did not dictate strength in this world. it would be best to apologize. After all, she was quite reasonable, and with a sincere attitude. Perhaps she would forgive him. Bulma was Sun Yu's soft spot. If anyone dared to disrespect her, Sun Yu would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. The wolfman's eyes widened, as if he had just heard the funniest of jokes. And he stifled a laugh, responding in a slightly trembling voice. "You want me to apologize? Ha ha, I'm sorry, but while you may be easy to talk to, I'm not. I'll give you 3 counts. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude." By now, a crowd had gathered, drawn in by the spectacle, and the stark contrast between the two figures was striking, one towering at 2 meters and 50 centimeters. The other barely around 1 meter 70, and one expected this confrontation to yield any suspense. Hence, sympathetic gazes were cast towards Sun Yu, although he thought it would be humiliating for a Saiyan to bully an ordinary earthling. He found it hard to overlook the fact that this fool had dared to offend Bulma, as the crowd murmured. The wolfman noticed Sun Yu's lack of retreat and sneered. "Ignorance is bliss. It seems today you need a lesson to understand your place." With that, the wolfman hurled the remainder of his beef leg into the air and, with fists clenched like a baseball bat, swung violently at Sun Yu's abdomen. The sheer power of his muscles prompted gasps from onlookers. Sun Yu had initially remained calm, waiting for the wolfman to strike. However, when the brute's fists collided with his abdomen, Sun Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and with a resounding bang, he staggered back 4 steps, incredulously staring at his adversary. Lan Na, equally astonished, looked at Sun Yu, asking, "Kyle, what kind of performance are you putting on?" After all, Sun Yu's battle power reached an astounding 95,000 without his heavy armor. With such strength, not even a missile could harm him. Whatever Lan Na thought, Sun Yu chose to ignore. He was well aware that the force he had just endured could not possibly be attributed to any earthly creature. This guy was trouble. "Well, little guy, I didn't expect you to stand after all. I underestimated you." The wolfman, now brimming with arrogance, caught the half-eaten beef leg he had thrown into the air, flaunting it with unrestrained swagger. "Oh, how boastful you are," Sun Yu muttered, brushing off the dust from his clothes, irritated. "Is it you or me who should be the main character here? According to the script, I should have been the one to put that villainous wolfman in his place. So why the deviation from a plot? Kyle, step aside. Let your sister avenge you," Lan Na said, gently ruffling Sun Yu's hair, stepping in front of him. "Hey, Sister Na, what was that look just now? I merely let my guard down. You can't possibly think I was being bullied." Sun Yu protested loudly, casting desperate glances around for support. The crowd unanimously nodded, and Bulma, in her soft voice, comforted Sun Yu. "It's okay, brother Sun Yu. You will always be a great hero in my eyes." Puffed. Sun Yu nearly choked on his own blood, realizing the girl was intentionally teasing him. "You know my strength. How could you forget who defeated the Red Ribbon Army and Android 9? Sister Na, don't get involved. Let me handle this scoundrel." Sun Yu rolled up his sleeves, ready to face the wolfman in a fight to the finish. Lan Na stuck out her cute little tongue, making way for Sun Yu. "Hey, beast, come here and accept your fate." Sun Yu stood before the wolfman, pointing accusingly at him. The wolfman's expression darkened at Sun Yu's insult, his eyes betraying a fierce, murderous intent as he replied ominously, "Someone dared to call me a beast before. Guess what? The grass on his grave is already 2 meters tall." "Oh, what a coincidence indeed." Sun Yu sensed the murderous intent of the wolf-like man, and an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. He remarked, "In the past, there were those who dared to show disrespect towards my Bulma. And do you know what happened? Their graves remain unmarked, for they were left without a resting place." Upon hearing the exchange between the two, the onlookers erupted into laughter, believing it to be a jest. However, Lana felt a sudden shiver in her heart and instinctively tightened her embrace around Bulma, sensing that this wolf-like man was no ordinary foe. "Remember, the one who seeks to kill you is named Yax." The wolf-like man introduced himself, then suddenly leapt forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Sun Yu. The force of his blow was akin to thunder, prompting Sun Yu to raise his hand in defense. The two collided, the sound of their clash resonating through the air. The spectators were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the strength possessed by this seemingly frail youth. Both Sun Yu and the wolf-like man, named Yax, caught a fleeting glimpse of shock, in each other's eyes, causing Sun Yu to abandon any thoughts of underestimating his opponent. Although he could not gauge Yak's combat prowess, he understood that the man's strength was not inferior to his own. I admit I underestimated you before. Let us now showcase our true abilities. Sun Yu was filled with curiosity regarding Yak's identity. Yet as a warrior of the Saiyan race, he believed that any issue solvable by a fist required no further discussion. That suits me perfectly. Yax and Sun Yu leapt into action in unison, amidst the startled cries of the onlookers, and ascended to the rooftop of the East Capital Grand department store. Lana, still holding Bulma, followed closely behind, quietly observing the two stood facing each other. And in an instant, Sun Yu vanished from his position, launching a palm strike towards Yak's chest. Yak's expression was cold and unreadable as he crossed his massive wolf claws over his chest. Sun Yu's strike, seemingly casual, concealed a hidden strength. Yax felt as though he had collided with a mountain and exerted all his might to counter. With a resounding bang, both retreated several steps. His combat strength surpasses my own. Sun Yu thought to himself, astonished at the emergence of such a formidable opponent on Earth. Nevertheless, he found it fortuitous, as Yax would serve as an excellent measure of his recent training progress. With a thunderous roar, the two ascended into the air and engaged in a fierce melee. Sun Yu, cautious not to harm any innocent bystanders, refrained from using energy attacks, while Yax seemed to rely solely on raw physical combat, trading blows with Sun Yu in a brutal exchange. They moved at such high speeds that the ordinary onlookers below could barely catch a glimpse of their shadows. After dozens of exchanges, the two paused in mid-air, panting heavily. Their brief skirmish had been exhilarating, leaving them both with varying degrees of wounds, yet each could see the thrill reflected in the other's eyes at this point. Are you still holding back your full strength? Sun Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Yax. Humph, you dare to accuse me? Don't think I can't tell. You've hardly been serious in this fight. Yax spat out some blood and cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous sounds. I fear that unleashing my full power all at once might frighten you. Sun Yu replied with a grin. Then let me witness your true strength. Just don't let it be mere bluster. Yax remarked, eyeing Sun Yu with a playful expression. Yes, you wish. With that, Sun Yu bent his arms across his chest, arching his back as he summoned forth his full might. As the power within him surged forth, a faint golden aura enveloped his body, and the surrounding air grew dense, emitting a low hum. Damn it, you little brat. Yax couldn't precisely sense the chi, but he could perceive the overwhelming force emanating from Sun Yu. From a distance, Lana observed Sun Yu's formidable presence with a knowing smile. After a while, Sun Yu unleashed his immense battle power of 95,000. The golden aura, solidifying and radiating a gentle glow. Be cautious. I'm about to strike. Sun Yu flashed a mischievous smile at Yax before vanishing from sight. Damn it, Yax couldn't catch a glimpse of Sun Yu's movement. His speed was simply too swift, and he frantically searched the area in vain. Where the hell is he? Right here, before he could finish his thought. Sun Yu reappeared directly in front of Yax, delivering a heavy blow. Yax's body was sent flying, crashing through the building behind him and creating a massive crater in the ground, fortunately landing in a green space that spared any casualties. If you don't show your true capabilities soon, I might actually defeat you. Sun Yu flexed his wrist and calmly hovered above Yax, who was struggling to rise. True to Sun Yu's expectations, Yax managed to stand up, but his eyes glowed a furious red, resembling a bloodthirsty beast devoid of reason. His powerful wolf claws dug into the ground as his body began to swell before the astonished crowd. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted as Yak's regressed fangs reemerged, his physique expanding at an alarming rate, tearing through his clothing to reveal sinewy limbs, like a ferocious wolf of the jungle in the Dragon Ball universe. Beastmen had evolved to a humanoid form long ago, yet Yax could no longer be deemed human. He had transformed into a wolf. It was evident that Yax was reverting to a primal beast state, devoid of any trace of rational thought in his gaze. This is impossible. Beastmen on Earth shouldn't be able to shift into a beast form. Sun Yu felt a jolt of alarm and shouted to the stunned crowd below. He is extremely dangerous. Flee at once. With Sun Yu's warning, the onlookers snapped out of their stupor. Run. That beast will eat us. This thought raced through many minds, and chaos ensued as the crowd erupted in screams. Fleeing in all directions, the cacophony of panic triggered Yak's instincts, and he zeroed in on a lone girl, his eyes narrowing as he lunged towards her. "Watch out!" A flash of red light ignited in Sun Yu's eyes as he activated his Sharingan, desperately focusing on Yaks to initiate a time freeze. Had Sun Yu attempted to suspend time over the entire area as before, it would have had little effect on the immensely powerful Yaks. However, perhaps due to the advancement of his Sharingan to a double Tomo, he was now able to control the time freeze with greater precision, inadvertently confining its effects solely to Yaks in an instant. The once lightning-fast Yaks found himself trapped, as if ensnared in a quagmire. Unable to move, Sun Yu felt a surge of triumph as he swiftly rescued the isolated girl, casting a cold gaze upon the now immobilized Yaks. "Grr!" Yaks emitted a low, threatening growl, his crimson wolf eyes locked on his Sun Yu with wary intensity. Sun Yu intentionally feigned a vulnerability, and true to form, Yaks lunged with blinding speed. Though Yak's attack was swift as lightning, Sun Yu, with the insight of his double Tomo Sharingan, evaded the assault, twisting his body to dodge Yak's charge, but he seized Yak's wolf head with his left hand while his right fist descended with tremendous force. The sound of several muffled thuds echoed as Sun Yu struck Yak's head, causing blood to flow freely in agony. Yaks twisted his body, launching his thick, iron tail towards Sun Yu. Sun Yu evaded. Yaks broke free from his grasp, swiftly raising his massive wolf claw to strike Sun Yu. Despite the Sharingan's ability to perceive Yak's impending attack, Sun Yu had just narrowly avoided the tail strike, reaching the limits of his speed, and could only watch as Yak's claw descended upon him. Boom! Sun Yu was slammed into the cracked earth beneath him, and as he broke free from the ground, he found himself confronted by the suddenly appearing Lana. "Red card out, Kyle. It's my turn to take over. You rest for a bit." The sudden appearance of Lana startled Sun Yu, while the beastly form of Yaks assumed a defensive posture. Warily observing the two individuals ahead, Sun Yu's eyes returned to normal, and he reluctantly remarked, "Hey, Sister Na, I haven't lost yet. Why do you have to step in now? Also, where did you throw Bulma?" Lana flexed her wrist, pointed towards the rooftop of the East Capital Grand Department Store, and said, "Bulma is on the rooftop. Watching you fight for so long has made me restless. If you don't want to be beaten by me, you should leave quickly." All right, you're my sister. You're formidable." Sun Yu shrugged helplessly and cautioned, "Just be careful," before soaring to the rooftop to find Bulma. As Sun Yu took off, Lana turned to the vigilant Yaks beside her and smiled wryly, saying, "Little wolf, you better be cautious that I won't be as soft-hearted as that fool, the lifeless lowly aficionado." The smile on Lana's face seemed more terrifying than a demon from hell in Sun Yu's eyes. A fool and a lifeless lowly aficionado. What kind of deep-seated resentment does she harbor? Sensing the immense pressure radiating from Lana, the beastly Yaks decided to strike first, lunging at her with a claw. Lana regarded the charging Yaks with a mocking smirk, then unleashed a heavy punch aimed at Yak's head. The sound of the punch echoed like thunder, and Yak's massive form was sent crashing to the ground as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall. Ignoring the pain in its head, Yaks retaliated by swinging its iron tail toward Lana. Yet, it appeared as though Lana was oblivious to Yak's attack, remaining still in her position. "Sister Na, dodge!" Sun Yu cried from the rooftop, his heart racing. If that tail made contact, even a Saiyan's physical prowess would not withstand it. Bulma in Sun Yu's arms instinctively covered her eyes, unable to bear the thought of her beloved sister Lana being harmed. Just as Yak's tail was about to strike Lana, she effortlessly raised her hand to block it, as if Yak's formidable tail had been frozen in place, coming to a sudden halt in her grasp. "Ha! A tail. I have one too." Lana had completely entered a state of exhilaration. With her right foot as the pivot, she spun around dramatically and unleashed the tail that had been coiled around her waist. With a resounding crack, her tail lashed out like a steel whip, striking Yaks squarely on the face, leaving a bloody mark and for the first time instilling a sense of fear in its bloodthirsty wolfish eyes. Sun Yu gasped from a distance, realizing that provoking Lana was a grave mistake. This girl was far too ruthless. Though Yaks trembled slightly, Lana clearly had no intention of letting up. After all, it was not every day one found a wolf-shaped punching bag. It would be a shame not to take full advantage of it. Suddenly, Lana began to unleash her immense power, a terrifying force akin to a mountain collapsing and rivers reversing, overwhelming the empty commercial street. "Flame Fist," she shouted, her energy coalescing into a searing wave, creating an illusion of being engulfed in flames. This Flame Fist a technique of her own invention. Sun Yu wondered in astonishment. Flame Fist. At this moment, Lana appeared to be surrounded by a sea of fire, the intense energy wave causing everyone present to feel the heat. This technique resembled the Kamehameha's compressed energy, but with Lana channeling all her energy through her limbs, making it easier to concentrate her battle power, resulting in a potency 3 times greater than usual. Little Wolf, if you have any last words, say them quickly. Otherwise, you won't have the chance later. Lana's voice was sweet, yet it sent chills down the spines of both Sun Yu and Yax. She readied her fist, engulfed in scorching energy, and with a powerful thrust of her legs, she charged forward. Poor Yax had no time to react before being sent flying by a single punch. Yax rolled through the air, struggling to regain its balance. However, it soon felt an intense heat from behind. Realizing the danger, it fearfully turned its wolf head, only to find Lana had already positioned herself behind it. With a swift kick, Lana's flaming foot connected with Yak's abdomen, the searing pain nearly bringing it to tears as it plummeted downward. Tragically, it discovered that Lana was now on the ground, poised to launch another attack. Waiting for its descent. Oh, whoa. Yax let out a mournful howl as it was mercilessly pummeled by Lana. Sun Yu quickly covered Bulma's eyes, unable to bear the gruesome scene unfolding before him. He began to question whether bringing Lana to Earth for training had been a wise decision, and he felt a pang of sympathy for the wolf-like Yax. If luck were to favor Yax, and it survived this ordeal, it would likely carry a lifelong psychological scar. Speaking of which, many middle school math teachers would probably inquire, what is the psychological shadow area of this wolf-like creature at this moment? Hey, Sister Na, that's enough. If you keep beating it like this, it might just die. Sun Yu shouted at Lana, not out of compassion, but because he hoped to leave a survivor to question why this wolf-shaped being was so powerful. After all, if it could still breathe under Lana's relentless assault. It was anything but ordinary, definitely not a creature from Earth. Kale, how about we have roasted wolf for dinner? Before she could finish, Lana suddenly froze, her expression blank. The flames surrounding her dissipated, and her arms, once raised high, fell limply to her sides. Sister Na, Sun Yu was taken aback by this sudden change, but he soon realized something was amiss. Turning to Bulma in his arms, he asked, Bulma, can you check the sky? Is there a full moon? Bulma obediently nodded, pointing behind Sun Yu. Yes, there's a full moon right behind you, brother Sun Yu. Why do you ask? Oh no. Sun Yu felt a chill run down his spine. In the midst of their fun, he had forgotten the time, and today just so happened to be a full moon. The full moon was when Saiyans embraced their true nature. Upon seeing it, a Saiyan's tail would absorb the 17 million Blutz waves emitted by the moon, causing them to transform into a great ape. This transformation would amplify their power tenfold, but they would lose their rationality. In the Dragon Ball series, only Vegeta managed to retain his intelligence after transforming into a great ape. Thus, if nothing unexpected occurred, both Lana and Sun Yu belonged to the category of Saiyans who would lose their control upon transforming. Damn it, I can't let Sister Na transform here. Sun Yu had no time to waste. He leaped from the building, hoping to sever her tail before she fully transformed into a great ape. However, he was too late. Yes, soon as Sun Yu flew away, Lana began to grow larger, her clothes tearing apart before his eyes. Pink. Sun Yu inadvertently caught a glimpse of something he shouldn't have. Surprised to find that a fierce Saiyan girl like Lana would choose such a girlish color. Yet, this was hardly the time to dwell on such matters. Shaking his head, he turned to fly behind Lana. Perhaps feeling exposed by Sun Yu's gaze, Lana, in the midst of her transformation, displayed a hint of irritation and angrily swiped at him. Ah! Sun Yu was caught off guard, his mind focused solely on severing Lana's tail. He hadn't anticipated that her strike, with a base power of 120,000 and a tenfold increase from the Grade A transformation, would exceed 1 million. The hit sent him spinning, nearly knocking the breath out of him. I'm done for. Sun Yu felt several bones crack under the impact. Thankfully, he always carried a few sins of beans, and after quickly consuming one, he managed to regain his life. Cautiously, he dared not look up at the sky, rising carefully to find two enormous figures looming before him. Rubbing his eyes vigorously to ensure he was not hallucinating, Sun Yu finally discerned the two colossal figures that had appeared so suddenly. The one nearest to him was the transformed Lana, with her brown fur and massive, ape-like form, a sight he was all too familiar with. But what was the other one? Another colossal beast, distanced from itself, lay prostrate on the ground, seemingly in great agony. However, this position was not maintained for long, as Sun Yu soon witnessed it abruptly raise its head, emitting a resonant and prolonged howl towards the full moon. Oh, whoa. It was the wolf-shaped being, Yax. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning cutting through his mind, Sun Yu realized that the phonetic similarity of Yax corresponded to the English letter X. Could it be the X Project? Sun Yu recalled the information he had encountered in the underground archives of the Red Silk Army, where the so-called X Project involved the creation of super-artificial beings through DNA splicing technology combined with bioengineering. If that were the case, the spliced DNA fragments must have been derived from Sun Yu's own cellular samples, which would explain Yak's transformation into a colossal beast upon witnessing the full moon. So, it was true. You too are an artificial being, and should not merely be referred to as an artificial wolf. After piecing together the facts, Sun Yu found it somewhat incredulous. Yet, given the current circumstances, Dr. Gero had not developed an eternal energy device akin to that utilized by the androids 17 and 18 in the original Dragon Ball series, assuming Yax was equipped with such an eternal energy source. Unless Sun Yu could transform into a peak-level Super Saiyan, he would stand no chance against him. He couldn't help but wonder if severing Yak's wolf tail would revert him to his original humanoid form. After consuming a Senza bean, Sun Yu instantly recovered from his injuries, his battle power surging by 5,000 points, surpassing the critical threshold of 100,000 compared to the tripling of his power after nearly perishing in battle with Android 9. This increase, while seemingly modest, was nonetheless explicable. The previous encounter had marked the first time Sun Yu had confronted life and death, and it was not an exaggeration to say he had been gravely injured, teetering on the brink of the afterlife. Hence, in that dire situation, the latent energy within him erupted dramatically. Conversely, although he had sustained severe injuries from the giant ape transformation of Lana, it was not life-threatening, thus resulting in a less exaggerated boost in power after recovery. Nevertheless, Sun Yu's battle power had indeed reached 100,000. However, upon gazing at the two rampaging beasts before him, his heart sank. The wolf-like Yax was one matter, but Lana's giant ape form boasted a staggering battle power of 120,000, far beyond Sun Yu's own. Life was indeed harsh. Fortunately, the situation had yet to escalate into a scenario where the two colossal beasts united to annihilate the world. If such a calamity were to occur, Sun Yu would have no choice but to resort to the Kamehameha wave to obliterate the moon. Yet, considering the moon's distance of 380,000 kilometers from Earth, could a single Kamehameha truly achieve that? My education has been lacking. Do not deceive me. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. After exchanging glances, Lana, in her giant ape form, and Yax in his wolf form, commenced a fierce confrontation, shaking the very earth and rendering it impossible for Sun Yu to approach within 10 zhang. It was likely that their exchange went something like this. Foolish wolf, what are you staring at? What of it? You dare to challenge me. Try me then. And thus they began to fight. Sun Yu made several attempts to sneak up behind them, hoping to sever their tails. However, the portrayal in anime proved misleading. It was said that upon transformation, intelligence would diminish, and reflexes would slow. Yet, Sun Yu discovered that Lana, in her giant ape form, possessed speed, strength, and reflexes exponentially greater than normal. One hand wielding Yak's head, she slammed it into the ground, while the other hand swatted at Sun Yu with the ease of swatting a fly. Completely unfazed. It was not that Sun Yu was particularly weak. The disparity in battle power was evident. Unless he could employ a surprise attack akin to Krillin's spirit-cutting slash, he would truly struggle to sever Lana's tail. How frustrating it was. If only he could transform into a giant ape like Vegeta without losing his wits. Standing at a distance, Sun Yu muttered a curse under his breath, but suddenly a thought struck him, and he exclaimed joyfully, I can do this. I found a solution. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yu gathered his energy and flew towards Bulma's location. Upon finding Bulma, who was huddled on the roof observing from afar, he asked, "Bulma, where are the Dragon Balls? Where did you put the ones I collected earlier?" Bulma pondered for a moment before replying, "They're in Little Black's nest. He sleeps with them every day." Sun Yu was taken aback. Even if he hadn't wished upon them at the time, it was irresponsible to hand such treasures to a mere pet. After all, those were the Dragon Balls, capable of summoning the Eternal Dragon. They were no toys. "Never mind. I'll take you home first. Just hang in there for a bit." Sun Yu felt utterly exasperated. He then gathered all his energy, cradling Bulma in his arms, and flew at full speed towards the brief residence. The East City department store was already swarming with reporters, and it was only a matter of time before the military arrived. He needed to resolve everything before those fools came to their demise. Moments later, Sun Yu reached the brief estate and gently set Bulma down before dashing to Little Black's wooden hut. He flung open the roof, startling Little Black into a hasty retreat. Fortunately, the 7 Dragon Balls lay quietly within the little nest. Sun Yu retrieved them all and placed them in the courtyard, taking a deep breath before loudly reciting the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. "Come forth, Shinran! Buzz, buzz, buzz!" Upon hearing Sun Yu's call, the 7 Dragon Balls instantly radiated brilliant light. The briefs approached Bulma, and seeing Sun Yu's intense focus, they refrained from interrupting, silently observing the unfolding spectacle. "Come forth, Shinran! Grant my wish!" As Sun Yu's voice soared, dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Fortunately, it was night, so this celestial phenomenon did not attract undue attention. Whoosh! The 7 Dragon Balls emitted blinding light, and a golden bolt of lightning shot forth, twisting and spiraling in the air before gradually transforming into a colossal figure. Sun Yu stood rooted, silently witnessing the scene before him. The appearance of the real Shinran was infinitely more awe-inspiring than in the anime, the sheer enormity of the dragon evoking an overwhelming sense of insignificance within him. "Speak your wish," Shinran intoned in a deep, resonant voice. Sun Yu, with utmost seriousness, declared, "I am a Saiyan. When I see the full moon, I transform into a giant ape and lose my rationality. My wish is to control this transformation, allowing me to transform at will without losing my mind. If Sun Yu could master the ability to transform at will, it would undoubtedly provide him with a formidable advantage before attaining Super Saiyan status. Moreover, it was said that the legendary Super Saiyan 4 could only be achieved by transforming into a golden giant ape. In truth, Sun Yu could have requested Shinran to assist in severing Lana and Yak's tails, a task well within the dragon's capabilities. However, being a Saiyan, his innate combat instinct dictated that he would rather resolve matters with his fists than resort to pleading that "I am afraid" that constitutes 2 wishes. Shinran replied, exhaling a cloud of vapor with an air of authority, "You must choose between mastering the transformation or retaining your rationality." Damn it. Sun Yu's teeth ground in frustration as he unleashed a surge of battle power. His formidable aura soaring skyward, he roared at Shinran, "Do not bargain with me. Do you believe I cannot destroy you? If need be, I shall have the Supreme Kai create another dragon." Feeling the sudden surge of power radiating from Sun Yu, Shinran instinctively recoiled, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. "That I did not expect you to know the Supreme Kai's name. Speak plainly. Do not use such archaic language. I cannot comprehend it." Sun Yu retorted with irritation. Yes, I understand." Shinran's massive head bowed slightly. His previous haughty demeanor vanishing, he realized that his life depended on another's whims, and thus had no choice but to submit to this unexpected threat. "I assure you, it is not that I am unwilling to grant your wish. That it is simply my programming. Even if you were to kill me, I cannot change it," Shinran said, panic evident as sweat dripped from his brow. Sun Yu's gaze turned cold as he conjured a small energy sphere in his hand, stating, "Then you shall perish. Wait." Shinran, now trembling in fear, shrank back, realizing he had encountered a truly formidable opponent. He had lived long enough to see many faces, but none had been so brazen as to threaten him upon their first meeting, stripping him of all dignity as a dragon. "Any last words?" Sun Yu inquired. No. Your eyes are extraordinary, with a slight transformation. Perhaps your wish could indeed be fulfilled. Oh, is that truly the case? Sun Yu naturally understood that the extraordinary talent referred to by the dragon was none other than a Sharingan. That's the most powerful ocular technique in the world of Naruto. The Sharingan possesses a myriad of peculiar abilities, and perhaps there truly exists a means to control the transformation into a great ape. Of course. It is true. The dragon exhaled deeply, wearing an expression of having narrowly escaped calamity. The Saiyan's transformation into a giant ape occurs due to the moon reflecting sunlight, emitting 17 million Bruds waves. As long as your eyes can receive this wavelength, you will be able to transform. Moreover, I believe your eyes have the capability to automatically extract the Bruds wave from sunlight, thereby enabling you to control the transformation. After hearing the dragon's words, Sun Yu nodded in agreement. Yet he was also puzzled. While the ability to control the transformation is indeed present, what are the aspects of retaining one's sanity? If one cannot maintain rationality after the transformation, wouldn't that be futile? The dragon's lips twitched slightly as he weakly replied, Sir, if my perception is correct, your eyes can assist you in regaining your sanity. This is something you should understand better than I. Very well. Then, hasten to fulfill my wish, Sun Yu impatiently urged. Understood. With that, the dragon's enormous eye emitted a crimson glow as Sun Yu's Sharingan suddenly activated. An ancient incantation reverberated in his mind as the tomo in his eyes spun around the blood-red circle before returning to normal. Is that all? Sun Yu inquired. Yes, sir. I have granted your wish. Now, sa la wa ka, farewell. Without waiting for Sun Yu's response, the dragon immediately soared into the sky, transforming into a sphere of golden light suspended above. In his heart, he silently wished never to encounter such a fearsome creature again. As the golden light faded from the sky, 7 white spherical stones appeared. After a wish is granted, the Dragon Balls petrify and will take a year to regain their former luster, just as the 7 Dragon Balls were about to scatter in all directions. Sun Yu suddenly leaped into the air, extending his hands to grasp the 7 Dragon Balls, which he then forcefully slammed into the ground, creating one small crater after another. You think you can escape? Not a chance. After removing all 7 petrified Dragon Balls, Sun Yu proudly descended to the ground. He briefly explained the situation to the Briefs couple, advising them to secure the Dragon Balls and not lose them. Before flying towards the East City department store, on the way, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan and attempted to gaze at the full moon above. A sudden surge of restlessness coursed through his body. However, he forcefully suppressed this sensation using the special abilities granted to him by the dragon. It seems that Big Eel did not deceive me. I truly appear to have the ability to transform into a great ape at will. Filled with excitement, Sun Yu accelerated to his utmost speed, quickly returning to the East City department store. That moment. The East City department store lay in ruins as the giant ape Lana and the giant wolf yaks continued to battle. Although Lana maintained an overwhelming advantage, the giant wolf yaks stubbornly persevered, supported by an unyielding will. The battlefield had been affected for miles around, and the residents had long since evacuated. It was rumored that the national military units were also on their way, expected to arrive shortly. Sun Yu noticed several police cars speeding along the ground and lowered his altitude to fly alongside them. Hey, you lot, if you value your lives, don't go any further. That place is beyond your capabilities. Sun Yu kindly warned. As the police cars rolled down their windows, it was none other than the officer Sun Yu had encountered at the East City Bank. What are you doing here? The officers recognized Sun Yu and exclaimed, Oh, it's the hero. What brings you here? Could it be? You guessed correctly. Leave the situation over there to me. Keep your distance to avoid any collateral damage, Sun Yu instructed. The police officers, as if receiving a royal decree, snapped to attention and assured him they would complete their tasks. Sun Yu chuckled helplessly, bid farewell to the endearing East City police officers, and flew towards Lana. Approaching the center of the battlefield, Sun Yu descended from the sky, activating his Sharingan. Under the moonlight, the Brud's light converged into his eyes, and he bellowed. Transformation! Roar! Sun Yu felt his body brimming with power. As if he could obliterate the world with a mere gesture, his form rapidly expanded, his clothing tearing apart. Just as he was about to touch the ground, his transformation into a giant ape was complete, and his massive body crushed an abandoned building, causing the ground to tremble. The giant ape Lana tossed Yax aside with ease, then turned her gaze filled with murderous intent towards Sun Yu. Yax, who had been thrown aside, seemed anxious that the suddenly appearing Sun Yu would join forces with Lana to attack him. Thus, he decided to strike first against the giant ape Sun Yu. In this manner, Lana and Yax closed in on Sun Yu from either side, that he slowly raised his colossal ape head, his eyes retaining the crimson Sharingan, with the tomo swirling within 0.2 against 1. Is it? A smirk curled at the corner of Sun Yu's mouth as he roared. Flame Fist! Indeed, this was Sun Yu utilizing his Sharingan to replicate Lana's skill. Flame Fist, his voice echoed. A scorching heat radiated from around him, flames of crimson entwining his hands. Let us have a fair fight. Sun Yu launched a punch towards Lana, but she leapt into the air, just as Sun Yu prepared to pursue. Yax pounced on him with sharp claws aimed at his chest. What the hell? You two were just trying to tear each other apart, and now you're working together like this? Complaints aside, Sun Yu ducked low to evade Yax's attack. Extending his ape arm to seize Yax and executed a shoulder throw, Sun Yu held Yax aloft. He had yet to throw him when Lana's attack came crashing down, with no other choice. Sun Yu twisted his body and used Yax as a living shield. Yax yelped in pain as he took a hit, and Sun Yu leaped behind him, swinging Yax's tail to hurl him at Lana. Faced with the enormous wolf body hurtling towards her, Lana summoned all her strength to deliver a punch, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, likely breaking several bones in Yax's body. Poor Yax. Sun Yu silently mourned for him for 3 seconds, then decided to focus on the battle. He swung Yax's tail once more towards Lana. The expected outcome was clear. Yax, now a makeshift weapon for Sun Yu, was battered by Lana, his body lacking any intact bones. While the scene appeared to be a battle of giant ape Sun Yu versus Lana, it resembled nothing more than Sun Yu and Lana engaging in a merciless beating of Yax. Poor Yax. Fortunately, Yax's suffering did not last long, for his wolf tail soon could no longer withstand Sun Yu's torment, ultimately snapping with a resounding crack. As Sun Yu had anticipated, once Yax's tail was severed, his enormous form rapidly shrank back to that of a wolf human. However, his condition was utterly deplorable, with likely not a single bone intact. Sun Yu glanced down at him, unable to bear the thought of such a fine wolf meat bag meeting a tragic end. He reached for a senzu bean from his pocket, then remembered, oh right, he was in giant ape form. Where could he possibly have a pocket? Never mind, just hang in there. I have faith in you. Sun Yu silently prayed and chose to disregard him for the giant ape Lana. Sun Yu found it difficult to muster the resolve to fight her. His sole objective was to sever Lana's tail to regain control of the situation. For a giant ape like Sun Yu, this was not a daunting task. He let out a roar and charged at Lana, attempting to grasp her tail. However, the giant ape Lana clearly sensed Sun Yu's intentions. She tightly gripped his wrists and leaped, using her weight to pin Sun Yu down. Rather than simply pressing him down, it could be said she was sitting on Sun Yu, due to the unique structure of giant apes. With their long arms and relatively short torsos and legs, Lana found herself seated on Sun Yu's abdomen, inevitably causing some indescribable contact between certain parts of their bodies, leaving Sun Yu with a warm sensation in his lower abdomen. Although Lana was now in her giant ape form, she was still, after all, Lana. Furthermore, Sun Yu himself was also a massive gorilla, was he not? Thus, Sun Yu's heart was in turmoil. However, given that this novel embodies a refined and healthy aesthetic, Sun Yu could only play the role of a paragon of virtue, truly embodying the essence of an unyielding spirit. He extended his powerful arms to grasp Lana's thigh and venture behind her. Yet Lana, perched atop him, was anything but compliant. She relentlessly pummeled his chest with her hands. The sheer musculature of his chest was so formidable that Lana's efforts hardly inflicted any harm upon him. He scarcely felt any pain. Yet, could she not remain still? With her fidgeting, Sun Yu felt as though he might burst, a tempest of restlessness raging within him. Just as he was on the brink of succumbing to this overwhelming sensation, he seized Lana's tail. With a decisive tug, pop. Lana's tail snapped off, her hands ceased their assault, and a look of bewilderment overtook her features. Soon, her form began to diminish. her fur receding to reveal alabaster skin and a delicate silhouette. With the imminent crisis averted, Sun Yu partially closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had returned to their human guise, and his simian physique reverted to that of a man, cradling the now bare Lana in his arms. His heart raced perilously close to escaping his throat. Fortunately, Lana remained unconscious, sparing him from what could have been a profoundly awkward situation. Seizing the moment, Sun Yu brazenly gazed at Lana's form. Her skin was exquisite, tight yet supple, devoid of any excess fat that moment. Lana lay in Sun Yu's embrace, her head resting against his chest, her finely sculpted cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Wait a moment, had she not succumbed to unconsciousness? Why then did she blush? Sun Yu suddenly realized that Lana's fainting might have been feigned. In his recent actions, coughing awkwardly, he stammered, there should be a clothing store nearby. Yes, we can find some clothes there. After speaking, he covertly glanced at Lana, and seeing her still feigning sleep, his courage swelled, and he grew increasingly audacious in his hold. During their flight, he intentionally jostled her up and down, relishing the astounding sensations coursing through his hands, all while humming a casual tune, feeling utterly at ease. After circling the chaotic East Capitol Grand Department Store for a dozen or so times, Sun Yu finally entered a casual clothing shop. Gently placing Lana on the ground, he pretended to be oblivious to her awakening and spoke aloud for her benefit. Sister Na, I'll go find you some clothes. Just stay here and rest well. As long as Sun Yu was present, it was certain that Lana would not dare to reveal herself. Thus, he feigned departure, granting her a moment of solitude. Otherwise, he suspected she would continue to play dead. Sure enough, the moment Sun Yu stepped away, Lana sprang to her feet with a swift motion. Glaring at the doorway through which Sun Yu had exited, her teeth clenched in frustration. She stomped her foot and began searching for clothes that would fit her. When Sun Yu returned, Lana was already dressed. Oh, Sister Na, you're awake. Sun Yu feigned surprise, smiling. Lana approached him, shooting him a fierce glare, then raised her foot to stomp down on him. The pain made Sun Yu wince. Sister Na, how could you repay kindness with malice? You're committing fratricide. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. For some reason, Lana had a fleeting memory of her transformation into a giant ape. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, she ought to have been indifferent to her appearance. Yet for reasons unknown, she was exceedingly reluctant to face Sun Yu in her monstrous form. That version of herself was simply too hideous. Lana was in a state of chaos, fearing that Sun Yu might perceive her as a monster. Despite being Saiyans, girls always hope to remain the most beautiful. The two flew through the skies. Sun Yu still carrying the barely conscious yaks, who would undoubtedly wreak havoc if left unchecked. However, he felt it a pity to dispose of him, so he planned to take him back for now. Upon exiting the battleground of the East Capitol Grand Department Store, Sun Yu unexpectedly spotted Brivis and Bulma, who had been held back by a line of East Capitol police, along with a throng of reporters behind them. Sun Yu beckoned Lana to descend. The East Capitol Police promptly recognized both him and Lana, the heroes who had vanquished the bank robbers. As they approached, several young officers hurried over, grinning broadly. You too, heroes. Have you dealt with the beasts inside? Sun Yu nodded noncommittally, then disregarded the officers to walk over to Brivis and Bulma. Brother Sun Yu. Bulma leapt into his arms, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. Smiling, Bulma, Doctor, the situation inside has been resolved. I apologize for any worry caused. Brivis wore a calm smile, hands tucked in his white coat, and shrugged. It's good that you're safe. Mr. Sunday, I assume you and Miss Lana must be hungry. IVE reserved a luxurious suite at the East Capitol Grand Hotel. Upon hearing that a meal was arranged, both Sun Yu and Lana's stomachs audibly rumbled, eliciting laughter from the crowd, sensing the jovial atmosphere. The East Capitol Police timidly approached Sun Yu, rubbing their hands together. Sir, could you share some information about what transpired? We received word of a giant monster rampaging. Did you defeat it? As the police posed their question. Reporters from all directions trained their cameras and microphones on Sun Yu, an overwhelming spectacle that left him somewhat flustered. Well, sort of, Sun Yu chuckled, acknowledging that he was indeed part of the monstrous affair. So there was no need for concern. The monster issue had been resolved. Mr. Sun, I'm a reporter from the East Capitol Blue Sky newspaper. Could you enlighten us on how you managed to defeat that monster? Of course, I'm not questioning your strength, but it appeared larger than a building. Suddenly, a reporter raised a question, prompting nods of agreement from the crowd, all curious to know, before Sun Yu could respond. Bulma, still nestled in his embrace, proudly declared, "Humph, what a monster. My brother Sun Yu is the strongest in history. The strongest in history." The reporters hastily scribbled this phrase in their notebooks, bombarding Sun Yu with a flurry of inquiries. Mr. Sun, where did you learn your martial arts? How old are you now? Is the person behind you your girlfriend? The enthusiastic barrage of questions left Sun Yu overwhelmed, while Lana's already rosy cheeks flushed an even deeper hue upon hearing inquiries about her relationship with Sun Yu. She stole glances at his reaction, but Sun Yu appeared unfazed, igniting her frustration. Noticing Sun Yu's discomfort in such situations, Beerus stepped in front of him, shielding him from the reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sun and Miss Lana have just battled Monster and are quite fatigued. They require rest, that we will hold a press conference regarding this matter through Universal Capsule Company. Furthermore, I am pleased to announce that we will be purchasing the East Capital Grand Department Store and its surrounding area to establish a new technology park. This park will feature a landmark building named the Lana Yu Tower. Given that the East Capital Grand Department Store had become nearly a ruin due to the battle, Sun Yu felt a warm sensation in his heart upon hearing of Beerus's plans to acquire the land. Quietly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Doctor." Beerus turned slightly, replying in a hushed tone. "No need for thanks. I was planning to expand a new company anyway, though I initially intended to do so in the West Capital." Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly, having grown accustomed to the disruption of the original narrative of the Dragon Ball world. After finally dismissing the reporters, Beerus led Sun Yu and the others to the East Capital Grand Hotel. As for Yax, who was still breathing, Sun Yu figured he wouldn't perish just yet. Thus, he casually tossed him into the airplane's trunk, planning to feed him a senzu bean for healing after their meal. Observing Yax lying in the trunk, Sun Yu, determined not to forget him, reminded Lana, "Sister Na, after we finish eating, please remind me that there's a half-dead person in the trunk." Lana nodded earnestly, crouching down to seriously address Bulma. "Bulma, after we finish eating, please remind me to remind Sun Yu about the person in the trunk." After listening to the conversation, Bulma lowered her head in contemplation for a moment. Soon, she lifted her little head, her adorable large eyes shining brightly, and with a sweet, childlike voice, she said to Sun Yu, "Brother Sun Yu, after we finish our meal, please remind me to remind Sister Lana to remind you that there's someone in the airplane's trunk." As soon as Bulma finished speaking, Yak's body twitched violently, his wolf-like eyes rolling back in exasperation, wearing an expression of utter despair. "You all did this on purpose, didn't you? Sigh, may God bless you." Sun Yu abruptly slammed the trunk door shut. Speaking with a tone of solemnity, in the subsequent hours, it became a nightmare for the chefs of the Dongdu Grand Hotel. After a hearty meal, Sun Yu briefly explained to Lana about his ability to transform at will. Viewing this transformation as a skill second only to becoming a Super Saiyan, that he hoped that Lana could be like him, but was met with a resolute refusal. Lana expressed her desire to use the Dragon Balls to ensure that her tail would never grow back. Although Sun Yu could not comprehend Lana's reasoning, he assured her that the Supreme Kai had a method to seal the Saiyan tail. Immediately thereafter, Lana set off for the Karen's sacred land in search of the Supreme Kai. Leaving with a parting remark, "You thick-headed fool." After being inexplicably scolded by Lana, Sun Yu felt quite gloomy. Upon returning home, he released Yax from the trunk and revived him with a senzu bean. Perhaps due to having copied Sun Yu's genetic traits, Yax experienced a slight increase in power after being revived. The moment he saw Sun Yu, he was filled with a desire for vengeance. However, he was swiftly met with Sun Yu's fiery fist, leaving him battered and unable to move. Truly, he made for a worthy punching bag. After being revived once more with a senzu bean, Yax expressed his unwillingness and challenged Sun Yu to a duel. The outcome was that he ended up kneeling and repeatedly crying, "Daddy, I was wrong," before Sun Yu finally relented. Sun Yu was quite pleased with Yak's attitude of admitting his mistakes and declared himself a specialist in dealing with defiance, thus delivering another beating to Yax. Yax was nearly in tears, exclaiming, "I've already submitted. Why are you still hitting me?" Sun Yu shrugged helplessly and replied, "You call me daddy. Does a father need a reason to discipline his son? It seems you have yet to truly accept your role as my child." And once again, he delivered a thorough beating. During a conversation with Yax, Sun Yu learned something that left him both amused and bewildered. It seemed that Krillin would likely remain single in the future. This was because Yax had previously mentioned that he had killed someone who insulted him, and that person was Dr. Gero. The untimely demise of Dr. Gero directly resulted in the absence of Android 17 and Android 18, and consequently, Cell as well. Without Android 18, whether Krillin would successfully find a partner remained uncertain. For a long stretch of time thereafter, the lives of Sun Yu, Lana, and their companions returned to tranquility. Dr. Briefs developed a gravity training chamber with 300 times the gravity, and Sun Yu and Lana immersed themselves in a new round of training. Until 1 year later, when a spaceship descended upon Bowsy Mountain Point 1 year later, in the year 740 of the Age of Ace. At the Briefs residence, Mr. Sun received an image transmitted from the Company S satellite, revealing an unidentified spaceship approaching Earth, expected to arrive in 2 hours. Dr. Briefs handed a tablet-like device to Sun Yu. Lana and Buma leaned in to gaze at the screen, while Yax, now relegated to being Dr. Briefs' bodyguard, also crept over out of curiosity. The screen displayed a single-pod spaceship traveling through space, identical to the one Sun Yu and Lana had used to arrive on Earth. "Saiyan!" Sun Yu and Lana exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances before falling silent. They attempted to gauge the power level of the approaching individual through their senses, yet no matter how hard they tried, they could gather nothing. Noticing their silence, Buma curiously inquired, "Is this person a member of your race, Brother Sun Yu and Sister Lana? Are they here to take you away?" Sun Yu smiled, gently ruffling Buma's hair as he replied, "They should be one of our kin, but for now, it's unclear what their intentions are." "Who could this visitor be?" Sun Yu pondered earnestly, recalling that in the original timeline, Goku arrived on Earth in the year 743 of the Age of Ace. Thus, he deemed it unlikely that this individual was Goku. Could it be Vegeta? However, if it were Vegeta, the 2-year-old prince would likely possess a battle power of around 2,000, making it unreasonable for Sun Yu and Lana to be unable to sense his energy. After much contemplation, Sun Yu found himself at a loss. He decided to venture out and suggested to Lana, "Sister Lana, let us go take a look." I could see this moment. Sun Yu was brimming with confidence, believing that with their current battle power, aside from Frieza, there were few beings in the universe that could pose a threat to them. Indeed, during the past year, Sun Yu's power had reached parity with Lana's, both attaining a battle power of 300,000. Despite Lana's fervent training following Sun Yu's rise to her level, his foundational martial arts training from the past year had begun to bear fruit. Within this year, Sun Yu had mastered the knowledge of realms and martial arts, experiencing a meteoric rise in battle power, having dedicated only half the time to training compared to Lana. Yet his power was already on the verge of surpassing hers, which nearly compelled Lana to rush back into the hyperbolic time chamber once more. With a battle power of 300,000 and a great ape transformation yielding 300,000, unless Frieza transformed into his final form, he might not stand a chance against Sun Yu. If you want to go, you can go alone, but I have training to do this afternoon." Lana resolutely declined, unable to accept the fact that Sun Yu had grown stronger than her. "I say, Sister Lana, training should be balanced with rest. If you keep forcing yourself, your body won't be able to handle it." Sun Yu smiled gently, addressing Lana. "Mind your own business," Lana retorted, her cheeks flushing red as she turned and dashed towards the gravity training chamber. Watching Lana's retreating figure, Sun Yu shook his head lightly and then turned to Buma, leaning beside him. "Buma, are you coming along?" Upon hearing that Sun Yu was taking her out, Buma joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek and exclaimed, Yes. Buma wants to go out and play." Sun Yu chuckled, and Dr. Brief shot Buma a disapproving glance. "All you think about is playing. Mr. Sun, I'll leave Buma in your care. Don't worry, I got it covered. You can rest assured." Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively at Dr. Briefs. In other words, Dad, you really are long-winded." Buma stuck out her tongue at Dr. Briefs playfully. Having decided to go take a look, Sun Yu scooped up Buma and soared into the sky, patiently waiting for the spaceship's descent. In the blink of an eye, the 2-hour wait passed. and Sun Yu and Buma gazed into the sky as a fiery orb appeared in their line of sight. "Brother Sun Yu, look, that spaceship over there," Buma exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the location of the fiery ball. "Let us follow it and take a look," Sun Yu said, cradling Buma securely in his arms as he closely followed the trajectory of the fiery orb. The spaceship streaked across the sky like a shooting star, ultimately heading toward a mountain range familiar to Sun Yu. Baozi Mountain. Could it truly be Goku? Sun Yu's thoughts became muddled. If it were indeed Goku, it would explain why they couldn't sense his power level. Baby. Goku's battle power was only 2, making it quite challenging to detect from a distance. The spaceship finally descended into a gorge in Baozi Mountain, and Sun Yu landed gently with Buma in his arms. "Buma, stay right here and don't wander off that I'll go retrieve that spaceship," given the massive crater created by the spaceship's landing. Sun Yu planned to bring the vessel to level ground first. Upon descending, Sun Yu peered through the transparent window and glimpsed a uniquely coiffed infant inside, crying. This hairstyle belonged to none other than the low-class warrior Saiyan Kakarot, also known as Goku. "So it really is you." "Oh no, this completely disrupts the Dragon Clan storyline. What are you doing arriving on Earth so early?" Sun Yu sighed, realizing that the butterfly effect he had triggered had already begun, leaving him uncertain about what future disruptions lay ahead. Sun Yu hoisted the spaceship out of the crater and placed it beside Buma on level ground. As the hatch opened, Buma's eyes widened in awe at the sight of the infant, exclaiming, "Wow, what a cute baby." This marked the moment when Buma and Goku first met in this world. "Darling, he's not nearly as cute as you," Sun Yu thought to himself silently. Suddenly, the spaceship emitted a strange zzz sound, projecting a holographic image of a middle-aged man with a red spiky hairstyle wearing a cape. This was King Vegeta. Sun Yu gazed at the holographic projection of King Vegeta, his mind swirling with confusion. Bulma, seemingly frightened by the king's gaze, hid behind Sun Yu soon. The holographic King Vegeta spoke in Saiyan. "To my scattered kin at the edge of the galaxy, I now require your strength. Immediately cease your invasion of Earth and report to planet Vegeta. Failure to comply will result in my wrath." "Brother Sun Yu, what is this person babbling about?" Bulma, unable to comprehend the Saiyan language, curiously inquired. Sun Yu chuckled helplessly and replied, "Ignore him, just a fool talking to himself." From King Vegeta's few words, Sun Yu gleaned several pieces of information. Firstly, it seemed that King Vegeta was already aware of his and Lana's arrival on Earth, albeit under the misconception that they were here to conquer it. Secondly, it was evident that King Vegeta was in dire need of manpower, strongly suggesting that he had begun plotting a rebellion against Frieza. Lastly, sending Sun Wukong ahead was likely a means of relaying a message, casually delegating the task of invading Earth to him. As Sun Yu pondered how to address this matter, a voice called from the distance. "Hey, is that you, Sun Xiaoyu?" The speaker was a white-bearded elder clad in a yellow vest adorned with circular patterns, none other than Sun Wufan. Sun Yu's grandfather, Grandpa Wufan. Sun Yu waved, feeling no surprise at his grandfather's appearance. "Sun Xiaoyu, I didn't expect to find you here." "Where's Miss Lana?" Sun Wufan scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on the infant in the spaceship. He noticed that the child, much like Sun Yu, possessed a long tail. "Sun Xiaoyu, could this little one be your and Miss Lana's?" "Not at all." Before Sun Yu could explain, Bulma popped her head out from behind him, puffing with indignation as she glared at Sun Wufan. "You old pervert!" Sun Yu chuckled as he ruffled Bulma's hair and briefly explained the child's situation to his grandfather, omitting any mention of the child's impending role in Earth's destruction. "Ah, so this child is a kin of yours, Sun Xiaoyu. Surely his parents must have had compelling reasons to abandon him." Sun Wufan observed the baby with paternal affection, reaching out to embrace him. However, the weeping infant suddenly glared coldly, launching himself towards Wufan, knocking the unsuspecting elder to the ground. Immediately, the child charged towards Bulma, looking quite fearsome. "Wow, Brother Sun Yu, that baby is terrifying," Bulma exclaimed, diving into Sun Yu's embrace. Sun Yu glared at the fearsome little one, then swiftly kicked him away, exclaiming, "You little rascal, behave yourself." Unintentionally, he sent the child tumbling down the slope. "Sun Xiaoyu, why are you losing your temper at a child?" Sun Wufan rushed down the slope with concern, soon returning with a head-bloodied Sun Wukong in his arms. The once crying infant now, lay quietly in Wu Fan's embrace, tears glistening in his eyes, evoking deep sympathy. Wait a minute. I just remembered. In the Dragon Ball anime, Sun Wukong was a little bully, but after falling off a cliff and injuring his head, his personality changed completely. How did it become me who kicked him down the slope? Sun Yu mused, rationalizing that he would have fallen eventually, whether by his own doing or by Sun Yu's kick. This thought alleviated some of his guilt. Poor child, such a severe wound on his head. What if something happens? Wu Fan expressed his worries that, don't worry, Grandpa Wu Fan. Saiyans are not so easily killed. Without waiting for Wu Fan to respond, Sun Yu snatched Sun Wukong from Wu Fan's arms, crushed a senza bean, and stuffed it into the child's mouth. Saying, good boy, just swallow it, gulp. Sun Wukong obediently swallowed the senza bean, and in an instant his injury healed, and he perked up wide-eyed, examining Sun Yu and Grandpa Wu Fan. Sun Xiaoyu, could that possibly be the senzu being spoken of by my master? Wu Fan asked, astonished by what he had witnessed. Indeed. Would you like to try one? Sun Yu casually retrieved another senza bean and offered it to Wu Fan. No, no, no. Wu Fan declined, saying, such precious elixirs are too valuable. I wouldn't want to waste them. It's fine. I still have a few thousand left, Sun Yu said nonchalantly that a few thousand. Wu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Subsequently, he invited Sun Yu and Bulma to his modest abode, observing Wu Fan's tender care for Sun Wukong. Sun Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Wu Fan had been living a solitary life in this remote place, making Sun Wukong's arrival a comforting presence. Wu Fan magically fashioned a makeshift crib, diapers, and even a baby bottle. Wow, how much do you love children? Your technique is so skilled. I take it you've been at this for a while. Sun Yu thought to himself, Sun Xiaoyu, I ask if this child has a name? Wu Fan inquired, cradling Sun Wukong. Sun Yu gently shook his head, replying, not yet. Why not let Grandpa name him? If Wu Fan were to name him, it would undoubtedly be Sun Wukong, as that was how it had been in the original story. A fact Sun Yu had no doubt about. Very well. I see a connection between this child and us. We are both surnamed Sunday. Let us call him. Sun Yu nodded, quietly awaiting the familiar name to be revealed. We shall call him Sundato. Oh, what? Sun Yu suddenly froze, mechanically turning to ask, what did you say? Brother Sun Yu, Grandpa Wu Fan said to name this little baby Sundatu. Bulma chimed in, her voice ringing clear. No, wait a moment. What did you say? Sun Yu stared blankly at Wu Fan, his expression suggesting disbelief, as if to say, you can't be serious, Sundato. Wu Fan replied solemnly, lifting Sun Wukong's head to compare it to his own face. Look how big this little one's head is. He will surely be clever. Sun Yu slapped his forehead in exasperation, drenched in sweat. You must be joking. You can't be serious. The original story is all lies. I say, Grandpa Wu Fan, how about considering a more dignified name? Sundatu sounds a bit too rustic. Sun Yu endeavored to persuade Wu Fan, hoping to prevent Sun Wukong from being forever known as Sundatu. No, no, no. Wu Fan immediately waved his hand, insisting a whimsical name will ensure a prosperous life for the child. It's settled. Wukong, Kakarot, brother, I tried my best. Who knew you would end up with such an unreliable grandfather? Sun Yu thought, imagining the embarrassment of Sun Wukong introducing himself by that name in formal settings, an image too absurd to bear. Huh, Hidu, give Grandpa a kiss, Wu Fan exclaimed, lifting Sun Wukong. No, he should now be called Sun Datu, spinning around the room in delight. Grandpa Wu Fan, how about I take Sun Wukong, Sun Datu, back to raise him? Sister Na would surely be thrilled to see a new kin. Sun Yu expressed concern, worried that Sun Wukong might transform into a giant ape during the full moon and inadvertently harm Wu Fan. Simultaneously, he wished to provide Sun Wukong with the best training environment, considering they were all Saiyans. Upon hearing Sun Yu's proposal, Wu Fan's expression turned somber. After a moment of contemplation, he firmly stated, Sun Xiaoyu, while you and he are kin. I must respectfully decline your request. After all, you and Miss Lana are still too young and may not be able to care for a child. Brother Sun Yu, I don't want that fierce little baby in my house. I don't like him. Bulma unexpectedly supported Sun Yu's stance. Fear not. Although my skills may not match yours, I will impart all my knowledge to our data. I have even thought of a martial name for him. Let him inherit my legacy, and we shall name him Wukong, Wu Fan exclaimed with youthful vigor, seemingly rejuvenated by the prospect, son Datu, with the courtesy name Wukong. Well, at least we've somewhat adhered to the original storyline. Sun Yu smiled helplessly and acquiesced to Sun Wukong's request. Although with merely a slight release of his own imposing aura, he could have made Grandpa Wufan acutely aware of the disparity between them. He believed that Grandpa Wufan would willingly make sacrifices for Sun Wukong's future. However, many matters cannot be judged solely by the heights of combat power. Sun Yu held a deep-seated respect for the martial artist before him. Furthermore, the martial arts philosophy of the Turtle Hermit School had laid a solid foundation for Sun Wukong, paving the way for his future ascendance, something Sun Yu knew he could not provide. Very well, Grandpa Wufan, I shall entrust the two to your care. I will frequently bring Na Jie to visit him, Sun Yu remarked, winking at Bulma. Just before departing, he suddenly recalled something and added, I must sever Wukong's tail. Grandpa Wufan, as Science, we transform into rampaging gorillas upon seeing a full moon. However, once the tail is removed, the issue is resolved. With that, Sun Yu promptly detached Sun Wukong's tail that it will regrow swiftly, so do keep an eye out. Grandpa Wufan, for the sake of Wufan's safety, Sun Yu deemed it necessary to offer that caution. The existence of such an occurrence was truly astonishing. Grandpa Wufan exhibited only mild surprise, but soon accepted the situation. Moreover, he would not alter his perception of science based on this single fact. Such is the heart of a martial artist. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Wufan, Sun Yu returned to the landing site of the spaceship with Bulma. He intended to take the spacecraft back to the Briefs family, as the entire Saiyan race faced a crisis, and he felt compelled to take action. Subsequently, Sun Yu ventured to the uninhabited outskirts of the southern Dongdu, where he located the spacecraft he and Lana had once boarded 2 years prior. Thus, Sun Yu returned to the Briefs household, carrying a single-pod spacecraft in hand. Lana was still in the gravity training room, and upon finding her, Sun Yu explained the situation. After learning of King Vegeta's scheme, Lana, usually composed, displayed rare concern, primarily for her parents, who were far away on planet Vegeta. Kale, I want to go back and see how my mom and dad are doing. Lana appeared troubled, hesitating to voice her thoughts that, I share that sentiment. Sun Yu replied with a smile. The two conveyed their plans to Mr. and Mrs. Briefs, who, upon hearing of their lengthy interstellar journey, enthusiastically prepared a plethora of earthly delicacies for them, packing them into a universal capsule for their convenience. As for X, who had been mooching off the Briefs family, Sun Yu had initially been apprehensive about leaving him on Earth. However, he gradually realized that X was not inherently malicious and lacked ambition. Particularly after Mr. Briefs purchased a Western steakhouse for him to dine at freely, X quickly grew fond of the Briefs family, practically wagging his tail in gratitude. He was quite easy to care for. This realization alleviated Sun Yu's worries considerably. The day of departure drew near, and farewells were inevitably bittersweet. Little Bulma cried inconsolably, compelling Sun Yu to make various solemn vows to ensure his return. Otherwise, she declared, she would build her own spaceship to search for him in the cosmos, a promise Sun Yu took seriously. After all, this was the technological queen capable of creating time machines in the future. Thus, Sun Yu and Lana reclined in the spacecraft, ascending slowly under the watchful eyes of the Briefs family. They pressed the flight button, locking in their course, destination, planet Vegeta, as they gazed down at the Earth shrinking into a mere blue orb. Sun Yu couldn't help but reminisce about his arrival on this planet, recalling the time he had shared a spacecraft with Lana, a memory that still brought him joy. Back then, he was weak, lacking any ability to protect himself. But now, the situation was markedly different. Both Sun Yu and Lana had reached the upper echelons of combat power within the cosmic hierarchy, despite the abundance of formidable beings like Frieza. Sun Yu's current strength was largely unmatched, compounded by his secret weapons, the Sharingan and the Great Ape transformation. Even if he encountered a powerful adversary, he would be capable of holding his own. After a year of traversing the cosmos, they finally beheld the dark red planet Vegeta, originally known as Planet Plant, which was once home to a diminutive but highly intelligent race known as the Plantians. However, as history unfolded, the Saiyans annihilated the Plantians and appropriated their advanced technology. Subsequently, the Saiyan ruler, King Vegeta, named this planet after himself, establishing it as the Saiyan stronghold. During their descent, Sun Yu and Lana occasionally spotted other spacecraft returning to planet Vegeta, with many more arriving than departing, indicating that King Vegeta had indeed implemented a stringent policy and was secretly rallying forces to oppose Frieza's reign. Son, you could only think if you seek death. Please do not involve all Saiyans. Upon landing at the spaceport, Lana hurriedly emerged, inhaling the air of her home planet, causing a brief surge of energy within her. Hey, Najia, do reign in your combat power. Sun Yu swiftly cautioned, for they both possessed combat powers of 300,000. If they were to stride boldly across planet Vegeta, it would be akin to jumping directly before Frieza and saying, "Hey, grandson, let's have a go at each other." The entire planet was under Frieza's watchful gaze, and until they possessed the strength to confront him directly, Sun Yu and Lana would do well to exercise caution. Understood. I'm keeping my power suppressed at 2,000, Lana replied, sticking out her tongue at Sun Yu. Given Sun Yu's younger age and his status as a lower-class warrior, he needed to suppress his power even further, limiting it to 1,200. The two strolled out of the spaceport, where the streets of planet Vegeta bustled with activity. In addition to Saiyans, there were many extraterrestrial beings. Some were minions sent by Frieza's army, while others were individuals from different star systems with business ties to planet Vegeta. Sun Yu followed Lana through the familiar yet strange streets. Familiar because these places were ingrained in his memories as his birthplace, yet strange due to his status as a time traveler, making his arrival on planet Vegeta akin to a girl in her wedding procession. In Sun Yu's recollections, he had grown up in Lana's household, where her aunt and uncle, Lana's parents, were seasoned mid-level warriors with a modest reputation on planet Vegeta. Lana's father, Ali, served as the captain of a mid-level squad, while her mother, Hill, was a striking Saiyan woman who also belonged to Uncle Ali's team, her fiery spirit and combat prowess rivaling that of her male counterparts. Once a delicate blood rose on the battlefield, she remained so, thanks to the unique genetics of the Saiyan race, which preserved their youthful appearance even as they aged. Thus, though Aunt Hill was nearing 40, she still exuded unparalleled beauty. Walking alongside Lana, one might easily mistake them for sisters. As they navigated through the mid-tier residential area, Lana appeared particularly elated. The neighborhood featured a broad street lined with various eateries and shops. Although the Saiyans of planet Vegeta utilized advanced technological equipment, many shopkeepers lacked the intellect to operate such devices, resulting in a curious blend of high-tech and pronounced postmodernism that felt entirely harmonious. To put it simply, it was like seeing someone drive a Ferrari while selling sweet potatoes from a roadside stand, an endearing contrast that Sun Yu found delightful. Upon finally returning to Lana's home, Sun Yu felt a twinge of nervousness, uncertain how to face the two adults who had raised him, even if they appeared to be of similar age. Given Lana's parents' status, their home was significantly more luxurious than those in the surrounding neighborhood. A standalone villa with an open entrance. However, the door stood wide, and a crowd had gathered outside. "What's going on, Kale? Let's hurry over and see why so many people are gathered at our doorstep." Lana sensed something amiss and urged Sun Yu to quicken their pace toward her home. Sun Yu silently followed, and upon reaching the crowd, Lana inquired, "Uncle Risen, why are you all standing at my door?" Has something happened? She pushed past a burly man blocking her path and, upon recognizing him as a neighbor, questioned him with curiosity. Uncle Risen, upon seeing Lana, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. His tone tinged with sympathy as he replied, "Ah, Miss Lana, it has been several years since we last met. You may not yet be aware of the situation." Upon hearing the words of this individual, Lana's heart sank abruptly. She responded awkwardly, "What do you know? Please clarify." "Do not rush, Miss Lana. In the years you have been away from home, certain events have transpired. Not long ago, your father's battalion suffered near total annihilation during a mission, with only a handful of severely injured soldiers returning." "What?" Lana's eyes widened in disbelief. Though it was not uncommon for Saiyans to sustain injuries or perish during missions, this was her own flesh and blood. How could she remain composed upon hearing such news? "I must go in. Step aside." In a tumult of emotions, Lana attempted to push through the crowd, only to be stopped by Uncle Leeson. "Ah, Miss Lana, it would be best if you refrained from returning. Just leave," Uncle Leeson interjected, blocking her path. "Move aside." Lana's gaze turned icy. Had it not been for the long-standing neighborly relationship, she would have been tempted to strike him. At this moment, Sun Yu, who had remained silent, placed a hand gently on Lana's shoulder and spoke softly. "Sister Lana, please do not be angry. Let us hear what Uncle Lee Sin has to say. I'm certain he has a valid reason for stopping you." "Indeed, you are Kyle, are you not? It has been years, and you seem to have grown quite a bit." Uncle Lee Sin chuckled, but when he met Lana's fierce glare, his smile faded, and he spoke seriously. "Miss Lana, you need not worry about your parents' safety. Your mother did not participate in that mission and is therefore unharmed. Although your father sustained grave injuries, our advanced medical technology has enabled him to recover significantly." "What is the situation then?" After hearing that her parents were safe, Lana finally breathed a sigh of relief and glanced around. Uncle Lee Sin sighed heavily, a tinge of regret in his voice, due to your father's battalion being effectively disbanded. Frisia's forces have redistributed the remaining fighters to other units. Your father is now affiliated with a group called the Reap Squad. At this point, Uncle Lee Sin leaned down and whispered to Lana and Sun Yu. "I have heard that this squad is fiercely loyal to Frisia. They are about to undertake a perilous mission, and they intend to enlist your parents as frontline fodder. You must leave quickly. If they catch sight of you too, you will surely be conscripted under the guise of family members and sent off to meet the same fate." Upon hearing Uncle Lee Sin's explanation, a cold smile curled at the corners of Lana's lips, causing the imposing uncle before her to shudder involuntarily. Sun Yu knew that Lana was genuinely furious, and someone was bound to face dire consequences. With a decisive wave of her hand, Lana pushed Uncle Lee Sin aside and strode purposefully toward her courtyard. "Miss Lana, you truly cannot go in," Uncle Lee Sin shouted from behind. Sun Yu followed closely, placing a reassuring hand on Uncle Lee Sin's shoulder. "Do not worry, Uncle Lee Sin. Your concern should be directed toward that Reap Squad." Before Uncle Lee Sin could respond further, Lana had already entered her family's courtyard, where two individuals, appearing to be members of the Reap Squad, attempted to block her entry. However, without a moment's hesitation, Lana struck them with such force that they were sent flying, losing consciousness on impact. When Lana stepped through the familiar threshold of her home, she was met with a scene of utter chaos. The once grand living room lay in shambles, furniture strewn about as if caught in a tempest. With a dark expression, Lana ventured further inside, Sun Yu trailing behind. Upon entering, they spotted a muscular man clad in a cloak of armor, hoisting an injured man aloft with one hand, in Sun Yu's memory. This man was his uncle, Ollie. Meanwhile, his Aunt Hill was being menaced by an armed assailant, poised to pull the trigger at the slightest movement. "Father! Mother!" The sight of her parents in distress ignited a fierce rage within Lana, her composure teetering on the brink of explosion. Lana, the uncle, suspended in the grip of the muscular man, looked upon his daughter with mixed emotions, relief at her safety, yet dread for the perilous situation they faced. "Lana, listen to me. Quickly leave. Do not concern yourself with us," he urged desperately. "Who is this girl?" The muscular man turned, sizing Lana up before glancing back at Ollie and Hill, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Is she your daughter? Quite innocent looking. Dare to lay a finger on my daughter, and you shall regret it." Aunt Hill stepped forward, panic-stricken, but the armed thug raised his weapon threateningly. "Take another step, and I will shoot." Fuming, Lana was about to retaliate when Sun Yu intervened, blocking her path. "Sister Lana, restrain your power. Allow me to handle these insignificant minions. Revealing our true abilities would be unwise. After all, these individuals were staunch loyalists of Frisia. Should Lana unleash her might upon them, her formidable power could be laid bare. If Frisia were to discover Lana's staggering battle power of 300,000, she would undoubtedly become his prime target for eradication. Though driven by emotion, Lana heeded Sun Yu's counsel. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she pointed at the assailants and declared, "I want them all dead." "Very well, as you wish," Sun Yu nodded, even without Lana's urging. He had no intention of sparing these foes. Given their allegiance to Frisia, they were already as good as dead in his eyes. "You are Kyle?" Ollie and Hill stared in disbelief at the confident figure of Sun Yu, recalling the meek child they once knew. "Hello, Uncle Ollie. Aunt Hill." Sun Yu greeted them with feigned familiarity, but the couple's expressions darkened. "What part of this looks like good to you?" "Kyle, you must leave with Lana at once." They're not foes you can contend with. Ollie's eyes hardened, prepare to fight to create an escape for Sun Yu and Lana. However, Sun Yu waved dismissively. No worries, Uncle Ollie. You can rest easy. I do not regard these individuals as a threat. Ha ha ha. The muscular man scoffed. Do you even know what you're saying? He pointed at the combat power scouter on his forehead. The device emitted a series of beeps before displaying a figure. 200 ha. I expected more, but only 1,200 battle power? How disappointing. The muscular man laughed mockingly, pointing at Sun Yu. Nevertheless, it is commendable for such a young child to possess 1,200 battle power. How about offering him a chance to pledge allegiance to our Reap Squad? Another member suggested, his tone laced with mockery, eliciting laughter from the others. Upon hearing that Sun Yu's battle power had reached 1,200, Ollie and Hill felt a flicker of joy. It seemed that the years had indeed brought growth in the young boy. If given more time, he might even surpass them. This only strengthened their resolve to protect Sun Yu and Lana at all costs. Kid, did you hear that? Just so you know, I possess 4,800 battle power. If you know what's good for you, join us, the muscular man, the leader of the Reap Squad, proclaimed. Sun Yu shrugged with a smile. Thank you, but I believe I will pass on your trashy squad. What did you say? The muscular man's eyes narrowed. Repeat that. Upon hearing Sun Yu declare that their team was a garbage team, the few individuals in the hall immediately bristled with indignation, eager to confront him. Uncle Ollie's countenance darkened as he inwardly chastised Sun Yu for his naivety. How could he incite the wrath of so many in such a precarious situation? Was he not aware that this would undoubtedly make him the target of their collective ire? With an injury to contend with, even if he seized the opportunity to ambush Captain Realton, it would hardly guarantee Sun Yu's escape, especially given the animosity he had aroused. Realton let out a cold chuckle, striding towards Sun Yu with an ominous demeanor. Kid, what was it you just said? Have the courage to repeat it. Have you gone deaf, or what? Sun Yu regarded the muscular Realton with disdain and replied, enunciating each word, I am not targeting anyone. I merely wish to convey that all present here are garbage. Lana's face darkened upon hearing this, and she muttered under her breath, Hey Kyle, you're provoking them. I'm still here. Uncle Ollie was utterly despondent. With such a statement, there was no doubt these individuals would not spare Sun Yu, and they would seek to eliminate him post-haste. Good. Very good. Realton seethed, his muscles quaking with fury. In an instant, he hurled a punch at Sun Yu, the force of it palpable, inciting cheers from those present. This is bad. Uncle Ollie felt a sense of dread wash over him. It was too late for a stealthy strike now. At such close range, Realton's devastating blow would leave Sun Yu with no hope of survival. Sun Yu found himself bemused by Realton's display of brute strength. Through his keen perception, he had already gauged the man's combat power to be 4,800. But what of it? Not only was he unperturbed by 4,800 combat power, he would scoff at even 48,000. However, with the attack already launched, Sun Yu could not simply stand idle. He gently raised his right hand. Extending a single finger to intercept the incoming fist, his body as immovable as a mountain. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew still. You little brat. What on earth is going on? Realton felt as if he had struck not a finger, but rather a wall of iron and steel. He staggered back, reactivating his combat power detector. The reading remained at 1,200. Damn it. Is my detector malfunctioning? Why, check with your device how much combat power this little brat truly possesses. Realton barked at a short man behind him. Pwai, the vice-captain of the Realton team, though diminutive in stature, was astute and possessed commendable combat prowess. Making him the brains of the team, he complied with Realton's request. Activating his own combat power detector, which, unsurprisingly, also registered 1,200. His combat power is indeed only 1,200, but I sense something unusual about him. Realton, you should temper your arrogance. Be cautious lest you suffer. Pwai earnestly cautioned. Sensing Sun Yu's uniqueness, yet still viewing him as merely a child, incapable of rivaling seasoned warriors. Humph. Realton scoffed, seemingly insulted by Pwai's words. He glared at Sun Yu. Kid, I don't know what trick you just played. But that was merely me holding back. This time, you'll experience a pain worse than death. With that, Realton unleashed his full power. In a fit of rage, Sun Yu sensed a slight uptick in Realton's combat power. 48,52. 49,23. 5,000. As Realton's power reached its zenith, he vanished from sight, his speed leaving the onlookers in awe. When he reappeared before Sun Yu, they erupted in exultant cheers to "Go boss, smash his bones, teach him a lesson for daring to look down on us." Realton, exuding the confidence of a victor, approached Sun Yu, certain the boy would be paralyzed by fear at his sudden appearance. He unleashed a punch that echoed through the air with a menacing whoosh. "Die, brat. Experience my strongest strike." Facing Realton's full-force punch of 5,000 combat power, Sun Yu merely tilted his body slightly, as if he had been standing still for too long and needed to shift. This subtle movement, almost serendipitous, allowed him to evade Realton's lethal strike. The spectators were left in stunned silence, grappling with disbelief. Was it mere coincidence, a deliberate ploy by Captain Realton, or something else entirely? In that fleeting moment of astonishment, Sun Yu raised his right hand, lightly tapping Realton's chest as if skimming the surface of water. The action appeared excruciatingly slow, yet everything transpired in the blink of an eye. This was the essence of Sun Yu's mastery over the concepts of speed and slowness. Before anyone could react, Realton's imposing physique trembled violently. Blood spewed forth from his mouth, and he collapsed backward, sending dust flying into the air with a resounding thud. "Captain," the onlookers were entranced, unable to comprehend the surreal scene before them. A brawny man with 5,000 combat power felled by a slight child boasting a mere 1,200. Uncle Ali, witnessing Sun Yu's seemingly innocuous smile and Lana's relaxed demeanor by the door, suddenly entertained a radical thought. Could it be that Kyle had concealed his true strength? How was he accomplishing this? Uncle Ali's realization was mirrored by Vice Captain Pwai, who, his expression grave, disregarded Realton's lifeless body, commanding the remaining members, "You two keep an eye on Ollie and Hill. The rest of you, converge on this brat and subdue him." Understood. With Realton's demise, Pwai assumed the mantle of authority within the team, and they regarded the fallen captain with not an ounce of pity, as if discarding a pile of refuse. Shortly thereafter, the remaining members, obeying Pwai's orders, encircled Sun Yu. He stood composed, surveying the Saiyans surrounding him, but a mere thought allowed him to discern their energies. 3,700, 2670, 3021, 3421. Such combat power would rank as moderate on Vegeta Star, yet proved utterly inconsequential. With a casual shake of his arm, Sun Yu readied himself for confrontation. One of the team members lunged at him, eyes glinting with malice, and the others swiftly coordinated their movements in an impressive display. Sun Yu stepped back with his left foot, twisting his waist to raise his right elbow, devoid of any energy fluctuations, as if merely stretching. Boom! The first attacker's smile vanished in an instant as Sun Yu's elbow strike, seemingly languid, struck his abdomen with the swiftness of lightning, arching his back and nearly popping his eyes from their sockets. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yu pivoted and delivered a palm strike to another assailant, who was already gripped by terror, attempting to retreat. But Sun Yu's hand met his chest before he could escape. Thud! A spray of blood erupted, and the assailant's eyes reflected confusion, devoid of any vitality. The skirmish had barely commenced, yet two members of the Realton team lay lifeless, dispatched with an ease akin to slaughtering livestock, amplifying the fear in the remaining 5 to unprecedented levels. Run, flee. Yet Sun Yu had no intention of letting the last 5 escape. The nearest Realton member turned to flee, but Sun Yu swiftly closed the distance, slapping the individual on the back. A resounding snap echoed as the man collapsed, breathless and lifeless, without a glance back. Sun Yu pressed onward, setting his sights on Vice Captain Pwai. "Wait. Hold on. I have something to say." Pwai, witnessing the unfolding chaos, could hardly believe his own eyes, but dread gripped his heart. If he did not intervene, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as Captain Realton. No sooner had he thought this than a fist, moving at an unimaginable speed, stopped mere inches from his face, the force of its wind ruffling his hair. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping him, that he realized that had he been a moment slower in speaking, he would now be a corpse. "Oh, what do you have to say? Speak quickly." Sun Yu turned to Pwai, exuding an air of impatience, as if he had pressing matters to attend to. "No. Please, Great One, I beg you, do not kill me." In the eyes of Pwai, terror was vividly etched as he changed his form of address. Striving to present an appearance of humility, He implored, "My lord, as long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer you the Ripu squad. From now on, you shall be our captain. I beg of you." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu retracted his fist and coldly regarded Pwai, inquiring, "First, tell me, how many members does your Ripu squad comprise? Are they loyal to Frisia, or to King B, or are they devoted to the strong? Be detailed. Perhaps I shall consider sparing you." After all, Sun Yu had come to Vegeta to rescue a portion of the Saiyans, if this so-called Ripu squad were indeed die-hard followers of Frisia. Sun Yu would have no choice but to eliminate them all. However, if they were merely loyal to the strong, then Sun Yu had other plans in mind. Upon hearing Sun Yu's inquiry about the Ripu squad, Pwai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and immediately began to elaborate on the details of the Ripu squad. My lord, our squad consists of over 30 members, of which only a little more than 10 are core members, all possessing combat powers exceeding 2500 AS for the non-core members. When he mentioned the non-core members, Pwai offered an awkward smile towards Sun Yu, who could easily surmise the nature of these so-called non-core members. Just moments ago, while Reldon was still alive, he had attempted to invite Sun Yu to join them as a non-core member. Waving his hand, Sun Yu gestured for Pwai to continue. Regarding loyalty, only Reldon advocated for loyalty to Frisia. As you know, he was the captain before. We only obey the strong. Pwai cleverly shifted the responsibility of the Ripu squad's allegiance to Frisia entirely onto a deceased figure, while simultaneously asserting their loyalty to the commands of their captain, implying that the current strong figure was, of course, Sun Yu. Subsequently, Sun Yu inquired further about the details of the squad members, to which Pwai responded with complete transparency. Kair, you can't possibly be considering accepting this Ripu squad. Can you? Uncle Ali, noticing the growing rapport between Sun Yu and Pwai, interrupted anxiously, fearing that Sun Yu's naivety might lead him to be deceived by treacherous individuals. Why not accept them? Sun Yu smiled at Uncle Ali. For Pwai had addressed him as my lord, and the other present members of the Ripu squad dared not act against Ali and Hill. However, Uncle Ali was clearly still uneasy about Sun Yu's interaction with someone like Pwai and sought to dissuade him from this notion. Pwai, unwilling to let Uncle Ali continue his discouragement, immediately approached him with shameless flattery. "Brother Ali, I beg your pardon for any offense earlier. We are all family now." Before Pwai could finish, Sun Yu clapped a hand on Pwai's shoulder and spoke in a low voice. "While I may have agreed to accept the Ripu squad, I never stated that I would spare your life." A sharp crack echoed as a bone snapped, and Pwai collapsed without comprehending the situation. The squad members, who had just thought they had escaped calamity, now gazed at Sun Yu in sheer terror. It was not that they lacked the will to resist, but rather that Sun Yu's overwhelming power had extinguished their fighting spirit. Uncle Ali, witnessing this scene, was drenched in cold sweat. Sun Yu's sudden action had genuinely caught him off guard, and he realized he could no longer fathom Sun Yu's character. Despite his youth and seemingly amiable demeanor, he exhibited a ruthless decisiveness. Should we eliminate the rest? Uncle Ali? Sun Yu turned to Ali, flashing a smile he believed to be radiant. Those Saiyans were naturally inclined to violence. This was typically a manifestation of excessive excitement in battle. And not all Saiyans were ruthless. Uncle Ali was evidently of that gentler ilk. Let it go. For what Pwai disclosed, the root of the problem has already been dealt with. These individuals merely followed Reldon's orders. Noticing that Uncle Ali had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Sun Yu nodded, retracting his killing intent, and addressed the remaining individuals. "Did you hear? You need not perish for the time being. From now on, I accept your Ripu squad. However, the squad must change its name, but that is a matter for another time. Now, I command you to restore Uncle Ali's living room to its original state. Or else." Sun Yu's gaze turned icy, prompting the group to kneel, proclaiming their loyalty. "What is your name?" Sun Yu pointed to a relatively young squad member, who, based on prior knowledge, belonged to the non-core personnel and was merely there to assist. Upon realizing Sun Yu was inquiring about his name, the young man immediately replied with respect. "In response to my lord, my name is Alanx, and I'm a non-core member." Before Alanx could finish, Sun Yu interrupted. "Your name is Alanx, is it? I do not concern myself with your current combat power or the distinction between core and non-core. What I require is your loyalty to me. Now, you are to keep a watchful eye on these individuals and report any developments immediately. Once this place is tidied up, gather all members of the Ripu squad here to discuss matters. Those who wish not to attend need not be compelled. Simply strike them from a list. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, my lord, Alanx replied, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes, having been marginalized due to his lower combat power. The unexpected assignment from Sun Yu stirred a profound sense of loyalty within him. Uncle Ali, Aunt Hill, let us ascend to speak privately. After addressing the Ripu squad matters, Sun Yu invited Ali and Hill upstairs, with Lana following closely behind. The four ascended the broad staircase, where Lana silently approached Sun Yu from behind and pinched him sharply, causing him to wince in pain. Sister Na, why did you pinch me? Sun Yu grumbled, rubbing his sore back. I was just feeling a bit mischievous. Is that not permissible? Lana blinked her adorable eyes innocently at Sun Yu. Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill, still processing the previous events, felt their spirits lift upon witnessing the playful banter between the two, exchanging smiles. Upon entering Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill's room, Aunt Hill approached Sun Yu, scrutinizing him from head to toe as she asked, "Are you truly my son, Kair?" "Absolutely," Sun Yu promptly affirmed, thumping his chest in sincerity. Kair. Uncle Ali hesitated momentarily before resolutely asking, "Kair, if I am not mistaken, your combat power must now exceed 1200, correct? Would you be so kind as to share your and Lana's true combat powers with us?" Given the recent events, even a fool could discern that Sun Yu's combat power far surpassed 1200. However, Uncle Ali did not hastily produce a power scanner, for Reldon and his group had already attempted to test them. If they could not detect it, then his scanner would undoubtedly yield the same results. Indeed, Sun Yu exchanged a glance with Lana, feeling no need to conceal the truth from those who had raised them. He revealed, "Our current combat powers are both 300,000. Yes, you heard correctly, 300,000. 300,000. Upon hearing this figure, Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill gaped in astonishment. If the previous revelations had been within the realm of acceptance, this news was akin to a bolt from the blue. A combat power of 300,000. Was this still the Saiyan race? But why couldn't the power scanner detect your true strength? After a lengthy pause, Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill finally regained their composure, allowing their curiosity to surface. Sun Yu smiled gently, explaining, "Because we have mastered a method to control our energy. Thus, the power scanner is unable to detect us. Furthermore, with effective training, you too can learn this skill. We can also learn." Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill were taken aback by Sun Yu's words. After Sun Yu elaborated on the use of energy, their astonishment only grew. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu shared a wealth of knowledge about Earth and numerous methods to enhance combat power. During their conversation, Sun Yu retrieved 2 sets of heavy training gear from the universal capsule he always carried. "Is this the universal capsule and the heavy training gear you mentioned?" Upon witnessing Sun Yu toss a small capsule-like object, which then poofed into a large cabinet filled with various types of heavy training gear, Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill were utterly amazed as Sun Yu presented them with 2 sets. "Uncle Ali, Aunt Hill, this is the heavy vest, weighing 400 kilograms, and the shoes and wrist guards together weigh an additional 500 kilograms. Lana and I wear these regularly. They're tremendously beneficial for training." "Thank you, Kair." Ali and Hill joyfully accepted the heavy training gear handed to them by Sun Yu, unable to part with it. As elders, they felt a sense of humiliation of being so vastly surpassed by their junior. They listened intently as Sun Yu spoke of the heavy gear and gravity training chamber he and Lana utilized, which they had long yearned for. Now that they possessed the heavy gear, they hurriedly donned it and moved about, immediately sensing the strain it imposed. After all, the gravity on Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth, making the 900-kilogram gear feel as if it weighed 9,000 kilograms. "Akatia, truly unimaginable that you 2 little ones can wear this and still appear unfazed," Uncle Ali exclaimed. "Dear, we must double our efforts. We cannot allow little Kyle to look down on us." Aunt Hill cast a gentle, yet fiercely determined glance at her husband. After conversing for a while, Sun Yu's expression turned serious as he inquired of Uncle Ali. "Uncle Ali, what are your thoughts on the relationship between Frieza and King Vegeta?" Upon hearing this question, Uncle Ollie's countenance darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and replied, "Frisia commands the mightiest army in the universe. Even proud Saiyans like us must heed his orders. In recent years, King Vegeta's covert maneuvers have multiplied, and while he believes he is concealing his intentions well, his schemes have become common knowledge." Uncle Ollie had long been aware of Frisia's establishment of spies among the Saiyans. He had initially wished to steer clear of the intrigues of the upper echelon, yet he acknowledged the harsh reality. Under a collapsing nest, how can one expect to find unbroken eggs? Indeed, Uncle is quite astute. Sun Yu grinned. However, even without King Vegeta's machinations, Frisia has never been amiable towards us Saiyans. He has already installed listening devices on the power level scouters assigned to us to monitor our every move. What could his purpose be? So, King Vegeta's treachery has been laid bare before Frisia all along. Why has there been no retaliation? Because it is unnecessary, Sun Yu replied coolly. Even if King Vegeta amasses more forces, they cannot stand against Frisia's overwhelming might. Defeat is inevitable. Defeat? What if you two join forces? Uncle Ollie suddenly sprang to his feet. In his eyes, King Vegeta was synonymous with strength, and yet Sun Yu claimed he could not defeat Frisia. As much as I loathe to admit it, I am not his match at present, Sun Yu admitted after a brief silence. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Sensing the tension, Ant Hill interjected. "Kyle, what do you think? Surely you must have your own opinions by now." Sun Yu nodded, contemplating the next steps. "We should seek an opportunity to escape from Vegeta and find a place to train diligently. Once our strength surpasses Frisia's, we can teach that son of a gun a lesson." His words elicited a chuckle from Uncle Ollie, who understood that for a warrior race like the Saiyans, retreat was a source of shame. However, Uncle Ollie was not one to be narrow-minded. He grasped the wisdom of preserving oneself for future endeavors. Then we must strive to train hard and aim to surpass Frisia soon, Uncle Ollie declared with renewed confidence. Sun Yu's lips twitched involuntarily. He refrained from disclosing the true extent of Frisia's power to Uncle OL. It was quite a motivational tale for someone with a battle strength slightly above 4,000 to aspire to surpass a monster with a staggering power level of 120 million. Just as Sun Yu was mentally critiquing Uncle Ollie, footsteps echoed from outside. The chatter between Lana and Hill ceased instantly, and all four turned their attention to the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 rhythmic knocks were followed by a timid voice from outside. "Sir, the lounge downstairs has been cleaned, and I have replaced the broken furniture with identical pieces. Also, the members of the REAP team have arrived and are waiting in the hall." Sun Yu opened the door to find a young Saiyan standing there, his eyes filled with respect and admiration. "Ah, you must be Alikes. I am Aranx, my lord." Sun Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, and he cleared his throat, saying, "Let us go down and take a look." If Uncle Ollie had harbored any doubts regarding Sun Yu's recruitment of the REAP team, the revelation of Frisia's conflict with King Vegeta alleviated his concerns. After all, having more allies meant greater self-preservation. Thus, Aranx led Sun Yu and Uncle Ollie downstairs, while Lana and Hill chose to remain behind. Eager to catch up on their reunion, in the lounge, 12 individuals stood in neat rows, with the foremost group clearly consisting of the troublemakers from Ollie's residence. They were the strongest among the group and wore expressions of barely suppressed arrogance. The subsequent rows exuded weaker energy, some casting fearful glances at Sun Yu, as though he were a monstrous predator. Sun Yu felt perplexed by their stares and noted the discrepancy in numbers. "Didn't you say there were over 30 people? Why are only these few here?" A bald man with a mustache stepped forward, attempting to ingratiate himself with Sun Yu in response to your lordship. The others were rather unruly. Upon hearing that Captain Reardon was dead, they attempted to leave and establish their own faction. "They've all been dealt with as per your orders." "Excuse me." Sun Yu was taken aback. "If they wish to leave, why not let them? When did I ever say to kill them?" It dawned on him that these fools had misinterpreted his intentions, just as he was about to express his anger. Aranx timidly interjected. "My lord, you mentioned that those who did not wish to join should be removed from the list, which they took to mean they were to be eliminated." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu slapped his forehead in exasperation. He was utterly disheartened by the lack of understanding among these Saiyans. "When I said to remove them from the list, I meant to expel them from our ranks." Must you always think of violence? We are all Saiyans. We should cherish and support one another. Do you understand? I'm speaking to you. Do you comprehend? The bald man, now terrified, dropped to his knees, nearly in tears from his inability to grasp the young man's thoughts. Sun Yu appeared harmless, yet when it came to violence, he showed no hesitation, devoid of any emotion. Just when everyone presumed he was cruel, he urged them to foster camaraderie. This was not how one exhibited multiple personalities. Yes, my lord, we understand. Orangs, ever perceptive, recognized the need to respond affirmatively regardless of Sun Yu's true feelings. The bald man quickly bowed in apology, vowing never to err again. Much better, Sun Yu gestured for them to return to their positions. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed poised to make an important announcement. The 20 or so individuals present held their breath in anticipation, while the neighbors gathered outside, intrigued by the unfolding events. I believe you all are aware. Sun Yu's resonant voice echoed through Uncle Ollie's lounge, that I, Kylses, have taken command of the remaining members of the former Reap team, that, to be frank, I do not care how much battle power you possess at present. Here, we make no distinctions between core members and non-core members. What truly matters to me is your loyalty. Due to prior misunderstandings, many of you may have been coerced into coming here, and for that, I extend my apologies. Should anyone wish to leave my team, you are free to do so now, and no one will harm you. I have made that abundantly clear, and the neighbors outside have heard it as well. Those who wish to depart may do so without hindrance. Having resolved to establish a faction of his own, Sun Yu understood that he must ensure everyone willingly followed him, as loyalty needed time to be proven. For now, he could only rid himself of those who were merely superficially aligned. Upon hearing Sun Yu's declaration, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions. After a lengthy pause, a young man in the back gathered his courage and raised his hand. Lord Kyle, I have a question. Noticing the inquiry, Sun Yu turned, smiling slightly. Yes, feel free to ask your question. Upon encountering Sun Yu, the young man felt emboldened, straightened his chest, and inquired, My Lord Kyle, may I ask what tasks you would assign us should we join your battle team? This question echoed the sentiments of other weaker members who had long played the role of cannon fodder since joining the Reaper battle team, often undertaking suicidal missions. Even if they survived such tasks by a stroke of luck, they were seldom allocated valuable resources, thus hindering their combat prowess from improving. Sun Yu, fully aware of their apprehensions, adopted a serious demeanor and replied, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I will not treat you as mere fodder like Rilton did. I shall provide you with ample training resources, and if any among you possesses exceptional talent, I would be willing to personally guide your training. You are already aware of my capabilities upon hearing Sun Yu's offer of personal guidance. Those who had witnessed his formidable prowess were captivated, their eyes gleaming with fervor, as if he were an enchanting beauty. The others, who had not yet experienced Sun Yu's strength firsthand, remained indifferent. Yet the prospect of avoiding the role of cannon fodder while gaining access to abundant training resources made joining his team an appealing option. After a brief moment, Sun Yu casually adjusted his ears and addressed the group. Is anyone withdrawing? Think carefully, for should any of you dare to betray me in the future, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. The utterance of dire consequences sent a shiver down the spines of those present. Yet still, no one chose to withdraw. Very well, in that case, I hereby declare the establishment of our battle team. As for its name, Sun Yu furrowed his brow and declared, let it be called the Urban Management Team. The Urban Management Team? The crowd gasped in astonishment, asking, My Lord Kyle, what does urban management entail? It was no wonder the Saiyans were perplexed by the term urban management, as it stemmed from Chinese vernacular. Sun Yu smirked mischievously and replied, the Urban Management Team is no ordinary unit. It originates from an ancient realm, renowned as a super combat unit. They are the ultimate goal for all warriors. The elite among the elite, the strongest of the strong, tasked with the noble duty of revitalizing their nation that a wise man once proclaimed. Grant me 3,000 urban managers, and I shall restore my grand celestial kingdom. As Sun Yu's voice rose in intensity, the echoes reverberated throughout the hall, resonating deeply with all present. They recalled the current plight of the Saiyans, a proud warrior race subjugated by Frisia, yearning to overthrow his tyrannical rule and reclaim their autonomy. Sun Yu's words ignited a fervor within them, For every Scion revered strength, aspired to become elite, and rejected domination, yearning to become the mightiest urban managers. Suddenly, one individual in the front regained his composure and knelt, exclaiming, "We pledge to follow my Lord Kyle unto death." This declaration jolted everyone from their stupor, and they too knelt, chanting, "We pledge to follow my Lord Kyle unto death. We pledge to follow my Lord Kyle unto death." Sun Yu, taken aback by their fervent cries, mused to himself, "Are these individuals in their right minds? I'm merely jested about the urban management jokes from Earth. Why are they suddenly so fervent?" Thus, the urban management team was established on planet Vegeta, with Uncle Ollie appointed as the team leader to oversee operations, and Alanx serving as the deputy leader to assist in management. For those with currently low combat abilities, Sun Yu instructed Alanx to mobilize all resources from the former Ripu battle team for their training. This act of generosity left the lower-tier members overwhelmed with gratitude, eager to demonstrate their loyalty to Sun Yu. Sun Yu merely smiled, knowing their true intentions would require further scrutiny. Only those who were genuinely loyal would be entrusted with the excellent principles he had garnered from Earth. Despite Uncle Ollie's repeated refusals of the leadership position, citing the team's insufficient combat power, Sun Yu remained a hands-off manager, adept at fighting but inept at managing a battle team. Eventually, Uncle Ollie relented and accepted the role. In the following weeks, Uncle Ollie distributed the heavy-duty training gear Sun Yu had brought from Earth to the exemplary members and provided them with guidance in their training. Consequently, many members of the urban management team experienced a remarkable transformation in their combat capabilities. However, such a transformation was relative, for Sun Yu did not find it particularly noteworthy that a warrior with a power level of 2,500 could increase to 3,500 in just half a month. Different levels of power brought differing perspectives. While Sun Yu regarded such growth with indifference, the local populace, familiar with Uncle Ollie's family, clamored to join the urban management team upon witnessing the rapid improvement in its member strength. Sun Yu entrusted this task to Uncle Ollie, establishing criteria for new recruits based not on current power levels, but rather on clear lineage and promising talent. One day, while Sun Yu was in the gravity training room guiding Uncle Ollie, Alanx suddenly relayed a message. "My Lord Kyle, a mid-level commander from Frisia's army requests an audience. Should we grant it?" Although Alanx and the others sensed Sun Yu's evident disdain towards Frisia, the visitor was nonetheless a mid-level commander of Frisia's army. Refusing outright could lead to complications, so they sought Sun Yu's opinion. "How insufferable. I recognize that individual. He is the one who issues tasks to Rilton. Kyle, let us drive him away." Uncle Ollie urged urgently upon seeing the situation unfold in the gravity training room's holographic display. "Fear not, Uncle Ollie. Let us first ascertain the situation," Sun Yu replied with his characteristic calmness. Unable to gauge Sun Yu's thoughts, Uncle Ollie followed him out of the gravity training room. Upon entering the living room, they found Alanx bustling about, serving tea, while Lana and Aunt Hill were conspicuously absent. It was evident they were either shopping or engaged in similar pursuits. It is said that shopping is an inherent trait of the female species, and having mastered the art of haggling under Mrs. Brief's tutelage, Lana and her daughter now dominated the commercial streets of planet Vegeta, leaving many small vendors trembling in fear. In the living room, the so-called mid-level commander from Frisia's army lounged arrogantly on the spacious sofa, flanked by two burly extraterrestrials, coldly assessing Sun Yu and Uncle Ollie as they approached. "You are the Scion who killed that useless Rilton. You hardly seem formidable." The words elicited a chill in Uncle Ollie and Alanx. But Sun Yu merely smiled lightly, remaining silent. Seeing Sun Yu's lack of anger, the Frisia commander mistook it for fear, growing increasingly contemptuous. "Do not presume that your pitiful little team grants you immunity. Understand the precarious position of your Scion race. I am here to convey Lord Frisia's orders, and if you are wise, you will know what to do." With that, the commander tossed a document onto the table with an air of arrogance. Uncle Ollie and Alanx struggled to suppress their fury, their veins bulging with rage, itching to strike the commander down. Sun Yu placed a hand on their shoulders and whispered, "Why stoop to the level of such a sycophant? It would be beneath us." He then stepped forward to examine the document on the table. It was a conscription order, Frisia intended to amass a vast army to attack a super-technological planet on the fringes of the northern universe. Known as Vibrant Star, which was at the forefront of technological advancements and focused on developing large-scale combat robots. Isn't this just Gundam? Sun Yu thought with amusement, recalling that there was no such planet in the original Dragon Ball lore. It seemed Frisia had ordered the annihilation of Vibrant Star, which was understandable, as he would eliminate any civilization that posed a threat to his dominion, much like he had done to planet Vegeta, which could potentially harbor super Saiyans. Furrowing his brow, Sun Yu devised a plan. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps he could use the pretense of attacking Vibrant Star as an opportunity to lead a group of Saiyans to safety. Since Frisia harbors trepidation towards the technological prowess of the planet Viburan, he may well attempt to reclaim that world. At the very least, maintaining a cooperative relationship would be advantageous. After all, there remains but a little over a year since the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frisia, and if action is not taken soon, the opportunities will dwindle. Moreover, Viburan lies at the fringes of the northern universe, an unfathomable distance from the stronghold of Frisia's forces, as the saying goes, the higher the heavens. The further the Emperor, Sun Yu perceives this as a chance for survival. Understood, he declares, I shall rally my subordinates post-haste in accordance with the timeline specified in the documents, if there is nothing further. You may take your leave. Sun Yu directs his gaze towards the haughty commander, his demeanor neither subservient nor confrontational, which irks the commander. Yet despite his irritation, the commander finds himself at a loss regarding how to deal with Sun Yu. Should Sun Yu defy orders, the commander could easily seize the opportunity to apprehend him and his associates, proceeding with a preemptive strike, although the commander believes that capturing Sun Yu's group would present little challenge. The reality is that Sun Yu's compliance is surprisingly cooperative, exuding an air of pragmatism, albeit with an attitude that is decidedly dismissive. This infuriates the commander, who grits his teeth in frustration. We shall see. With that, he delivers a vacuous threat before departing. Gather all active members of the city management team in the conference hall. I have significant matters to announce. Upon hearing this, both Ollie and Alanx display expressions of disbelief. Lord Kyle, you can't possibly be considering becoming Frisia's lackey, they exclaim. How could you doubt me so? Sun Yu grins. I have devised an audacious plan, and if successful, we could secure a formidable ally, provided, of course, that this ally proves to be indeed powerful. Ollie, being well-versed in the ways of the universe, brightens at this revelation. Kyle, are you implying? Alanx, go summon everyone. We must discuss this in the conference hall. Yes, Lord Kyle. Responding to Sun Yu's summons, all active members of the city management team gather at Uncle Ollie's residence. However, the team member tasked with locating Lana and Hill reports that they have scoured every nook and cranny without sighting the duo. I hope they have not encountered any trouble. Sun Yu muses, aware that no threats to Lana's safety exist on this planet. Yet, as a concerned brother, he cannot help but feel a tinge of worry. Pushing aside thoughts of Lana and Hill's safety, Sun Yu surveys the living room, now filled with over 30 individuals, men and women alike, mostly adults, with a handful of youths resembling Sun Yu's age. Each of them regards Sun Yu with an unwavering gaze of adoration, akin to fervent fans beholding their idol, their eyes brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. Sun Yu attributes this to his charismatic persona. Foregoing any unnecessary preamble, he straightforwardly articulates the essence of the plan. It is noteworthy that all members of the city management team are already aware of Frisia's use of combat power detectors to surveil the Saiyans. Thus, in situations involving internal secrets, they have collectively concealed the detectors distributed by Frisia, understanding that a confrontation between Frisia and King Vegeta is inevitable, and that King Vegeta stands little chance of victory. The assembled crowd unanimously supports Sun Yu's plan, with many expressing a desire to include their families, a request Sun Yu readily accommodates. Subsequently, the group deliberates on the upcoming expedition, which will nominally deploy a strategic exploration-class void ship, an all-too-common vessel within Frisia's fleet. Unlike the majority of Frisia's saucer-shaped spacecraft, this exploration-class ship is conical, featuring a long, tapered nose and a broad rear equipped with various propulsion engines, significantly enhancing its speed. However, it is evident that the ship's interior space is limited, accommodating fewer than 2,000 individuals, and aside from the essential medical bay, most of the space is occupied by stasis pods, leaving little room for movement. In essence, the maximum number Sun you can transport is 2,000 souls. Considering the 30-plus members of the city management team and their families, Sun Yu hopes Uncle Ollie can identify additional trustworthy candidates. After all, no one knows if there will be another opportunity to return. In the following days, the city management team embarks on an overt mission under the guise of an expedition to planet Viburan. While discreetly selecting reliable candidates, Sun Yu and Ollie wait until nightfall without sighting Lana and Ant Hill's return. Although this duo has a penchant for revelry, today bears the weight of significant news to convey. Thus, Sun Yu resolves to seek them out. Despite being able to recognize Lana's energy signature, the bustling streets make pinpointing her location a challenge. As he strolls through the vibrant commercial district, perhaps drawn by the ephemeral, melodic aromas, Sun Yu unwittingly wanders into a food street. Renowned throughout the universe for their voracious appetites, Saiyans find a plethora of local delicacies from various planets on this narrow street, which spans less than a kilometer. Sun Yu encounters an array of culinary offerings, from the scorpion-tailed dragons of Planet Pendle to the colossal crocodiles of Giant Planet, and even humanoid exoskeletal insects from Planet Jita. Ugh, how could anyone possibly consume those grotesque exoskeletal beings? Sun Yu recoils in disgust. While he's indeed an Epicurean, he possesses no appetite for humanoid creatures and feels a pang of aversion towards them. Observing fellow Saiyans indulging in their feasts, Sun Yu's appetite wanes, and just as he prepares to depart, he suddenly catches wind of a commotion ahead. The law enforcement on planet Vegeta is notoriously lax, adhering to a principle of non-interference in matters resolvable by brute force. Consequently, brawls and altercations are commonplace. Sun Yu lacks the leisure to partake in the fray, so he promptly turns to leave. "Kyle, don't go. I've been bullied," a familiar voice calls from afar, causing Sun Yu to halt mid-step, nearly convinced he is imagining things. Yet, a second later, he realizes that the ruckus involves none other than Lana and Hill. He is untroubled by the prospect of Lana encountering danger, as her combat prowess renders her safe from any threats on this planet. Rather, Sun Yu worries that should Lana find herself in an unexpected predicament, she may be unable to restrain her strength, which could jeopardize his imminent plans. Lana is ill-suited to intervene in such a scenario, leaving the mantle of heroism to Sun Yu, that he feels fortunate to have stumbled upon Lana. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. "How dare you bully my sister Lana? I'll make sure you regret it." Sun Yu strides confidently into the crowd, his eyes immediately falling upon the disgruntled Lana and the elegantly attired Ant Hill, who clings to Lana's arm. Following Lana's gaze, Sun Yu spots the two individuals with whom she is in conflict, and his hard jolts point one of them lounges nonchalantly on a bench, legs crossed, absent-mindedly picking at his ear. This individual possesses purple skin and a raccoon-like visage, appearing frail and garbed in the eccentric attire of a theater performer. Behind him stand a tall figure, leaning on a slender cane, sporting a white pompadour and a strikingly beautiful face that is the envy of many women. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and his attendant Whis. Sun Yu feels a surge of panic, internally lamenting, "Lana, you've truly put me in a dire predicament." He swallows hard, silently praying, please let him not have heard what I just said, or seen me, or recognized me. "Kid, what was it you said about beating my mother?" Beerus nonchalantly inquires, having extracted a glob of earwax from his finger and now casting a casual glance at Sun Yu. In that fleeting moment, Sun Yu feels an icy chill wash over him, an unsettling fear that transcends mere temperature, delving into the deepest recesses of the human psyche. The atmosphere suddenly grows hushed, with onlookers curiously scrutinizing the once brazen Sun Yu, now rendered speechless by the presence before him. Lana, equally perplexed, was merely hoping for Sun Yu to help her vent her frustrations, having sensed his energy nearby. Yet, Sun Yu stands frozen, seemingly paralyzed. Consequently, Lana pinches him sharply at the waist, insisting, "You need to teach this person a lesson, or else I will make you regret it. My dear aunt, I implore you, please stop." Tears were nearly spilling from Sun Yu's eyes as he attempted to admonish Beerus. Let us not forget that Sun Yu's combat power is merely 300,000, Even the formidable Super Saiyan 3 Goku was toyed with by Beerus. Suspended in the air by a single finger, as the supreme deity of the seventh universe, he shares a fated bond with the Kaioshin, who governs creation, while the destroyer god, Beerus, is dedicated to annihilation. As the god of destruction, Lord Beerus can obliterate countless galaxies with but a thought. Pure simplicity can be malevolent, and eternal destruction may embody compassion, i.e. the divine level. One cannot assess them by mundane moral standards. For their immeasurable nature instills fear that it seemed I mistook the identity of this individual. Perhaps you too should converse while I attend to other matters. Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his previous behavior. Hey, Kale, what's the situation with you? You aren't afraid of this fool, are you? Lana whispered conspiratorially into Sun Yu's ear. Sun Yu hastily covered her mouth. Dear lady, let's not stir trouble. I will explain everything later. For now, you should simply apologize to Lord Beerus. Upon hearing Sun Yu suggest an apology, Lana's temper flared. You dare ask me to apologize to this fool? Very well, Kale. Have you grown wings or something? Do you have any idea how outrageous this fool is? This stall sells only 100 servings of special dessert today, and my mother and I have queued here for an entire day. The last portion was rightfully ours, yet this shameless buffoon snatched it away. Is that not despicable? With a look that threatened Sun Yu should he dare defend the fool, Lana glared at him. Sun Yu observed Beerus, whose eyes darkened with murderous intent under Lana's relentless onslaught of insults, as the atmosphere thickened ominously, as if the very fabric of reality were about to unravel. Very well. I am a benevolent deity at heart, but your repeated transgressions force my hand toward annihilation. If you intend to attack, do so swiftly. Otherwise, when I choose to act, you shall have no opportunity left. Beerus slowly rose, lifting his hand to summon a dark red energy sphere into existence. While the bystanders appeared unfazed by this egg-sized sphere, Sun Yu and Lana felt the terrifying power it contained. In that moment, Lana comprehended Sun Yu's apprehension toward this being. He grasped Lana's arm tightly, sensing an unprecedented fear reflected in their eyes. This egg-sized energy sphere was Beerus's annihilation sphere. Should it fall, Planet Vegeta would meet its demise without Frieza's intervention, and this narrative could conclude prematurely. However, cornered rabbits bite, and Sun Yu could not allow Beerus to annihilate the entire planet Vegeta without retaliation. Thoughts of his impending doom alongside Lana and of Bulma waiting for his return ignited a fierce anger within him. In a fit of rage, he pointed an accusatory finger at Beerus, exclaiming low, Lord, I have endured your presence for far too long. Will you accept my challenge? The crowd collectively gasped, and even Beerus found amusement in Sun Yu's audacious proclamation, while Whis stifled a chuckle, remarking, This lad is quite amusing. Adding honorifics even while hurling insults. With a condescending smile, Beerus flicked his finger, causing the terrifying annihilation sphere to dissipate into smoke. Sun Yu and Lana felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders. Beerus, gazing coolly at Sun Yu, inquired, How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge me? He, young one, do not think I am denying you this opportunity, that if you can best me, we shall consider this matter resolved. However, should you fail, you shall both perish. The crowd, witnessing the exchange, recognized the stakes had escalated to a life-or-death wager, and they erupted in excitement. Yet if they understood that Sun Yu's loss would result in the annihilation of them all along with Planet Vegeta, would they still be so enthusiastic? To avoid accusations of bullying, I shall grant you 3 moves. Beerus crossed his arms, awaiting Sun Yu's assault with a calm demeanor. Humph, beneath the clear sky and bright heavens. What need is there for violence? Only a savage monkey would revel in such barbarity. Today, we shall not engage in combat. Sun Yu brazenly declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Beerus, exuding an air of superiority. Hey, Kale, you've gone and mocked him again. Lana's expression darkened, while Hill hurriedly apologized to the enraged Saiyans around them. Turning to Whisper, Sun Yu quietly reassured, Why worry about such matters? I have my own plans. With that, he produced a large handful of universal capsules from his pocket, flinging them into the air. Instantly, the spacious food street was transformed into a veritable mountain of delicacies. These treats, transported from Earth, retained their freshness within the capsules, appearing as delectable as if freshly baked. The surrounding crowd was left in awe, including the eternally experienced Beerus and Whis, who were equally astonished by the sight. They had sampled countless cosmic cuisines, yet the mountain of food before them was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Most astonishingly, just a glance made their mouths water like tea that moment. Sun Yu donned an apron and seated himself, casting a disdainful glance at Beerus. "Are you intimidated? I propose a contest to see who can devour more food faster. If you lack the courage to compete, I suggest you concede. Youngster, what did you say? Do you dare to challenge me?" Beerus wiped away drool and glared menacingly at Sun Yu. Unexpectedly, a soft chuckle emanated from behind Beerus. "Oh ho ho, this fluffy delight is exquisite," melting in the mouth and leaving a lingering flavor. "What is this called?" Whis inquired, already savoring a bite. "That's called pudding," Sun Yu replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead and forcing a smile. "Pudding, you say? Delightful in taste and name," Whis exclaimed, indulging in another piece. Beerus, displeased, interjected, "Hey, Whis, those are for my contest with that brat. You cannot partake." He then shoved Whis aside, lunging for the mountainous earth delicacies. "Brat, prepare the utensils. I accept your challenge." Upon hearing Sun Yu propose a culinary contest, Lana felt as though the world was spinning. She assumed Sun Yu was merely jesting. Though uncertain of the being's true nature, the overwhelming aura of destruction surrounding him indicated he was undoubtedly one of the universe's rare powers. Would such an entity truly accept a challenge so trivial? To her astonishment, he had. Lana felt her worldview shatter, 3 dark lines appearing on her forehead as she muttered, "That fool is willing to abandon all dignity for the sake of food." Hill discreetly tugged at Lana's sleeve, signaling her to remain silent. Consequently, Lana and Hill prepared a watermelon, intent on quietly observing the unfolding drama as uninformed bystanders. However, just as they readied their utensils and donned white aprons, Beerus suddenly sniffed the air, turning to Lana with a cold gaze that, in an instant, he materialized before her, towering ominously. "Hey, what do you intend to do? Did you not accept Kale's challenge? What brings you here?" Lana stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Sun Yu's previously relaxed demeanor shifted dramatically as he anxiously glanced at Lana and Hill. "Girl, what do you hold in your hand? Speak swiftly." Beerus's eyes glinted with menace, his voice dripping with intensity. It appeared that he coveted the watermelon in Lana's grasp. Forcing a smile, she extended the fruit, explaining, "This esteemed lord, this is a watermelon, a type of fruit." Upon hearing this, Beerus's fury intensified, and he turned to Sun Yu, bellowing, "Hey, brat, why is it that our food does not include such a fruit? Are you concealing something from me? I expect fairness in our contest. Lord of Destruction, has your dignity fallen to the ground? Do you not intend to retrieve it?" Beerus seized the watermelon from Lana, devouring the half-basketball-sized fruit in one bite, chewing voraciously. Not bad, though the skin is a tad tough, and the seeds are quite intrusive. Detracting from the overall aesthetic, he critiqued between mouthfuls, Whis stealthily seized the watermelon from Hill's hands. Unlike Beerus, he produced a spoon from seemingly nowhere and delicately scooped out a piece of the juicy fruit, elegantly bringing it to his lips. "Oh ho ho," he exclaimed, "this fruit is delightfully fragrant, sweet upon the palate, and exceedingly refreshing. Perfect for this sweltering weather." "Ugh, what a bother," Beerus scoffed, tilting his head back with disdain as he returned to his own table. "Such words are misguided," Sun Wukong admonished, his expression one of earnest frustration as he regarded Beerus. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's comment, Beerus bristled with anger. "You little brat, say that again, and I swear I'll obliterate you." Unfazed, Sun Wukong let out a cold huff. "Humph, you understand nothing. A true gourmet must possess gratitude towards food. Especially when indulging, one must approach it with a pilgrim's heart. Do not hastily judge a dish by its humble appearance or resent its intricate preparation. A genuine Epicurean can always savor the essence of cuisine with a tranquil mind." With this declaration, the crowd stirred, and Beerus stood frozen in disbelief. Having lived countless ages, he had never encountered such reasoning. Or rather, no one had dared to impart such wisdom to him. Whis discreetly accepted a small box of universal capsules handed to him by Lana, his eyes gleaming with delight. Sun Wukong gazed skyward, his expression a blend of brightness and melancholy, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a tone laden with solitude. This world is not lacking in delicacies. It merely lacks the discerning eyes to discover them. My dear friend, do not allow your impatience to cloud your vision. Lana, overhearing, scoffed derisively. I've never witnessed a foodie speak so eloquently. A gentle breeze rustled Sun Wukong's garments, his hair dancing in the wind, presenting an air of a transcendent sage. Strangely, Beerus refrained from countering Sun Wukong's words this time, merely grunting in annoyance as he turned his head away. Though irked, his body betrayed him, reaching for a turkey leg atop the table and shoving it into his mouth. Hey, we haven't even started yet, and you're already eating, referee. I protest, Sun Wukong exclaimed loudly. After a prolonged silence, he turned to find Whis and Lana, along with Hill, gathered together, merrily devouring watermelon. Curse it, Sun Wukong muttered under his breath, unwilling to be outdone, and launched an assault on the food before him. Time trickled by, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. A few foolish souls attempted to interrupt the contest between Sun Wukong and Beerus, but were swiftly dispatched by Whis' staff as the sun dipped below the horizon. The mountainous heaps of food before Sun Wukong and Beerus dwindled to nothing. Naturally, Sun Wukong had never expected to challenge a god's capacity for consumption with a mere mortal stomach. However, with a glint of mischief in his eye, he quietly lifted a small dish of peas. His actions piqued Beerus's curiosity, who gingerly pinched a pea between his fingers and tossed it into his mouth. The crisp sound echoed as Sun Wukong displayed an expression of sheer ecstasy. Delightful. Beerus surveyed the chaos on his table, eventually spotting a small dish of dark green, shriveled beans near Sun Wukong's corner. What is this? How did I miss it earlier? He asked curiously, mimicking Sun Wukong's earlier action of inspecting the dried bean. Sun Wukong cast a sly glance at Beerus, a smirk gracing his lips as he mused. Of course, you've never seen this before. I've just added it to your meal. 300-year-old high-concentration alcohol beans, guaranteed not to kill you. With that thought in mind, Sun Wukong popped a regular bean from his bowl into his mouth. One of those mystical beans could equal 10 days' worth of sustenance for an average person. Thus, a small dish of such beans represented Sun Wukong's ultimate trump card, bolstered by the previous feast. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, would eventually reach his limit. Determined to win this contest, Sun Wukong had invested heavily. If he could triumph over Beerus, not only would the crisis of planet Vegeta be averted, but he could also cultivate a rapport with Beerus, an endeavor with countless rewards. He need not worry about Beerus turning hostile should he lose as a true gourmand, a god of integrity. He would surely honor his word. Beerus sensed that the shriveled beans before him were no ordinary fare. He pinched one and tasted it, his eyes widening in surprise. Quite remarkable. Rich and chewy. With that, he swiftly dumped the entire small dish of mystical beans into his mouth. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of triumph. Look at you, god of destruction. You've fallen for my trick. The two resumed their extravagant feast, Sun Wukong nearing the brink of his limits. Thankfully for Beerus, his situation was even more dire. The effects of the mystical beans were evident. His stomach bulged ominously, and he clung to his resolve to avoid defeat. Sun Wukong glanced at Beerus, whose throat seemed near bursting with food, raising an eyebrow. Did I say, if you can't handle it, just concede. If looks could kill, Beerus would have annihilated Sun Wukong 1,000,000 times over in his mind. This insignificant creature, akin to an ant, continually dared to challenge his authority. Yet, if given the chance to choose again, Beerus would unhesitatingly accept Sun Wukong's challenge. For the food was simply too delectable. Before them lay a single plate of takoyaki, each plate containing 12 pieces. Thus, whoever consumed all 12 first would be declared the victor of this culinary contest. You little brat, I see you're struggling, that if you lose, I'll ensure you vanish without a trace, Beerus growled, his voice low and menacing as he trembled while spearing a takoyaki with a skewer. The golden brown morsels glistened with oil, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. Yet despite his desire to savor them, Beerus lacked the strength to open his mouth, fearing that doing so would result in the regurgitation of everything he had previously consumed. I cannot lose to such exquisite food. A glint of determination flashed in Beerus's eyes as he forcefully shoved the takoyaki into his mouth and tilted his head back, striving to swallow it whole. Sun Wukong was undeterred, simultaneously skewering 2 takoyaki and swallowing them whole. The pair reclined in their chairs, breathing heavily. "Kid, if you concede now, I promise not to obliterate you. What do you say?" Beerus panted, feeling as though the food within him was nearing his throat. Without victory, I'd rather die. This challenge is not about life and death. It's about the honor of a true gourmet," Sun Wukong declared, abruptly straightening up and shoving the remaining takoyaki into his mouth. "You bastard," Beerus roared as Sun Wukong finished the last of his takoyaki. Unwilling to accept defeat, he unleashed an immense surge of power that reverberated through the air. A purple-red aura enveloped Beerus. Causing Sun Wukong's heart to race, he felt an absence of any tangible pressure, yet the sheer dread of impending doom seized his breath. Good grief! Is it really necessary to unleash all that power over a few takoyaki? Sun Wukong thought, a flood of exasperation coursing through him, but he suddenly realized that the takoyaki before Beerus were truly worthy of God, for they would be consumed by one who would unleash his full strength to do so. This was indeed a case of using a cannon to kill a mosquito. In the blink of an eye, as Beerus unleashed his full might, Sun Wukong also raised his plate, pouring the remaining takoyaki into his mouth. He hardly paused to chew, swallowing 10 pieces in a single gulp. The crowd had mostly dispersed, as watching others feast only made them hungrier, leaving only a few onlookers, along with Whis and Lana. Their eyes remained fixated on Sun Wukong and Beerus, for the final outcome was about to be revealed. Would planet Vegeta survive, or face premature annihilation? Gulp, gulp, as the two of them simultaneously swallowed the last octopus ball. Sun Yu slumped weakly in his chair, reflecting on the divine physique that truly lived up to its name. Fortunately, he had resorted to underhanded means by feeding him a plate of celestial beans. Otherwise, he would have lost utterly. Now, a draw was indeed a splendid outcome. Beerus, too, released his divine aura and plopped down heavily onto the chair, rubbing his belly as he silently digested the food within. At that moment, Whis approached, casting a gentle gaze upon the two, and announced, "It appears the results of the competition are in. Congratulations to this gentleman. You are the victor of this contest. Hey, Whis, have you accepted a bribe from them? It was clearly a draw, yet you declare him the winner. You better explain yourself." Beerus bellowed in exasperation. "Indeed, I did accept their bribe," Whis replied, pulling out a small capsule of universal glue from his pocket and waving it in front of Beerus. He actually admitted it, shamelessly acknowledged it. "However, the verdict remains fair," Whis elucidated. "Have you forgotten that I consumed 2 pudding cups from your pile of food at the outset? Hence, your portion was less than that of this gentleman." "How infuriating. I also had half a watermelon. Why didn't you mention that?" Beerus fumed. "And one forced you to eat. You chose to indulge, so don't blame me." Sun Yu shrugged innocently, a facade of innocence adorning his features. This deity shall not stoop to the level of mere mortals." Beerus turned his face away, his expression radiating condescension. Sun Yu noticed that despite his previous provocation, Beerus showed no sign of anger. Evidently, the allure of exquisite cuisine had slightly smoothed the edges of their relationship. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu gathered his courage and approached Beerus, placing a hand on his shoulder, and with a raised brow said, "Today's feast was delightful. Let us schedule another time to indulge together. Don't worry, brother, it's on me." Initially, Beerus found Sun Yu's familiar gesture quite distasteful, shattering the fragile goodwill they had just established. Yet upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Beerus's ears perked up, and he turned to him softly, asking, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. Let us not beat around the bush. I know a place that boasts the finest culinary delights and cooking techniques in the universe. What we just had was merely a fraction of the myriad delicacies from that planet. Next time, I'll take you there. You can eat to your heart's content." Sun Yu emphatically patted Beerus on the shoulder, causing a momentary look of bewilderment to cross the latter's face. Just a fraction of the planet's culinary offerings? What kind of place could it be? A paradise of gastronomy. Whis, too. wore an expression of longing, offering Sun Yu a warm smile. "Let us be friends. My name is Sun Yu, and my Saiyan name is Kylsas." Sun Yu earnestly extended his hand to Beerus. Beerus hesitated for a moment before comprehending Sun Yu's intent. This fellow sought friendship with him? Absurd. Does a god of destruction require friends? Withdraw your hand that I am Beerus, the god of destruction of this universe. And this is my attendant, Whis. Beerus raised his head, looking down at Sun Yu with disdain. Do not think for a moment that my earlier threat to obliterate you was a jest, that I wield the power of destruction across the cosmos, capable of annihilating countless stars with but a thought. At this juncture, Lana and Hill finally grasped Beerus's identity, gasping in astonishment. Although Sun Yu had long been aware of Beerus and Whis' true natures, hearing Beerus articulate it with such gravity still quickened his heartbeat. Thus, do not harbor delusions of closeness with me, that we dwell on different planes. With that, Beerus yawned and turned to leave, along with Whis. Watching the suddenly serious Beerus depart, Sun Yu's emotions became complex. He had anticipated many scenarios, but had overlooked one crucial detail in the original Dragon Ball storyline. The reason Goku could forge a friendship with Beerus was that he had attained the power to challenge deities after transforming into a Super Saiyan God. A.S. for Sun Yu's current meager fighting capabilities. In Beerus's eyes, he was not but an insignificant insect. Indeed, differing levels of power can preclude friendship. Yet, I shall one day reach your realms and boldly challenge you, god of destruction Beerus. Sun Yu silently gazed at the receding figures of Beerus and Whis, a fierce determination igniting within him. Once Beerus and Whis had departed, Lana and Hill approached Sun Yu, concern etched on their faces. "Kales, are you all right? That guy really is a god. I felt he resembled a starving ghost." Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "He is indeed a deity, albeit one with a penchant for gourmet cuisine. Had I not presented him with those delicacies, everything on Vegeta would have been reduced to cosmic dust by now." Upon hearing this, a wave of trepidation swept over the group. Sun Yu, needing to discuss the expedition plans with Lana and Hill, promptly led them back to Uncle Ollie's house. Eye in the sky, Beerus sat cross-legged, while Whis stood beside him, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Lord Beerus, that fellow named Sun Yu is quite the intriguing character." "Humph." Beerus lifted his head, displaying a disdainful demeanor as he replied, "I'm aware of what you mean. His combat prowess is indeed superior to many others. But what does that matter? Before me, he is still but an insect. Are you attempting to mask the embarrassment of losing to him earlier?" Whis stifled a chuckle behind his hand. "Hey, Whis, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly care about such trivial matters?" "Not a bit," Beerus shouted, his voice echoing. In an instant, they arrived at the palace of Vegeta, where Beerus and Whis strode in with an air of nonchalance, drawing no attention from the guards. Upon reaching the level of gods, if they did not wish for mortals to detect their presence, even if mortals searched with lanterns, they would find nothing. Inside the Vegeta Palace, Grand Hall sprawled with every 5 steps leading to a staircase and every 10 to a chamber, the towering palace walls adorned with carvings of majestic beasts. In the Grand Hall, a massive dining table overflowed with opulent delicacies. I could tea that moment. King Vegeta sat comfortably on his throne, leisurely enjoying tea and snacks, when a cold, indifferent voice suddenly echoed throughout the spacious hall. "King Vegeta, long time no see. Who goes there?" An assassin. Accompanying the abrupt voice were 2 indistinct figures, causing King Vegeta's heart to race. His first instinct was that an assassin was attempting to take his life. Someone who could approach him without his awareness was undoubtedly a rare and formidable foe. He leapt from his seat, and the surrounding guards swiftly closed in, determined to protect King Vegeta at all costs. However, when King Vegeta focused his gaze on the figures casually reclining before him, Beerus and Whis, his legs quivered in fright. "Your humble king greets, Lord Beerus." King Vegeta reluctantly approached, kneeling on one knee. The surrounding guards stood dumbfounded. They had never witnessed the proud King Vegeta kneeling before anyone, not even the formidable Frieza. "Why do you not withdraw?" King Vegeta signaled the guards with his eyes, and they, awakening from their stupor, promptly retreated. Once the guards had exited, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. King Vegeta gazed at the impassive Beerus, struggling to muster a semblance of a smile as he inquired, "What brings Lord Beerus to my humble abode? It just so happens to be dinner time. Might I have the honor of hosting you?" Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, Beerus cast a cold glance at the lavish spread before him and suddenly stomped his foot onto King Vegeta's face, exclaiming, "Are you offering this garbage to appease a beggar? Is this fit for human consumption? I doubt even pigs would eat this." Having recently indulged in the exquisite cuisine brought by Sun Yu from Earth, Beerus now viewed the food of other civilizations with disdain. Thus, what King Vegeta deemed the height of luxury appeared to Beerus as mere pig feed. King Vegeta, with Beerus's foot pressing down upon him, found himself desperately bracing against the ground. Yet, Beerus's foot felt like an insurmountable mountain, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge an inch. "Do you know why I've come to find you today? King Vegeta, you have a great deal of audacity. The last time I asked you to procure the most comfortable pillow in the universe, you managed to find it but kept it for yourself, only presenting me with the second most comfortable one, resulting in my recent bout of insomnia. Do you not know your transgression?" Upon hearing the words of Beerus, King Vegeta was drenched in perspiration, hastily pleading, "Lord Beerus, I acknowledge my transgressions and beseech you for another chance. Lord Beerus." A glint of cold fury radiated from Beerus's eyes, causing King Vegeta to tremble uncontrollably, his garments thoroughly soaked in cold sweat. After a prolonged silence, Beerus let out a disdainful snort. "Pray, for today you are fortunate. I happen to be in a good mood. I shall grant you one more opportunity, provided you present to me the most comfortable pillow in the universe. Otherwise, there shall be no reason for Planet Vegeta to exist." With that, Beerus forcefully stamped his foot, pressing King Vegeta's face into the ground, only relenting when he was satisfied. Rising, Beerus brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and prepared to depart with Whis, only to discover a figure cowering behind a stone pillar in the corner of the hall. Before the peeping individual could react, Whis swiftly moved behind the pillar, bending down to reveal a child approximately 4 to 5 years old, whom he effortlessly lifted. "Let me go, you wretch! How dare you underestimate me? I shall kill you." The child was none other than King Vegeta's youngest son, the so-called once-in-a-century genius. Vegeta, at that moment, he was being pinched by Whis with 2 fingers at the nape of his neck, desperately flailing his small arms in a futile attempt to strike back. "Vegeta, do not be disrespectful to this esteemed gentleman." King Vegeta admonished his son angrily, fearing that Vegeta's insolence would provoke the wrath of Lord Beerus's attendant, bringing calamity upon planet Vegeta. So, it is the esteemed young Vegeta. What a pleasure to meet you." Whis gently set Vegeta down and floated back to Beerus's side. Vegeta had just witnessed the scene where Beerus had mercilessly trampled his father, and for the first time his tender heart was struck by such a profound shock. Anger surged within him. How dare anyone bully his father? Now released by Whis, Vegeta hung his head low, tears of humiliation brimming in his eyes. He could hardly believe that as the noble king of the Saiyans, his father could be so feeble. In that moment, Vegeta's heart brimmed with disdain for his impotent father and loathing for his own inability to resist. A seed of hatred was quietly sown in his heart. Beerus yawned widely, his eyes half closed as he regarded King Vegeta, saying, "I hope you are a wise man. Whis, let us return. I am weary." With that, he sat cross-legged and floated behind Whis, resting a hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped them, and Beerus and Whis vanished without a trace as King Vegeta gazed at the spot where the radiant light had dissipated. He suddenly crumpled to the ground, reflecting on the chilling aura emanating from Beerus that had plunged him into a profound terror, akin to falling into the abyss of despair. "Humph! Worthless!" Vegeta coldly regarded his father before turning away, leaving without a backward glance. The vast hall was left with only the fallen King Vegeta, his countenance ashen, lost in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to his son's departure. Upon returning to Uncle Ollie's residence, son Wukong succinctly recounted his recent experiences to Uncle Ollie, who listened with a sense of lamentation. Having recently learned of Frieza's terrifying capabilities, he was now confronted with the emergence of the so-called god of destruction, Beerus, which filled him with a sense of danger about the world. As one's power increases, so does the breadth of their perspective, allowing them to witness realms beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This is both a blessing and a curse. Sun Wukong couldn't help but exclaim. Uncle Ollie nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, for many ordinary folk, simply living a stable life is sufficient. Being exposed to too much can easily shatter their courage. However, as warriors of the Saiyan race, knowing that there are so many formidable beings in the universe brings me genuine joy." In the past, due to a limited worldview, Uncle Ollie believed that a battle power of 4 or 5,000 was the pinnacle. The 10,000 battle power of King Vegeta seemed an insurmountable barrier. Yet, Sun Wukong's appearance enlightened him to the fact that he had consistently underestimated the potential of the Saiyans. Through intense and effective training over the past few days, both Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill had surpassed the 10,000 mark in battle power, drawing upon their rich combat experience and profound foundation. Under Sun Wukong's careful guidance, they quickly mastered the control of Ki, leading to explosive growth in their combat prowess. Such rapid advancement was something they had never dared to imagine before. Subsequently, Sun Wukong explained the expedition plan to Lana and Hill. Lana expressed her willingness to follow Sun Wukong wherever he went, while Hill was entirely compliant with her husband arrangements. Thus, the expedition plan was firmly established. With several days remaining for preparations, Sun Wukong languidly reclined on Uncle Ollie's sofa, casually perusing the list of personnel provided by ranks for the upcoming journey. He considered the delicate relationship between King Vegeta and Frieza. Noting that planet Vegeta had become implicitly divided into two factions. One faction consisted mostly of upper echelon members aligned with King Vegeta, many of whom were dissatisfied with Frieza's rule and yearned for the Saiyans to reclaim their autonomy. Since Uncle Ollie's family could be considered mid-tier warriors of planet Vegeta, it was thus that Sun Wukong and Lana were summoned back from Earth by King Vegeta, a desperate maneuver to win over more mid-tier warriors. The other faction was primarily composed of lower-tier individuals, who, due to their position in the lower echelons of society, were often overlooked by the so-called elite of planet Vegeta, coupled with the Saiyan propensity to idolize the strong. Frieza's emergence provided them an opportunity to prove their worth, leading many uninformed lower-tier Saiyans to staunchly support Frieza's army. Consequently, most of the individuals on the list of 1,000 names that Sun Wukong held hailed from this second faction. He was not particularly concerned that they would betray him in favor of Frieza in the future, as the list had been filtered to exclude those loyal to Frieza's forces, leaving only those abandoned by the elite of planet Vegeta. Merely striving to survive through their own efforts, in contrast to the lofty King Vegeta, they revered those who could directly lead them, which was precisely why Sun Wukong permitted them to join his ranks. As he casually flipped through the list, one name caught his attention: Bardock. Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes vigorously. He was certainly familiar with the name Bardock, the illustrious father of Sun Wukong, who, as a low-level warrior, had risen to become one of the few formidable fighters on planet Vegeta through sheer determination, in the Dragon Ball anime. Bardock was injured by a native of Kanasa with the Fist of Magic and subsequently foresaw the destruction of the Saiyan race. He was also the first Saiyan to rebel against Frieza's forces, and Sun Wukong vividly recalled the scene in the anime where Bardock single-handedly confronted Frieza. To his astonishment, Bardock now possessed a battle power of 6,000. Sun Wukong marveled at the supplemental information accompanying the list, which indicated Bardock's current battle power as 6,000. Such a level of power typically belonged to the noble families of planet Vegeta. Yet this low-level warrior had achieved such heights through his own efforts that, of course, Bardock's wife, Jine, and eldest son, Raditz, were also included in the list. Due to Sun Wukong being sent to Earth early, he was absent. Thinking of Sun Wukong far away on Earth, a smile crept on his son Wukong's lips as he pondered how the young Wukong was faring. Though he had already reminded Grandpa Gohan, Sun Wukong couldn't shake the worry that Grandpa Gohan might not have remembered to remove the young Wukong's tail in time. He hoped that when he returned to Earth, he wouldn't be accidentally trampled by the young Wukong again. Speaking of which, he had learned quite a bit about the martial arts philosophy of the Turtle School and considered himself a close friend of Gohan, which allowed him to awkwardly claim a relationship of seniority over young Wukong. This meant he would have to address Bardock as senior brother. although Bardock was not a disciple of the Turtle School. He was nonetheless the biological father of young Wukong, and the hierarchy was undeniable. Son Wukong chuckled at himself for unconsciously indulging in such whimsical thoughts. Shaking his head, he called out towards the door. Aranx soon, the youthful Saiyan, eager to run errands for Sun Wukong, entered respectfully, standing before him with a slight bow. Inquiring, "Lord Kale, how may I assist you?" Sun Wukong handed over the list, pointing to Bardock's family, saying, "I wish to meet this individual." "Can you bring him to me?" Aranx glanced at the name Sun Wukong indicated, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "No problem, my lord, I shall go find him at once." "Wait." Sun Yu waved his hand and abruptly rose from the sofa. "Never mind. I shall personally go to meet him. Please lead the way." "Yes, my lord Kyle." Alanx was somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom why Sun Yu felt the need to meet this individual in person. "Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire why you wish to see him? Has he offended you in some way?" No. Sun Yu replied casually. "It is merely that his child has some connection to me, and I felt a sudden urge to meet him." Sun Yu viewed Alanx as a trusted confidant, hence he had no intention of concealing many matters that I see. "Then, my lord Kyle, let us proceed." Alanx, understanding the situation, refrained from pressing further. He was well aware that a subordinate should not pry into matters that the master chose not to disclose. Bardock, being of lower warrior lineage, resided in a modest area far from the royal city, and Alanx had previously lived there as well. However, since aligning himself with Sun Yu, he had rented a room in the middle-class residential district under Uncle Ollie's arrangement. Sun Yu and Alanx soared towards the civilian district, and as they gazed down upon the crowded streets and deplorable ecological conditions, Alanx felt a pang of nostalgia. He was once again reminded that his unwavering allegiance to Sun Yu was one of the wisest decisions of his life. "My lord Kyle, the small house ahead is Bardock's home. We are ready to land." Sun Yu followed Alanx's gesture. Indeed, it was an old, low building, somewhat dilapidated, yet immaculately clean, a testament to the diligent efforts of Bardock's virtuous wife. Jinai. According to the records, Jinai was merely an ordinary Saiyan woman, lacking prowess in combat, and had thus sought a job handling logistics within the city. Sun Yu and Alanx descended from the sky and arrived at Bardock's doorstep. Before Sun Yu could knock, Bardock had already sensed his approach through his power level detector. With a creak, the door swung open, and Bardock emerged, arms crossed and gazing sternly at Sun Yu. "You two have come uninvited. What is it you seek?" Sun Yu scrutinized the man before him, noting that his hairstyle was identical to that of the young Goku. However, this Bardock had yet to endure the Battle of Kinesa. Appearing significantly younger in visage, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kales's, though you may refer to me as Sun Yu. This is my attendant, Alanx," Sun Yu said with a faint smile. Upon hearing Sun Yu's introduction, Bardock frowned, recalling that a few days prior, a team called the Urban Management Corps had invited him to participate in an expedition, even enlisting his wife Jinai as a logistics officer. The allure of their generous compensation had led him to agree. "I've heard of you. You're the one who killed the leader of the original Reaper team, Relton, and subsequently took over his team, correct? So, you're the one extending this invitation to me." Bardock scrutinized the seemingly youthful figure before him, struggling to reconcile him with the renowned killer of Relton. Habitually pressing the button on his power level detector, it still indicated a mere 1200. Bardock removed the device from his ear, crushing it in his hand with a chuckle. As expected, just as the rumors suggest, only 1200 power level. Unbelievable. "Hey, even if that thing was a gift from Frisia, you ought to take it seriously." Bardock stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor, since the detector failed to reveal Sun Yu's true strength. He resolved to experience it firsthand. After all, Saiyans were known for their unquenchable thirst for battle. "How dare you disrespect my lord Kyle?" Alanx discerned Bardock's intent to challenge Sun Yu and attempted to intervene. At that moment, Jinai emerged from the house, her eyes filled with concern, followed closely by Bardock's eldest son. "Raditz, my dear, what is happening?" Jinai peered out, her gaze soft and tender, her petite frame contrasting sharply with the robust Bardock. Bardock quickly masked his arrogance, turning to look gently at his wife. "It's nothing, just an acquaintance." Uncertain of Sun Yu's true intentions, Bardock refrained from revealing his identity, not wanting Jinai to worry. Then why not invite them in for a chat? Jinai smiled sweetly at Sun Yu and Alanx. Truth be told, Sun Yu was indeed inclined to accept the invitation for tea. However, he was acutely aware of Bardak's menacing gaze fixed upon him. As if agreeing to Jinai's invitation would lead to their mutual demise. No, it's quite unnecessary. Sun Yu replied with an awkward smile. Bardak abruptly seized Sun Yu and soared into the sky, waving at Jinai as he said, "I have some matters to attend to. See you later." Before the words left his lips, he was already whisking Sun Yu away towards the outskirts. Alanx, aware of Bardak's intentions, bowed respectfully to Mrs. Jinai before pursuing after them. Jinai pouted in discontent, turning to her young son Raditz as she complained, "Your father is impossible, always causing worry." Before long, the trio arrived in a vast wilderness, where the distant civilian district melded seamlessly with the horizon, and the surrounding area was barren and desolate. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. Bardak and Sun Yu faced each other, while Alanx positioned himself a short distance behind Sun Yu. "Nothing good ever comes without a purpose. Speak. What is your true intent in seeking me today?" Bardak clenched his fists, his combat spirit intensifying. Sun Yu smiled nonchalantly. "If I were to say I came to discuss life and ideals with you, would you believe me? Stop wasting my time and tell me the truth." Bardak's agitation was palpable, as he seemed in no mood for wordplay. "You are truly a dullard," Sun Yu remarked, casually cleaning his ear. "Actually, I did come to discuss your life. Before you lies two paths. The first is to follow me." Before Sun Yu could utter the second, Bardak interrupted him. "That I choose the second." Sun Yu chuckled, a knowing glimmer in his eyes as he regarded Bardak. "You do not even wish to inquire what the second option is before hastily choosing. The second path is that I shall strike you until you are willing to submit." Haha, Bardak laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. "You possess a fine sense of humor, but I must advise you not to mistake me for a weakling like Relton, or you shall find yourself in a world of trouble." No sooner had he finished speaking than Bardak lunged forward, his form a blur as he charged at Sun Yu. Sun Yu remained unmoved, standing his ground without flinching, while Alanx's heart raced. Why, Lord Kyle? Danger. Huh. Got you, you worthless fool." As Bardak closed in within striking distance, he gathered an energy sphere the size of a palm in his right hand and hurled it towards Sun Yu. Whoosh, the sound of splitting air echoed as Bardak's palm pierced through Sun Yu's form, only to reveal the space before him empty. "What? This is impossible." Bardak could scarcely believe his eyes. He had clearly seen his energy sphere strike Sun Yu. Yet in that fleeting moment, Sun Yu's figure had inexplicably vanished. Phantom Fist. Alanx exclaimed excitedly, involuntarily naming the technique, recalling when he had witnessed Sun Yu employ it during practice with Uncle OL. It had left him in awe at that time. "Damn it! Where are you?" Bardak searched frantically, but Sun Yu's figure eluded him. Drawing upon years of combat experience, he suddenly looked up, only to find a foot soaring towards him. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as Bardak was sent flying several dozen meters by Sun Yu's kick, stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. Sun Yu landed lightly on one foot, hands on his hips as he called out to Bardak in the distance. "Hey Bardak, could you at least take this seriously? Otherwise it loses all its charm." Bardak struggled to regain his footing, brushing off the dust from his clothes, self-deprecatingly chuckling. "Ha! I can't believe I was underestimated by a mere child. How embarrassing." "Oh, so you're finally going to take this seriously?" Sun Yu gazed at Bardak with a playful curiosity, genuinely intrigued by the true extent of Bardak's combat prowess, wondering if there would be any unexpected surprises. "Indeed, you better not soil your trousers from fright." With that, Bardak clenched his fists tightly, his muscles quivering as a terrifying aura began to brew around him. Although Sun Yu lacked a combat power detector, he had long since achieved a mastery of his martial arts realm, allowing him to perceive the combat strength of others clearly. Before him, he noted Bardak's power soaring at a rocket-like pace. Combat power 6,200, 6,680, 7,000. After surpassing the 7,000 mark, Bardak's power finally stabilized at a value of 7,650. "I never would have guessed that as a lowly warrior, you could attain such a formidable 7,650 combat power, rivaling even the noble families within the royal city." Sun Yu regarded Bardak with an approving gaze. Humph! Bardak's spirit jolted, for Sun Yu had accurately announced his combat power without the aid of a detector, a revelation that irked him deeply. Enough talk, prepare yourself. Very well, I'll entertain you. Sun Yu immediately suppressed his own aura to a strength of 6,000. For he genuinely wished to engage this legendary figure in a contest, to see who would emerge superior in a battle of comparable might. Moreover, to win Bardock's allegiance, it was futile to overpower him with sheer force, as that would only incite rebellion within him to earn Bardock's respect. Sun Yu understood he must defeat him on equal footing, compelling him to submit wholeheartedly as Sun Yu released his 6,000 strength aura. Bardock's eyes narrowed. Years of battle experience had taught him that this youth was far from simplistic. He resembled a sword sheathed, poised to unleash devastation upon the world once drawn. But so what? To spar with a strong adversary was the lifelong aspiration of the Saiyan warrior. Thus, Sun Yu and Bardock transformed into two fleeting shadows, while Alanx could only hear the sounds of battle resonating from the skies and earth, unable to catch sight of their movements, which were too swift for his eyes to perceive. After a moment of astonishment, a smile curved Alanx's lips, his eyes shimmering with an insatiable longing. Was this the essence of combat between the strong? The blazing sun scorched the earth, and a boundless gale swept across the vast wilderness beyond the city, causing the ground to tremble intermittently. Two residual shadows intertwined in a dance of conflict. Those being Sun Yu and Bardock. Their clash ascended from the ground to the heavens and back again, transforming the once flat expanse into a chaotic landscape riddled with craters and fissures. As if it had just endured a meteor shower up to this point, Sun Yu had struggled to gain the upper hand, primarily due to the fact that his released 6,000 combat power was insufficient to sustain his 900-kilogram heavy armor during an extreme fight, severely restricting his speed to just slightly surpass Bardock's. Initially, Sun Yu managed to leverage this slight speed advantage in battle. However, Bardock, a true legend, possessed a combat talent rivaling that of the future Sun Wukong. Once Bardock recognized Sun Yu's speed edge, he promptly adjusted his combat style, drawing upon his extensive experience to anticipate Sun Yu's actions, predicting a solitary or two isolated maneuvers might be achievable even for an ordinary person after specific training. Yet the true challenge lay in the high-speed exchanges of combat, which Bardock executed with finesse. In another calculated sidekick, Bardock struck Sun Yu, who had attempted to attack from the side. You talked a big game at the outset. I thought you were something special. In response to Bardock's taunt, Sun Yu stepped back, brushing off the dust from his chest, and replied solemnly, "What is there to be proud of? I am merely hindered by my heavy armor, causing my actions to lag behind my thoughts." Hindered, lagging behind, Bardock echoed Sun Yu's words, momentarily taken aback before mocking. "Huh. I see nothing restricting you. At least find a better excuse." Sun Yu remained silent, levitating in midair as he gently removed the heavy bracers from his arms, letting them fall freely to the ground. With two resounding thuds, the bracers struck the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust as if they were bombs rather than mere armor. What on earth are those? Bardock realized the immense weight of the items Sun Yu had just discarded, staring at him as though he were a monster. "You were fighting me while wearing those?" Sun Yu smiled, but said nothing, cross-legged in the air, tossing down his heavy boots as well. Another pair of thunderous crashes echoed, leaving Bardock parched with astonishment. Had it merely been the bracers, he might have clung to a sliver of hope, believing he still held a considerable advantage. However, as Sun Yu removed the heavy boots, Bardock felt as if a ferocious beast had been unshackled. But it was not over yet. Sun Yu unfastened the soft armor jacket he had been wearing, revealing a black vest beneath. Upon seeing this vest, Bardock's heart quaked as if struck by lightning. Sun Yu crossed his arms to remove the 400-kilogram vest, which crashed to the ground under tenfold gravity of planet Vegeta, creating a crater with a 5-meter radius. What a monster! Bardock's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He could hardly fathom that Sun Yu had been engaged in combat while wearing such gear. It has been ages since I removed this heavy armor. I feel so much lighter. Sun Yu began to stretch his limbs, throwing punches and kicks, yet Bardock struggled to fully perceive his movements, which were breathtakingly rapid. After a brief moment, Sun Yu ceased his activity, his gaze shifting to Bardock, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Have you ever experienced despair? Bardock was momentarily taken aback, clearly puzzled by Sun Yu's meaning. Before he could react, Sun Yu, who had been 50 meters away, suddenly appeared before him. Bardock's first instinct was to retreat, but before he could move, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. A spurt of blood erupting from his mouth. Glancing at his abdomen, he saw his ribs had caved in, likely fractured. Ah! In that instant, the searing agony surged into Bardock's consciousness, for Sun Yu's attack had been so swift that even the sensation of pain could not keep pace. The scenery around him blurred as he forced himself to land on the ground, bowing his head to spit another mouthful of blood, when suddenly he heard a voice in front of him. "Are you ready to experience despair?" It was Sun Yu. Bardock could not discern when he had landed before him, hands on his hips, smiling serenely at Bardock. "Curse you, die!" In a fit of rage, Bardock unleashed a powerful punch. But Sun Yu effortlessly caught his wrist and twisted it, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as Bardock's hand became contorted. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his gaze grew distant. Damn it! Despite the overwhelming pain threatening to render him unconscious, Bardock summoned incredible willpower to remain standing, staggering backward until he finally steadied himself. "You now have two choices. First, submit to me. Second, kneel and sing of your conquest," Sun Yu declared, advancing toward Bardock. "Then just kill me." "Ha! I am filled with hatred. I possess no strength left. My bones are shattered, and I long to surpass you." Bardock swayed unsteadily and fell to his knees, blood saturating his garments, a pitiful sight. Sun Yu approached Bardock, leaning down to whisper in his ear, "What if I could grant you power? A direct tripling of your combat strength with no side effects." Upon hearing this, Bardock's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light as he stared intently at Sun Yu, his mouth moving but no sound emerging. "I'll take that as your agreement." Sun Yu smiled faintly, then abruptly seized Bardock by the head and delivered a fierce punch. Bardock was knocked to the ground, and immediately, Sun Yu advanced upon him, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. The scene was so gruesome that it sent shivers down the spine of Alanx, who watched from afar. After a considerable time, when Bardock was left barely clinging to life, Sun Yu finally halted his assault. Casting a glance at the nearly lifeless Bardock, Sun Yu reached into his pocket and retrieved a magical bean. Noticing that the battle had concluded, Alanx flew over, only to be met with the sight of Bardock sprawled on the ground, his body battered and broken. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Lord Kyle, is he dead?" Sun Yu shot Alanx a sidelong glance and replied earnestly, "Alanx, whatever you see next, refrain from asking too many questions or speaking of it freely, understood? The matter of the magical beans is known only to Uncle Ollie's family. The other members of the city management team have yet to earn my complete trust. However, I hold you, a young Saiyan, in high regard. Thus, I intend to treat Bardock in your presence." Alanx was evidently taken aback by Sun Yu's words, unable to fathom what might transpire. If it were merely a matter of killing a man or disposing of a corpse, there would be no need for such secrecy. It was a common occurrence on Vegeta. Nevertheless, Alanx possessed the virtue of setting aside the inexplicable. Since Sun Yu chose to trust him, he would quietly assume the role of a discreet observer. "Indeed, my lord, my loyalty to you is as clear as the sun and moon," Alanx declared with conviction. Sun Yu nodded, bending down to crush the magical bean and placing it into Bardock's mouth, lifting his chin to assist with swallowing. Gulp! Bardock's Adam's apple bobbed as Sun Yu laid him back down flat, standing to the side and waiting in silence. Alanx glanced at the half-conscious Bardock and then at the expectant expression on Sun Yu's face. Suddenly realizing something, could it be that his master had given this man some miraculous elixir? If that were the case, discretion was indeed warranted. Suddenly, Bardock, who had been on the brink of death, abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for air as if he were a drowning man rescued from the depths. Once his breathing steadied, Bardock leaped to his feet, landing several meters away from Sun Yu, warily scrutinizing him while assessing his injuries. Strangely, the bones that had just been shattered by Sun Yu's blows had miraculously healed in that instant. Alanx was equally astonished by the sight, stepping back in disbelief, his heart racing. He understood the Saiyan constitution well. Severe injuries could be instantly recovered from, and the more grievous the wounds, the greater the increase in battle power. You desired power, and I have bestowed it upon you. Now release your energy and see for yourself. You should have some inkling. Sun Yu said, crossing his arms and watching Bardock with a smile. Hesitantly testing his strength, Bardock realized that his injuries had indeed healed, and he began to unleash his energy. Although Bardock no longer possessed a power-level scouter, rendering him unable to ascertain his exact combat power, he distinctly felt a transformative surge within him. His power had undeniably surpassed its former limits, reaching an unprecedented height. Only I possess the means to revive you from such a state. Since this is your first encounter with death, your power has surged threefold upon instant recovery. Your current battle power is approximately 22,900, Sun Yu casually stated, discerning Bardock's thoughts. Are you implying that if one can instantaneously recover from injuries, there exists a shortcut to enhance battle power in the future? Bardock questioned Sun Yu skeptically. There are no shortcuts in this world, Sun Yu replied coldly. The Saiyan constitution is already a remarkably formidable existence. However, such explosive growth occurs only upon facing death for the first time. Future recoveries won't yield such drastic leaps, though there will still be noticeable increases. Indeed, it seems that for the warrior race of Saiyans, battle itself is the shortcut to strengthening our might, Bardock remarked, a hint of coldness gracing his lips. So, I thank you for enhancing my power. In return, I could ensure your demise is a most painful one. How despicable, you ungrateful wretch, Alanx interjected, stepping in front of Sun Yu without a moment's thought. Sun Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, his level of battle power is nothing I cannot dismiss. Dismiss? Alanx found himself bewildered. He never imagined that someone as powerful as Bardock, with a battle power of 22,900, could be so easily disregarded by Sun Yu. Yet, given Sun Yu's assertion, it must hold true. Alanx nodded fervently and retreated to the side. You may attack now, Bardock, Sun Yu said, his eyes calm and resolute. Bardock glared at Sun Yu, spitting disdainfully. You may feign bravado, but even without those cumbersome weights, our disparity in battle power is evident. You are truly courting death. With that, Bardock unleashed his full energy, transforming into a streak of lightning as he hurled a punch towards Sun Yu, accompanied by the sound of a roaring tiger and crashing thunder. What's the matter? Are you too frightened to move? Sun Yu chuckled lightly at Bardock's words, effortlessly raising his palm. Boom! Centered around Sun Yu's hand, a palpable shockwave radiated outward, abruptly halting Bardock's furious advance, as if he had collided with an impenetrable wall. Sun Yu remained unmoved, as though he were merely catching a child's plaything. This is impossible. This cannot be. Bardock gazed at Sun Yu in terror, feeling that with his newfound strength, he should be formidable. Yet before this youth, he felt utterly powerless. There is nothing impossible. Are you truly that foolish? If I couldn't withstand your blows, would I dare to stand here and let you strike me? Sun Yu regarded Bardock as one might a simpleton. Now, have you come to submit? My patience is limited. Should you continue to resist, I may very well end your life. Bardock involuntarily stepped back, fixing his gaze upon Sun Yu, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Observing the shift in Bardock's demeanor, Sun Yu sensed an opportunity and added, by the way, as you know, our organization is newly formed. Youth brings opportunity. As long as you diligently follow my lead, the organization shall not neglect you. And both the party and the people will remember your contributions to this noble cause. My lord, Alanx, drenched in sweat, desperately interrupted. If you continue down this path, those who initially wished to join may be frightened away. Is that so? I believe I am making a compelling case. Sun Yu glanced at Bardock, his own forehead slick with perspiration. Clearing his throat, he added, in any case, if you join us, I will guide your training. And you are always welcome to try and kill me, provided you possess the strength to do so. The prospect of offering someone a free enhancement of power while inviting them to potentially eliminate him left both Alanx and Bardock feeling as though they were caught in an unreal scenario. Lord Kyle, is this truly wise? Alanx queried, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Meanwhile, Bardock, who had remained silent, suddenly seemed to grasp something, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. I presume you speak such words out of absolute confidence in your own abilities? That is indeed part of it, Sun Yu nodded. More importantly, I seek to cultivate a sense of urgency within myself. Pressure breeds motivation. I see. However, before I join you, may I audaciously request a demonstration of your true power? Bardock asked, his previous arrogance replaced by sincerity. Alanx, too, looked at Sun Yu with anticipation. Despite having followed him for some time, he had never witnessed Sun Yu's full strength. Very well. As you wish, Sun Yu replied. Nodding, he concentrated, levitating into the air. Prepare yourselves. I hope you do not soil yourselves in fear. With that, Sun Yu unleashed a powerful shout, and Bardock and Alanx felt as though the chains binding a ferocious beast had been shattered. Immediately, an overwhelming force descended from the heavens, as if the very earth and sky were shattering. Bardock and Alanx stared blankly at the figure in the firmament, the unassuming form magnified infinitely in that moment. A deafening roar echoed in their ears. The ground trembled beneath them, and the flickering shadows in their vision signified the quaking of the cosmos. It seemed as though an invisible hand had grasped their throats. Rendering them breathless, as Sun Yu unleashed his full battle power of 300,000, a faint golden aura enveloped his body, igniting him in a blaze of golden flame, akin to a celestial deity descending. Peering down at the earth through narrowed eyes, Sun Yu uttered 2 words. Kneel. This command resonated as if it had fallen from the heavens, causing Bardock and Alanx to tremble in their souls. Without hesitation, Alanx collapsed to the ground. Bardock gritted his teeth, struggling against the oppressive force emanating from Sun Yu. As Sun Yu's aura of life and death surged forth, Bardock felt as if he were plummeting into the depths of a hellish abyss. A chilling dread spreading from his core. Kneel! With a thud, Bardock's legs buckled, and he knelt before Sun Yu, the legendary Saiyan, finally lowering his noble head. Kneel, and sing a song of conquest, Sun Yu commanded once more. Bardock and Alanx looked up abruptly, bewildered by Sun Yu's request. What on earth was this song of conquest? Just as Sun Yu intended to clarify that it was merely a song, his gaze shifted suddenly towards the rear. Something was amiss that he'd been detected. We must leave. With that, he swiftly retracted his energy, hurriedly gathered his heavy armor, and urged Bardock and Alanx to vacate the area immediately. The trio held their breath as they leapt rapidly across the terrain, vanishing from the desolate landscape in no time. Shortly after Sun Yu, Bardock, and Alanx departed, 3 figures appeared in the sky, each bearing distinct appearances. Not of this planet as Saiyans. They hovered in the void, silently observing the uneven ground below 300,000 battle power. How could such a being exist on this planet? One exclaimed incredulously. Another scoffed dismissively. I suspect your scouter is malfunctioning. Just look at the battlefield below. If a being with 300,000 battle power were truly fighting, this land would have long since been reduced to ruins. The last individual concurred, indeed, based on the traces of battle. It appears there were only 2 fighters with power below 10,000. How foolish of us not to report to Lord Frisia sooner. Do you understand the penalty for falsifying military reports? After enduring their companion's mockery, the forward figure blushed and crushed his scouter, exclaiming, Cursed device, it has brought me such humiliation. Let us depart. This is truly dull. With that, the 3 figures transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky. Having evaded Frisia's surveillance on planet Vegeta, Sun Yu and Alanx visited Bardock's home for a brief respite. Now, Bardock had effectively become Sun Yu's subordinate, and he naturally introduced Sun Yu to his wife, Jine. Later, Sun Yu casually mentioned the Saiyan he had found on Earth, none other than Bardock and Jine's second son, Kakarot, also known as Sun Wukong. I think my lord has already met my son, Bardock remarked, a hint of awkwardness in his address of Sun Yu. Jine looked at Sun Yu with deep concern, anxious to know about her child's well-being. Sensing her thoughts, Sun Yu smiled reassuringly. Your child is thriving on Earth. Trained by a dear old friend of mine, if the opportunity arises, I will take you both to visit him. However, upon hearing about Bardock's son, Sun Wukong, Bardock's expression soured. A newborn with a battle power of merely 2 to 3 was, by all accounts, a waste of potential. Sun Yu placed a reassuring hand on Bardock's shoulder, speaking earnestly. That child is the most talented individual I have ever encountered. His future achievements are boundless, and, as a father, You must strive diligently. It would be quite shameful if he surpasses you. Bedak, taken aback, pondered Sun Yu's high regard for his youngest son, yet he chose to trust Sun Yu's words. After all, no true warrior would easily praise another unless they genuinely recognize their worth. Yes, my lord, I shall train hard. One day I will surpass you, Bedak declared resolutely. From behind Jain, Raditz suddenly leaped forth, his thick black hair billowing in the wind. I, too, shall train diligently, striving to surpass my father. The sight of the 5- or 6-year-old Raditz prompted laughter from everyone present. With Bedak successfully recruited, Sun Yu left his heavy armor with Bedak before returning to Uncle Ali's home with the ranks. As the day of their expedition drew near, all members of the city management team busied themselves with final confirmations of personnel on the list, while Sun Yu appeared rather idle, for all matters were being managed by Uncle Ali and her ranks, leaving him as the most leisurely of all. Finally, the day of the expedition arrived. Sun Yu led the entire city management team, along with nearly 2,000 hired personnel, towards the spaceport, as the cosmic transit hub of planet Vegeta. The spaceport's foot traffic had long surpassed 1 million. It was said to encompass hundreds of thousands of square meters, with a massive transparent dome shaped like a bird's nest enclosing the outer perimeter, while various military spacecraft dotted the central area, including the single capsule spacecraft Sun Yu had flown in Frisia's favored flagship military fortress, among others. The exploratory strategic void vessel Sun Yu was set to board measured over 800 meters in length and featured 3 boarding corridors. Thus, he divided the 2,000 individuals into 3 groups, the first led by himself, the second by the Lana family, and the third by Bedak, as both the Lana family and Bedak possess battle powers far exceeding that of the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, alleviating Sun Yu's concerns about potential troubles. After relaying some precautions, the 3 groups navigated through the bustling crowd toward their respective boarding corridors. It was Sun Yu's first time at the military terminal of the spaceport. His previous return to planet Vegeta had utilized the civilian passageway at the far edge of the spaceport. This time, however, he fully experienced the advanced technology of the cosmos, that in stark contrast to the outdated technology of the urban area on planet Vegeta. The spaceport featured fully automated systems, with conveyor belts spanning the ground, instantly transporting anyone standing upon them to their desired destinations. Sun Yu intended to lead his assigned team towards the conveyor belt. He noticed a gathering of no fewer than 100 individuals approaching with ill intent. Lord Kelsar. Her ranks also noticed their advance and looked at Sun Yu with concern. Yes, I am aware, Sun Yu replied casually, quickly sensing the energy of the approaching group, discovering that none were weaklings, each possessing battle powers exceeding 4,000. Suddenly, a tall man emerged from the crowd, his fiery hair standing tall, a ring of facial hair adorning his mouth. Clad in standard Saiyan battle armor, yet draped in a regal cloak, exuding an imposing presence. Could this be the legendary King Vegeta? Sun Yu raised an eyebrow, observing the newcomer. King Vegeta, taken aback by Sun Yu's direct address, coldly responded, "You must be Kelsar, the adopted son of the Ali family. A member of the middle class on planet Vegeta. You should be destined for a glorious future. Why do you willingly serve as a lapdog to Frisia?" It was evident that King Vegeta harbored deep discontent towards Sun Yu's allegiance to Frisia, especially at a time when he was preparing to resist Frisia's rule, striving to eliminate any potential threats. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that his meager battle power was inconsequential in Frisia's eyes. "I believe you are mistaken," Sun Yu replied, stepping closer to King Vegeta. The proximity to Vegeta's father stirred a sense of excitement within him. In a certain sense, those whose fates were controlled by others were akin to dogs, at the mercy of those who could choose to extinguish their lives or spare them. I advise you, do not provoke trouble. Though Frisia was destined to destroy planet Vegeta eventually, King Vegeta's foolishness only expedited that process. Sun Yu did not wish to witness the annihilation of the Saiyan race. As they were already a minority, if planet Vegeta were to meet its demise, the future of the Saiyan race would be shrouded in darkness. Relying solely on a mere 2,000 individuals to sustain the development of a civilization is an insurmountable challenge. How dare you speak to this king in such a manner? King Vegeta's gaze turned icy, signaling to those behind him to step forward. You are the disgrace of our Saiyan clan. Today, I shall ensure you taste the bitterness of defeat." Upon receiving the king's silent command, the 100 warriors at his back eagerly advanced, their eyes gleaming with a murderous glint, fingers cracking ominously as they flexed. Each of them radiated an aura of ferocity, causing a shiver to run down the spines of the group behind Sun Yu. Heaven knows how many lives they had extinguished to possess such a formidable presence. I shall not hesitate to inform you that these individuals are the elite of our race. Even the weakest among them possesses a combat power of 4,000, while the mightiest, brace yourselves, Nadal, the youngest scion of the Nasi family, boasts an astounding combat power of 9,000. So what do you say if you kneel and beg for mercy now? Perhaps you might be spared. King Vegeta proclaimed with an air of superiority, believing he had brought forth the Sarmida La Sarmi of mid-tier warriors, those whose mere names could intimidate a multitude. Upon hearing King Vegeta's declaration, the hired personnel surrounding Sun Yu erupted into a flurry of chatter. Most had heard of the Nasi family's renown. In the realm of planet Vegeta, there existed many noble families. Born into privilege, their power far surpassing that of ordinary folk, that it's over. We are truly finished. That ignorant Kylsus dares to speak to King Vegeta in such a manner. Does he not comprehend the king's combat prowess? What should we do? Let us seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. If a fight breaks out, we are certain to perish. Yes, we must flee swiftly. Do not be deceived by our numbers. 2,000 of us may not stand a chance against them. Sun Yu casually surveyed the crowd behind him and waved his hand, saying, "Hey, those who wish to leave may do so now. Otherwise, when the fighting begins, there will be no escape." Erinx and several members of the city management team attempted to speak. But upon meeting Sun Yu's gaze, they fell silent, quietly observing the throng behind them. Before long, the majority of those behind Sun Yu dispersed in a rush. The original group of over 600 had dwindled to fewer than 200. "Oh, this is slightly more than I anticipated. What do you think, Erinx?" Sun Yu inquired with a smile, patting Erinx on the shoulder. Erinx managed an awkward smile and replied, "My lord, I believe having 200 remain is already quite substantial. In such a situation, anyone with even a hint of cowardice would have fled." "Haha." Sun Yu chuckled dryly. King Vegeta observed the drastically reduced ranks of Sun Yu's group and confidently declared, "I say, boy, it is time for you to surrender. Do not tell me you still harbor thoughts of resistance." Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively in King Vegeta's direction, correcting him, No, it is not resistance, but rather a slaughter, a one-sided massacre." With that, a devilish grin spread across Sun Yu's face. "However, it is we who shall be doing the slaughtering. To my comrades behind me, I am delighted that you have chosen the right side. As a reward, let me show you the terror of our city management team. City management team, 1st Division, heed my command. Close the gates and unleash the hounds. Attack." With Sun Yu's command, the eager members of the city management team sprang into action. Momentarily taken aback, "Unleash the hounds. Who are the hounds?" "My lord Kylsus, please clarify, or we might truly weep in despair." King Vegeta had previously assessed the combat power of Sun Yu's group. Sun Yu's power was undisputedly 1,200, while Erinx held the highest combat power among them at 4,000, and the hired personnel behind Sun Yu were even less formidable, with the younger ones barely reaching 1,000. Laughter erupted from King Vegeta's side, as they regarded Sun Yu as though he were a fool. "Are you out of your mind? Do you not grasp the situation? Even without a combat power detector, you should inquire among your companions." One scion, of a similar age to Erinx, timidly tapped Sun Yu on the shoulder and said, "My lord, though my combat power is low, we are scions, and we willingly follow you to a glorious death." "A glorious death?" Sun Yu swiftly delivered a sharp rebuke, turning to the crowd behind him. "Is this what you all think?" Upon hearing Sun Yu's question, the other scions nodded in agreement, leaving Sun Yu both amused and exasperated. "All right, there is no need for you to intervene. Members of the city management team, why do you stand there in a daze? Get moving." Sun Yu was bewildered by the sudden shift in demeanor of the previously spirited team members, all of whom now looked at him with expressions of grievance. Had he suddenly become more handsome? Alas, the burdens of beauty! At your command, the 10 members of the city management team, under Erinx's lead, promptly removed the heavy protective gear that Sun Yu had previously distributed to them. In an instant, the sound of the heavy armor crashing to the ground reverberated through the air, leaving Sun Yu's group and King Vegeta's side in a state of shock. Sweat trickled down their brows as they instinctively activated their combat power detectors. Beep, 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 a mechanical voice rang out, leaving King Vegeta and his entourage momentarily petrified. The combat power of the 10 team members had undergone an astonishing transformation. Individuals who had previously registered over 3,000 in combat power skyrocketed to over 7,000 upon shedding their heavy armor. The most astonishing was the attendant standing beside Sun Yu, whose combat power had surged from 4,000 to an incredible 11,000. Impressive. Sun Yu cast a look of approval toward Erinx. This young man exhibited remarkable comprehension, having grasped the martial arts principles Sun Yu had imparted in a single session, coupled with his diligent efforts. His standard combat power had now surpassed 10,000. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically, instilling a sense of unreality in Sun Yu's followers. They finally comprehended the source of Sun Yu's confidence. He commanded a cadre of extraordinarily powerful warriors. If his subordinates were so formidable, what of him? Suddenly, those who had previously contemplated retreating felt their choices validated and sought to scan the surroundings for the group that had distanced themselves. Intent on spectating, they were filled with regret. They likely now wished to return and cling to Sun Yu's side, but was that even possible? The 10 team members swiftly encircled King Vegeta and his 100 subordinates, their eyes betraying an unrestrained thirst for blood. King Vegeta's minions were ruthless, merciless killers, yet Sun Yu's team was no less fierce. Every Saiyan was a born warrior. After a brief moment of astonishment, King Vegeta gradually regained his composure and forced a smile, stating, "Even if your overall combat power is slightly superior, do you truly believe that 10 of you can defeat our 100, now resorting to a numbers game?" Sun Yu cast a sympathetic glance at King Vegeta and addressed his team. "Let us engage in mutual destruction, swiftly, for we still need to board the ship." With that, the 100 warriors on King Vegeta's side felt as if the world had blurred before their eyes. The 10 team members vanished in an instant, and 10 flashes of lightning surged into the crowd, akin to hungry tigers pouncing on sheep, unleashing their might upon King Vegeta's ranks. Damn it, they are so fast. How could they be this strong? Are they truly Saiyans? In mere moments, a swath of King Vegeta's forces fell, with only a handful of elite warriors managing to withstand the onslaught of the city management team. Sun Yu observed the battlefield with satisfaction. The team members had undergone specialized training and had begun to master the utilization of their energy, vastly improving their combat instincts and reaction times compared to King Vegeta's warriors. On one side stood trained martial artists, while on the other were brutish foes lacking skill. One need not be a genius to foresee the outcome of such a clash. The scene was one of carnage, with the sounds of shattering bones and lost teeth echoing through the air, a truly harrowing sight. In the face of overwhelming strength, numbers alone proved futile. The current situation was abundantly clear, despite Sun Yu commanding only 10 warriors. Their combat prowess far exceeded that of their counterparts. King Vegeta's minions were being mercilessly beaten, gradually losing their will to fight. When a combat power of 10,000 faced off against 11,000, King Vegeta found himself at the mercy of Erinx, who was delivering punishing blows with relentless ferocity. Erinx clearly harbored a deep-seated resentment toward the wealthy, and as he faced the once mighty ruler of Planet Vegeta, he initially hesitated to unleash his full potential. Gradually, he came to realize that the once formidable King Vegeta seemed to be merely a shadow of his former self. Thus, this young man mustered all his strength and unleashed a relentless assault upon King Vegeta. What was most bewildering was that Erinx, in the throes of battle, grew increasingly exhilarated. The latent power within him appeared to awaken dramatically. During the brutal onslaught against King Vegeta, Erinx's combat power soared to an astonishing 16,000. How could this be? Sun Yu was left dumbfounded. In his mind, Saiyans typically exhibited masochistic tendencies, only experiencing power boosts when they were struck. Yet, here was this young man thriving in the act of domination. So you are a sadist after all? Sun Yu suddenly understood, a shiver of unease creeping into his heart. Once King Vegeta was thoroughly subdued, the 10 team members reluctantly ceased their onslaught, casting expectant glances at Sun Yu, only to be met with his merciless reprimand. "Hey, what S with that expression? Do you take pride in bullying a bunch of weaklings? For heaven's sake, set your sights higher. You are following me. You aim to become the strongest team in the universe. Understand." Instead of feeling disheartened by Sun Yu's scolding, the 10 members became even more energized. They had once been weaklings, but now, under Sun Yu's guidance, they had trampled over the strong they had previously looked up to, igniting within each of them a fervent ambition to unify the universe alongside Sun Yu. King Vegeta, clutching his wound, rose to his feet, coldly regarding Sun Yu, and spat with venom. "You may revel in your victory, but what about your other members?" "Humph, I suspect they are currently in quite the predicament." Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, Sun Yu and Aranx exchanged knowing glances. Bursting into laughter, Aranx pointed to the combat power detector he had worn since their departure, stating, "We've just received communications from 2 other teams, King Vegeta, that I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Brace yourself. As is widely known, the combat power detector possesses communication capabilities, and members of the city management team do not wear it while discussing internal matters. However, during missions, it is carried for ease of communication. Both teams reported encountering an ambush, and all assailants have been vanquished." "What?" King Vegeta's heart raced. He could hardly believe that the elite subordinates he had dispatched to locate those 2 teams had all perished. He was well aware of the combat power of the Ali family and Bardock. They were of mediocre strength. Could it be that each of them donned heavy armor? King Vegeta suddenly felt dizzy. Why was this happening? Was he not the strongest Saiyan? How could this so-called city management team possess such overwhelming power? "Who are you people?" King Vegeta glared at Sun Yu, demanding an answer. "My name is Sun Yu." "An ordinary Saiyan," Sun Yu replied, stepping forward to pat King Vegeta on the shoulder, leaving the bewildered king behind as he strode toward the boarding passage. The members of the city management team were already accustomed to their lord, known as Sun Yu, having a reputation, so they found nothing unusual. Aranx hurried to Sun Yu's side, respectfully inquiring, "My lord, how shall we deal with these individuals? Should we?" Gesturing with his finger across his neck to indicate a beheading. Sun Yu regarded King Vegeta with pity and said, "Let it be that I believe there are fewer than 10 mid-level warriors left among them. You mentioned that Lana and Bardock were ruthless. We are all Saiyans. Yet how could they kill so easily?" The members of the city management team broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, recalling how Sun Yu had been even more cold-blooded when he had dispatched Relton and his gang. "I say, King Vegeta, you should take your subordinates and leave swiftly. Keep a low profile and cease your reckless endeavors," Sun Yu commanded, then waved his hand, leading his entourage toward the boarding passage. King Vegeta surveyed the bodies of his fallen subordinates sprawled across the ground. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, it was evident that word of today's events would spread quickly, and from this moment on, his reputation on planet Vegeta would only decline, perhaps by significantly reducing King Vegeta's so-called elite warriors. He would come to realize his folly and abandon any thoughts of rebelling against the Frieza force, allowing planet Vegeta to survive a while longer, of course. All of this was of little concern to Sun Yu for the time being. Not bothering to ponder King Vegeta's future, Sun Yu successfully boarded the exploratory strategic void ship with his team. Upon entering the vessel, they were greeted by an exceptionally spacious corridor, stretching out horizontally. Reminiscent of the aisles of the passenger train, as they gazed down the passage, they spotted the Ali family, who were overseeing the boarding process. They, in turn, noticed Sun Yu and Lana soaring through the air, with Lana suddenly darting toward Sun Yu, exclaiming, "Hey Kyle, why are there so few of you? We trimmed some numbers that I just saw King Vegeta. He sent someone to obstruct your boarding, but you didn't engage, did you?" Sun Yu replied, knowing that as long as Lana did not reveal her true combat power, their expedition plan would already be halfway successful. So those individuals were sent by King Vegeta. No wonder they were so weak. Lana mused, then quickly added, "Forget about them. Let us head to the captain's quarters. I'm so eager to see what it looks like. Can I take control for a bit? I've never piloted a warship before." "Do you think it's a tricycle?" Sun Yu remarked, a cold sweat breaking out as Lana dragged him toward the captain's quarters. Seizing a moment, Sun Yu instructed Uncle Ali to promote the 200 individuals he had kept by his side to active members of the city management team before discreetly finding a spot to train. Bardock and Aranx organized a portion of the team to enter hibernation. Meanwhile, Lana excitedly dashed into the captain's quarters, resembling a curious child exploring every nook and cranny. Fortunately, the more advanced the equipment, the more user-friendly its design. This warship was largely automated, with no overly complex buttons. The captain and other pilots merely needed to monitor the ship's operations throughout. Thus, upon entering the captain's quarters, Lana spent a full half-hour staring at the ship's AI. Once all boarding personnel were in place, the AI weakly inquired, "Personnel ready. Shall we initiate the pre-scheduled route?" "What is this? Is there not a single button?" Lana shouted at the captain. "I mean the kind where you count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I just press it to launch." This esteemed lady, the captain, a short green creature with 4 eyes, was sweating profusely as he tilted his head back, struggling to utter a few words. The kind of mechanism you speak of was obsolete 400 years ago, where you could simply press the AI. Without hesitation, Lana slapped the AI's projection device, causing a large dent to form in the table. Emitting wisps of smoke, unfazed, she boldly shouted, "Set sail." The crowd fell into a swoon. The exploratory strategic void ship initiated its launch with remarkable speed, and its internal stability was exceptional. Lana felt no acceleration whatsoever. And in the blink of an eye, they had reached the outer atmosphere of planet Vegeta. The sensation was far from the rapid pace she had imagined, nor was there any jolt associated with the ship's passage through the atmosphere, leaving Lana quite disappointed. The interstellar warship movies she had watched on Earth were nothing but fabrications. This experience was far less exhilarating than the single-pod spaceships favored by Saiyans, as they traveled aboard the so-called fastest exploratory strategic ship in the universe. Sun Yu and his companions embarked from planet Vegeta toward the planet Viburnum at the northern edge of the universe, a journey expected to take approximately 8 months, 3 months ahead of the Grand Army summoned by Frisia. This meant that Sun Yu and his companions had 3 months to either forge an alliance with the natives of Viburnum or forcibly reclaim it, though Sun Yu preferred not to create enemies at such a critical juncture. According to available data, the average combat power of Viburnum's advanced combat robots exceeded 500,000. While combat power does not equate to actual strength, diligent training is always beneficial. Thus, Sun Yu set himself a modest goal: to acclimate to 300 times Earth-esque gravity during the 8-month voyage to Viburnum. 8 months is neither too long nor too short. In the northern region of the 7th universe, the interstellar routes are considerably less developed compared to other star systems. During the voyage of the exploratory strategic void vessel piloted by Sun Yu and his fellow Saiyans, they encountered numerous meteor showers. Upon hearing that they were about to collide with a massive asteroid cluster for the first time, a wave of anxiety washed over the crew, as they feared the ship might be destroyed by the impact. However, Sun Yu felt a mix of tension and anticipation. His mind was flooded with scenes from various Hollywood blockbusters where protagonists deftly navigated their spacecraft through dense asteroid fields, executing breathtaking maneuvers and emerging unscathed, eliciting gasps of awe. Had it not been for the diminutive green captain's repeated assurance that the ship was equipped with a powerful energy shield, which could withstand occasional asteroid strikes without consequence, Sun Yu might have insisted on piloting the ship himself, enacting a daring feat only a hero could achieve. Yet he recalled the truth he had learned. The portrayals on television were misleading. In the grand context of the universe, even the densest asteroid fields had vast distances between individual asteroids, measured in the thousands of meters. Of course, there were smaller fragments that had broken off. But even these tiny rocks had diameters of several dozen meters. Nevertheless, upon contact with the vessel's energy shield, such fragments would evaporate instantly. The asteroid swarm approached so swiftly that it barely lingered in Sun Yu's line of sight. All he could see were intermittent flickers of light on the enormous holographic display in the captain's quarters. Amidst the boundless darkness, the ship traveled faster than light. The shadow of the asteroid field barely left a trace before they sped past. Sun Yu sat in the captain's quarters, staring blankly at the sporadic lights on the screen, realizing that this was the true essence of a meteor shower in space. This was the shattering of his previous worldview. Thus, he concluded that television had deceived him. After contemplating the myriad of flickering lights for a while, Sun Yu began to feel a headache, perhaps a manifestation of the pain associated with reconstructing his beliefs. Eventually, he quietly exited the captain's quarters. Now, only a few days remained until they reached Veblen Star, and Sun Yu had concluded his training. Enduring the 300 times Earth's gravity was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Reflecting on the original Dragon Ball, with a transformation into a Super Saiyan granted Vegeta a battle power of at least 3 million in his base form, he realized that even such formidable strength would struggle under the oppressive weight of 300 times gravity. Causing him to sweat profusely, that it was only when Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, elevating his battle power to 150 million, that he completely disregarded the burden of 300 times gravity. Sun Yu recognized that he still had a long way to go. However, the 8 months of training were not without merit. He had managed to elevate his battle power to 800,000 without engaging in life-or-death combat, thanks largely to his current martial arts mastery. In contrast, Lana's martial arts level remained stagnant at the subtle stage, resulting in a slower increase in her battle power, which was only 600,000. Although Lana felt somewhat disgruntled about this, there was little she could do. After all, Sun Yu specialized in correcting various grievances. Then there was Bardock, whose strength had surged remarkably over the past 8 months. With just a bit of guidance from Sun Yu, Bardock quickly mastered the utilization of energy, achieving the subtle realm in merely 2 months, resulting in an explosive rise in his battle power to an impressive 120,000. This was a testament to his accumulated effort. Uncle Ollie and Ant Hill managed to break through the 90,000 mark and were striving towards 100,000. The other members of the city management team also experienced significant improvements. As the spaceship approached Veblen Star, 3 light years away, it began to decelerate. Finally, through the ship's external monitors, they could see the distant stars without fixating on the intermittent lights. According to the captain's explanation, a hazy, grayish planet in the distance was Veblen Star. The data indicated that Veblen Star was only 2/3 the size of Earth, but its gravity was 15 times greater. The ecological environment there had been nearly obliterated, and the indigenous inhabitants, adapting to the harsh conditions, had gradually transformed themselves into beings that were part human, part machine, reminiscent of Dr. Gero's transformation into an android. In the captain's quarters, Sun Yu, Lana, and other key members of the city management team gathered around the control panel. The holographic AI projection device that Lana had previously damaged had been repaired, and it was now time for Sun Yu to report on the ship's upcoming journey. Lord Kyle, our journey will reach its destination at Universal Time 135 hours and 78 minutes. Shall we land on this planet? Sun Yu tapped his ear and, with a sense of inevitability, addressed the assembled crew. Of course, we will not land. If an armed aircraft suddenly appeared at your doorstep, would you allow it to land? Let us first see if we can establish contact with them. If Sun Yu had followed his usual approach, he would have thought little of the situation and simply flown on if the inhabitants were cooperative. That would be one thing, but if they proved troublesome, he would resort to the age-old adage. If it can be solved with fists, there is no need for idle chatter. However, things had changed. Sun Yu was now responsible for a group of individuals, and he could not disregard their safety, especially considering the ordinary Saiyans who followed him. Acting rashly could lead to dire consequences for them. After the captain repeatedly sent communication requests to Veblen Star, they finally received a response. Soon, several blue-skinned figures appeared on the massive screen mounted on the front wall of the captain's quarters. Whoa, are those avatars? Sun Yu exclaimed in astonishment as he recognized the figures on the screen. His reaction was understandable, as the figures bore a striking resemblance to avatars. However, upon closer inspection, there were significant differences. These blue beings appeared to be around 2 meters tall, yet their postures were hunched, resembling elderly individuals. Their muscular forms displayed clear signs of mechanization, with many metallic components exposed to the air, sending shivers down one's spine. The leader, marked by 3 gruesome scars above his right eye, exuded a fierce demeanor that sent chills through anyone who met his gaze, in a voice that sounded like metal scraping against metal. He queried, "Who are you? Where do you come from? And where are you going?" They spoke in the universal language, and Sun Yu and his companions understood perfectly, gazing into the fierce eyes of the Avatar. Sun Yu could scarcely fathom that this person would pose three of humanity's most profound philosophical questions. Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you going? Truly, this was an Avatar, posing such profound inquiries that it left him at a loss. Sun Yu pretended to ponder deeply, scratching his chin. The others looked on in confusion, while the figures outside the screen appeared equally perplexed. Had it not been for their confidence in their communication equipment, they might have thought Sun Yu had not received their questions. After a lengthy pause, beads of cold sweat, perhaps oil, began to form on the foreheads of the Avatars. They cleared their throats, interrupting Sun Yu's whimsical musings, and, in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, stated, "Stranger, declare your intentions, or do not blame us for attacking you." The threatening tone pierced through the screen like a sharpened sword, striking fear into the hearts of everyone in the captain's quarters. Sun Yu chuckled nervously, meeting the leader's gaze directly, and replied, "There's no need for impatience. We bear you no ill will. On the contrary, we come to assist you." Humph. The leader scoffed at Sun Yu's words, retorting, "My people do not require your assistance. The great Ignaz shall protect us." Ignaz? Sun Yu seized upon the unfamiliar term, racking his brain for any mention of a deity named Ignaz in Dragon Ball. But to no avail. Apologetically, he responded, "I happen to know a few deities in this universe, but there is no Ignaz among them, at least none of the 5 great kings of the northern universe bear such a name." "You fool!" The leader seemed infuriated, pointing an elongated, sharp finger at Sun Yu as he shouted, "The flickering flame of the kings cannot compare to the brilliance of our God. Leave now. We do not welcome you." Sun Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these avatars would even be familiar with the kings. Did a deity named Ignaz truly exist? But now was not the time to debate the existence of such beings. "Wait, have you heard of Frisia?" Sun Yu asked. This question held the same weight as asking, "Have you heard of Amway?" In earthly parlance, anyone familiar with either would feel a sudden jolt of anxiety upon hearing someone mention them so earnestly. The terror of Frisia is undoubtedly as formidable, if not more so, than that of Only. Of course, Avatar has heard of the notorious reputation of Frisia, the supreme leader of the North Galaxy, a descendant of the ancient frozen demon clan. Synonymous with war and horror. Why do you bring him up? Avatar glared at Sun Yu and inquired. The situation is as follows. Sun Yu selectively recounted how Frisia feared the technology of planet Veblen and intended to amass an army to annihilate it to a few members of Avatar. After hearing this, the already fearsome expressions on their faces morphed into ones filled with rage, greedy conquerors. "Then why are you telling me all this?" Sun Yu, with no other choice, settled into the captain's seat and slowly articulated, "Because once Frisia annihilates you, we Saiyans will be next. There's a saying you may have heard, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend.' Put it simply, I am here to seek collaboration." The members of Avatar appeared intrigued by Sun Yu's assertion that the enemy of one's enemy is one's friend. Seemingly in agreement, if you sincerely seek cooperation, please demonstrate your goodwill by leaving your army outside. You may come alone to discuss matters with us. Before Sun Yu could respond, Lanya, Alankus, and the others slammed their hands on the table in unison, exclaiming, "No way." Bardock calmly approached the holographic screen and addressed them in standard galactic language. "We do not have the custom of sending our leader alone to unfamiliar forces. The army may remain, but we must send a few individuals to accompany him. This is our utmost sincerity." Having dealt with extraterrestrial beings for many years, Bardock was naturally well-versed in certain diplomatic techniques, although he rarely had to apply them. It was undeniable that his words were indeed effective. The leader of Avatar pondered for a moment before finally nodding. "Then we can only send 5 individuals, no more, as this is our greatest sincerity." Thus, an agreement was reached, and Sun Yu expressed indifference regarding the accompanying personnel. Although planet Veblen was quite distant, Sun Yu could sense that its highest combat power was only 1,000,000, that while such power was formidable, it posed no insurmountable challenge. Even if negotiations fell through, Sun Yu was confident that the other party would be unable to harm him. Consequently, the accompanying personnel were decided upon by the others. Lanya and Bardock, being the second and third strongest fighters, were naturally included, while the other three selections were Uncle Ollie, Alankus, and another individual named Vist, a member of the city management team. Vist, akin in age to Alankus, was stout with prominent brows and eyes, a rather restless Saiyan. After finalizing the accompanying personnel, Sun Yu led the five towards the single-capsule spaceship launch platform. The launch platform was equipped on both wings of the exploration-class strategic void ship. Habitually, Sun Yu flew leftward, traversing a lengthy corridor. Upon encountering numerous Saiyans stationed for patrol, they immediately saluted, their eyes reflecting fervent admiration, a reverence for the strong. The corridor grew narrower until they reached a set of 15-tiered steps. As the group ascended, they beheld rows of open single-capsule spaceships nestled within the ground's recesses, resembling a humorous plastic tray designed to hold eggs. "You two must not hinder Lord Sun Yu." Bardock turned back coldly to admonish Alankus and Vist. Both stiffened momentarily and lowered their heads. Sun Yu smiled as he turned back. "It's all right. Just protect yourselves well. Honestly, I could manage alone. Haha. Do you think we would let you venture out alone while we rot inside the spaceship?" Lanya discreetly pinched Sun Yu, her expression one of satisfaction. "So this is your true intention." The others nodded, their concern for their safety appearing disingenuous. They were genuinely eager for adventure. Sun Yu regretted bringing them along and distributed 10 senza beans to each of them. "You should be familiar with these. They can save your life at critical moments that I want to elaborate on the dangers of planet Veblen. You wouldn't listen anyway. In any case, prioritize your safety. Do you understand?" The group nodded vigorously. Although Uncle Ollie and Lanya had received plenty of senza beans from Sun Yu previously, they still eagerly accepted his offer. After all, more is always better. Once the senza beans were distributed, the group boarded their respective single-capsule spaceships. After setting manual controls, the 6 spacecraft gradually closed their hatches. A small passage opened beneath the left wing of the exploration-class void ship, like a hen laying eggs, releasing 6 white, spherical flying objects, the ships carrying Sun Yu and his companions. After detaching from the mothership, the 6 spacecraft began to hum, suddenly transforming into streaks of light as they sped toward the gray-hued planet Veblen. If Sun Yu's first landing on Earth revealed a spectacular blue vista, this time his arrival on planet Veblen was met with scorched earth and ruins, an overwhelming sense of oppression engulfing the Saiyans who were visiting this planet for the first time. Observing from above, the ship's scanning imagery displayed a landscape riddled with pockmarked debris, as if the planet had just endured a brutal war. In stark contrast, towering, pyramid-like structures loomed above the ruins. Most planets in the universe possess gravitational forces several times stronger than that of Earth, which is why dome-shaped structures are prevalent. However, this planet uniquely featured pointed pyramid designs, if not for the dimensional difference. Sun, you might have believed that the pyramids of Egypt were constructed by these beings. The spacecraft lined up in formation, each entering the atmosphere, and shortly after their descent into Veblen's atmosphere, they observed several yellow, caterpillar-like flying objects emerging from the pyramid-shaped buildings below. These yellow, caterpillar-shaped vessels ignored the terrain's gravity and air resistance, soaring directly to the vicinity of Sun Yu's ships. They then executed a sharp right-angle turn, arranging themselves in a line, signaling Sun Yu's vessels to follow. Point 1. Can only imagine the expressions on Newton and the Wright brothers' faces upon witnessing this scene. Sun Yu and his companions followed the caterpillar-like crafts as they navigated through a vast expanse of pyramid structures, heading toward the tallest pyramid ahead. Sun Yu could not ascertain the height of this colossal pyramid. He had caught a glimpse of it from outer space. The structure, predominantly silver-gray, featured 12 copper columns supporting a quarter of its apex. The silver pyramid faced south, with a vertical staircase positioned in the center of its southern face. Sun Yu's spaceship descended directly beneath the immense silver pyramid. As they peered out from the spacecraft, they were greeted by several blue avatars approaching them, though the leader with the scar over his eye was nowhere to be seen. They reached Sun Yu and, placing their right hands over their hearts, bowed slightly, speaking in husky tones. "May the god Ignaz bless you, esteemed guest from afar. Please follow me." With that, they soared toward the summit of the grand silver pyramid. Sun Yu and Lanya exchanged glances, each unsure of the other's intentions, and thus silently followed the group. Upon reaching the base of the 12 copper columns, Sun Yu finally spotted the leader with the scar over his eye. The escorting guards parted to stand respectfully on either side. Esteemed avatar, this honored one. Sun Yu momentarily faltered, unsure of how to address the individual. He had been internally mocking them as avatars, and nearly let it slip. Glancing back at Lanya and the others for assistance, he found them all deliberately avoiding his gaze. The leader seemed to discern Sun Yu's awkwardness, rather than exploit it. He sincerely placed his right hand over his heart, bowed slightly, and spoke in a deep voice. In the name of Ignaz, I am Taser, the chieftain of the Veblen planet's inhabitants. Inhabitants? The others echoed Taser's words, seemingly attempting to infer the history of planet Veblen from the term inhabitants. Greetings, chieftain. I am Sun Yu, a Saiyan. Following this introduction, the two clasped hands in a historic handshake, after which Sun Yu relayed the details of Frisia's expeditionary force to Chieftain Taser, expressing a desire for cooperation, only to be met with a refusal from Taser. I do not understand. Chieftain Taser, why you refuse to cooperate with us? Do you not trust us? Sun Yu felt a surge of irritation. He had already patiently reasoned and appealed to emotions. Yet, the half-human, half-machine chieftain appeared utterly unmoved. In other words, we have demonstrated our sincerity as you requested. Is that not enough? Lana, with her fiery temper, would have charged in long ago had Sun Yu not repeatedly cautioned her against acting impulsively. The expressions of the accompanying individuals were equally grim, ever vigilant for the possibility of conflict should negotiations collapse. However, Tarsal, maintaining an air of calm, explained, I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Mr. Sun Yu. Our refusal to collaborate is not a matter of distrust. It is simply our tradition. Any alliance with my clan requires the challenger to defeat our finest warrior. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and his companions were elated. Warriors of the Saiyan race. The thrill of continuously challenging the strongest from various tribes was their true delight. Lord Sun Yu, please grant me permission to challenge their warrior, Bardock declared, emulating Tarsal's tone. Lana stealthily positioned herself behind Sun Yu, suddenly twisting his waist. Don't you think I should go? Uncle Ali cleared his throat. Ahem. While I too wish to participate, perhaps we should allow the youth this opportunity. Both Yalinx and West were eager to join, but their meager combat prowess held them back from voicing their desires. Hey, can you all calm down a bit? Normally, getting you to do anything is a chore, yet the moment combat is mentioned, you all become so fervent. Sun Yu scolded, shooting a disapproving glance at Lana and Bardock, for he too longed to engage with the warriors of the Vibra natives, observing the spirited debate among Sun Yu and the others. Tarsal interjected, in fact, having Mr. Sun Yu as the combatant is ideal, as only he possesses the combat prowess capable of overcoming our warriors. Sun Yu and his companions were momentarily taken aback, not out of concern for the strength of Tarsal's warriors, but rather astonished that they could perceive their own combat strength. You can detect our power levels? Indeed, Tarsal nodded, his voice gravelly. We possess powerful energy detectors within us, capable of measuring the energy intensity of all living beings, regardless of how well you conceal it. Oh, fascinating. Sun Yu regarded Tarsal with keen interest, realizing that due to Tarsal's half-cybernetic nature, he could not gauge his combat strength at all, while it appeared they had been underestimated. However, let me remind you not to underestimate the Saiyans. Seeing Sun Yu's prompt agreement, Tarsal signaled to a figure behind him, who slowly approached and knelt before Tarsal. This is our Sacred Hall warrior. If there are no objections from either side, let the contest commence, Tarsal stated calmly. Sun Yu flexed his wrists, excitement coursing through him. Sacred Hall warrior. The name resembles that of a Jedi from Star Wars. It sounds formidable, and I can hardly wait. The gazes of the others converged on Sun Yu, as he usually concealed his aura so well that they had no idea of his true strength. And now they were finally about to witness it. The Sacred Hall warrior turned calmly, his gaze steady and devoid of emotion, nodding slightly at Sun Yu. Please, follow me, we cannot fight here. It would risk damaging this pyramid structure. Thus, they flew several kilometers away to an uninhabited area. This desolate region was barren, filled with rugged mountains and ruins. Even a fierce battle would pose little risk of collateral damage. This will suffice. Tarsal hovered in midair, a few of his tribesmen still in attendance. Rude, Make it a point to stop before inflicting any real harm. As you wish, chieftain. The warrior named Rude bowed deeply to Tarsal. Lana and Uncle Ollie's group also took to the air, quietly discussing amongst themselves. Sun Yu stood opposite Rude, glancing helplessly at Tarsal, whose demeanor was so polite that it left Sun Yu questioning his own perceptions. I must say, Chieftain Tarsal, your personality does not quite match your appearance. The Vibra natives exchanged confused glances, not understanding Sun Yu's meaning. Tarsal paused, touching his scar, mistakenly believing Sun Yu inquired about its origin, and replied earnestly. This scar is a badge of honor. You see, my clan reveres glory and the warrior spirit, reflecting on past battles. Let us save that discussion for after the match. Sun Yu quickly interrupted, unable to reconcile Tarsal's grandiose notions of honor and warrior spirit with the image of a Hollywood villain. This had transcended mere absurdity. It was truly a farce. After this brief encounter, Sun Yu began to grasp the nature of the avatars. Though they were half-human, half-machine beings, they possessed a knightly code of honor. As you wish, Rude did not pursue any offense taken by Sun Yu. This was primarily due to their misunderstanding of his intent. Very well. Sun Yu responded, spreading his feet apart and assuming a combat stance. Instantly shedding his playful demeanor, his gaze turned icy, and a tremendous aura erupted forth, revealing a combat power of 800,000. Bardock, and the others felt momentarily overwhelmed, gazing up at Sun Yu as if he were an insurmountable peak, instilling in them a sense of powerlessness. Tarsal and his companions remained composed. They had long been aware of Sun Yu's true strength, as the energy detectors implanted within them could accurately measure a person's energy intensity, regardless of how well it was concealed. Rude remained impassive, standing still like a mountain, towering over Sun Yu with a height that dwarfed him. This is infuriating. I've been underestimated. Sun Yu was displeased with Rude's reaction, deciding to take the initiative and experience firsthand the prowess of these half-human, half-machine beings. Here comes my attack. Fiery fist, Sun Yu shouted, flames swirling around his hands and feet, resembling a god of war wreathed in flames. Upon witnessing Sun Yu's fiery fist, Lana proudly patted her ample chest, proclaiming to those around her, "Did you see that? That move was created by yours truly. Impressive. I assent it." Bardock didn't even glance away. While only Uncle Ollie, Yalinx, and West offered half-hearted compliments, which filled Lana with pride. Thankfully, she had eliminated her tail with the help of the Divine Blade. Otherwise, it would be standing upright in triumph at this moment. In the arena, after Sun Yu executed the fiery fist, Rude and his companions were slightly taken aback, but quickly regained their composure. Sun Yu's form flickered, and he suddenly appeared before Rude, his fist crashing forth with overwhelming force. Rude did not flinch. He simply raised his right hand. With a resounding bang, their fists collided, producing a shockwave of sound. Impressive. In that fleeting moment, I sensed his combat power to be around 900,000. Yet they can compress their power to a pinpoint when striking, not wasting an ounce of energy to withstand my attack. This must be the advantage of their mechanical bodies. Numerous thoughts flashed through Sun Yu's mind in that instant, and Rude seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick to Sun Yu's abdomen. Despite their massive frames, their speed was astonishingly swift. Particularly in terms of reflexes, they could make the most precise judgments, ensuring that if they struck, they would hit their target. Faced with the lightning-fast kick, Sun Yu felt a surge of urgency. He knew that if struck, the subsequent battle would become exceedingly difficult. Cursing the calculating nature of these half-cybernetic beings, Sun Yu's eyes glowed crimson, his pupils suddenly turning a brilliant red. Sharingan. Time stagnation. As Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, an indescribable temporal force enveloped Rude, causing his agile body to feel weighed down, as if the very fabric of time had slowed around him. What is happening? Both Rude and the Vibra natives felt a wave of disorientation, their minds racing to calculate the entire sequence of battle. Yet at this moment, an unknown force disrupted the course of their confrontation. Kyrk's eyes. Uncle Ollie appeared to have caught sight of something truly terrifying. He fixated intently on Sun Yu's eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Noticing her father's unusual demeanor, Lana curiously turned her head and inquired, "Dad, what is wrong?" Kyle's eyes can change color. That seems to be his special ability. You needn't worry. Uncle Ali, seemingly deaf to Lana's words, continued to stare intently in Sun Yu's direction, murmuring, "His eyes are just like that person's." That person? This cryptic statement left others perplexed, but Lana understood that the individual her father referred to was his unique designation for Sun Yu's father. Although she remained unaware of the specifics, as her father rarely spoke of Kyle's father. Meanwhile, Sun Yu unleashed his long-dormant Sharingan, momentarily freezing time for Rude, causing his movements to become rigid. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu launched a powerful punch, generating a visible shockwave in the air. Boom! Rude was struck down from the sky by Sun Yu's explosive blow, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a large crater. Bardock and the others applauded Sun Yu, while Tarsal maintained his composure, as serene as still water. "Heh, now you see my prowess," Sun Yu boasted, gazing down at the ground. As the dust settled, a transparent energy shield became visible. This is Bardock and Lana, who were spectating, gasped in astonishment as they beheld Rude, unscathed within the shield, their hearts filled with shock. Tarsal, perceiving their confusion, explained in his deep, gravelly voice, "This is a protective barrier that can withstand a certain amount of attacks." "Haha, a protective barrier, is it?" Sun Yu coldly regarded Rude on the ground, his aura intensifying once more. "Let us see how much of my onslaught you can endure." With that, he vanished from sight, and in the next instant, Rude felt a wave of heat rushing toward his face. Sun Yu launched an assault against Rude's shield, each punch landing with force, sending ripples cascading through the barrier. The ground trembled beneath them, eliciting gasps from distant observers inside the shield. Though Rude was momentarily unsettled by Sun Yu's overwhelming presence, he grinned confidently, revealing his sharp teeth. "Save your effort. I acknowledge your impressive strength. However, if you cannot instantly shatter my barrier, the energy within me will continuously restore the shield's integrity. You will tire before I do, for my energy is limitless, a perpetual energy device." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu was taken aback. He had not expected other civilizations to develop such technology, even after Dr. Gero's demise. It was indeed a flaw in the system. Yet what did it matter? Perhaps for artificial beings, combat power and their initial energy settings were directly correlated, resulting in limited growth potential. But Sun Yu was not bound by such limitations. For him, unleashing a sudden burst of power was as effortless as reaching into a pocket. "Oh, so you have great faith in your shield." Sun Yu ceased his assault, leaping back to a distance of 5 meters in front of Rude. "I hope your shield is as robust as you claim. Otherwise, you shall meet a grim fate," Rude chuckled noncommittally. Sun Yu took a deep breath, crossing his hands and intoning. Kami waves of azure light shot forth from his hands, the surrounding air thickening as the ground stones trembled restlessly. Sun Yu withdrew his hands to his waist, the earth quaking slightly. Tarsal and the others sensed the energy in Sun Yu had surged twofold, and they immediately urged Rude, "Retreat. Don't face it head on." With a thunderous shout, Sun Yu thrust his palms forward, unleashing a beam of blue light akin to a high-pressure water jet towards Rude. Rude was momentarily stunned by the sight before him, but after a brief pause, he leaped into the air, attempting to evade Sun Yu's Kamehameha. However, if dodging the Kamehameha were that simple, Goku would not have dedicated such focus to the technique. Sun Yu vigorously shook his hands, sending rippling waves forward that altered the Kamehameha's trajectory, now homing in on Rude's leap. "What? It can do that?" The onlookers were left in disbelief, having just lamented over Sun Yu's prolonged build-up, fearing it would be easily evaded. Now, they were astonished to see the technique possessed a built-in homing function, clearly not a conventional skill. Rude, initially relieved to have avoided Sun Yu's formidable strike, glanced down instinctively and was shocked to see the peculiar beam of light bending towards him. Barrier. At the last possible moment, Rude had no time to evade. He crossed his sturdy arms before his chest, forming a shimmering light screen. Boom! When the Kamehameha collided with Rude's barrier, a resounding explosion ensued, and the transparent shield fractured. Rude's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Overload the system! Triple barrier!" Crackling sounds filled the air as Rude's previously blue skin turned a fiery red, wisps of smoke escaping from his body. The barrier in front of him thickened considerably, and shattered light screen rapidly restored itself. Witnessing this, Sun Yu felt a surge of frustration. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "You think you're the only one who can overload? I can too. Behold, quadruple Kamehameha." As Sun Yu's power escalated to its zenith, cracks appeared in the ground, spreading outward as powerful winds sent debris flying. Whoosh! The energy sphere at the center of Sun Yu's hands doubled in size, soaring along the original path of the Kamehameha. Upon contact with Rude's triple barrier, the once impenetrable shield crumbled, as if made of paper. Boom! After the quadruple Kamehameha pierced Rude's barrier, Sun Yu immediately withdrew his energy. And Rude was merely struck by the residual force of the attack. Even so, his body turned crimson as he plummeted from the sky. Rude's injuries were a result of both Sun Yu's assault and the aftereffects of the overload. Rude, Tarsal moved with swiftness, teleporting to catch the falling Rude, while the others rushed to assess the situation. Sun Yu, having exhausted his strength, felt as though his body had been hollowed out and stumbled to the ground. At that moment, Lana soared to Sun Yu's side, reaching in her garment to retrieve a magic bean and feeding it to him. "You really are reckless. With your current strength, unleashing a quadruple Kamehameha is still a stretch." After consuming the magic bean, Sun Yu instantly regained his vitality, grinning as he remarked, "Haha, with these magic beans I'll be fine, and I feel that this energy depletion has significantly boosted my strength. But enough of that. Rude is likely gravely injured. Let us go check on him." With that, the two flew towards Tarsal, where Rude lay, his right side a mangled mess, though fortunately he had not lost his life. Uncle Ali produced a magic bean and fed it to Rude. Thankfully, the Veblen natives had not transformed themselves entirely into mechanical beings. Otherwise, even the magic beans would have been of no help. After consuming the magic bean, Rude's injuries healed instantaneously before the astonished gazes of Tarsal and the others. Rising to his feet, he disregarded the circumstances and knelt before Tarsal, exclaiming, "Chief, I have brought shame to my clan." Tarsal helped Rude to his feet and spoke in his deep voice, "Defeat is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is the inability to confront your failures. Hone your martial skills well. My warrior." As their energy was constant and unchanging, the half-mechanical beings could not continuously enhance their combat power like Sun Yu. Their only path to strength lay in the relentless honing of their combat techniques, feeding more battle data into the intelligent chips within their minds, which explained their deep reverence for the warrior's spirit. "ASU command." "Chief." Rude stood and stepped aside, and at that moment, the Veblen natives gazed at Sun Yu and his companions with newfound respect. No longer the cold indifference they had initially displayed. Like the Saiyans, they revered strength that "It is a pleasure to collaborate with you, Mr. Sun Yu." Taser respectfully inclined his body slightly towards Sun Yu, conveying his esteem for his companion. Sun Yu was equally astonished by the swift establishment of an alliance with the Veblurians. Although the Veblurians possessed a feeble growth capacity, Sun Yu placed greater value on the advanced technology that lay within their grasp. "Well said, Chief. Since you have consented to collaborate, let us deliberate upon the subsequent matters." The staggering combat power of Frisia, quantified at 120 million, remained a thorn in Sun Yu's side. If he could not swiftly reach the threshold between his ordinary form and that of a Super Saiyan, which was the physical limit of 3 million in combat power, even transforming into a Super Saiyan would render him no match for Frisia. The transformation merely amplified one's base strength by 50 times. Ordinary Saiyans could, after sufficient training, unleash their latent potential through fury and thus transform into Super Saiyans. However, there existed exceptions, such as the progeny of Super Saiyans, known as the legendary Super Saiyan II, exemplified by Sun Wukong's young son, Sun Wutong. In the absence of a Super Saiyan father, one could only rely on their own efforts. Sun Yu sighed softly, dismissing thoughts of Frisia, and resolved to follow Taser and his companions back to their silver-gray pyramid. Suddenly, a few elusive auras flickered into existence, prompting Sun Yu and Bardock to glance around sharply, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" Lana and Uncle Ali also sensed a faint presence, but did not pay it much heed. "Perhaps it is merely a few insects. Apart from us, this planet harbors some tenacious bugs." Taser's voice dripped with a hint of melancholy, seemingly lamenting the planet's plight. Bardock snorted derisively, retorting, "You lot, who rely solely on your scouters. Surely they do not inform you of the dreadful murderous intent concealed within those auras." What? Taser and his companions regarded Bardock with disbelief, scrutinizing his demeanor for any signs of deception. "Indeed," Sun Yu replied, his gaze scanning the area warily. He sensed that the aura was reminiscent of the formidable combat power he had encountered in outer space. Given the uncertainty regarding the Blurian situation, he had refrained from asking earlier, but now appeared evident that this presence was hostile. "Chief, we are unaware of the circumstances here. However, I still hope you can align with us." It was not that Sun Yu was unwilling to trust Taser. After all, it was prudent to remain vigilant when venturing into the unknown. Lana, Uncle Ali, and the others unconditionally trusted Sun Yu, and upon witnessing his heightened alertness, they too took up defensive positions around him. Only Taser and his companions exchanged glances, not out of distrust, but rather adhering to their own warrior pride. "You are engaging in futile efforts." Taser displayed rare impatience, casting a cold glance at Sun Yu before preparing to depart. "Danger, you fool!" Sun Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a warning of impending peril. As anticipated, several figures surged forth from the ruins hundreds of meters away. Sun Yu's heart skipped a beat as powerful auras bore down upon him and his companions like towering mountains. The combat power of these figures exceeded 500,000, with the foremost one being the very presence of 1,000,000 combat power that Sun Yu had sensed in space. "Chief, evade quickly!" Indeed, that individual with a combat power of 1,000,000 had set their sights on the Vablurian's chief, Taser. The sudden assailant bore striking resemblance to Taser's kin, albeit with black skin and devoid of any mechanical enhancements. More crucially, Sun Yu could sense their combat strength, assuming they did not deliberately conceal it. Sun Yu unleashed a fiery punch, propelling himself at breakneck speed in an attempt to push the unsuspecting Chief Taser aside. But he was a moment too late. The black assailant struck both hands forward, one palm slamming into Sun Yu's chest while the other clawed into Taser's heart. Sun Yu felt his insides churn violently from the blow. Yet he grit his teeth and launched a powerful punch infused with searing energy towards the assailant. The black attacker was forced to retreat a few steps, and Lana, along with Rudd and the others, also sprang into action, countering the initial wave of assaults from several attackers. "Can someone explain the situation to me?" Sun Yu braced against the impact, feeling considerably hurt. After all, the opponent's combat power of 1,000,000 was no trifling matter. He quickly consumed a Senza bean, restoring his condition to its peak. The group of black attackers surrounded Sun Yu and his companions, their gazes icy as they regarded them as insignificant insects. Hey, you are the chief. If your subordinates are this formidable, you should be even stronger." Lana frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction with Taser's earlier conduct. Had Taser been more cooperative, Sun Yu might not have sustained such grievous injuries. Taser's countenance appeared to age significantly in that moment. He coughed lightly and explained, "This is my fault. I had not anticipated their existence on this planet." In the universal galactic language, the pronunciation of it and they differed. And Sun Yu and the others noted this distinction, attentively listening as Taser continued. "They're known as the infected, once our kin. Thousands of years ago, our planet was a resplendent sphere. Yet at some point, a faction of our kin fell victim to a demon's curse, transforming into the fearsome infected, who are responsible for our current plight." As Taser spoke, his stooped form trembled with trepidation. Upon hearing the term infected, Sun Yu's mind immediately conjured images of the parasitic life form, Cotton Vine, from Dragon Ball Super. However, the absence of a distinctive antenna on their heads indicated that Cotton Vine was not the culprit. Exercising caution, Sun Yu activated a Sharingan, employing its insight techniques to scrutinize the infected. When his gaze landed on Taser, his eyes narrowed, and his right hand plunged into Taser's chest, the Vablurian's pale blue blood spilling forth. The sight of Sun Yu's action startled everyone. Rudd was the quickest to react, furiously raising his massive palm to strike Sun Yu, while Lana, Bardock, and the others unleashed their full might, forming a protective barrier around him. The outermost infected observed intently, as if waiting for a skirmish to erupt within, prepared to seize the opportunity to ensnare Sun Yu and Taser. The atmosphere turned tense and surreal. After recovering from his shock, Chief Taser gestured for Rudd to stand down. At that moment, Sun Yu withdrew his hand from Taser's chest, raising it high to reveal a writhing insect clutched between his fingers, stained with blue blood. With a sharp crunch, he crushed the insect. I believe the infected are not cursed by demons. They are infected by these creatures. Sun Yu's gaze shifted towards the 1 million combat power infected, who showed no sign of embarrassment at being discovered. Instead, they regarded Sun Yu with a keen curiosity. Taser's expression darkened as he accepted a senza bean thrown by Sun Yu, mimicking his actions. Though unaware of the bean's workings, they understood its ability to restore health instantaneously. We cannot linger here. Mr. Sun, let us join forces to confront their leader and retreat as we fight, despite Sun Yu's group having a slight numerical advantage. Only he and Lana were truly capable of facing the enemy head-on. The others were no match for the infected. Thus, a strategic withdrawal was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Sun Yu glanced at the sun suspended high in the sky, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "No, Chief, leave that individual to me. You focus on protecting my kin as they retreat." Taser hesitated. Convention dictated he would never allow someone with 80,000 combat power to confront a being of 100,000. Yet upon meeting Sun Yu's unwavering gaze, he found himself questioning his analytical judgments for the first time in history. Perhaps this young man could indeed work miracles. Very well, but be cautious. Do not allow them to wound you and spread the infection. As Sun Yu's group bristled with fighting spirit, the infected, viewing them as easy prey, readied themselves for an assault. Lana, ensure their safety and do not overexert yourself. Especially you, Bardock. I know you yearn to prove your strength. But the priority now is survival. Everyone, act when I count to 3. Sun Yu paused, sensing that the infected were as taut as arrows drawn on a bowstring, ready to spring into action at his count. 3. Sun Yu bypassed the numbers 1 and 2, directly proclaiming the number 3, causing everyone present, including the infected, to stagger momentarily, nearly losing their balance, just as Lana and the others were about to criticize Sun Yu for his unconventional behavior. They found him already charging toward an infected individual with a combat power of 1 million, launching a surprise attack with both fists. Well, this kid is becoming increasingly cunning, even deceiving his own allies. Lana thought bitterly. Due to Sun Yu's sudden assault, the original situation was thrown into disarray, creating a brief moment of chaos that, paradoxically, favored Tarsal's side, while Sun Yu drew the attention of all the infected. Tarsal and his companions unleashed their attacks simultaneously, their massive hands open to reveal sharp claws, focusing their fire on the nearest infected, inflicting severe wounds. Not one to be outdone, Lana unleashed her fiery fists, her combat power of 600,000 commanding the attention of all. With Lana leading the charge, Tarsal and his group restrained most of the infected, while Bardock and Ollie provided auxiliary strikes from the flanks, rapidly shifting the tide of battle in their favor. That on Sun Yu's end, he sent the infected with a combat power of 1 million flying several meters. However, as he advanced, he was unexpectedly met with a retaliatory strike, the infected's claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound. In an instant, Sun Yu's form was torn apart, vanishing into thin air. Yet the infected showed no sign of exhilaration, for it recognized that the figure was merely an illusion, a manifestation of Sun Yu's technique. Phantom Fist. Suddenly, Sun Yu's true self appeared on the ground, crouching slightly before leaping into the air, using the momentum of his jump combined with the fiery punch's enhancement to deliver an earth-shattering blow. Behold, the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. It seemed as though a technique from a certain legendary series had intruded into this moment. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that Sun Yu's decisive strike was easily absorbed by the infected, who caught his hand firmly mid-air, leaving Sun Yu momentarily unable to break free. After all, his opponent possessed a combat power of 1 million. Naively attempting to match it with mere physical strength was foolish. The infected landed on the ground, raising Sun Yu's arm high and slamming it down with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the earth cracked beneath them, and then it dragged Sun Yu's body closer, raining down a flurry of punches like a tempest, Each strike reverberated through the ground, and Lana, glancing towards Sun Yu's direction, saw the earth beneath him caving in several meters. "Kyle," Lana called out in alarm, sensing Sun Yu's peril, but Tarsal restrained her. "Mr. Sun Yu is fine. You needn't worry for his safety," Tarsal asserted resolutely. If to validate Tarsal's words, the ground before the infected suddenly erupted in a burst of blue light. An energy shock wave blasting upwards and striking the infected, causing it to stagger backward. In the next moment, a pale golden figure shot into the sky. Everyone focused and recognized it as Sun Yu. Enveloped in a shimmering golden shield, a protective barrier. How can he do that? Tarsal thought, overwhelmed by the day's revelations, having never seen any being other than his own kin utilize such a technique. Sun Yu chuckled lightly, for the Vubran people retained half of their biological traits, allowing him to replicate their abilities with his Sharingan. This enabled him to activate the protective barrier at the crucial moment, deflecting the attack from the infected with 1,000,000 combat power. Within the barrier, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave to defuse the immediate threat. It appeared that this infected Vubran lacked the ability to control its combat power. Consequently, as long as Sun Yu maintained his formidable barrier, he could endure the opponent's onslaught. Although this approach seemed somewhat underhanded and contrary to the Saiyan combat ethos, Sun Yu was unconcerned about such matters. His priority was to eliminate the adversary. While Lana and Tarsal were gaining the upper hand against the infected, Sun Yu felt invigorated and dove down from the air, ready to engage. "Come on, let us inflict some mutual harm." Just as Sun Yu felt assured of victory, an unexpected twist occurred. The infected's body surged, tripling in size. With a swift motion, its enormous claws stirred up a whirlwind, shattering Sun Yu's barrier and sending him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as he was propelled dozens of meters away. Sun Yu confidently faced the 1,000,000 combat power infected. It suddenly transformed into a formidable entity, slapping him away with such force that he coughed up blood and crashed heavily to the ground. What the hell? Am I not the protagonist of this story? Wasn't it supposed to be a remedy for all grievances? Why am I always the one being slapped in the face when I try to show off? Sun Yu lamented, on the verge of tears, feeling as if his very insides were being wrenched and many of his bones had shattered. Suppressing the agony, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a senza bean, crushing it and consuming it. The sound of bones mending echoed, and Sun Yu rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. "Not bad. I'm at 920,000 combat power now. But what use is that? The opponent has transformed to 2,500,000 combat power." The transformation of his adversary was meticulously calculated, adhering to the scientific principles of all species transformations and biological evolution. Thus the figure 250 bore no alternative meaning. Sun Yu observed the towering figure approaching him. Deciding to refer to it as 250, the creature stood an impressive 6 meters tall, its limbs thick as tree trunks, its body a mass of explosive muscle that sent chills down one's spine at a mere glance. Its form had shifted away from human-like and now resembled an upright four-legged lizard, adorned with long, menacing spikes protruding from its shoulders and back. Meanwhile, Tarsal and the others appeared equally astonished. Sun Yu could ascertain that this transformation was not a skill possessed by the Vubran, but rather unique to this creature. Was this beast merely a plot device created by the author to prolong the narrative? It certainly appeared that way. Yet, Sun Yu dared only to entertain such thoughts privately. Voicing them could result in dire consequences in the ensuing storyline. As Sun Yu pondered, 250 had already closed the distance. Towering over him and gazing down with contempt and indifference, IT slowly lifted its foot, preparing to crush Sun Yu as one would an insignificant insect. "This is bad. Mr. Sun Yu is in danger," Tarsal exclaimed, his earlier composure shattered. Previously, Sun Yu had been able to withstand the attack of the 1,000,000 combat power infected, but now the stakes had dramatically changed. This adversary had transformed into one with 2,500,000 combat power. Even if Sun Yu possessed extraordinary abilities, escaping the fate of being crushed seemed implausible. "Damn it! Let go of Kyle!" Lana cried, rushing towards Sun Yu, hurling fiery energy balls. Yet these energy spheres struck 250 with no more effect than a mere annoyance. As if a fly had landed upon Sun Yu beheld the descending foot of 250. He took 2 seconds to reflect upon the unpredictability of life, the cyclical nature of fortune and misfortune, gazing up at the somber sky reminiscent of Victorian England. Although he had no knowledge of the exact years of the Victorian era, nor had he traveled abroad, Sun Yu merely wished to express that the sunlight was pleasant. Did he not recall the wish he made to the dragon on earth? He wished for equality for all. No, that wasn't it. His true desire was to possess the ability to transform into a great ape at will, which led the dragon to modify his Sharingan, enabling him to extract the necessary 17 million blues waves from sunlight. A flash of eerie red light flickered across Sun Yu's eyes as the crimson Sharingan activated, and he bellowed, "Ape transformation!" With a thunderous roar. Sun Yu's body surged in size, his jaw jutting forward, becoming engulfed in a dense coat of brown fur. 250 suddenly realized that the ant beneath it was growing at an astonishing rate. 2 meters. 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Roar, roar. The giant, ape-like Sun Yu pounded his chest fiercely, producing a deafening echo. His eyes, now swirling with the crimson Sharingan, coldly regarded 250. The creature was instantly struck with fear. Unable to comprehend how a being that had once seemed as insignificant as an ant could suddenly exceed its own stature. The overwhelming aura radiating from Sun Yu was palpable, a force greater than mountains, deeper than seas, and broader than the sky. Flee. This is the singular thought occupying the mind of the foolish one. Tasks, the revival of races, none of it has the slightest bearing on him. Yet confronted by the colossal transformation of Sun Yu, how could he possibly escape? Having barely taken a few steps, he was seized by Sun Yu as effortlessly as one might lift a chick. The onlookers in the distance were left aghast, particularly the Saiyans accompanying Bardak and Ali, who were utterly bewildered by Sun Yu's ability to transform without the aid of a full moon, and were equally perplexed as to why. Upon becoming a giant ape, Sun Yu appeared to retain his sanity. Was it not said that only the noble elite warriors could achieve such a feat? Why then could Sun Yu do it? Long live Lord Care! Oh, how I admire you, Lord Care! Yalinx and Whis stood transfixed, their excitement reaching new heights of adoration for Sun Yu. Had someone proclaimed him a divine being, they would have believed it without hesitation. Tarsal and several other Vibranians remained silent for an extended period, murmuring, "Is this truly the might of Mr. Sun Yu? Such terrifying combat prowess." Sun Yu's power as a giant ape was an astounding 9.2 million. Even without consciously exerting it, the aura emanating from him instilled an indescribable sense of oppression among those nearby. The foolish one, held captive in Sun Yu's grip, struggled desperately. However, Sun Yu offered no respite, raising his immense ape arm and forcefully slamming the foolish one to the ground, then leaping forward to stomp down heavily. Boom! 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 With each stomp of Sun Yu's giant legs, Tarsal and his companions felt the very planet tremble. Though this assertion may seem exaggerated, the resonating thuds echoed like a colossal drum beating upon the hearts of all present. The strongest of the infected had been vanquished, and the remaining few crumbled like a house of cards. Tarsal led the charge, capturing them all in one fell swoop. As the crowd gathered around Sun Yu, their faces radiated the joy of victory. Sun Yu once again unleashed a roar, heralding the flawless triumph of this battle. At that moment, the foolish one, now reverted to his original form, suddenly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and rasped with a sharp, hoarse voice, "Do you think you have one? The 5 great celestial locks of Vibran have already fallen into our hands. The planet's defense system is completely incapacitated. You have lost." What? Upon hearing the term celestial lock, Tarsal and his companions trembled violently. That was the cornerstone of the planet's defensive systems. If the celestial locks were destroyed, the most vulnerable aspect of Vibran would be laid bare to the cosmos. They suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and rushed towards the foolish one. However, the foolish one opened his mouth, and a dark, writhing worm slithered out, quickly burrowing into the ground. Curse it! Enraged, Tarsal launched an energy blast, obliterating the earth within a radius of several dozen meters. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky as an almost imperceptible energy shield was lifted, plunging Vibran-'s already gray sky into deeper darkness. 8T this time. The blazing sun blazed down mercilessly upon the land. Tarsal hovered in the air, staring dumbfounded at the massive crater below, and suddenly his heart lurched. Danger threatened the temple. The temple, Sun Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback. The very place where the chieftain just received you, Rudd explained. Tarsal, without uttering a word, transformed into a streak of light and soared towards the silver pyramid. With Sun Yu and the others following suit, as the scenery shifted, they returned to the silver pyramid temple, and before they even landed, they saw the blue Vibranians rushing from all directions. Chieftain, it's bad. The infected have reappeared. Chieftain, our defense system has suddenly collapsed. The autonomous battle machines cannot be deployed. The infected are nearly at the temple. Chieftain, our kin have suffered heavy casualties. Before Tarsal could steady himself, a throng of his kin surrounded him, reporting various dire circumstances. Do not panic. The temple contains the artifact left by Ignatz, which can activate psychic defenses and awaken the autonomous battle machines. That we still have a chance. Tarsal reassured the crowd. Hearing Tarsal's words, the members of his tribe began to calm down, while Sun Yu and the others exchanged glances before following Tarsal into the interior of the silver pyramid. Once again beneath the 12 bronze pillars, Tarsal advanced, as he showed no intention of stopping Sun Yu. Thus, Sun Yu and his companions brazenly followed him inside, while the kin who had just reported remained waiting outside the temple. The 12 bronze pillars stood approximately 15 meters tall, with a radius of about 3 to 4 meters. They appear to be arranged in a chaotic manner. Yet, Sun Yu sensed an indescribable order. Glancing up at the pillars adorned with bizarre creatures, which left him and his companions in awe, Tarsal approached the central pillar of the temple, retrieving a jade stone the size of an egg, which he inserted into a recess at the center of the pillar. Suddenly, the pillar quaked violently, rotating and sinking into the ground as it descended. A platform approximately 10 meters in height descended from the temple's ceiling. Mr. Sun Yu, might I trouble you to guard this spot for me, while we access the secret chamber to activate Ignatz's artifact? Tarsal endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, though the urgency in his eyes betrayed his anxiety. Of course, you can rest assured. I will ensure not even a fly can enter. Sun Yu discerned Tarsal's reluctance to allow them access to the secret chamber, so he agreed to stand guard. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Sun Yu. Tarsal nodded slightly in gratitude before leading several tribesmen up the newly descended steps. Sun Yu, still uncertain about the structure of this silver pyramid, found little inclination to investigate further. As a sudden realization struck him, he was aware of the Dragon Ball storyline, and in the original narrative, Vibran had never been mentioned, considering this race as a formidable combat prowess and Frisia as evident trepidation towards them. Sun Yu had ample reason to believe that this planet had already met its demise by the time the Dragon Ball saga commenced. Previously, Sun Yu had assumed that Frisia's summoned army had annihilated Vibran. However, after witnessing the Vibranians' exceptional strength, that hypothesis no longer held water. Unless Frisia himself intervened, his subordinates were simply no match for the Vibranians. If not Frisia, then who could have caused the destruction of this planet? Contemplating this inversely, the answer became clear. They had failed to activate Ignatz's artifact and were subsequently slaughtered by the infected. The likely outcome was that Chieftain Tarsal detonated the entire planet in a final act of desperation, taking the infected with him. Regardless, it was evident that this planet was beset by a myriad of internal and external crises. Care, your expression is rather grave. What troubles you? Lana inquired, noticing Sun Yu's unusual demeanor with concern. Sun Yu found himself a loss, unable to anticipate how events would unfold. Yet he could not directly divulge his thoughts to Lana and the others, so he merely replied, I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss. Upon hearing this, Bardak and Ali exchanged a glance, and Bardak remarked, I don't know if you've noticed, but how many guards does Tarsal actually have? Though Sun Yu was unsure of Bardak's intent in asking this, he pondered carefully and replied, it seems to be around 5 or 6. Who keeps count of such things? Exactly. When they heard about the duel with the foremost warrior of the Vibranians, their focus shifted entirely to Yu and Rudd. Moreover, with the subsequent appearance of the infected, they hardly paid attention to that detail. Bardak's voice was cold. I need an exact number, not a vague answer. Sun Yu, recognizing Bardak's intense reaction, recalled the imminent possibility of Tarsal activating the artifact, and suddenly realized. Could it be, Lord Care, I believe there should be 5 individuals. Yalank suddenly interjected. Bardak and Uncle Ali's eyes brightened in unison. Are you certain? Absolutely. Yalank nodded affirmatively. In the beginning, I was worried about whether we could reach an agreement. So, I counted their numbers beforehand. Tarsal has 5 guards, plus himself. That makes 6. Then just now, they entered. Sun Yu's heart tightened. Glancing anxiously at Bardak, Bardak's expression darkened. 7 have entered. The kin who previously went to report to Tarsal are still waiting outside the temple. At this moment, 6 guards followed Tarsal into the secret chamber of the temple, making it abundantly clear what was afoot. This was troubling. Tarsal was in danger. Sun Yu shouted loudly, turning and dashing towards the steps. With Lana, Badak, and others hastily following suit, Tarsal must not come to harm. Sun Yu fervently thought, racing up the steps to the secret chamber, where he beheld Tarsal kneeling before a statue, reciting some incantation. The chamber was vast, comparable to 4 football fields in size, with a towering mechanical statue looming in the northern direction, standing several dozen meters tall. This statue, clad in armor resembling a Gundam warrior, had its hands pressed down on a gigantic, upright sword as if it were a walking stick. Tarsal and his companions were fervently kneeling at the statue's feet, chanting a spell that, as they spoke, caused the dust on the mechanical statue to flake away, revealing its original luster. So, your artifact is a Gundam. This is some high-tech marvel. Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting the purpose of his ascent. Suddenly, an unforeseen disturbance erupted in the chamber. A Veblinian in the corner sprang to life, slapping away a few of his kin with a resounding crack before reaching for the controller in Tarsal's hand. Tarsal had been intently reciting the incantation, which was merely the activation command for the Ignaz artifact. In an instant, Sun Yu's body erupted in flames, his formidable aura soaring skyward as his Sharingan's time-stopping ability enveloped the assailant, propelling him away like a fleeting light. That moment, Tarsal and the others finally reacted, with Rude and others swiftly positioning themselves in front of Tarsal. Tarsal's incantation grew increasingly rapid, causing the mechanical statue to tremble violently, as if heralding the awakening of a slumbering giant. Flame Fist. Sun Yu launched himself forward, delivering a punch. The individual ensnared by Sun Yu's time halt found his movement slowed, and in a hurried attempt to defend himself, he countered. Boom! Their fists collided, and both were forced back a few steps. Sun Yu could already gauge the individual's combat power. It was indeed 1,000,000. It was you, the Infector. You truly are an indestructible cockroach. Through his sensory perception, Sun Yu recognized that this person was the very Infector who had previously ambushed them. After recovering from his grave injuries, Sun Yu's combat power had surged to 920,000, and with his deep-rooted foundation, he could now hold his own against the 1,000,000 in combat prowess before him. Seeing that Sun Yu could manage alone, Rude and the other Veblinians encircled Tarsal for protection, while Badak and his companions were eager to assist. However, it seemed the current battle did not necessitate their involvement. Before long, the mechanical statue was activated, accompanied by a tremendous mechanical roar. The eyes of the mechanical giant ignited with a golden glow, and as it shook, it plunged its sword deep into the ground, leaving only the hilt exposed. The moment the sword pierced the earth, the silver pyramid temple trembled, as if something had been activated. Moments later, the mechanical giant's voice resonated, announcing Heavenly Defense System initializing, Infector detected, eliminating. With that, it raised its wrist and withdrew the colossal sword from the ground. Rude exclaimed with excitement, Chief, it appears the artifact has been successfully activated. We are saved. The Heavenly Defense System was not only capable of dealing with infectors, but could also withstand Frisia's army, perhaps altering the fate of this planet. Tarsal turned to Sun Yu and urged, Mr. Sun Yu, please move aside to avoid any collateral damage. Understood, Sun Yu replied, gazing at the colossal mechanical warrior that bore a striking resemblance to a Gundam, although he could not discern its combat power. It was evidently an extraordinary entity. He leaped back 10 meters, and in mid-air, he swung the enormous sword down upon the Infector. The infector roared in pain, its body swelling in rage. Despite having exchanged hosts, it seemed its transformation ability remained intact. After assuming its new form, its strength had not diminished. It still stood 6 meters tall, covered in spines, with a combat power of 2.5 million. Roar! The 2.5 million struck the mechanical statue's sword with a force that shattered it, leaping high to claw at the statue's chest. Sun Yu gestured to Lana and the others. Look at that oversized insect trying to confront the statue head-on. It truly is courting disaster. No sooner had he spoken than the infector breached the mechanical statue's chest effortlessly. Lana shot Sun Yu a glare. Exasperated, you really have a knack for trouble. Sun Yu shrugged, forcing a smile. Is it my fault? Perhaps it's just how this statue is designed. Just like a Saiyan's, the more we get battered, the stronger we become. In quick succession, the infector dismantled the statue's arms and crushed its head. The once imposing mechanical warrior fell apart under the infector's assault as if it were mere paper. The atmosphere turned awkward, with Lana and her companions breaking into a cold sweat at the sight. Sun Yu slapped his forehead and shouted at the petrified Tarsal. Please tell me this isn't your ultimate trump card. It's utterly ineffectual. Tarsal mechanically turned his head to look at Sun Yu, his lips trembling as he managed to utter, long overdue for repairs, long overdue for repairs, long overdue for repairs, my foot. Just moments ago, Sun Yu had considered whether this mechanical statue could single-handedly take on Frisia. Now it appeared to be nothing more than a character destined for defeat. As he spoke, the infector slowly approached, having reduced the mechanical statue to ruins in less than a minute, emanating an aura of malice. Mr. Sun Yu, you must transform, Tarsal implored, his expression a mix of frustration and desperation. He was at a loss. For the foe possessed a combat power of 2.5 million, and aside from Sun Yu in his great ape form, none present could contend with it. Transform? Where am I supposed to do that in this pitch-black chamber? I can't even find a ray of sunlight to harness. Sun Yu grumbled, grinding his teeth in anger. He could utilize his Sharingan to extract solar energy, but that required sunlight. What a bunch of frustrating individuals. Sun Yu realized he had to rely on himself. Fine, let us charge in together. We'll attack head-on while the rest provide cover. Sun Yu's aura erupted once more, his shield activating as he charged toward the transformed infector. Bedak and the others were eager to join, despite the overwhelming disparity in combat power. Yet Scions thrived on the thrill of challenging stronger foes. Politely put, it was about reaching new heights. Bluntly stated, they simply relished courting danger. Thus, Sun Yu and Tarsal led the charge, drawing the infector's ire, while Bedak, Lana, and the others maneuvered to flank the infector for a surprise attack. Rude and the other Viblinians provided ranged support from afar, creating a scene reminiscent of a 15-member raid party from Team Dungeon. After all, the infector's stature rivaled that of any boss from World of Warcraft. Yet in the world of Dragon Ball, the disparity in combat power could seldom be compensated for by numbers. Both Bedak and Uncle Ollie sustained injuries. Though serious, they healed with a single sense of being. Roar! Sun Yu found himself cornered by the infector. In a moment of desperation, he grasped the colossal sword left behind by the mechanical statue, lifting the 8-meter blade to strike at the infector. Crack! The great sword shattered upon impact, yet a blue gem the size of an ostrich egg flew forth. Sun Yu activated his time halt, instinctively catching the gem as he shifted. As he made contact with the gem, a searing pain erupted in his eyes, a torrent of complex and chaotic information flooding his mind. His once handsome face became ablaze, his eyes appearing as if ignited by fire, red to the point of seeming to bleed. His pupils dilated incessantly, and black Magatama symbols emerged at the edges of his eyes, spinning in a perfect division with the previous 2 Magatama. The Sharingan's 3 Magatama awakened. The surroundings seemed to have come to a standstill, as Sun Yu felt the absence of air movement and heard no sounds. It was as if he were immersed in the vastness of the cosmos, existing alone since the dawn of time. Then came the birth and extinction of stars, and he suddenly felt as though he were witnessing scenes from both the past and the future, a blend of reality and illusion perpetually alternating. After what felt like an eternity, Sun Yu perceived a peculiar black. He concentrated his will and floated toward it. The dot gradually enlarged, revealing a colossal bronze door. Ancient and imposing, towering 1,000 feet high, with several figures standing before it. Sun Yu strained to discern the silhouettes, and one creature with a short, round head captured his attention. It was none other than the omnipotent deity. The All-King. Perhaps sensing Sun Yu's gaze, the All-King turned his head, fixing his eyes on Sun Yu with a gentle smile, and spoke in a voice as innocent as a child's. "Hey, Sun Yu, let's play together." Suddenly, Sun Yu's ethereal consciousness was overwhelmed by a terrifying aura, akin to plummeting into an unfathomably cold abyss. The heart-wrenching fear threatened to shatter his very being. No, this cannot be real. It is merely an illusion, Sun Yu shouted within, repeatedly assuring himself of the unreality of it all. Yet the presence of the All-King felt so tangible. "Sun Yu, get out of the way. Kyle, what are you dawdling for?" Familiar voices, tinged with urgency, echoed in his ears, gradually pulling his consciousness back to his physical form. He suddenly recalled that he was still engaged in a fierce battle. What? Sun Yu jolted awake, warily scanning his surroundings. He was still clutching the jade stone, the size of an ostrich egg, while the infected continued to advance from their previous position, one claw raised menacingly towards him. "Tisich, it seems that only a moment has passed since the earlier scenario." A faint smile crept across Sun Yu's lips as he sensed that this jade stone had awakened a latent power within him, unlocking the potential of his Sharingan. Intuitively, he understood that he had acquired a new skill. Sharingan Tsukuyami. In an instant, a bizarre aura emanated from Sun Yu, creating a 10-meter radius of influence around him. The infected, upon entering this realm, seemed to be drawn into an uncanny alternate space, where the sky was crimson and the air and earth stretched into an endless void of black. "Welcome to my domain." Sun Yu smiled at the infected, his grin more fearsome than that of a demon from the abyss. Tsukuyami was originally a skill of Itachi Uchiha from the Naruto universe. When activated, as long as eye contact was maintained, the target would be transported to an unknown alternate world in this realm. Every factor, including time, location, and geography, was under the control of the caster. In other words, here, Sun Yu is the sovereign. Unlike Itachi, Sun Yu could activate Tsukuyami with both of his eyes. Thus, he did not require direct eye contact. Any opponent entering the 10-meter vicinity would be ensnared, and as Sun Yu's powers grew, this range would likely expand in comparison to the Tsukuyami of the Naruto world. This ability was significantly more formidable. "Kid, no matter what tricks you play, you shall undoubtedly perish today," the infected sneered, lunging towards Sun Yu with its massive claws glinting ominously, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Its speed was astonishing, arriving before Sun Yu in the blink of an eye, its 3-meter wingspan poised to strike with an earth-shattering force. However, that thunderous claw swung through empty air, leaving the infected bewildered as it found itself back in its original position, with Sun Yu standing unfazed in front of it, as if nothing had transpired. "This is impossible. I clearly hit you." The infected stared incredulously at Sun Yu, attempting to glean a flaw from his expression. Sun Yu smiled silently. The infected, unwilling to accept this phenomenon, launched another assault, time and again, regardless of its efforts. Every time it was on the verge of making contact, it would find itself return to its starting point, as if everything had been a mere figment of imagination. The infected was on the verge of collapse, feeling a frustrating powerlessness despite its immense strength. "I can assure you, here I am a master." Sun Yu stepped forward, explaining, "I can control everything here, including time and space. Even the full moon above can be conjured at will. While we Saiyans transform under the full moon. As the master of this realm, I need not transform if I choose not to." Sun Yu paused, seemingly savoring the surrounding atmosphere, reflecting on his newfound abilities. His combat power had soared to 1,000,000. Under the light of the full moon, his strength had increased tenfold. Although this enhancement was illusory and unreal, he believed that without at least 10,000,000 in combat power, the infected could not hope to counter his super Tsukuyami. In the Naruto world, the principle dictated that Tsukuyami could not be broken. However, considering the differing laws of the Dragon Ball universe, if the disparity in power between the caster and the target was vast, no skill could be deemed unbreakable. Just like now, facing an opponent at 100% transformation, Frieza, with a combat power of 120 million, and no matter how extraordinary Tsukuyami was, it could not affect Frieza. Yet, as Sun Yu's strength grew, this ability could be considered invincible among peers, even allowing for challenges against stronger foes. Thus, he renamed Tsukuyami to Super Tsukuyami, originating from the Naruto universe, yet transcending it. He found himself increasingly enamored with his eyes. Sun Yu flashed a smile, beckoning, "Come, let's conclude this pointless farce. You are privileged to be the first to perish under my Super Tsukuyami," gently lifting his hand. A force that could alter the very fabric of reality swirled within it, and the infected attempted to flee, yet found itself immobilized in place, an oppressive aura locked onto the infected, and as Sun Yu's hand glowed with radiant light. The infected was struck by this brilliance, emitting a mournful cry before disintegrating into the remnants of dust floated away. Sun Yu slowly closed his eyes, then reopened them moments later, his gaze returning to its original obsidian hue. At that moment, Tarsal, Lana, and the others approached, having witnessed the previous spectacle. They saw the infected, who had been roaring and launching an attack just seconds prior, now frozen in a daze before Sun Yu raised his wrist, causing it to vanish into nothingness. "Kyle, did you just kill it?" Lana exclaimed, hopping in agitation. Sun Yu looked at everyone in confusion. "What else would I do? Keep it around for the holidays. Idiot, at least leave one alive for interrogation." Lana shot him a frustrated glare. Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly and waved at Tarsal. "Elder, do you recognize what this is? I sense a tremendous energy within." Tarsal, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward as Sun Yu gestured. "This is a gem embedded in a giant sword. Historical texts record it as the Eye of Ignaz, possessing boundless divine power, capable of serving as the core energy source to activate the temple." With that, he snatched the ostrich egg-sized jade from Sun Yu's hands and hurriedly strode toward a control console. Sun Yu quietly leaned closer to Bardock and the others, whispering, "You can sneak a touch of that thing later. See if it can awaken your potential MY combat power is now at 1 million. 1 million. They exclaimed in unison, staring at Sun Yu as if he were a monster. "Damn it, how did you leap so far ahead without a word? We need to step up our game." As they spoke, the pyramid temple resounded with booming noises. Curiously, Sun Yu and the others looked toward Tarsal, who explained, "We have successfully activated the defense system. The autonomous combat machines are now deployed. It is time to hunt down those infected outside. Let us go and join the fray." Sun Yu snapped his fingers enthusiastically, brimming with vigor. "Kyle, you need not join. Grant us a chance to showcase our skills." Lana draped her arm over Sun Yu's shoulder, her ample chest pressing against his back with a delightful springiness. Sun Yu silently reveled in the astonishing elasticity against his back, clearing his throat. "Ahem, do be cautious. Tarsal, please send some people to accompany them." Tarsal readily agreed. "Rude, allocate 300 autonomous combat machines to follow these esteemed individuals' orders." As it was Sun Yu who saved them, Tassurus' address to Sun Yu and his companions also transformed. He directly dispatched his closest subordinates to heed the commands of Bardock and Lana, a gesture born from his trust in Sun Yu. Lud offered a respectful bow to Tassur before leading the group downwards. Sun Yu, with a cheerful smile, turned to Tassur and inquired, "Chief, I have heard that your technology is quite advanced. Would it be possible for you to construct a gravity training chamber for me? Ideally, it should be approximately the size of this secret room. The specifications for a gravity training chamber are bound by strict proportional dimensions. As the room size increases, so too does the amplification of gravity, consequently intensifying the structural stress on the building materials. This has been a challenge that has plagued Dr. Beerus in his research on gravity training chambers that exceed current thresholds on Earth. Sun Yu now had to contemplate the training needs of the Saiyans docked in orbit around the Veblen planet. It was clearly impractical to provide each individual with a personal gravity training chamber. Therefore, Sun Yu considered the establishment of a large-scale gravity training chamber, where they could train collectively, subsequently identifying those with exceptional adaptability and assigning them their own training chambers. This approach would not only conserve resources to the utmost, but also effectively stimulate their fighting spirit. After pondering Sun Yu's request for a moment, Tassur replied with careful consideration, "This poses no significant issue. I estimate that a few hours will suffice to simulate the structural parameters before we can commence construction. We have previously built such facilities for cultivating high-gravity flora, so it can be constructed in just a few hours. Sun Yu's eyes sparkle with excitement. This technologically advanced species was indeed remarkable. Could you also create a few pieces of ultra-heavy armor for me? I mean the kind that is worn on the wrist for protection, but is exceptionally weighty, ideally with a gravitational force of 150 times the cosmic standard. That a gravitational force of 150 times the standard would equate to approximately 200 times that of Earth's gravity. Even with a combat power of 1 million, Sun Yu could not dismiss such weight. The previous ultra-heavy armor's weight had become negligible in his eyes, prompting him to seek a more formidable alternative. We possess a type of flexible armor that can reduce gravity by diminishing spatial gravitational effects. Perhaps we could apply this technology to directly enhance gravity. That, if you desire, we can tailor a set specifically for you. Tasser suggested, absolutely. It is imperative that each of my crew members receives a set. After all, we are the Cosmic City Management, and we cannot fall behind in our equipment. Sun Yu declared joyfully, with the equipment issue resolved. The training concerns of his Saiyan comrades would also be addressed, leaving only their talents and efforts to determine their progress. Tasur, however, was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing Sun Yu's words. Mr. Sun Yu, this technology is not yet at the stage of mass production. Due to the absence of some core materials, we can currently produce only one piece. Once we acquire these special materials, we may realize small-scale production. All right. Sun Yu waved his hand, dismissively. One piece will suffice for now. I'll wear it and experiment with it. Shortly thereafter, Tasser escorted Sun Yu to the equipment testing facility, where the staff designed an ideal combat suit for him. It had to be lightweight and comfortable while also reducing impact force for protective purposes. Furthermore, it boasted remarkable elasticity, ensuring that it would not tear when Sun Yu underwent his Grade A transformation, thus avoiding any embarrassing situations. The most extraordinary aspect was that Veblen had a type of biological metal that, once molded, could absorb microparticles from the air to self-repair damaged sections. Truly astonishing. So, the metal you wear is also this biological metal? Sun Yu expressed his astonishment. Indeed, merging with this metal can extend our lifespan, Tasser lamented. Later, through their conversation, Sun Yu learned that as long as the damaged celestial locks from the infected individuals were repaired, Tasser could utilize spatial technology to conceal the coordinates of Veblen planet. Interstellar navigation coordinates are determined based on special radar scans of the planets within that star region. Once the planet's coordinates were hidden, it would vanish from the star maps. Although he did not endorse the plan of hiding, they could only take one step at a time. Sun Yu chose not to dwell on it. At that moment, he was eager to see his specially crafted combat suit and immerse himself in another round of training. That Veblen's production capabilities were incredibly robust, and by the following day, Sun Yu received his custom combat suit. The design mirrored their battle armor, but fit him even more snugly and comfortably. Upon receiving it, Sun Yu eagerly donned the combat suit and began to examine the gravity controller embedded within. Adjusting the settings to 200 times Earth's gravity, he was immediately overwhelmed by the sensation of being crushed beneath an immense weight. The effect was truly remarkable, akin to being inside a gravity training chamber. It was in essence a mobile gravity training chamber. In the ensuing days, Sun Yu remained within the temple, diligently training. Uncle Ali visited him once, seeking Senza beans, and Sun Yu distributed 10 beans to each of them. During this time, he noticed that Uncle Ali's combat power had surged from 100,000 to 200,000. It was evident that life and death battles were the quickest path to power enhancement, and he began to anticipate the current strength of Bardock and Lana. The ultra-large gravity training chamber that Sun Yu had requested from Tasser was also completed. After 2 days of experimental testing, the results were exceptionally promising. In accordance with Sun Yu's specifications, the chamber was divided into 5 zones, each one increasing the gravity by an additional 20 times compared to the previous zone. By successfully navigating all zones, participants could be selected for superior individual gravity training chambers. To facilitate this, Sun Yu specifically summoned the members from the exploratory strategic void ship still docked in Veblen's orbit. However, unbeknownst to Sun Yu, chaos reigned aboard the void ship at that moment, just the day before. The ship's captain had received a military dispatch, a communication from the strongest team within Frisia's army, the Jinyu Force. Frisia's forces had ascertained that Sun Yu's ship had been stationed near Veblen for several days without launching an attack. Coincidentally, the Jinyu Force had just completed a mission in a neighboring star region, and Frisia had ordered them to investigate the situation. Indeed, the current predicament was that the infamous Jinyu Force, known throughout the universe for their flamboyant antics, was en route to Veblen. This sent the entire crew of the Void ship into a frenzy. The Jinyu Force was a rare breed of formidable warriors, at least in their own estimation. They believed that no one, apart from Frisia, could surpass their strength, an absolute certainty in their minds. Most aboard the Void ship were unaware of the true nature of the Jinyu Force. They had merely received a military dispatch instructing them to disarm within 3 days and prepare to welcome the Jinyu Force. Failure to comply would result in their immediate annihilation. Following the issuance of this order, the crew was in a state of panic. That moment, a communication request from Veblen Planet came through, and without hesitation, the captain accepted the call. Sun Yu's visage appeared on the holographic screen in the captain's chamber. "Hello, Captain. Anthill, you're here too. Why does everyone look so glum?" Sun Yu inquired, observing the somber expressions of those in the captain's chamber. Anthill managed a faint smile as she asked Sun Yu, "Let's set aside our troubles for now. Kale, how are things progressing on Veblen? Are Lana and Ollie doing well?" Sun Yu chuckled, a hint of playful sarcasm in his tone. "Oh, they are quite well. We have successfully forged an alliance with the inhabitants of Veblen, who even assisted me in constructing an enormous training chamber. You are welcome to join us. Bring all the Saiyans along." Upon hearing that her husband and daughter were safe, a wave of relief washed over Hill's face. "That's wonderful. However, Kale, there is something I must inform you. Frisia has dispatched an advance team here, known as the Jinyu Force. They may engage us in direct conflict." The mere mention of the Jinyu Force elicited a chuckle from Sun Yu. "Oh, is that so? Let them come. I reckon even Arinx could handle them single-handedly." "And Hill, you need not worry. Even Arinx could handle them single-handedly." Hill thought she must be hearing things. However, upon witnessing Sun Yu's resolute expression, she felt a sense of reassurance. "All right, let us prepare for landing immediately." "Our Kale has grown up." Sun Yu's face flushed with embarrassment at Aunt Hill's words, and he turned to the busy Tassur beside him. "Is my ship ready to land? Quickly arrange accommodations and training areas for my crew." Tassur, visibly irritated, muttered, "I'm already overwhelmed with work, and now you want to create more chaos. How can this be considered chaos? My crew is a fresh force. They'll be the backbone of our alliance in the future. Let me tell you, we Saiyans." "Hey, Tassa, don't run away. Come back." Oftentimes, Sun Yu is solely responsible for overarching decisions, while the minutiae are handled by his subordinates. The consequence is that while his subordinates are left frazzled and overwhelmed, Sun Yu leisurely wanders about. Once the landing request for the exploratory void ship was granted, Sun Yu personally piloted a self-disciplined war machine with elder-level permissions, leading over 50 ordinary-grade armed mechas to greet the arrival. The grand welcoming procession soared through the skies with great majesty, gazing at a small black, descending slowly from the heavens, which gradually grew larger. The void ship, over 800 meters in length, landed upon the earth like a spear thrust into the ground. The landing site was not far from the Silver Pyramid Temple, and as Sun Yu ascended to a high altitude to survey the scene, the once massive void ship appeared diminutive in comparison to the Silver Pyramid. However, considering the technological prowess of the Vaburan people, particularly their exceptional skills in spatial technology, this was hardly surprising. As the bay doors on either side of the void ship slowly opened, a disciplined line of Saiyans emerged. Judging by their auras, these individuals had grown significantly stronger since boarding the warship. The moment Ant Hill stepped out, she spotted the neatly arranged squadron of battle mechas in the sky and cautiously approached the leading mecha. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Sun Yu inside, and she smiled, asking Kyle, "What is this? Why are you alone?" Sun Yu opened the cockpit of the self-disciplined war machine and poked his head out to explain. "Ant Hill, this is a self-disciplined war machine, capable of transformation, belonging to the combat-type armed mechas that I'm just having some fun with it. For now, let us head over. I'll take you to the temple." Tasa had constructed a 400-meter-tall pyramid structure near the temple for Sun Yu, intended to accommodate all the Saiyans. Sun Yu grandly named this edifice the Khufu Pyramid. Thus, he led a 1,000-strong team toward the Khufu Pyramid, which was divided into 60 levels, with each 5 levels featuring a gravity training room the size of 4 or 5 football fields. This structure was anticipated to house 20,000 residents, its interior exuding a futuristic sci-fi ambience, complete with artificial lighting and comprehensive facilities. The only thing lacking was vegetation, as flora had long been extinct on Viburan 3 centuries prior, after settling all the Saiyans. Sun Yu took special care of Bardak's wife, Jine, and their eldest son, Raditz, arranging for them to reside on the topmost level, conveniently close to his own quarters, ensuring Bardak could easily visit his wife and child in the future. Commander, we have detected 5 unapproved spacecraft. Should we initiate a destructive strike using the Zenith Defense System? Inquired the mechanical voice of Sun Yu's elder-level self-disciplined War Machine .5. Could it be the Jinyu force has arrived? Sun Yu's eyes brightened with delight as he replied, "No need for a strike. Let them come." Within the atmosphere of Viburan, 5 single-capsule spacecraft were decelerating for landing, 5 crimson streaks slicing through the sky, causing the ground to tremble in a series of quakes, leaving 5 large craters in a desolate field. The spacecraft doors gradually opened, and 5 figures began to rise from the craters in the ground, the air seemingly filled with an unknown melody. Zili Kumu, a burly man with orange hair, landed, assuming a martial arts stance, his left arm crossed over his chest, while his right hand pointed skyward. Immediately following him, a blue figure leaped out, cackling mischievously, completely contrasting the previous man's demeanor. Bart, a man with white hair, swept back in the wind, looking as if he were in a shampoo commercial. Half squatted with both hands raised to the sky, shouting GIs. Then came the small green creature, Guldo, and finally, Captain Jinyu, who stood with his back arched in a peculiar stance. Another group of men who seemed to have their own background music. As a chilling wind swept through, they struck a few poses for themselves, but with no one in sight for miles, they quickly grew bored and gathered around Jinyu. Let me see where those Saiyan monkeys have scampered off to. If you ask me, Lord Frisia could simply order the extermination of all those Saiyans. It's such a hassle. Jinyu pointed a finger at his combat power scouter, and upon seeing a series of numbers, he was momentarily taken aback. The other team members, noticing Jinyu's dazed expression, teased, "What's wrong, Captain? Did you see a combat power that frightened you?" "Tisich, my scouter must be malfunctioning. There are several individuals ahead with combat powers of 4 to 500,000. It seems they are engaged in battle." Jinyu yanked off his scouter and crushed it. Turning to the others, "Bart, check what the highest combat power on this planet is." Bart scoffed, "Humph, Captain, don't be ridiculous. How could there be anyone with combat power of 4 to 500,000? Besides Lord Frisia, there is no one stronger than us in this universe." Saying this, he activated his scouter, and a series of numbers appeared on his lens. "Haha, you were right. There are indeed a few individuals in that direction. However, their highest power is only 50,000. While that counts as strong, it's still quite pathetic in our eyes. There are many others with combat powers nearing 10,000 in that direction. Perhaps around 2,000. They could very well be those Saiyans." Bart pointed toward the Silver Pyramid Temple. It's worth noting that Bardock now possesses a combat power of 500,000. But he deliberately suppresses his aura, which only displays a power level of 50,000. The burly Licuum patted Bart on the shoulder, saying, "Let us hurry up and have some fun. I can't wait any longer." Guldo also appeared eager, stating, "Exactly, let us go. We've been cooped up in the ship for so long, we're practically growing mold." As they spoke, Guldo suddenly noticed several figures lurking nearby. "Who is sneaking around over there? Come out and face your doom." Bart too noticed the towering black figures that had appeared around them. Instinctively, he pressed the scouter, and a number barely reaching 200 flashed on his lens. "Haha, these must be the natives of this planet. Their combat power is so low. I truly don't understand why Lord Frisia wants to destroy this worthless planet. Guldo, you can handle these trash." Guldo, singled out by Bart, leaped up in protest. "Why should I be the one to clean up this garbage? Aren't you the self-proclaimed fastest in the universe? You could easily take care of them." Unfazed by Guldo's protests, Bart casually patted him on the shoulder. If I say you go to D. You dare to object? You don't want to hang with us anymore, do you? Huh. Jinyu and the others erupted in laughter at Bart's words. TCH, fine, I'll go. Guldo begrudgingly stepped forward, glaring at the encircling black figures. How dare you underestimate me? Guldo, prepare to die. With a furious shout, Guldo leapt into action, swinging his small fist at the black figure. Although Guldo possessed the superpower of time-stopping, he felt it unnecessary to use it against an opponent with a combat power of less than 200. Hence, he opted for a direct assault. However, before his fist could connect, the black creature merely raised a hand, as if swatting away an annoying fly, and grasped Guldo firmly. Let go of me. Guldo struggled desperately, but the creature towered at 2 meters tall with a muscular build. If Sun were present, he would instantly recognize these black beings as the infected. Realizing he might have bitten off more than he could chew, Guldo held his breath and activated his time-stopping ability. In an instant, the world fell into a momentary stillness. The wind ceased, the clouds halted, and all things seemed to slumber. Ha! Guldo gazed at the frozen time around him, chuckling with pride, though he nearly choked on his own breath and quickly covered his mouth. His self-satisfaction turned to shock as he noticed the supposedly frozen infected whose eyes darted about within their sockets. Guldo's heart sank as he realized the grave predicament he was in and desperately sought to escape. However, a massive hand suddenly emerged, seizing the diminutive form of Guldo, causing him to gasp in desperation. Guldo turned toward Jinyu, crying out loudly, "Captain, save me!" As the infected individual exerted its dark power, Guldo was crushed in an instant, a deep, cold chuckle escaping the creature's lips. What a feeble insect! The Jinyu Force members observed the unfolding scene with growing alarm. It wasn't that they cared for Guldo's fate. Rather, they were concerned that his absence would mar their team's aesthetic. Never mind the team formation for now. Let us first deal with these nuisances. Raikum, guys, you two take the lead, Jinyu declared, crossing his arms defiantly, disregarding the 5 infected creatures encircling them. Raikum, hands on his hips, erupted into laughter before striking a ridiculous pose. Leave it to me. Watch as I dispatch them with a single kick. Yet before Raikum could finish his boast, 2 shadowy figures darted past, and a sharp light flashed, leaving 3 gashes across Raikum's chest. Damn it! Raikum gasped, clutching his wound as he fell to his knees, exposing his pale backside. Raikum! The others recoiled in shock, unable to fathom that these seemingly insignificant beings could obliterate Raikum with such ease. Guys frantically activated his power-level scouter. Upon assessing the infected once more, he was struck with terror. The power levels of those 5 dark figures had surged to between 2 and 300,000. Guys was truly frightened. He turned to flee, but was intercepted by the nearest infected, which leapt and ensnared him, raking its claws across his body to Guy's pupils dilated, his eyes glazing over as he collapsed. Lifeless onto the ground in but a few breaths, the Jinyu Force had lost 3 members. Witnessing this, the so-called fastest member, the Blue Hurricane, Butter, was paralyzed with fear. He took a few steps back before abruptly turning, his blue figure vanishing like a flash of lightning. That I'm not sticking around for this. What a stroke of bad luck. How can such terrifying creatures exist in the universe? As Butter sped through the air, the scenery blurred past him. He despised cowards. Yet when faced with overwhelming foes, nothing was more important than his own life. Suddenly, he felt a rush of wind beside him, and a colossal shadow loomed before him, none other than the largest of the infected. The creature struck with lightning speed, grasping Butter by the throat and leaving 3 bloody gashes with its elongated claws. Jinyu, standing still, surveyed the fallen bodies around him. After a brief moment of shock, he erupted in maniacal laughter. I never imagined such a formidable creature could exist in the universe. Truly a blessing from the Creator. How foolish I was to think I was the strongest. Second only to Frisia. Jinyu's gaze fixated on the enormous infected creature in the sky, a cold smile creeping across his face. Praise the divine for leading me to such a powerful being. Soon you shall become me. With that, Jinyu placed his hands before him and shouted at the airborne infected. Change. This was Jinyu's secret technique, allowing him to exchange bodies with another, gaining their formidable powers. In the original Dragon Ball series, Jinyu had previously swapped bodies with Goku, that the silvery light shot from Jinyu, striking the back of the airborne infected with incredible speed. Inside that soulless husk, Jinyu detected a faint trace of life in the brain. The familiar dizzying sensation washed over him as he slowly opened his eyes, testing his new form, the sound of cracking bones echoing around him. This was true power. Jinyu spread his arms wide, relishing the gentle breeze at high altitude, a newfound sense of strength enveloping him. If someone were to use a power level scouter, they would find Jinyu's power level now at 500,000. Alarmingly close to Frisia's normal state. I was so naive before. Jinyu sneered at the body he had just exchanged, a form he had once seized through his technique. Yet he sensed something calling to him. Jinyu's gaze shifted toward a high tower in the north. In truth, Jinyu's current form was but a soulless shell. His essence had exchanged places with the infection within the infected creature. All the infected were under the command of the mother insect. While Jinyu had become the only one with independent consciousness, that I feel something calling me from that direction, that if I consume whatever it is, I might grow even stronger, perhaps even surpass Frisia. Haha, I shall usurp him and become the emperor of the universe. Jinyu cackled maniacally, gesturing toward the corpses of his former teammates. The once dead Butter, Raikum, and Guys began to rise, joined by the other infected creatures gathering around Jinyu. Casting a glance at his previous body, Jinyu unleashed a wave of energy, incinerating it. Pitiful insects witnessed the birth of the new emperor of the universe. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and took flight. Days later, having just finished training, Sun Yu suddenly recalled the Jinyu force. Those guys have been on Vibran for several days now. I wonder if they're still alive. They should be able to survive no longer than 2 chapters on this planet. With a stretch, Sun Yu casually exited the gravity training room, shedding his sweat-drenched training uniform before striding toward the luxurious bath on the same floor. As he approached the bath, he heard the sound of running water. This was the apex of the Great Pyramid, inhabited only by Sun Yu and Bardock's family. Since Bardock and the others had gone out to eliminate the infected, the only one likely bathing there was Bardock's wife. Chia, Sun Yu surmised, his mind drifting to Chia's petite figure. Setting aside her Saiyan heritage, Chia was undeniably a rare beauty. Now, bathing just a wall away, how could this not fill Sun Yu's thoughts with fantasies? However, Sun Yu was a man of integrity. Though Bardock was officially his subordinate, Sun Yu had always regarded him as an older brother, making Chia his sister-in-law. There's an old saying in China, no meal is better than dumplings. No fun is better than sister-in-law. No, that's not it. It's something about friends and their wives. Sun Yu recalled, one must not betray a friend's wife. I cannot let Bardock down. I am a man of integrity. A man of integrity. Sun Yu repeated this mantra in his mind, his form flickering into silence as he arrived at the bath's entrance, his right hand unconsciously pressing against the door. Damn it. I am being controlled. My hand obey me. Sun Yu grasped his right hand with his left, attempting to stop it from pushing the door open, but it was too late. The door opened slightly, revealing a spacious bath area with a large swimming pool at its center, flanked by single stalls separated by opaque glass. Within one of these stalls stood a curvaceous figure showering. For most, one would need to draw closer to appreciate the beauty within the stall. However, with the Sharingan's enhanced perception, Sun Yu could easily see through the glass. A crimson hue flickered in his eyes as the Sharingan evolved to 3 Tomo, granting him insight beyond compare. The figure within the stall gradually came into focus, and Sun Yu's gaze narrowed, feeling a rush of warmth in his lower abdomen. It was not Chia, but rather the sound of water splashed in Sun Yu's ears, accompanied by the sweet scent of a young girl wafting through the glass barrier, reaching his nostrils. Sun Yu could hardly believe that the one bathing was not Bardock's wife, but rather Lana, who had snuck back from the battlefield. As a young woman, Lana had been covered in blood from the prolonged battle, and to prevent the invasion of infection, she had to slather herself in a pungent ointment, making her quite uncomfortable. With the final offensive against the last occupied Tinsawa approaching, the entire team had a day to recuperate, during which Lana had stealthily returned to the temple, eager to wash away the grime in the luxurious bath atop the Great Pyramid. And thus, Sun Yu had stumbled upon this splendid scene. Point one could not deny that among all the female Saiyan Sun Yu had encountered, Lana possessed the most alluring figure. Her physique was not as robust as that of other combat-oriented women. Instead, she bore a hint of baby fat, her form elegantly sculpted into perfect curves, with a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. Suddenly, a stream of blood erupted from Sun Yu's nose. After all, he was merely an adolescent in the throes of development, unable to contain himself upon witnessing such a tantalizing scene. Young Sun Yu, brimming with bravado, lifted his head defiantly, as if urging Sun Yu to indulge in some pleasurable pursuits. Otherwise, he would truly squander this enchanting moment. A beautiful night graced by the moon and flowers. In that instant, a battle raged within Sun Yu's heart. Given his current strength, overpowering Lana would pose no challenge. Yet, he felt a lingering sense of unease. Shakespeare once mused, to push or not to push? That is the question, just as Sun Yu felt the primal force within him nearing uncontrollable levels. A tender voice called from behind, "Lord Kyle, what are you doing here?" The uppermost level of the Great Pyramid of Khufu was quite spacious, and thus, the voice echoed throughout the area. Lana was relishing a rare moment of comfortable bathing when she suddenly heard a child's voice calling Sun Yu's name from outside the door. Startled, she peered out, and indeed, there crouched a figure, instantly gritting her teeth in fury as a formidable aura erupted from her. "Damn brat." Sun Yu retaliated with a flurry of blows directed at the child behind him, who was none other than Bardock's eldest son, Raditz. Sun Yu had initially held a fondness for the boy, but who could have anticipated that he would betray him at such a crucial moment? What infuriated Sun Yu the most was the barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of Raditz's lips. He was clearly doing this on purpose. "Raditz, I'll make sure you regret this." Sun Yu seized Raditz, who was attempting to flee, lifting him effortlessly. Raditz immediately began to wail. "Help! Lord Kyle is out to silence me. He saw Sister Lana bathing. Help!" Sun Yu hastily covered the brat's mouth as a chilling aura of terror surged from the bathroom. Causing Sun Yu's heart to leap, he mechanically turned to see Lana emerging from the bathroom, donning a shirt. Her hair was still damp, a droplet of crystalline water clinging to her collarbone, the loose shirt clinging to her form, revealing her long legs. The moment she appeared, a subtle yet intoxicating fragrance enveloped Sun Yu, nearly causing his youthful ardor to stir once more. PFF, blood gushed from Sun Yu's nose once more, while Raditz, still in his grasp, gazed at Lana with unabashed fascination, hardly daring to blink. "What are you staring at, you little rascal?" Sun Yu smacked Raditz on the head. "Is my woman something you gawk at?" In that moment, Sun Yu's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, oblivious to the words escaping his lips. Raditz, upon receiving the reprimand, burst into tears. "Wah! Lord Kyle is terrifying. Daddy, come save me." The phrase "my woman" sent a rush of crimson to Lana's cheeks, and the anger simmering within her dissipated significantly. She gazed at Sun Yu. Her eyes flickered uncertainly. "Kyle, you lecherous rogue." With that, she shot him a reproachful look, stamped her foot, and turned back to the bathroom, a faint smile playing on her lips. Sun Yu exhaled deeply, rubbing his nose, reflecting on his ill-fated decision to allow Jine to stay here with Raditz. He turned to the squirming boy, a mischievous grin gracing his face. "Little one, you possess extraordinary potential. Let us train. Come along. I want to go." Raditz protested vehemently, fully aware of Sun Yu's intentions. Training merely meant enduring a beating, and having just thwarted Sun Yu's moment of pleasure, he feared the repercussions would be even more severe. "You have no choice. Don't worry. I'll leave you enough breath to enjoy some senzu beans," Sun Yu declared, dragging Raditz toward the training room. Just then, an unusual surge of battle energy erupted in the air. "Who is it?" Sun Yu turned sharply in the direction of a malevolent power emanating from the northern reaches of planet Veblen, registering an astonishing 3 million. Impossible! How could such a formidable power exist on this planet? Sun Yu no longer cared to chastise Raditz. If his senses were accurate, Bardock and the members of the city guard were also in that direction. At that moment, Lana emerged, clad in her battle attire, rushing towards him. "Kyle, what just happened?" A sinister and powerful energy, This is beyond what Bardock and Uncle Ollie can handle. We must hurry and investigate. Sun Yu's usual nonchalance vanished, and the seriousness of his demeanor sent a shiver down Lana's spine. Right. Lana trailed closely behind Sun Yu as they soared through the air. Concealed by the misty atmosphere, she swiftly grasped Sun Yu's arm, pulling him close, suddenly feeling an electrifying sensation from her touch. Sun Yu turned, intrigued, to see Lana blushing and on the verge of speech. "Sister Lana, are you feeling unwell?" he inquired. "What is this? Why does she seem like a lovesick maiden?" "My sister Lana is not like this. It must be a fade. Go away," Lana exclaimed, flustered, her teeth clenching in frustration. Boom! A brilliant flash erupted ahead, causing Sun Yu and Lana to steel themselves at the energy of Uncle Ollie and Bardock. They're engaged in battle. I must accelerate. Far in the northern galaxy, the elegant Sabo approached Frisia's command chamber. Frisia lounged languidly in a massive floating chair when Sabo stepped forward to pay his respects. "Lord Frisia, according to reports, the Jinyu force may be encountering some difficulties." Frisia furrowed his brow, lazily inquiring, "Oh, Sabo, what sort of trouble could the Jinyu force be in? I hope you're not suggesting they cannot handle those Saiyans." "This is not due to the Saiyans," Sabo replied, producing a scouter. "This was submitted by the one responsible for monitoring the Jinyu force. Lord Frisia, please listen to this recording. As is well known, scouters also possess communication functions, allowing team members to connect with one another while also enabling Frisia to surveil their every move." Sabo pressed a few buttons on the scouter, switching to audio output mode. Soon, a series of indistinct noises filled the air, which quickly transformed into fragmented voices, most of which could be summarized as, "How dare you underestimate me? Lord Guldo, how could such a terrifying existence emerge in the universe? You will soon become me." Suddenly, after a brief silence, a familiar, raspy voice declared, "I can become even stronger. Perhaps I could even surpass Frisia." The recording reverted to meaningless static, creating a chilling atmosphere in the command chamber. "Lord Frisia," Sabo cautiously observed Frisia's darkening expression. Slowly, Frisia rose from his chair, suddenly bursting into laughter as if he had heard the most amusing joke. After a prolonged fit of laughter, he coldly regarded Sabo. "Sabo, if the Jinyu has attained the power to surpass me, then let us witness this for ourselves, that I hope I'm not left disappointed. Lord Frisia." Sabo felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Frisia's expression darkened as he stood at the command console. The room enveloped in silence, all eyes fixed on him, the air thick with tension. Just when King Vegeta had become more compliant, it seemed the Jinyu force harbored similar ambitions. Frisia slammed his palm onto the control panel, shattering it into pieces. "Prepare to depart for planet Veblen. As you command." On the planet Veblen, dozens of Veblen warriors, led by Bardock and others, were poised to cleanse the last stronghold occupied by the infected. Unexpectedly, an adversary of terrifying prowess emerged from the shadows. Standing at a towering height of 3 meters, this entity was unlike the ordinary infected. His eyes lacked the vacant stare and predatory desire characteristic of the afflicted. This being possessed not only remarkable intelligence, but also an unfathomable combat strength. The initial assault was spearheaded by Bardock, who, thanks to the healing properties of the magical beans, had driven himself to the brink of exhaustion, fervently tapping into every ounce of his potential. His combat power had stabilized at around 690,000, merely a step away from the coveted 700,000 mark. Such a level of strength is indeed rare on the current Veblen planet. However, despite Bardock's formidable might, the opponent dispatched him effortlessly with a single dismissive strike, sending him hurtling several meters away, nearly shattering every bone in his body. Fortunately, Uncle Ollie had a few magical beans left, and as he fed one to Bardock, Sun Yu and Lana arrived just in time. "Uncle Ollie, Bardock, are you all right?" Sun Yu inquired, concern etched across his features as he surveyed the group. TCH Bardock, still reeling from his recent defeat, was visibly irked. He pushed away Uncle Ollie, intent on challenging the infected leader once more. Sun Yu stepped in front of him. "Stand down, Bardock, remain calm. You must recognize the combat power of that infected foe. He is beyond your capabilities. Allow me to handle this. Damn it, Bedak's fingers whitened from clenching tightly. His teeth gritted as he declared, "I refuse to accept this. Why should I rely on you to defeat a stronger opponent? If survival means cowering behind you, I would rather die in battle." Before he could finish his sentence, Bedak stepped toward the infected entity. Sun Yu attempted to interject once more, but was silenced by a glance from Uncle Ali. The pride of the Saiyans. Sun Yu sighed inwardly, recognizing the similarities between Bedak and Vegeta. Their pride and indomitable spirit were precisely what empowered them to become immensely strong. Atop the tower, the 3-meter-tall infected being stood with arms crossed, coldly observing the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing Bedak approach him unscathed, he sneered, "Foolish Saiyan monkey, I have consumed the mother worm and obtained the greatest power in the universe. You insignificant ants truly know not the meaning of death." "Like 'em, Bart, J.I.S. You three entertain them." Sun Yu's eyes widened slightly upon hearing those names, but he quickly realized that the infected being was none other than Jinyu, the leader of the Jinyu force, renowned for his body-swapping abilities. "You are Jinyu!" Sun Yu exclaimed, astonished as he fixed his gaze on the airborne foe. "Oh, you have heard of my illustrious name." Jinyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Sun Yu. "Let me assess your combat power." A mere 10,000? Little brat, you should return to your mother's milk. This place is no fit for you, haha. Meanwhile, Bart, and Jis had already descended to the ground. Sun Yu noted that they had not assumed the Jinyu force's peculiar poses, a detail that sparked suspicion in his mind. However, upon observing their vacant expressions, he understood. "Hey, Jinyu, are these three infected?" Although Lycum and his companions were suppressing their energies effectively, Sun Yu could still sense the surge in their power resulting from the infection. In the original narrative, aside from Jinyu, the other members of the Jinyu force had combat powers of around 60,000, yet the trio before him now boasted combat strengths soaring to 200,000 to 300,000. A most unexpected turn of events. "Enough chatter. You call yourself Jinyu? Come and fight," Bedak bellowed, launching himself skyward towards Jinyu. Sun Yu's expression tightened. He sensed something peculiar about Bedak's aura. Jinyu stood calmly in the void, coldly observing the approaching Bedak. With a casual flick of his wrist, he commanded, "Let your blood bear witness to my ascendance. Attack, tear them apart." At Jinyu's command, hordes of infected surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing towards Sun Yu and his companions. "What on earth? How does he command so many infected?" Uncle Ali exclaimed, taken aback by the sheer number of foes. Although their overall strength was slightly inferior to his own, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant threat. "Rudd, quickly notify Tarsal. We must summon the main forces for reinforcements. We have underestimated the infected strength," Lana ordered sternly, exuding an air of a battlefield Valkyrie. Rudd quickly bowed his head in contemplation, seemingly using their artificial human communication network, which was far superior to mental dialogue as tensions mounted on both sides, as if poised for an epic clash of unparalleled magnitude. Sun Yu sighed, silently adopting a stance, his aura erupting with intensity. "What?" Jinyu finally took notice of Sun Yu, the seemingly youthful figure before him, radiating an unfathomable power. He glanced at Sun Yu's combat power reading, which displayed over 100,000 and was rapidly climbing. "Impossible! This brat possesses over 100,000 combat power. What manner of monster is he?" Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet moments later, he grinned. "What of over 100,000? I currently wield 300,000. Even Frisia would struggle against me. What can a mere Saiyan do? Go crush these ants. Come eat." Hey. Sun Yu's formidable energy coalesced into a swirling cyclone, displacing dust and debris within a radius of dozens of meters. The Kamehameha wave in his hands emitted a brilliant blue light, capturing the attention of all present. "Ha!" With a powerful shout, Sun Yu thrust his hands forward, unleashing a cerulean energy wave towards the airborne horde of infected. "Run!" Despite the infected being hollow shells, the parasites within them possessed an instinct for survival. As they witnessed their comrades being obliterated by the energy wave, they scattered in terror. But would fleeing suffice? Sun Yu smirked as he observed the panicked infected attempting to escape. "Can you really escape? Take this!" With a flick of his wrist, the Kamehameha wave surged horizontally through the crowd, eliciting shrieks from the airborne foes. Utilizing the Kamehameha, Sun Yu could compress his combat power to a staggering 200,000 in a single strike. Few could withstand its full force in an instant. A significant portion of the infected army was annihilated, leaving Uncle Ali, Rudd, and the others in a state of bewilderment. Many had braced themselves for a desperate battle, yet they never anticipated that Sun Yu's intervention would resolve the immediate crisis with such ease. With the onslaught of infected foes diminished, Badak soared toward Jinyu, undeterred by the vast disparity in strength. Eager for a duel, one might deride him as foolish or reckless. Yet, if those who discerned the gap in their abilities and chose to avoid confrontation were deemed wise, then Badak, along with Sun Wukong and Sun Yu, would gladly embrace the role of a fool, driven to challenge opponents far beyond their capacity. Even at the risk of shattering themselves, they sought to break through and transcend their limits. This is the essence of the Saiyans, knowing the odds are against them, yet forging ahead regardless. Ha! Boom! Badak closed the distance to Jinyu in an instant, delivering a thunderous punch. Jinyu countered with a claw, the collision creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. He blocked it. Just as everyone feared for Badak's safety, he astonishingly managed to withstand Jinyu's strike, a being whose combat power had erupted to 300,000 after consuming the mother worm. In the blink of an eye, Badak and Jinyu exchanged blows in a fierce contest, each strike resonating with raw power, igniting the spirits of those watching below. Go Badak. Impressive, Badak. Take him down. What is often seen as mere spectacle by outsiders reveals deeper nuances to the knowledgeable. Sun Yu focused intently on Badak's eyes, noting that at this moment, they seemed devoid of any emotional expression, resembling a marionette yet retaining a semblance of vitality. Perhaps, in that fleeting moment, Badak had transcended the understanding of strength disparity, the boundaries of life and death dissolving into nothingness, leaving only the will to fight. Now, I comprehend. I finally understand why Badak's aura felt peculiar earlier. It was because he had entered a state of profound enlightenment. During this period, one constantly traverses the delicate boundary between life and death, relentlessly squeezing the potential within oneself, ultimately embracing a resolute determination to transcend one's own limitations. Sun Yu suddenly recalled the scene from the Dragon Ball anime, Gods and God, where Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God and engaged in battle with the god of destruction, Beerus. Although Goku eventually reverted to his normal state, one would logically assume that, regardless of his strength, he could not withstand a single blow from Beerus. Yet, astonishingly, he managed to stand toe-to-toe with him. The official explanation is that Goku had absorbed the essence of the Super Saiyan God transformation, entering a state of transcendental clarity. Indeed, once one enters such a state of enlightenment, they perceive the universe as an expanse of nothingness, with only the heart's desire guiding them. Goku's sole focus was to defeat Beerus, while Bardock was fixated on surpassing the possessed Jinyu. Both erupted in a display of potential that defies ordinary understanding, especially the Saiyans, who thrive in the face of adversity, their growth brimming with infinite possibilities. Observing Bardock battling Jinyu, Sun Yu felt a spark of combativeness ignite within him, realizing that he was indeed not the only formidable warrior who had traversed back into the past. As the first Saiyan in history to transform into a Super Saiyan and vanquish the cosmic pirate. Chilled, Sun Yu could not help but express heartfelt admiration for Bardock's extraordinary talent. I must also strive to improve, or I may very well find myself left behind. Sun Yu exclaimed with fervor. Indeed, we must rise as well. Bardock has grown so powerful. We too must become stronger. Let us unite. Lana cried out. Agreed. Elanx and the others felt invigorated, responding to the call as they transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the sky, selecting their targets, and plunging into the remaining infected. Sun Yu positioned himself around Bardock and Jinyu, for he knew that if anyone intervened in their battle, it would shatter Bardock's state of enlightenment. An outcome Sun Yu could not tolerate. He eagerly anticipated how far Bardock could advance. Jinyu was nearing madness. He had thought that by consuming the mother worm, he had achieved a combat power exceeding 3 million, rendering him invincible in the universe. Little did he expect that first, a formidable Sun Yu, with a combat power of 1 million, would obliterate most of his subordinates with a single strike. Then, out of nowhere, Bardock, who initially possessed a mere 690,000 combat power, transformed into a relentless combatant, growing stronger with every blow, each wound only enhancing his might, gradually forcing Jinyu onto the back foot. Saiyans are indeed combat lunatics, monsters. It is no wonder Frisia viewed the Saiyans as thorns in his side, determined to eradicate them. At this moment, Jinyu, no longer underestimating his opponent, unleashed his full strength against Bardock. Such terrifying talent. Sun Yu occasionally glanced at Bardock. His eyes filled with incredulity. However, Bardock, despite his prowess, was still outmatched by Jinyu, and after enduring a fierce battle, he bore numerous injuries, appearing quite battered. His protective armor lay in tatters, smeared with blood, and his face bore several wounds, oozing crimson. Fortunately, Bardock had applied a special ointment that prevented Jinyu's infection from taking hold. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed to Jinyu's control. With a resounding crack and a thunderous roar, Sun Yu saw that Jinyu had lost his rhythm in battle. And a glimmer of hope sparked within him that Jinyu's overwhelming combat power, acquired through possession, was not derived from his own training. And thus, facing the increasingly tenacious Bardock, he was gradually losing ground that if this continued, victory would surely belong to Bardock. Jinyu fixated on Bardock, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. He suddenly retreated, creating distance between them, and then spread his massive claws before him in a classic maneuver of the enemy retreats. I advance, Bardock, in a state of enlightenment. Charged forward without hesitation, Bardock barreled toward Jinyu. Sun Yu's heart sank. He knew Jinyu possessed a deadly technique that allowed for body exchange, clearly aware that defeat was imminent. Thus, he sought to execute this maneuver to swap bodies with Bardock that a beam of light shot forth from Jinyu, hurtling toward Bardock. Unfortunately, Sun Yu had no allies nearby to intervene. Not even a single infected creature was at hand to thwart this incident, as Goku had done in the Dragon Ball anime, by casually tossing a Namekian frog to prevent such calamity. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, attempting to halt Jinyu's soul-exchanging beam while swiftly propelling himself towards the oblivious Bardock. Yet he was a moment too late. By the time Sun Yu reached Bardock, Jinyu had already completed the soul exchange. However, the instant Jinyu initiated his soul exchange ability, Sun Yu had activated his Sharingan, thus inexplicably copying the technique. Although this was a rare soul skill, Sun Yu had no idea what utility it would serve him. Did he need to exchange bodies with someone? What a ludicrous notion. He was a scion of infinite potential. It was others who coveted his body. While such a statement could easily be misconstrued, it was indeed the truth. Wait, coveting bodies? A bold thought suddenly flashed through Sun Yu's mind. If he could secretly swap bodies with Lana, that would be splendid. With this notion, he recalled a tantalizing scene he had inadvertently witnessed at the bathroom door and felt a thrill coursing through him. Arg. Sun Yu's nose began to bleed uncontrollably. No, he was a paragon of virtue. How could he entertain such lewd thoughts? One must remain elegant and untainted. He instinctively glanced at Lana's position. She was fiercely engaged with an infected opponent, her long hair billowing in the wind. Her alluring form accentuating enticing curves, rising and falling in rhythm with her movements, leaving Sun Yu parched. With a gulp, he suppressed a swallow of saliva. Oh hell with being virtuous, to hell with elegance. Bardock, forcibly swapped into Jinyu's body, seemed to have fainted due to the abrupt disruption of his state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, Jinyu, now inhabiting Bardock's form, rummaged through his pockets and extracted several sins of beans, weighing them in his hand. Jinyu tossed them back, chewing them with a crunch. His wounds healed instantaneously. Excellent, excellent. Jinyu beamed, appreciating his newfound body, stretching his limbs to revel in its strength. Sun Yu cast a disdainful glance at Jinyu, who had usurped Bardock's body, remarking, "Hey, if you don't want to die, then get out of Bardock's body. Otherwise, I will beat you until even your elderly mother won't recognize you." Haha, Jinyu scoffed, disdainfully regarding Sun Yu. Beat me? With what? This body cannot even withstand a mere 3 million combat power. You barely possess a measly 1 million. Now kneel before me, and perhaps I will leave you with a whole corpse. I thank you. I beg you to come and kill me. Sun Yu retorted. Unimpressed, a smug expression on his face, Jinyu snorted coldly, adopting a combat stance. Foolishness. Allow me to demonstrate my terror. With that, he unleashed his combat-powered AT once. All eyes were drawn to Jinyu, while Lana, Uncle Ali, and the others were filled with concern, anxious about just how far Jinyu, now occupying Bardock's body, could escalate his strength. With a thunderous roar, Jinyu's body became surrounded by swirling energy, as the clouds above were torn asunder by a tempest, leaving everyone breathless, their hearts pounding in anticipation of Jinyu's ultimate display of power. Jinyu's aura surged to its zenith as he laughed maniacally in the air, surveying all below with a condescending gaze. What do you think? Do you feel my terror? Ha ha! Boy, tell me loudly, what is my current combat power? 50,000, Sun Yu replied, casually tapping his ear, feigning indifference. Ha ha! Did you hear that? 50,000, a full 50,000. Ha, wait, what did you say? Is there something wrong with your ears? I said 50,000. Impossible. Boy, you must be lying to me. Jinyu's forehead twitched furiously, his gaze locked on his Sun Yu, searching for any signs of deceit. Why would I lie to you? Do I look like someone who would offer you candy? Sun Yu replied, still unimpressed. It's not possible. I'll check for myself. Jinyu swiftly moved to the fallen Goku, snatched his scouter, and activated it. Beep, beep, beep. Jinyu's eyes widened as he saw the display read 5 digits. 50,000. The combat power is really only 50,000. What in the world is happening? How can this be? This body is undeniably stronger than mine. Jinyu, clearly unable to accept this harsh reality, clutched his hair fiercely, letting out a tortured scream. How can this be possible? Sun Yu, flexing his wrist with a sinister glint in his eye, remarked first and foremost, Bardock is truly a one-in-a-million genius. However, his immense strength is the result of relentless training, countless life and death battles, and enduring innumerable hardships to attain such power. As for you, Captain Jinyu, you are nothing more than a thief who appropriates the hard-earned results of others. You cannot even harness the most fundamental energy. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of this body? Jinyu, struck where it hurt, was momentarily blinded by a flicker of madness in his eyes. How dare you call me a thief? I will make you pay for that. With a roar, Jinyu summoned all his strength and launched a powerful punch towards Sun Yu. Just as Jinyu's fist approached Sun Yu, he slowly raised his hand and, with a resounding smack, firmly grasped Jinyu's fist in his palm. Curse you! Jinyu finally acknowledged the fact that this body possessed a mere combat power of 50,000. He attempted to retract his fist, but Sun Yu's grip was like an iron clamp, unyielding. That as he watched Sun Yu slowly raise his fist, Jinyu was truly frightened. He forced out a semblance of a smile and pleaded, Mighty One, the owner of this body is your friend, right? You cannot harm me. It would hurt your friend. I will leave immediately. I beg you. Spare me. Friend? Perhaps. However, my way of treating friends is rather unique. I enjoy making them call me father. Before Jinyu could react, Sun Yu delivered a devastating punch to Jinyu's ribs, causing him to feel as though his internal organs had been displaced, his back arching like a prawn. With each strike, Sun Yu unleashed a flurry of blows upon the Jinyu who had usurped Bardock's body, leaving Jinyu dazed and his eyes rolling back in his head. To an onlooker, it would appear as though they harbored a deep-seated vendetta against each other. Even the fierce Lana shielded her eyes, unable to bear the sight. This scene was utterly gruesome, akin to silencing a child's night cries. Alas, Bardock was an unintended victim. It seemed that Lord Kale was in quite a foul mood today. Indeed, let us be clever and avoid provoking him. Teasuke, the beating Jinyu was receiving was truly pitiful. Before long, Jinyu was nearly out of breath, gasping for air as he plummeted from the sky, summoning his last remnants of extraordinary willpower to crawl towards the infected host he had previously possessed. Sun Yu remained suspended in the air, observing as Jinyu, with great effort, finally reached his former vessel. Trembling, he raised his hands, now shattered like bones, and murmured, Inch. With a flash of light, Bardock and Jinyu finally swapped back. And Sun Yu descended, retrieving a senzu bean from his pocket, crushing it and placing it into Bardock's mouth. This scene felt oddly familiar after assisting Bardock in swallowing the Senza bean. His wounds rapidly healed. However, Bardock merely stirred briefly before his head lolled, and he fell back into slumber. Who knows what Bardock had endured? He had entered a state of enlightenment, and had he successfully navigated through it, his combat power could have skyrocketed. Regrettably, before he could fully comprehend this state, he was forcibly swapped by Jinyu, followed by Sun Yu's merciless beating. As Bardock's soul returned to his body, he finally grasped the weight of life's burdens. In short, his heart was in turmoil. A good sleep would suffice. Upon awakening, everything would be as it should be. Sun Yu casually tossed Bardock to his wife, Jine, for care, then turned to face the now upright Jinyu. "I will kill you. I absolutely will kill you." The infected Jinyu's eyes bulged, fixated on Sun Yu. If a gaze could kill, he would have slain Sun Yu millions of times over. Though I too wish to emulate Bardock. Seeking the opportunity to enter a state of enlightenment through challenging those stronger than myself, I must regretfully smile. Alas, you hardly qualify as someone stronger than me. Not even close. Engaging in battle with you is utterly devoid of interest. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Jinyu was incensed, his chest heaving as he retorted, "You insufferable brat. Do you realize what you are saying? You are merely a piece of trash with combat power exceeding 1 million. I possess 3 million combat power and will tear you apart." With a sudden surge, Jinyu charged forward, his massive form flickering as he appeared behind Sun Yu, striking down with a claw. "Die, little brat." Sun Yu slowly closed his eyes, shaking his head. Power not earned through one's own effort is ultimately not one's own. What use is brute strength alone? Just as Jinyu's colossal claw was about to strike Sun Yu, he abruptly opened his eyes, the three tomo within swirling endlessly, and an eerie mist enveloped a 10-meter radius around him. Boom! Jinyu suddenly discovered that Sun Yu had vanished, his claw crashing into the ground. Ironically, with such power, he failed to shatter the earth beneath him. What is this? Jinyu, now filled with dread, scanned his surroundings. Aside from the crimson sky, everything else was engulfed in a void of darkness. This was Sun Yu's illusionary skill, Super Tsukuyomi. As Jinyu frantically searched for Sun Yu, he suddenly felt tremors emanating from the ground. Looking up, he beheld a colossal silhouette towering over him, a gargantuan version of Sun Yu. Or perhaps Jinyu in his infected form had simply been reduced in size. Regardless, everything here was dictated by Sun Yu. He was the sovereign of this realm. Flee. Run. Jinyu gazed up at the towering figure, his mind consumed by a singular thought. To escape this place? Yet, no matter how he ran with all his might, there was no way to break free from this confined space. Outmatched and unable to flee, Jinyu collapsed to his knees, succumbing to despair. "Please, spare me. I can serve you." However, Sun Yu merely smiled, saying nothing, as he slowly raised his foot and stomped down upon Jinyu, PFF exiting the realm of Super Tsukuyomi. Sun Yu unleashed an energy blast upon the lifeless Jinyu, incinerating him. This scene left all present in a state of shock. They trusted in Sun Yu's might. Yet, regardless of how powerful one might be, one would typically need to exert effort to take a life, wouldn't one? Yet, Sun Yu upended everyone's perceptions. From their perspective, he simply observed Jinyu, and then, just like that, Jinyu was dead. What just transpired? Did Lord Kale kill with a mere gaze? Aralux timidly ventured. Perhaps it was some sort of superpower. Uncle Ollie swallowed hard, formulating a somewhat reasonable explanation. Point one cannot definitively say that the Dragon Ball world lacks a race proficient in illusionary arts. It is merely that this energy-based world predominantly venerates strength, which is why they remain oblivious to Sun Yu's illusionary attack. Regardless, with the demise of Jinyu, the remaining infected forces were swiftly eradicated, a task that clearly did not require Sun Yu's involvement. Thus, he returned with Bardock to his pyramid. After entrusting Bardock to his wife, Jine, Sun Yu confidently made his way to the temple to find Tarsal. Having resolved the crisis posed by the infected, the 5 celestial locks of Vibrant Planet were reactivated, and the interstellar defense system was engaged, casting a transparent protective shield across the sky once more. Perhaps due to having just overcome a crisis, Tarsal greeted Sun Yu with exceptional warmth. "Mr. Sun Yu, what brings you here today?" Tarsal forced a smile that was incongruous with his fearsome demeanor. "Sun Yu, Bewildered, looked at Tarsal, his lips twitching. "Stop right there. Chief, let us speak plainly. Your flowery language is quite disconcerting." Tarsal awkwardly scratched his head. "Mr. Sunyu, I merely wish to convey my goodwill. Thanks to your intervention, our crisis has been resolved. That I swear before the god Ignaz that our clan shall forever be your ally, unto death." What a quintessentially naive leader. Sunyu chuckled softly. The true catastrophe lies ahead. The formidable army summoned by Frisia will soon arrive, and it is highly likely that Frisia himself will make a personal appearance. Although he possesses the Sharingan and the powerful Genjutsu, Super Tsukumi, as his trump card, rendering him virtually invincible at his level, Sunyu believes that facing a fully unleashed Frisia at 100 would render his illusions mere folly. Elder Tarsal, the danger is far from averted. Do you recall my previous mention of Frisia? He harbors a deep-seated fear of your mechanical warriors and is resolutely intent on annihilating your planet. Elder, we are allies now. Could you perhaps share some insights with me regarding the super mechanical warriors you are researching? If they do exist, how formidable are they? Sunyu gazed intently at Tarsal, who upon hearing Sunyu's words, wore a somber expression, lost in contemplation for a considerable time. Finally, Tarsal seemed to resolve something within himself and addressed Sunyu. "Since you have inquired, please follow me." The two moved quietly between the 12 copper pillars, and Sunyu caught sight of the central pillar, the very one that had been opened to access the chamber housing the mechanical deity. Yet their destination this time was not that pillar. Tarsal led Sunyu through a series of twists and turns to a corner in the southern section, where he pressed his claw against a copper pillar adorned with bizarre insect-like carvings. Sunyu found it somewhat familiar, but could not place it at that moment. With Tarsal activating the switch, the copper pillar began to rise slowly, revealing a passageway leading underground. "Come in, Mr. Sunyu," Tarsal urged as he stepped inside. Sunyu scrutinized the dimly lit passage, which filled him with an inexplicable thrill, before following Tarsal downwards. After traversing a lengthy staircase, Sunyu's perspective suddenly expanded into a vast expanse. He felt as though he had entered a supermodern technological edifice, complete with two circular platforms that provided direct access to each floor. Standing at the entrance of the passage, he could gaze downwards and observe numerous Viblinian personnel engaged in various peculiar tasks at their workstations on each level. Tarsal explained to Sunyu, "These are our elite research personnel that I will now take you to see our most formidable achievement." "Indeed," Sunyu replied with a nod, silently trailing behind Tarsal to the central circular platform. The researchers bustled around them, bowing in respect upon seeing Tarsal. "Yes, Sunyu," and Tarsal stood on the platform. Tarsal pressed a button on the control panel, causing the platform to descend rapidly, its speed rivaling that of ordinary levitation techniques. Despite the swift descent, Sunyu was able to observe the activities on each floor that on the uppermost levels, they primarily studied conventional weapon components, but as they descended, he gradually encountered modified life forms, some of which included members of the Viblinian race. After descending approximately 70 levels, Sunyu spotted super robots reminiscent of those from intelligence reports, akin to Gundams. Yet, these were not the lowest tier. The platform continued its descent. Upon reaching the bottom level, Sunyu felt a surreal sense of returning to Earth. Stepping off the platform, he observed that the corridor was lined with cylindrical vessels, each containing a nurturing liquid teeming with insect-like exoskeletal creatures. "These are the core of our research, a bioengineered soldier," Tarsal stated proudly as he led the way. "Unfortunately, after hundreds of years, our progress has stagnated." Sunyu followed closely behind Tarsal, his gaze unwavering from the monstrous entities within the vessels. These creatures, predominantly green, bore humanoid shapes, adorned with various green spikes protruding from their heads, their bodies encased in exoskeletons. A familiar name swirled in Sunyu's throat, yet he repeatedly told himself that it must be mere coincidence. The universe hosts an abundance of life forms, and this could not possibly be the one he knew. After traversing a lengthy path, Tarsal finally arrived at a unique vessel. Proudly pointing to the creature within, he declared, "This is the culmination of our clan's millennia of effort. Once the research is complete, it will become the ultimate weapon, surpassing all existence. Alas, it possesses a flaw, and we must regretfully seal it away." Sunyu widened his eyes at the creature within the vessel. his heart pounding like thunder. The creature, in its stature, appearance, and even its long green tail, bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from his memory. Impossible. This cannot be. I personally killed Dr. Gero. There is no way that Cell could still exist in this world. The being within that vessel was none other than Cell, the ultimate antagonist from the android saga of Dragon Ball, whose power had transcended that of Super Saiyans, that was in its complete form after absorbing Android 17 and Android 18. Whereas the creature before him, according to Tarsal, was merely a prototype. Elder Tarsal, please elaborate on this creature. Sun Yu implored, his brow furrowed. Tarsal, oblivious to Sun Yu's distress, gazed at the being with pride, joyfully explaining, this creature is a gift from the great deity Ignace. It can absorb the life essence of other species to achieve infinite evolution, that if we complete this research, we will have developed a super life form capable of continuous evolution. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's expression darkened. He coldly remarked, such a life form poses a grave danger. If it escapes control, it will be a calamity for the universe. Indeed, Tarsal's excitement was extinguished by Sun Yu's words, and he sighed, we have considered this risk. Thus, we integrated an emergency destruction device during its modification, believing it would resolve the issue. However, we never anticipated that this life form could evolve into its complete form by consuming others of its kind that also possess this device. To prevent such a scenario, we have sealed them away indefinitely until we can find a solution. Sun Yu felt a cold sweat break out. Was this not Cell? The Cell on Earth evolved into its complete form after absorbing Android 17 and Android 18, both of whom also possessed emergency destruction devices. Even if the remote control for the destruction device was destroyed, the device itself remained within them. Considering the chronological progression of the Dragon Ball storyline, Sun Yu formulated a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the original Dragon Ball universe had seen the Vebluunians create the original Cell, only for their planet to be destroyed and thus vanish from the Dragon Ball narrative. These original cells, located at the base of the Pyramid Temple, might not have perished in the destruction of Veblen, but instead found their way to Earth, where Dr. Gero discovered them, ultimately leading to the Genius Doctor. Gero's complete research as he pondered this, Sun Yu himself found the notion absurd. Yet, devoid of any better explanation, he had no choice but to entertain it. After all, he found it highly suspect that Dr. Gero, an ordinary Earthling from a planet without even superliminal spaceships, could produce bioengineered beings rivaling Super Saiyans. Furthermore, he had witnessed the androids created by Dr. Gero himself, whether it was Android 9 or the android wolf named X. All were forms of life that once existed on Earth. As for Cell, anyone familiar with Dragon Ball would know that Cell's biological form differed from any species on Earth. He could even revert to an egg state, hiding within a time machine to traverse time to an era before Goku's heart condition. Bulma had remarked that such a creature had never been seen on Earth, given all these factors. Sun Yu had reason to believe that perhaps Cell's emergence in Dragon Ball was a result of Dr. Gero's modifications to the original Cell from Veblen. Thus, the initial form of Cell possessed the power to contend directly with Super Saiyans. Android 17 and 18 were specifically engineered by Dr. Gero to facilitate Cell's evolution into its complete form. With this understanding, everything fell into place, and Sun Yu finally grasped why Frieza feared the technology of Veblen. It was not the technology itself, but the original Cell that truly instilled dread within him. Sun Yu rubbed his temples. Though this was merely a conjecture, whether it concealed deeper truths or was simply a remarkable coincidence remained unknown to him. However, how to address the issues posed by the native Cell has become quite a headache for Sun Yu. Observing Sun Yu's actions, Tarsal inquired with concern, Mr. Sun Yu, what seems to be the matter? It's nothing, Sun Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head, and if he were to annihilate the native Cell at this moment, he would truly be reluctant. After all, it is Cell, should he evolve into his perfect form. Only a Super Saiyan 2 could contend with such an existence. Perhaps the Cell of this world is somewhat weaker. After all, in the Dragon Ball anime, Cell embodies the cells of all the Dragon Ball warriors, which is also Dr. Gero's greatest achievement. Keep a close watch on these beings. I can sense their terrifying potential. Until we have absolute control, do not release them casually, lest it brings catastrophic disaster to this world. Sun Yu spoke with profound significance. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Tarsal solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, Mr. Sun Yu, I swear this on all my honor and faith." With Tarsal's assurance, Sun Yu felt a temporary sense of relief and began to explore his surroundings. Suddenly, Tarsal's calculation core received a call request. He accepted it and stood in silence for quite some time. Sun Yu, aware of the unique communication methods of the Vebulans, continued to wander around. After a considerable interval, Tarsal regained his composure, and Sun Yu returned to his side, asking, "What is it, Chief Tarsal?" "There are two pieces of bad news. Let's discuss them as we walk." Tarsal gestured for Sun Yu to return to the lift platform. According to the latest reconnaissance report, Frisia's advanced troops have appeared several light years away, and they are expected to arrive within 3 days. If it is merely a few advanced troops, I believe even without our intervention, your planetary defense system should be able to handle them, correct? So, what is the second piece of bad news? The second piece of bad news is that Frisia himself will personally descend, after spending time understanding the overall strength of the Vebulans. Sun Yu quickly drew this conclusion. Tarsal nodded. Indeed. According to the latest intercepted intelligence, the one known as Frisia is aboard the newest interstellar warp spaceship and is expected to arrive in our star region within a month. Everything else may be manageable, but this Frisia is someone we currently cannot confront head-on. By the way, Chief Tarsal, didn't you mention that you could conceal the planetary coordinates? How is it that they can still locate us? I did say that, but curiously, there's signals emanating from something on our planet, which they use to determine our location. Sun Yu furrowed his brow. Damn, it must be the Jinyu Force's spaceship. Never mind that for now. Summon everyone immediately, so we can strategize. Although Sun Yu was not keen on confronting Frisia just yet, the reality remained that Frisia was indeed coming. Upon receiving news of Frisia's imminent arrival, Uncle Ali and Lana were invited to the temple. Beneath the 12 bronze pillars, Sun Yu and Tarsal sat side by side on elevated seats, with the attendees divided into 2 rows. One row comprised the Vebulans, while the other consisted of the city management team, led by Sun Yu. Bardock had long since awakened from his coma and vaguely recalled the events that transpired. Although he understood that Sun Yu had acted out of necessity, he could not shake off his resentment, and thus his gaze towards Sun Yu was filled with hostility. Completely ignoring Bardock's glare, Sun Yu cleared his throat and said, "I believe everyone is already aware that, according to the latest intelligence, Frisia's advanced troops will arrive on this planet within 3 days. However, that is not the most terrifying part. What we truly need to be concerned about is our greatest enemy, Frisia, who is set to arrive here in a month. The purpose of his visit should be clear to everyone: to annihilate this planet." Sun Yu paused for a moment, and a Vebulan requested to speak, asking in a hoarse voice, "Is that Frisia truly formidable? What are our chances of victory in a direct confrontation with him?" This was a concern shared by many present, and Sun Yu nodded solemnly, stating, "He is indeed powerful. We stand no chance against him." This succinct declaration immediately ignited a commotion among those present. Sun Yu's strength was evident to all. Not only did the members of the city management team regard him with reverence, but many Vebulans also perceived him as an insurmountable force. They found it difficult to fathom how such a powerful being could claim to have no chance against Frisia. Just how formidable is Frisia? "It's not that I underestimate myself," Sun Yu continued, "but rather that the opponent is overwhelmingly strong. He possesses 3 transformation stages, and once fully unleashed, his power reaches 120 million. 120 million. The crowd erupted into astonished murmurs, including Lana and Bardock. They had long been aware of Frisia's invincibility, yet as battle-hungry Saiyans, they yearned for a confrontation with a strong adversary. However, the mightiest warrior on this planet, Sun Yu, only possessed a combat power of 1 million at best. Perhaps he had improved significantly since then, but no matter how much he had trained, their combat powers were not on the same level. How could they possibly contend? Should we not flee at once? Someone suggested, causing an uproar among the gathered crowd. Regardless of whether they were proud Saiyan warriors or Vebulans who upheld the spirit of the samurai, they universally despised the notion of retreating without a fight. Fleeing is the act of a coward. Great Tarsal and esteemed Lord Sun Yu, we are willing to shed our blood to protect the honor of warriors until our last breath. This declaration sent the attendees into a fervor. With everyone eagerly kneeling and requesting to join the battle, determined to fight valiantly, Sun Yu's dismay. Even Lana and Bardock joined in, and he felt like crying out in frustration. Oh, for heaven's sake! What is wrong with these people? Why are they so obsessed with martyrdom? How did such a brainwashed mentality come to be? Well, I understand that you're all fearless warriors. Sun Yu is utterly overwhelmed. But could you at least consider the civilians on this planet? There are still tens of thousands of ordinary residents on Vebulans, people without combat prowess. Even disregarding the situation on Vebulans, Sun Yu had to consider the thousands of Saiyans under his command. He wondered if Frisia had already destroyed Planet Vegeta. According to the timeline, Frisia had obliterated Planet Vegeta using a technique called supernova. If that were the case, it was highly likely that Sun Yu's group was the last remnant of Saiyans in the universe. And he must preserve the final spark of rebellion for this race. Upon mentioning civilians, the crowd fell silent, for in Vebulan tradition, it is the duty of warriors to protect the innocent. Finally breaking his silence, Tarsal spoke. Mr. Sun Yu is right. While we do not fear death, we must not engage in senseless sacrifices. Given that this planet is about to face unprecedented calamity, I propose that we gather all civilians immediately and ensure their safe evacuation. While that sounded simple, despite the sparse population of Vebulans, there were still at least several 100,000 inhabitants on the planet, making it impossible to relocate such a large number of people. Chief, do you have a plan? How long will it take to evacuate all the civilians? Sun Yu inquired, his heart silently shouting for at least the Saiyans under his command to be moved to safety. After a moment of contemplation, Tarsal replied, I plan to gather all civilians in the temple. There is sufficient foldable space within the temple to accommodate hundreds of thousands. Once all civilians are assembled, we can activate the temple to initiate a spatial phase jump, allowing us to instantly traverse out of this star region. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu felt elated. As the saying goes, technology saves the world. Based on Tarsal's earlier explanation of spatial technology, ordinary-level spatial jump technology had already been widely utilized in spaceships throughout the universe. Higher-tier technology was typically reserved for elite military factions like Frisia's. This advanced spatial phase jump technology could easily cover distances of hundreds of light-years. However, what Tarsal spoke of, phase jumping, was akin to the instantaneous movement skill of Metamor, utilizing phase transfer principles to achieve spatial traversal. In fact, the time machine featured in Dragon Ball is a form of temporal phase jumping device, capable of traversing not only space, but also the time axis. That sounds splendid. How long does it take to initiate the spatial phase jump? Sun Yu asked. The temple spatial phase jump requires 1 day's time to charge, Tarsal responded. However, the pressing issue we face now is that the relocation of all civilians may take nearly 30 days. 30 days? Sun Yu felt a throbbing headache. To be honest, he wished that Lana and the other Saiyans would leave this place as swiftly as possible, especially considering they were up against Frisia. Yet, he himself yearned to catch a glimpse of Frisia. If only he could engage in a skirmish. That would be even better, despite knowing how perilous such thoughts could be. But what could he do? After all, he was a Saiyan. Saiyans are inherently driven to challenge the strong. So be it, Tarsal, concentrate all efforts on the civilians that MY Team of City Management will hold off Frisia's vanguard. Prepare thoroughly. And you, Bardock, come with me. I have a formidable technique I wish to impart to you. A powerful technique. The crowd's eyes sparkled with fervor as they gazed at Bardock. Receiving personal instruction from Sun Yu was a coveted opportunity beyond their wildest dreams. Lord Kale, may we accompany you to observe? Alanx inquired eagerly. Others chimed in, expressing their desire to witness the event. Sun Yu turned to survey the group, his expression taking on an unusual authority as he commanded. No, everyone, return to your respective duties. The crowd sighed in dismay. But Sun Yu paid no heed, soaring out of the hall, with Bardock hesitating for a moment before following in his wake, seeing the two retreat into the distance. Lana rushed to Tarsal, her voice laced with urgency. Clan leader, do you possess any diminutive spy robots, the kind that would go undetected by Kale and the others? Sun Yu forbade anyone from following. Yet that did not preclude the possibility of dispatching a small spy. Although such actions might not be entirely honorable, Tarsal was equally intrigued by what Sun Yu intended to teach Bardock. He replied, As long as Mr. Sun Yu and Mr. Bardock do not leave this planet, we can conduct reconnaissance on their movements via orbital satellites. Please observe." As he spoke, Tarsal extended his half-mechanical arm, revealing a dome-shaped transparent sphere at its center, which suddenly radiated brilliant light. Before the crowd appeared a 50-inch holographic projection, vividly displaying Sun Yu and Bardock in flight. Tarsal slightly adjusted the angle of the surveillance, allowing the onlookers a clearer view. Dozens of miles to the south of the temple, Bardock and Sun Yu flew, Bardock trailing behind Sun Yu. Suddenly, Bardock queried, "Hey, what exactly are you planning? Why won't you let them come along?" Despite Sun Yu's unusual behavior, Bardock did not worry about any malice directed at him. Rather, his lingering resentment from the body-swapping incident with Jinyu lingered deeply. Sun Yu cast a sidelong glance at Bardock, a sly smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Because this technique is quite unique, I would prefer not to embarrass myself in front of others." Embarrass oneself. A sense of unease crept over Bardock as he struggled to fathom Sun Yu's intentions. Noticing Bardock's silence, Sun Yu continued, "You heard Tarsal's words that if all goes as expected, we are likely to encounter Frisia's ambush before we can leap away from this star system." "Humph. And so what? If he dares to come?" "I'll make him regret it," Bardock declared, his head held high, brimming with pride. Sun Yu, upon hearing Bardock's words, abruptly halted mid-air, turning to face the decelerating Bardock with a grin as expected of Bardock. "I am curious about your current fighting power that allows you to confidently declare your intent to defeat Frisia." Setting aside Bardock's previous state of enlightenment, the significant boost to his combat prowess following the body swap with Jinyu and subsequent revival with a Senzabine would have undoubtedly enhanced his strength. "If I told you my current battle power exceeds 1 million, would you believe me?" Bardock mused, casting a playful glance at Sun Yu. "What is so hard to believe? Don't make a big deal out of battle power of 1 million. Bardock, would you care to experience true power?" Sun Yu responded, his gaze toward Bardock laden with ambiguous intrigue. Bardock felt a chill run down his spine under Sun Yu's scrutinizing gaze, instinctively stepping back as he stammered, "I don't understand your meaning. I hope you can clarify. Have you ever heard of the planet Metamer? It is a wondrous world, home to a secret technique known as the Metamoran fusion dance. If memory serves, this technique allows two individuals with comparable attributes to merge into a single super warrior. I believe you are the only one who fits the criteria, considering the current battle powers of both Sun Yu and Bardock. Even a successful fusion through the Metamoran technique might not guarantee victory against a fully unleashed Frisia. However, even if they were to lose, they could at least buy some time." What? Bardock's heart raced at Sun Yu's words. Though he was not entirely clear on what the Metamoran fusion entailed, he sensed its formidable nature. "I can now clearly inform you that my battle power limit is 1.3 million. Just imagine how formidable our combined strength would be." After a moment, Bardock regained his composure, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Though he yearned for strength and sought to battle the strong, he would rather not acquire power that was not his own. With a huff, Bardock declared, "Fusion? With you? Lord Sun Yu, do not forget that my purpose in growing stronger is to defeat you. I would prefer to die on the battlefield than partake in any Metamoran fusion." With that, Bardock turned to leave, but Sun Yu called out to the retreating figure, "I know you are a true warrior. You fear not death, but what of your wife and children?" Bardock halted abruptly, suspended in mid-air, motionless. Sun Yu continued, "Regrettably, should Frisia arrive and we fail to leap away in time, no one will be able to withstand him. What do you think will become of your wife, Jine, and your child, Raditz? Damn it." Bardock clenched his fists tightly, and Sun Yu could see his shoulders trembling, indicating his agitation. "This is promising." Sun Yu's eyes brightened as he quickly pressed on, "I understand you are reluctant to cooperate, but the present circumstances leave us no options. Perhaps you are unaware of the extent of Frisia's power. I can provide you with a preview." Huh? Bardock turned sharply, only to be met with a pair of blood-red eyes, the pupils black and surrounded by a ring adorned with evenly spaced 3 tomo. Sun Yu was activating his Sharingan to cast an illusion. The ground suddenly cracked, boiling magma, surging violently. The sky darkened with ominous clouds as countless lightning bolts danced in the air, heralding an apocalyptic arrival. "Where is this?" Bardock surveyed his surroundings for Sun Yu's figure, spotting only a distant white silhouette. He swiftly flew toward it, hoping to clarify the situation. This version of Bardock had yet to experience the phantom fist of Kinesa, rendering him oblivious to the illusion.